Chapter 1: The Boy Who Summoned the Dragon. Earth 199,999, i.e. the Marvel Cinematic Universe, 2008, United States, New York City, Manhattan Island, Clinton District. The Clinton District is often colloquially known as Hell's Kitchen. On a commercial street near Clinton Park, an 18 or 19-year-old Asian boy hurried into the alley, took out a set of keys from his jacket pocket, and opened the back door of a small shop. This Asian boy with an ordinary body and an ordinary appearance has a golden tattoo on the back of his right hand. The tattoo pattern is 1 big, 4 small, and 5 five-pointed stars, exactly the same as the 5-star red flag of China. This Asian teenager, who was suspected of being Chinese, quickly locked the back door after entering the store, turned around impatiently, and went straight to the basement of the store. After the boy locked the door again, he walked quickly to the center of the basement, took off his backpack, took out 6 crystal balls the size of apples, and placed the most precious ones on the floor. The cautious posture, as if these crystal balls are related to his life. Looking closely, these 6 colorless and transparent crystal balls are all the same size, but different from each other. There are a number of golden 5-pointed stars inside, ranging from 1 star to 7 stars, of which only 5 stars are missing. After placing the crystal ball, the boy opened his arms with excitement on his face and shouted, "Appear! Shenlong! Grant my wish!" A gust of breeze blew, but nothing happened. Don't care about the details of the absence of wind in the basement. The young man was dumbfounded for a while, then slapped his forehead suddenly, squatted down, put his right hand with the 5-star tattoo and 6 crystal balls together, and shouted again, "Come on! Divine Dragon! Make my wish come true!" This time, before he finished speaking, the electric light above his head suddenly flickered on and off. After a few flashes, it finally went out completely, and the entire basement fell into darkness. The next moment, in the darkness where you can't see 5 fingers, 7 blazing white lights suddenly lit up from the floor. I saw that the 6 crystal balls with different numbers of stars and the 5-star tattoo on the back of the boy's hand lit up at the same time. The rays of light turned into 7 dazzling light balls, and then, these 7 light balls rose into the air, merged into one in the blink of an eye, and formed a snake-shaped beast that glowed all over. The luminous beast looks alive, with a body like a snake, horns like a deer, scales like a fish, claws like a phoenix, and palms like a tiger. So small. The teenager pouted, facing the legendary beast, and said to himself with disgust, "How many meters is it?" In the Dragon Ball animation, the Shenlong has a planet-level body. Shenlong ignored the young man's muttering, hovered in mid-air with his body crossed, raised his majestic head high, and said rigidly in a mechanical tone, "Speak your wish, any wish can be fulfilled, but only there is a." The young man's spirit was lifted, and he asked hopefully, "Can any wish really come true?" Shenlong, "Of course." "Great." The young man clenched his fist hard, with a look of excitement on his face, and said astonishingly, "Shenlong, please send me back to my original world." "Shenlong, I'm sorry, I can't do it." The young man was dumbfounded. It took a long while to recover from the petrification state. He exasperated and exasperatedly uttered foul language, "Damn it! Then what are you bragging about? Can't any wish come true? Shenlong, your body belongs to the Marvel world, I can't send it away, but if you only send your soul back, you can." Hearing this, the young man raised his eyebrows, regained his energy, and made a new wish, then, "Please send my soul back to my original body." "Shenlong, I'm sorry, I can't do it." The young man resisted his vigorous anger and squeezed 3 words from his teeth, "Why? Shenlong, in the original world, you were already dead." The boy retorted unconvincedly, "So what, isn't resurrection your specialty? There are no dead people in the Dragon Ball world." "Shenlong, however, you are not from the Dragon Ball world." Only under the cosmic rules of the Dragon Ball world can I bring people back to life. The boy was silent for a long time, but he still asked without giving up, then, if you just send my soul back, can I occupy a dying body like when I came to the Marvel world? Shenlong, no, your soul has been integrated with the 5-star Dragon Ball. If you want to send it back to your original world, you must forcibly separate it, which will cause great harm to your soul, and the damaged it is impossible for the soul to occupy any body, and it will only eventually dissipate with the passage of time. The teenager was completely desperate. Yu reading www.uukansha.com fell to his knees with a bang, and in the posture of a defeated dog, he muttered to himself, I can't go back. I really can't go back forever. Now. Dad. Mom. My son is unfilial. The young man screamed and cried, his original name is Gurun, not only is he not from this world, even whether it is the Marvel world or the Dragon Ball world, for him, they are all fictional worlds from movies and animations. He never thought that one day, he would with the 7 Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball world, as a soul, they came to the world of Marvel. Originally, Gurun, who was born and raised in China, crossed the ocean after crossing the Marvel world, and came to the capitalist base of all evils. Fortunately, the body occupied by the soul is still a Chinese, although it was not very good at first. I was used to it, but after I got some memories of the dying original owner, I quickly adapted to the new identity because of Saint Li, a second-generation Chinese whose parents were killed in an air crash. He left a room in New York City for him. Small Chinese restaurant. Gurun, or because of Saint Li, thought that he was still in the original world, but traveled back to 10 years ago, until he saw a Captain America promotional video, and a piece of Tony Stark lace news. He was horrified to discover that there are heroes walking all over the place, and there are many villains like dogs in the Marvel universe. Living in the United States of Marvel's world is already dangerous enough to die, because Saint's home is still in New York. New York. How many tragedies have happened in New York just because of the Marvel plot that Saint knows about? Iron Man vs. Iron Man, Hulk vs. Abomination, Captain America vs. Winter Soldier, SHIELD vs. Hydra, Avengers vs. Aliens, Defenders vs. Hands, and so on, the list goes on? Chapter 2 Sun Wukong's Lifetime Knowledge. After knowing that he was going to live in New York in the Marvel world, because of Saint's desire to die, he accidentally discovered the 5-star tattoo on the back of his right hand, and then I remembered that I came to this world with him, and also there are 7 Dragon Balls. According to legend, as long as you collect all 7 of them, any wish can come true. In the process of crossing into the Marvel world, because Saint's soul and the 5-star Dragon Ball merged with each other, regardless of each other, so, in fact, as long as you collect all 6, relying on the close connection between the Dragon Balls, because of Saint's experience of thousands of hardships, it took more than half a month to find the other 6 Dragon Balls scattered nearby, and finally summon the dragon. However, it turns out that Saint was still too naive. In the center of the basement, Saint fell to his knees, thinking that his parents, separated by a whole world, would never see each other again in this life. At this time, Shenlong, who had been completely forgotten, said rigidly again, "Speak your wish, any wish can be fulfilled, but there can only be one. Realize your MMP." The disappointed Yin Sheng heard the words "any wish can be fulfilled," and was stimulated all of a sudden. The whole person was furious, and he fiercely waved his fist at Shenlong. "Go to hell. A waste dragon who can brag. This mini dragon looks like the real thing, but it is actually just an illusory energy body. Because Saint's fist is like hitting the air, it penetrates without resistance, and under excessive force, he stumbled under his feet and almost fell to the ground." Shenlong didn't respond to this, he just repeated, "Say your wish, any wish can be fulfilled, but there can only be one." Hearing the sound, Yinsheng, who turned around, had blue veins on his forehead, gritted his teeth angrily, and when the violence was ineffective, he had to resort to cold violence. Shut up! Let me be quiet! Shenlong, say your wish. Any wish can come true, but there can only be one. Because Saint calmed down silently, he ignored the dragon like a repeater, and began to seriously think about what wish he should make. No matter what, life must go on. Living in the Marvel world, nothing is more important than the ability to save life, and strong power naturally becomes the first choice, because Saint considered for a while, and tried to make a wish. Dragon, please grant me the power of Super Saiyan. Shenlong, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Although he didn't have much hope in the first place, Yin Sheng couldn't help but swear again, Waste Dragon. What can you do? Shenlong, according to the rules of Dragon Ball World, power can only be cultivated, not obtained out of thin air. As a creature of Dragon Ball World, I cannot violate this rule. However, I can let you have the Saya without changing your appearance. Human's constitution. Because Saint pouted, it's not bad to grow a tail. Don't worry about turning into a violent giant ape. However, the strength of Saiyans lies in their bottomless potential and cheating skills. If you don't know how to get stronger, if you don't know how to cultivate, this physique has an egg. However, since it is possible to directly change the physique without changing the shape. Because Saint's eyes lit up, he said to Shenlong, then please give me the physique of Majin Buu. Majin Buu, the final boss of Dragon Ball World, with any ability, as long as there is one cell left in his body, he will be immortal. Survive even in space. With this abnormal physique, the Marvel world is like a floating cloud. Do not fear the destruction of the earth. However, Shenlong, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Since Sheng was no longer able to complain, he didn't bother to ask the reason, so he directly changed to a low-profile version. So, what about the physique of complete Chiru? Bring your own little brother, to survive in space, as long as the core is still alive, you can live. Shenlong, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Reluctantly, Saint lowered another level, the physique of King Frisia. 3-stage transformation, survival in space, as long as the head is still alive. Shenlong, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Because Saint rubbed his aching forehead, if he was downgraded again, he would only be left with the Namekian physique of Big Devil Piccolo. Although he also has a good regeneration ability, it is really a bit weak. In comparison, it is not as good as a Saiyan. He thought about it seriously, and asked in a different direction, if I want to obtain a person's lifelong knowledge, can I do it? Shenlong, it's very simple. Because the corners of Saint's mouth twitched, haha sneered endlessly. Now he listens to what Shenlong has to say, and he thinks that this waste dragon is bragging. Shenlong, please grant me all the knowledge that Sun Wukong has learned in his life. After all, Saint stared at the dragon, waiting for it to say, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Unexpectedly, Shenlong nodded, your wish has come true. Reading www.uukaungsha.com. Because Sheng raised his brows and watched helplessly, Shenlong immediately divided into 7 streams of light after he said these words, one of which fell into his right hand, and the remaining 6 were scattered and passed through without hindrance. It disappeared from the basement wall and disappeared from his sight. Obviously, it is like the rules of the Dragon Ball world. After the wish is fulfilled, the dragon will be redivided into 7 Dragon Balls, turned into stones and scattered all over the world until it absorbs enough energy. Will become Dragon Ball again. Where is the good knowledge? Saint's eyes widened, and without feeling any change in himself, he dubiously said to himself, is it really for me? He tried to close his eyes and immersed himself in his mind, because Saint immediately noticed the difference. The most obvious difference was that he felt chi. Chi, the life energy contained in all living objects, can be said to be the foundation of the Dragon Ball world. From daily practice to destroying the planet, all rely on the chi of the human body. Obviously, after obtaining the Dragon Ball World protagonist after all the knowledge of Sun Wukong, Yincheng immediately learned the most basic breath practice. In addition, Sun Wukong's incomparably rich combat experience has also been accepted by Yincheng. Of course, at present, he can only use fist and foot moves. With his fighting 5 scum level chi, Mo speaking of the famous turtle school Qigong, dance in the sky, Zhuang boxing and even teleportation, even the simplest turtle immortal martial arts can't be used without practicing for 10 days and a half months. After closing his eyes and drooling for a while, Yincheng opened his eyes and looked at the 5-star tattoo on the back of his hand that had turned gray, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, that dragon is a bit of a waste, but it's still quite reliable. I don't know when I can make a wish again. Chapter 3 Iron Fist Danny Rand. Due to the fusion of the soul and the 5-star beads, Saint instinctively knows that in the Marvel world, the recovery time of Dragon Ball is proportional to the speed at which it absorbs energy. Unlike the rules of the Dragon Ball world, the recovery time is fixed for 1 year. Dragon Ball will recover very quickly if it is replenished with good quality energy. If it is not replenished, it will never recover. Fortunately, the 5-star beads are really in his hands. Even if the 6 Dragon Balls scattered all over the world have not landed in places rich in energy, because Saint can also actively seek energy for the 5-star beads to absorb, 7 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Ball is one body, the energy obtained is automatically divided, and if one is restored, all of it will be restored. It's too early to think about this. Now, the top priority in front of Saint is that he has no money. In the half-month that Saint traveled to the Marvel Universe, he was all focused on looking for Dragon Balls. Not only did he not do anything serious, but in order to trade the Dragon Balls that were picked up by others, he also took out a large sum of beautiful knives. I thought I could return to my own world, but I had no idea of saving money. I want to rob a bank. With his head drooping, Schenk walked out of the basement listlessly. Of course, what he said was dejected. Although he had gained Sun Wukong's lifelong combat experience, with his current ability, it would not be a problem to fight 2 or 3 gangsters with knives. If you're armed with a live ammunition, you have to kneel in minutes. After thorough rummaging, searching the storefront of the Chinese restaurant on the 1st floor, and the living room on the 2nd floor, Saint found a total of $135, plus a few banknotes in his pocket, all his belongings, a total of $242. Looking at the closed store, Saint began to think, should he reopen? The problem is, a Chinese restaurant with few customers will still have business coming to its door after more than half a month of unreasonable closing. Let's practice for a few days first, I'm really too weak right now. Because Saint shook his head worriedly, although it is only 2008, the news of the Hulk raging has not taken over the TV station, Thor is still a good prince in Asgard, and Captain America is still quiet. Sleeping under the Arctic ice, the entire Marvel world seems to be very peaceful, but because Saint knows in his heart that he is still just a super playboy Tony Stark, who will be in a certain month of this year. On this day, in front of the whole world, be crowned a superhero, Iron Man. Although I don't remember the exact time, what Saint clearly understands is that since that day, the Marvel world has become more and more dangerous day by day. Superheroes and supervillains have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Even all kinds of aliens have landed on the earth in various postures, leaving him the time to strengthen and protect himself, which is only a few months at most. Yincheng, who was quite afraid of death, decided to immediately retreat and practice. He looked in the direction of the restaurant's kitchen and said to himself, there is still nearly a full bag of rice, and there is also a lot of meat in the freezer. God, don't worry about not having food. 7 days later. Looking at the completely bottomed rice bag and the empty freezer, Yincheng cried out to the sky, I'm not Asian. Why did I become so edible? During the 7-day retreat, a large amount of food was consumed, in exchange for Saint's promotion from a War 5 scum to a War 10 scum. If he stayed at home, Yincheng, who really had to starve to death, decisively picked up his wallet and went out the door. With the last $242, he purchased all the rice noodles and ingredients, and then cleaned the inside and outside of the Chinese restaurant. Once again, I plan to let Li's Chinese restaurant reopen. This Chinese restaurant inherited by Saint is located at the intersection of 10th Avenue and 54th Street in New York. It is a novice-level street hero, a good place to level up and fight monsters. At this time, the penniless Insanti had already thought about it in his mind. If the business was bleak and he had no choice but to cover up at night, he would go out to rob the rich and help the poor. Well, to rob a few street gangsters from the rich, to help his own poor. Because Saint shook his head and got rid of those messy thoughts. When everything was ready, he opened the door of the store that had been closed for nearly a month before lunchtime, and put a newly made sign on it. At the door of the store, from today, the store will provide Kung Fu Barbecue. This gimmicky signboard had just been put out for a while, but it actually attracted guests, only to hear a ding bell. A handsome young man with blonde hair and curly hair pushed the door curiously. Welcome. Because of Saint's energy, facing the first customer who came to the door, he did everything he could and greeted warmly, "Please take a seat, what would you like to eat?" "We strongly recommend our latest dish, Kung Fu Barbecue." Completely beyond Saint's expectations, the blonde little curly hair who walked in the door was clearly a typical European, but what came out of his mouth was fluent Chinese. "Boss, when you say Kung Fu, do you mean Qi? Can you use Qi to grill meat?" Because Saint was taken aback, he was stunned before replying in Chinese. The guest speaks Chinese really well, and he actually knows Qi, which really surprised me. Ha ha. The little curly blonde laughed proudly, stretched out his right hand and said, "Hello, I'm Danny Rand. I've lived in China for 15 years, and I just returned to New York recently. It's nice to meet you, because of Saint Li, Mr. Rand." He shook hands with Danny Rand because of the name in the Saint's newspaper. On the surface, he was calm, but his heart was turbulent. If he guessed correctly, the one in front of him was the heir of the Rand Group. Not only he is a billionaire, and he is the strongest fighting force carefully cultivated by the Kunlun located in China, Immortal Iron Fist. In the future, he will become one of the Defenders Alliance 4 Little Giants. Iron Fist. Although he thought it was unlikely to be wrong, out of prudence, Saint decided to confirm his conjecture and quietly activated the newly learned breath sensing. Sure enough, in Danny Rand's body, he found a very powerful Qi, and, compared with the Qi that Zheng learned from the Dragon Ball world, the two are obviously completely different, but they have many similarities, like a pool of water from the same root and the same source, creating two streams with their own characteristics. You can't go wrong. This must be the Iron Fist who learned art from the Kunlun in China. No wonder he is so familiar with Qi. It seems that it has not been long before he left the isolated Kunlun. They all have a naive and stupid energy. Chapter 4 Magical Turtle Immortal Martial Arts. "Boss Li, you haven't answered my question just now." "Sorry, I'm really surprised." Hearing this, because Saint came back to his senses, after apologizing, he nodded generously and admitted, "Yes, I can use Qi to roast meat." Danny Rand looked at him suspiciously. "Eyes," tentatively asked, "if possible, can you let me see it with my own eyes?" "Sure." Saint gently nodded his head and pointed to a table in the store. "Please sit down, this dish was originally made in person. How many pounds does it cost?" Danny Rand sat down politely, picked up the menu on the table, and ordered dishes in the authentic Chinese customs, 2 caddies of beef, half a caddy of white wine, and a stack of side dishes. "Wait, come right away." Yin Saint went into the back kitchen, cut half a caddy of raw beef, skillfully sliced it into thin slices, smeared it with grease, sprinkled with seasonings, then put it on a plate, added white wine and side dishes, and walked back with a tray. Seeing that he didn't take the charcoal fire, Danny Rand couldn't help but ask, "Bossly, how do you roast meat without fire?" Yin Saint smiled, put the plate of raw meat on the table, and said meaningfully, "Mr. Rand, you should also know the power of qi very well. Compared with flames, it has more power. And nothing less." Danny Rand was taken aback and was about to ask a question when he saw Saint stretched out his right hand and placed it above the plate of raw meat. Following his movements, the air under his palm suddenly distorted. Immediately afterwards, the soft sound of zizza sounded quietly on the dining table. In Danny Rand's surprised eyes, the slices of raw beef on the plate were turning brown and curling at a rapid speed, a strong smell. The aroma of it spread out and rippled in the air. Because Saint retracted his right hand, within a few blinks of an eye, the plate of raw meat under his palm had miraculously turned into cooked food. This incredible ability is the most basic of turtle immortal martial arts. The basic skill, breathing out, simply releasing qi from the body to generate high temperature in the form of releasing energy. Wow! Danny Rand felt a heat wave rushing towards his face. He couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement, widened his eyes and said, "This is unbelievable. Please enjoy." Because of Sheng's lustrous face, it only took a week to master the breathing out, and he was naturally very proud of it, although, because his own qi was too weak, it was impossible for him to emit qigong. Distance can only be calculated in centimeters. "Please stop." Danny Rand called out. Saint, who was about to turn around and left, stood up from his chair, and solemnly clasped his fists. Obviously, Saint's unique skill had won him his respect. Disrespect, reintroduction, under Danny Rand, Immortal Fist of Kunlun. Kunlun. Yinsheng, who had guessed his identity long ago, put on a surprised expression, returned a clasped fist, and made up a history for himself. "I have admired the name for a long time." The next disciple of the Turtle Immortal stream, Yinsheng Li, seen contemporary Tekken. Turtle Immortal Flow. Of course, Danny Rand couldn't have heard of the Turtle Immortals from another world, and his face was quite embarrassed for a while. "Li. Brother, forgive my ignorance." "You're welcome. You can just call me Insane." Because Sheng waved his hand, and lied in his mouth, "Actually, we Guizian Liu, just like Kunlun, can't avoid the world all the year round, and the degree of concealment is even better. You have never heard of it?" "It's normal, please don't mind." "That's it, please call me Danny as well." Danny Rand nodded understandingly, and asked respectfully, "Because of Saint, you are so young, and you have already used your qi to perfection. Are all the people of Turtle Immortals so strong?" "No, no, no." Insane quickly shook his head and said the truth. "Danny, you misunderstood. My qi is actually very weak. If you summon an invincible Iron Fist, I will not be your opponent at all." The implication is that if Danny Rand doesn't summon Iron Fist, Saint can still fight. After all, the reason why their qi is so different is because of the Kunlun in Danny Rand's body. The Iron Fist given to him, if this factor is excluded, the gap between the two should not be large, and the strength is at least evenly matched. The world is really ahead of Kunlun too much. It is no exaggeration to say that Yinsheng, who has obtained the lifelong knowledge of Monkey King, stood on the shoulders of giants from the beginning, and it is a matter of course that the weak can defeat the strong. Danny Rand didn't hear anything at all. He glanced at the plate of barbecue on the table, and said with disbelief, "Because of Saint, you are too modest. I consciously practice for another 10 years, you can't do the kung fu you just did." UU Reading www.uukaungsha.com. If it wasn't for the knowledge of Sun Wukong, I wouldn't be able to practice for another 10 years. Yinsheng muttered in his heart, and said, "It's not humility, I may be better than you in terms of skills, but from my use of breath sensing, if you count Iron Fist, the chi in your body is a total of it is more than 10 times that of me. No matter how strong the skill is, it cannot even close the gap. Aura sensory. Danny Rand's eyes lit up, and he was about to continue talking when he heard a ding bell and a guest came to the door. Because Saint made an apologetic gesture, he turned to greet the guests and said, "Welcome, what would you like to eat?" A fat white man with a big belly was about to open his mouth to order food when Danny Rand rushed forward, handed him $100 bill and said, "Sorry, this store is closed today." Fatty glanced at the beautiful knife in his hand, and saw the number on it, enough for him to eat 10 meals. He immediately turned around neatly, and left without looking back. Danny Rand closed the door of the store and hung up the closed sign, turned around to look at Insane, who had a bad face, and handed a black bank card directly. "How offended, please don't mind, I have something I want to ask for advice, and I will take you a little while, and for this, I am willing to compensate you for 1 month's income." "Book that? Is it amazing to be rich?" Because Saint narrowed his eyes, rolled up his sleeves, and stretched out his hand. He took the bank card, swiped a full $10,000 unceremoniously, handed back the bank card, and said, "Other than that. Besides, you have to help promote my barbecue." "No problem." Danny Rand nodded happily, then continued the topic he had just said. "Excuse me, what do you mean by breathing just now?" Chapter 5 The Dragon's Daughter, Colleen Wen. The so-called breath induction. Because Saint pondered for a moment, considered the language, and explained simply, any living creature has its own chi, and breath sensing is a technique for concentrating and detecting breath, just like biological radar. It's the unique skill of our turtle immortal, so I can only tell you so much. Hearing this, Danny Rand nodded thoughtfully, was silent for a while, and said frankly, "Actually, I left Kunlun privately and did not complete the training that Immortal Fist should have. The knowledge of Qi is not very clear, if possible, some common sense that is not considered private. Can you tell me more?" Insane thought for a while, and for the sake of $10,000, he asked non-committally, "What do you want to know?" Although Danny Rand is a little uninformed, at least he knows the saying, "If you don't teach the Tao, you don't teach the law." When you roast meat with Qi, you can move it freely and smoothly. However, it always takes me a long time to communicate the Qi in my body, and sometimes it even fails. I want to know, is there any how can I increase my control? Have. Because Saint has the knowledge of Monkey King all his life, theoretical things, of course, can't be difficult for him. In Danny Rand's expectant eyes, he calmly spit out 2 words, "Be beaten." Being beaten. In the face of Danny Rand's doubts, Saint spread his hands and shrugged. The more you get beaten, the faster your luck and defense will be, and in the end, it becomes completely instinctive, and you use your instincts to control your chi, naturally very smooth. It turned out to be like this. Danny Rand showed a look of reminiscence and muttered to himself, "No wonder Master Lei Gong always beat me when I was in Kunlun." Cough cough. With a dry cough, Saint woke up Danny Rand and pointed to the table where the barbecue was placed. "Danny, let's sit down and talk, what else do you want to ask?" "It is good." Danny Rand sat down again, grabbed a piece of roast meat with his hands, chewed it in his mouth, and gave a thumbs up to Insane. "Delicious." "Thanks." Insane also sat down, looked at Danny Rand opposite, and reminded seriously, "Don't forget to advertise for me." "Must." Danny Rand wiped his mouth and continued to ask, "About the recovery of Qi. Restore Qi." The two asked and answered questions and chatted while eating. Until it was dark, Danny Rand got up and said goodbye. After Saint sent him out, he looked at the extra $10,000 in the account. He smiled and said, "Sure enough, knowledge is wealth." $10,000 is not a lot to say, and it is not a lot to say that it is not a lot. With this money to save an emergency, because Saint doesn't have to wear a hood, he can go to the streets to rob gangsters. However, I accidentally met Kunlun's immortal Iron Fist, because Saint didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. His strength is still very low, and he didn't want to attract the attention of all parties. Originally, for a long time, he planned to be a low-key man. At least, he had to wait until he collected the Dragon Balls for the second time and made a wish before he could be a little more reckless. Now, Danny Rand is involved. His Kung Fu Barbecue, which was originally just a gimmick, will definitely be considered real Kung Fu in the eyes of interested people. Hand meeting. When Saint thought of Kunlun's mortal enemy, an endless army of ninjas seemed to appear in front of him. Driven by a sense of urgency, he said to himself, "It seems that I have to practice hard." Although it was time for dinner, because Saint had no interest in doing business, after closing the door without hesitation, he went straight to the living room on the second floor and continued his retreat. The next day, Saint got up early, but he didn't rush to open the store. Instead, he practiced until noon, and only opened the door just before lunch. I don't know if it's because of Danny Rand's advertisement that it has already been advertised. The business of Lee's Chinese restaurant is exceptionally good today. Because Saint only opened for 10 minutes, there are already 3 tables of guests, all of them not a regular customer. Before, one of the tables ordered a Kung Fu barbecue, and after seeing Yin Zheng's miraculous technique, the other 2 tables of guests also expressed their desire to add dishes. To be honest, because of Saint's Kung Fu barbecue, the taste is good, but it is not top-notch. However, his Qigong cooking method, which is very performative, is really amazing. All the guests who walk in the door are all impressed by this. The signature dishes were conquered, and they called friends and friends. After a while, the seats in the store were full, and in a short period of time, there were even people lining up at the door. Because Saint was caught off guard, he was also a chef. Reading www.uukaungsha.com service, 3 jobs as cashier. I was so busy that I managed to make it past the meal time, and I had to work part-time again. After tidying up the store, I was just about to sit down and take a breath, when the door rang again. There are actually more guests coming. I have to hire someone to help. Because Saint gritted his teeth viciously, he stood up helplessly, and was about to say that the shop was closed, and my dishes hadn't been washed yet. Seeing the person coming, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The guest who pushed in the door was an Asian woman in her 20s. She was petite, with bumps and bumps. Under her long smooth black hair, she had a delicate white and soft face. From a Chinese aesthetic point of view, she was absolutely certain. She is a 1 in 100 beauty. Because Saint was slightly surprised, he immediately recognized the person. This is a long-time regular customer of Lee's Chinese restaurant, Colleen Wen, Chinese and Japanese, who has lived in China for several years, and also in Japan. She came to the United States when she was in her teens, and then settled in New York. Despite her inconspicuous stature, she is actually proficient in Aikido and Bushido. Wait a moment. Because of Saint's sudden shock, this character seems to be a bit familiar. Correct. Colleen Wing. Isn't it the future female ticket of Iron Fist, the street hero dragon daughter? Moreover, her master Bo Tu is also one of the 5 fingers of the Hands Association, but for a long time, she herself did not know this. Because of Saint, what are you stunned for? Colleen Wing frowned and gave Vincent a strange look. Why don't you seem to know me? Because Saint came back to his senses and said with a dry smile, he, how could it be? Colleen, you are so beautiful today, I'm stunned. Chapter 6 Saint's First Combat. Colleen Wen raised her eyebrows and looked quite surprised. When Yin Zheng's parents were still alive, she was a regular customer of Lee's Chinese restaurant. Although she didn't have much contact with him, but after getting along with him for a few years, she was quite familiar with Yincheng. By the way, this young man of Chinese descent, who is 1 year younger than her, is obviously a little shy. He has never been so bold as today, and praised her for her beauty. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help asking, because of Saint, why is your store closed for so many days? Did something happen? Because Saint stepped forward and answered half truly, it's nothing, it's just that my practice has reached a critical juncture, and I've been in retreat a few days ago. Practice? Colleen Wen was more and more surprised, and asked suspiciously, is your Li family a martial arts family? Why didn't I know? Yincheng shook his head and took out the same rhetoric he used to deal with Danny Rand yesterday. That's not true, I have worshipped under the turtle immortal since I was a child, but I didn't practice before, so I didn't make a sound. Turtle immortal flow. Colleen Wen glanced at Insant with interest. What a strange name, is it a sect in Chinatown? No. Insane shook his head again and asked, do you know Kunlun? Hearing the word Kunlun, Colleen Wen couldn't help narrowing her eyes, thinking of Danny Rand, a weirdo, before she nodded, I heard of it. Because Sant had deceived Danny Rand once yesterday, his lie became more and more smooth today. We Turtle Immortal Lu, just like Kunlun, are a hidden section. I was a child by chance and met someone. A tortoise immortal who entered the WDO, he took me as an apprentice and taught me the practice of Qi. Fairy. Colleen Wen is half Chinese. Although she lives in New York all the year round, her Chinese is very unfamiliar, but the weight of the word immortal should not be forgotten. What a big tone. Because Saint shrugged his shoulders, bragging not to write drafts, he can fly, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is an immortal. Can you fly? Colleen Wen took a deep breath. You mean, through the practice of Qi, you can make people fly? That's right. Yincheng nodded his head, that's a fairly high-level aura. Gong is called dance in the sky. However, my Qi is still very weak, and I have no qualifications to practice it in a short period of time. Hearing this, Colleen Wen questioned with a face full of disbelief, how old did you know that so-called immortal? I think you were deceived. Because Saint smiled indifferently, and didn't argue with her, it's empty, it's true or false, you'll know later, sooner or later, I can fly too. Come to my martial arts gym if you have time. Colleen Wen raised her eyebrows and expressed her dissatisfaction on the spot, I want to see if you have learned real kung fu. Because Saint was looking for someone to practice tricks and try his own skills, he replied eagerly, I'm free now. It is good. The two hit it off, and Colleen Wen turned around neatly, not planning to eat, let's go. Yin Saint took off his work clothes, locked the door of the shop, followed Colleen Wen for half a block, and soon came to her small martial arts hall. Colleen Wen walked to a corner of the martial arts hall, picked up 2 wooden knives, and asked Insane, do you use weapons? Need not. Insane waved his hand, I can only punch and kick, but you can use a knife, otherwise it will be unfair to you. What? Colleen Wenkai laughed in a hurry, never expected that she would be underestimated by Saint Yin, and she made up her mind to give him a hard lesson. She walked forward with the wooden knife in her hand, staring at Yincheng with a bad look and said, Humph. You brought this on your own. Because of Saint's first actual combat, he was inevitably a little nervous, but thanks to Sun Wukong's lifelong combat experience, he quickly calmed down, put on his hands and said, come on. Drink. Colleen Wen let out a coquettish voice, and the wooden knife in her hand quickly cut across it, but she saw Yincheng follow the direction in which she swung the knife, took a big step, and went around to the side where the knife could not reach her. Immediately after, a fierce elbow was handed in front of her. What a poisonous punch! Colleen Wen's eyes shrank suddenly, she quickly raised her left hand, and pushed hard on the side of Saint's elbow. With this force, she took a step back to the side. However, she didn't wait for her to stand firm. Because of Saint's sidekick, he has followed him like a shadow. How could it be so fast? Colleen Wen turned pale in shock, and she had no choice but to hold the wooden knife in both hands to block Yin Saint's kick, only to hear a crackle, and the wooden knife was actually broken under the flying sawdust. After kicking the wooden knife, Saint suddenly pulled back his strength, and instead of kicking Colleen Wen, he took a step back and bowed in a gesture of UU reading www.uukaungsha.com concede. Colleen Wengzia raised her eyebrows and walked to the corner of the martial arts hall without saying a word. From the box against the wall, she took out a sheathed samurai sword. With a knife, it is obvious that she recognizes Yin Sheng's strength and needs her to go all out. Because Saint saw the gleaming knife flower in his eyes, his heart was inevitably cold. With his current chi, he couldn't stop the sharp steel, and if he got hit with a knife, he would definitely see blood. You shouldn't provoke this crazy woman. Because Saint only knew regret at this time, obviously it was too late. Colleen Wenli had a sharp blade in his hand, and he immediately attacked. Because Saint did not dare to care, he stepped on the broken steps cautiously like walking on thin ice, constantly dodging the knife. At the same time, he was always looking for an opportunity to counterattack. It is said that if you stay for a long time, you will lose, because after Saint dodged more than a dozen knives, the steps under his feet were inevitably chaotic, and the whole body was stagnant. Seeing this opportunity, Colleen Wen's big eyes were shining brightly, and she snorted. "Jiao drink, it's a knife in the head." Under the blade, because of the cold hair on Saint's body, he desperately suppressed his instinct to dodge. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. He stretched out his right arm, his palms were separated, and he aimed at Colleen Wen's towering chest. He shouted, "Guess the boxing, cloth." In the sealed martial arts hall, there was a sudden gust of wind, and Colleen Wen Mingming saw that Yin Sheng's palm was still more than 10 centimeters away from her chest, but she felt as if an invisible big hand was pushing towards her. The strong wind pressure first blew her long hair and fascinated her eyes. Then, the two round hemispheres in front of her chest were pushed and squeezed by an invisible force. At the same time when both of them were deformed, her feet involuntarily left the floor, the whole person rose into the air, and flew backwards. Chapter 7 Guessing, Rock Paper Scissors. Colleen Wen, who was in the air, quickly overcame the panic in her heart, adjusted her limbs to find a balance, landed on both feet steadily, and stepped back 3 steps in a row. Feeling it on her chest, she was immediately surprised to find that she had received a heavy blow, and everyone was pushed away, but she did not suffer any harm. Except for the chest that bore the brunt, she felt a little sore. 2 prominent points, I feel a little numb. After Saint pushed Colleen Wen away with a volley, he felt weak all over. He couldn't help but put his hands on his knees and bent down deeply, gasping for breath, seeing embarrassment on his face. Colleen Wen raised the katana in his hand again, and quickly raised his arm and shouted, "Stop! I'm running out of strength. Admit defeat." Colleen Wen angrily put down the knife and hummed from her nose. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "That one just now, is the Gaixian Liukagong you learned?" Because Saint wiped the fine sweat on his forehead, he straightened up with difficulty, and nodded, "Well, that move is called cloth, it comes from guessing quan, rock paper scissors, it's from our Turtle Immortal Flow introductory moves, rock means boxing, scissors means kung fu, and cloth means palm work. Guessing boxing, cloth, release chi from the palm of the hand and convert it into a force. At first, it can only be used to push the enemy away. After mastering it, it can be flexibly pulled and even bound the enemy. Although it is an entry-level move, compared to the simpler basic skill of breathing out, guessing boxing, cloth has more transformation power, which is much more terrifying for the consumption of chi. So you will be so tired that you can't stand still, and it is precisely because of the excessive force that the chi in the body is almost completely exhausted. Is it just an entry-level move? This turtle immortal stream is indeed quite powerful. Colleen Wen raised her hand subconsciously and rubbed her sore chest. She didn't notice that her unintentional action made Yin Sheng's eyes go straight. Shout out, let go. Let me come. Because of Saint's great perseverance, he just looked away and coughed, cough, now you believe that what I have learned is real kung fu. Colleen Wen curled her lips and thought to herself, if this isn't really kung fu, then what did I learn? On the surface, he asked calmly, can anyone learn the qigong of your Gaixian Liu? Saint thought for a while, and answered ambiguously, theoretically yes, but it's very difficult. You have to fully develop your own qi. I have only recently mastered a little bit of fur. Colleen Wen Sui, a Han society who has betrayed from Kunlun, is no stranger to qi. Her eyes lit up when she heard the words, her character is very strong, and of course she is very interested in such a powerful qigong, then do you think I can learn? It should work. Saint glanced at her, your qi is actually stronger than mine, but you can't use it at all, so your strength and speed are not as good as mine. Colleen Wen raised the corner of her mouth and asked with a smile, can you teach me? Or do you have to be a teacher? It doesn't have to be as grand as apprenticeship. Because Saint waved his hand, just under Colleen Wen's hopeful eyes, his tone changed abruptly, just be my girlfriend. The smile on Colleen Wen's face froze, and she glared at Saint fiercely, and pointed at the door with the knife in her hand, go away. Because of Saint's disdainful hee-hee smile, he walked to the door very obediently. Before leaving, he turned around and waved to Colleen Wen, see you another day, Colleen. Cut. Colleen Wen watched Saint's back disappear outside the door, and after pouting, she suddenly smiled again, this kid has become more interesting than before, and the way he rejects people is quite special. Didn't I go to eat at his place? Well, forget it, it's all ordered, let's eat it later in the evening. On the other hand, after leaving Colleen Wen's martial arts gym, Insanto went straight back to his restaurant, then entered the back kitchen, put on rubber gloves, and started washing the dishes. I'm hiring. By the time Saint finished washing the heap of dirty dishes, he was already exhausted. He wiped his hands indiscriminately. He kept posting a job advertisement and posted it directly on the door of the store. Our store recruits miscellaneous workers. 1 waiter, can include room and board, and the salary is negotiable. At this time, it was very close to the dinner time in the evening. Because Saint couldn't take a rest, he started the preparation work again. Just after he finished serving the dishes, he only heard a ding bell and a guest came to the door. Welcome to the light. Because Saint came out of the back kitchen, and before he finished speaking, he asked in surprise, why are you here again? Can you talk? Can't I come to eat? You read www.youcanshu.com. Colleen Wen, who had been hungry since noon, walked into the door angrily, then turned around suddenly, pointed to the job advertisement on the store door and asked, have you hired someone? How can it be, it's just been posted for a while. Yincheng came up to greet him and said jokingly, what? Are you planning to close the martial arts hall and come to work for me? Bah! Colleen Wen first muttered, you want to be beautiful, and then said with a serious face, I have a student in a martial arts gym, an orphan living on the street. Although she has a history of theft, she is actually a good boy, just bad luck, can you let her come to you as a waiter? Okay. When can you come to work? Because Saint agreed immediately, what a joke, let alone a harmless thief, at this moment, as long as someone came to help him wash the dishes, he would dare to accept the murderer. Just tonight, she has with the experience of being a waiter, I can take the job directly. I will call her now. Colleen Wen saw Saint's urgency, took out her cell phone knowingly, took 2 steps away to make a call, then walked back soon, raised the phone in her hand. It's fixed, she'll be there in a while. Come over. That's great. You've helped me a lot. Yen Saint stepped forward with enthusiasm on his face. Come here, sit down, I'll treat you to dinner. Colleen Wen waved her hand. You help me. I can eat, but I still have to give the money. Uncle Lee and the others. After leaving, it's not easy for you alone. Need not. Yincheng waved his hand. My financial situation is very good. You don't believe it when I say something. Yesterday, I met a super rich person who took advantage of me. Because I offended me, I have to compensate me for 1 month's income. Chapter 8 The North Star Lorna Lands Chell. Super rich, a month. Colleen Wing pondered these 2 key words, and always felt a sense of déjà vu. After a while, she widened her eyes and said, What you said? It's not Danny Rand, right? Hearing this, Saint was taken aback. Huh? How did you know? He also offended me a few days ago and compensated me for 3 months' rent in the martial arts hall. Because Saint was silent for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, 3 months? This bastard who values sex and friends. He only compensated me for 1 month. Colleen Wen looked at Yen Saint speechlessly for a long time, surprised by his strange focus, and stopped talking about giving money. She sat down at a dining table and said, Hey, what do you want? Don't invite me to dinner. Of course I will. Yincheng came back to his senses and asked, Or the ones you often eat? Why don't you try the Kagong barbecue that I have newly researched? Okay, let's try it. It's done. Come on now. Because Shen quickly served a large plate of cooked raw meat and cooked it with Kagong in front of Colleen Wen. Although he had seen shaking Quan cloth in the martial arts gym, he was faced with a completely different breathe-out. Colleen Wen still couldn't help but wonder, amazing. What is this trick called? How did you do it? This is actually just a basic skill, it's not a move, it's called breathing out. The principle is very simple. Qi is a kind of life energy, and releasing energy will generate high temperature. Barbecuing meat in this way is also a kind of practice. It allows me to control Qi more finely. Because of Saint's simple explanation, he handed over the knife and fork and said, Try it? Then I'll start. Please, I have to greet the guests, so I won't accompany you anymore. Go, leave me alone. As the mealtime approached, the restaurant was filled with customers one after another, because Saint started to be busy again. Fortunately, after the busy noon, this time he had prepared in advance and lightened a lot of workload. After Lin Wen finished eating the barbecue, she graciously gave him a hand. Then, a 17 or 18-year-old girl with short hair also joined the ranks of helping. Because Saint saw it in her eyes, she knew that this was Colleen, the apprentice of the martial arts hall that Wen mentioned. Looking at her skilled appearance, it is obvious that the job of a waiter is not unfamiliar to her. With 2 helpers, Yincheng felt much more relaxed all of a sudden. Before he knew it, he had already passed the meal time. After sending off all the customers in the store, Yincheng put up a closed sign and greeted Colleen. The gentle short-haired girl said, Don't be too busy, sit down and talk. The 3 sat opposite each other. Yincheng glanced at the short-haired girl, and said first, Hello, I am Yincheng Li, an old friend of Colleen. The short-haired girl is a typical European race, with delicate facial features that look a bit Germanic, with a thin face, a slender body, and pale skin. There is a contradictory beauty, and what is even more strange is that her shoulder-length short hair is actually a jet black that is completely incompatible with her race. At a glance, he introduced himself wisely, Lorna Lanchel. Can I call you Lorna? Saint asked a tentative question, and after seeing Lorna Lan's here nod, he continued, Lorna, the salary I can give you is a monthly salary of $1,500, and the working hours are 3 hours each at noon and at night. Free board and lodging, by the way, since there is still a lack of handymen. If you are willing to temporarily replace this job, I will also add a subsidy of $8 per hour. Think about it and see if there is any problem. As an orphan, Lorna Lanchel began to crawl and roll on the streets very early, knowing that for a job as a waiter, the treatment offered by Saint was already quite generous, not to mention because she had a back given the police's theft case. No one was willing to hire her, so she nodded happily and agreed, "No problem, I accept this job, and I'm willing to do more chores to earn some extra money." "Okay." Yin Shen nodded, turned to Colleen Wen and said, "Colleen, what do you think?" "I have no opinion." Division Lin Wen smiled and said jokingly, "Forgive me, you don't dare to bully my students." Hee, that's settled then." Because Saint laughed dryly, then stood up and solemnly extended his right hand to Lorna Lanchel. "Lorna, welcome to Lee's Chinese restaurant." Lorna Lanchel was stunned for a moment, then stood up and shook hands with Insant with her fingertips. "Should I call you boss?" "Casual." Insanti shrugged indifferently, "We're just a small shop, and we don't have many rules. You can call me the boss, you can call me Lee, or you can just call Insanti by your first name." Lorna Lanchel was silent for a while, then tilted her head and said, "I'll call you boss." "Okay." Because Saint nodded indiscriminately, hesitated for a while, and asked, "Lorna, are you living outside by yourself, or?" Hearing this, before Lorna Lanchel could speak, Colleen Wen hurriedly said, "Because of Saint, she doesn't have a place to live, so you have to arrange a dormitory for her." "Sen sei," pronounced master in Japanese. Lorna Lanchel turned her head in embarrassment and said to Colleen Wen, "I'm fine living outside, I can protect myself." "No." Colleen Wing rolled her eyes. "Is it fun to live in an abandoned building and be chased by the police? Do you still want to add a criminal record to yourself?" After being exposed by her one after another, Lorna Lanchel couldn't hold back her face at all, and stubbornly turned her head away. "Sen sei. Where to live is my freedom. You can't decide for me. You still know to call me Sen sei." Cough. "Colleen. Don't worry." Seeing that the scene was a little out of control, Saint hurriedly coughed and made a round. "Lorna, let's do it. I'll arrange a room for you on the second floor of the restaurant. You can use it as a lounge for the time being. As for whether to live in the dormitory or not, you will make a decision later. How about it?" Lorna Lanchel nodded silently, glanced at Colleen Wen, who had an ugly face, and took 2 steps away as if escaping. "Boss, there are still a few tables left unpacked, I'll go to work first." "Go, after you're done cleaning up, wash the dishes, and then you can get off work." "It is good." Chapter 9 Powerful Miss Polaris. When Lorna Lanchel was far away, Saint looked at Colleen Wing a little strangely, and whispered, "What's going on?" "Colleen, isn't your reaction too big?" "It's not at all. Like you. You don't know." Colleen Wen pouted, as if she had something to hide. "This child is quite special. It's too dangerous to live alone outside. If you're not careful, you'll be targeted." "That's true." Because Saint thought of Lorna Lanchel's delicate face, it was really amazing, and he agreed, "Such a beautiful girl will indeed cause trouble more easily." "That's not what it means." Colleen Wen shook her head irritably, hesitated for a moment, leaned into Insant's ear, and whispered, "She's a mutant." "Mutants, Lorna Lanchel." Because Saint only felt a buzz in his head, he subconsciously said to himself, "No way." Seeing his reaction, Colleen Wing frowned. "What do you mean?" "In my impression, you have always been very sympathetic to what happened to mutants, so that's why you are willing to tell you." No, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to discriminate against her. Because Saint waved his hands again and again, he said thoughtfully, I just, suddenly remembered a mutant with the same surname as Lanchel. Eric Lanchel, the famous Magneto. As long as there is metal, he is like a god. However, this is impossible, because when Saint first came to the Marvel world, he had already done a detailed investigation. Although there are mutants in this world, it is completely unfavorable. There are neither X-Men nor X-Men. The existence of the Brotherhood of Mutants. In fact, under the ubiquitous surveillance of SHIELD and the relentless suppression of the Sentinel service, it is impossible for mutants to form a decent force, and in this case, the leader of the Brotherhood Magneto shouldn't exist. Otherwise, with Lao Wan's unruly character, how could he not start doing things? So, in such a situation, where did Magneto's youngest daughter, North Star Lorna Lancher, whose mutant abilities are in the same vein as him, come from? Is it just a coincidence? Because Saint himself didn't believe this statement, he turned on the breath sensor out of curiosity, and probed towards Lorna Lanchel. The next moment, under Colleen Wen's astonished eyes, inexplicably stunned Yincheng started, and all of a sudden he was shocked, and big drops of cold sweat dripped on his forehead. What's wrong with you? My God! Such a strong chi! Because Saint couldn't hide the shock in his heart, even Colleen Wen's concerned inquiries could not be ignored at all. In his induction, Lorna Lanchel, a soft and weak little girl, had something in her body. The chi is completely different from that of ordinary people, and the strength of this chi is 50 times that of his own. If it is said that ordinary people's chi is 1, because Saint's chi is 2, and Lorna Lanchel, it is 100. With the strength of 100 and 100, she deserves to be Miss Polaris. What are you talking about? Colleen Wen frowned and pushed Yincheng hard. What is so strong? Because Saint swallowed hard, looked at Colleen Wen silently with unspeakable eyes, and slandered wildly in his heart, naive mortal, you don't know anything about true power. Are you still worried that Lorna will be in danger? She can beat you dozens of times. Colleen, you are overthinking it. Lorna is very strong, very strong. Ordinary people can't be her opponents at all. Hearing this, Colleen Wen showed an expression of "Are you an idiot? Nonsense. She is a mutant. What I worry about is not her injury, but her injury. Once the mutants wake up, they will immediately acquire very powerful abilities, and due to the sudden changes in their bodies, they will naturally find it difficult to adapt. Basically, all mutants will lose control to varying degrees when they are emotionally excited. Saint understood instantly. Oh. Are you worried that her ability will be out of control, and even cause casualties, and she will be wanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Sentry's Secret Service? S.H.I.E.L.D. Colleen Wing frowned again. I know the Sentinel Secret Service. What is S.H.I.E.L.D? Madeline. Spoiler. It was only because of Saint that he remembered that, unlike the S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Service, which was on the bright side, S.H.I.E.L.D. was known for its secretive actions, and it was impossible for ordinary people to know. With a long name, he explained in a perfunctory manner, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, short for the Bureau. What game? Colleen Wen was really dazed, and blinked suspiciously. You didn't make it up, did you? Ha ha. Yin Saint smiled playfully. It's true, I can only say that the person who took this name really wanted their abbreviation to be spelled S.H.I.E.L.D. UU reading www.uukangsha.com is crazy, weird. Colleen Wen curled her lips, brought back the topic that had already been brought to the horizon, and brought it back again. Speaking of business. You have to let Lorna live here as soon as possible. She is wandering the streets alone. I really don't worry. Then you are not afraid of her losing control and tearing down my shop? Because Saint rolled his eyes, although he was a little reluctant, he didn't say it to the death. I will try my best, but in my opinion, she is just like you and has a stubborn temper, but she doesn't dare to make a deal with you. What do you mean by being the same as me? It's superfluous to talk. Colleen Wen returned a roll of eyes from Saint. I'm back at the martial arts gym, you can figure it out for yourself. Yin Shen nodded, and after watching Colleen Wen leave, he found a set of spare keys and threw them to Lorna Lands. Here, this is the key in the store, the bigger one is used to open the front door, and the smaller one is the back door. After you finish work, remember to lock the door. Oh, by the way, work starts at 11:30 noon tomorrow, don't be late. After all, regardless of the dumbfounded Lorna Lanchel, Insant went straight up the stairs and went to the living room on the second floor of the restaurant, but she didn't mention the accommodation at all. Colleen Wen knew that she must be in a hurry with him. What a weirdo. Lorna Lands here watched Insant's back disappear at the entrance of the stairs. She could not help frowning and muttering, "Aren't you afraid of me stealing something?" Because she has a history of theft, Lorna has seen many people who treat her as a thief. Even if some people don't say it on the surface, they can't be as nervous as Yin Shen. You know, she can see clearly, hundreds of dollars in cash were in the cashier of the restaurant. However, not only did Saint not guard her at all, he even gave her the key to the store. Chapter 10 Dragon Ball that recovered too quickly. Could it be, is this a test? Lorna Lands here glanced at the pile of banknotes in the cash register, and took 2 steps away like a snake. How did she know that because Saint was simply frightened by her incomparable chi, he was hiding in the room to be frightened? In fact, because Saint was simply frightening himself, the shock brought by the breath induction was so strong that he didn't understand for a while that Lorna's chi was 50 times stronger than him, which did not mean strength. It's 50 times his size. Miss Polaris, who is still a young girl, should have only woken up not long ago, and her control of abilities is still very immature, and it is not as strong as he knows in the future. After the shock was settled, Saint finally came to his senses, thinking of his 2 lifetimes. Man was actually frightened by an 18-year-old girl. He couldn't help laughing at himself. He got up and walked out of the master bedroom and started to clean up the 2 secondary bedrooms on the other side of the living room. He planned to leave these 2 empty rooms. If it is used as a staff dormitory, all personal belongings in it must be cleaned out. After finishing the arrangement, Insant called Lorna upstairs and asked her to choose one of the 2 bedrooms, temporarily used as a lounge, and then handed her a piece of white A4 paper and a black marker pen. Well, write your own name and stick it on the door. Lorna took the blank paper in a daze. After a while, she looked at the door with her name on it, and suddenly realized that this was the first time she had marked her name on something. My own room. Lorna gritted her teeth lightly, forcibly suppressed the desire in her heart, and silently said to herself, "You are a mutant, and there is no place in this world that will be your long-term shelter." "Boss, is there anything else? I haven't finished washing my dishes." "It's all right, you can go." Watching Lorna walking down the stairs quickly, Saint couldn't help frowning. In the moment just now, he clearly felt that Lorna's chi fluctuated violently. When mutants are excited, their abilities can easily get out of control. This is notorious common sense. Because Saint couldn't help but start to doubt again, can he really hold Miss Polaris? She was in her prime, but she did not lose to the existence of Magneto. If her abilities fully exploded, she would be able to demolish his small shop in minutes. Why do you think so much? It's time to practice. Ying Sheng shook his head vigorously, cast aside his unfounded thoughts, turned around and walked to the quiet room transformed from the study, and continued his practice today. As long as his own abilities are strong enough, any difficulties will be easily resolved. Too slow. 3 hours later, because Saint walked out of the quiet room, he was very dissatisfied with the progress of his practice, and at the same time made up his mind that the next time he collects the Dragon Balls, he must make a wish to Shenlong, so that he will have the Xian. In terms of physique, he doesn't expect to be able to improve his strength like Monkey King by riding a rocket, but as long as it can be twice as fast as now, he will be very satisfied. Thinking of this, Yin Saint lowered his head and looked at the tattoo on the back of his right hand. He was immediately surprised to find that 1/3 of the pattern had changed from gray to gold. You know, since the last time he made a wish, only 10 days have passed. Doesn't this mean that as long as there are 20 more days, the Dragon Ball will be full of energy and can summon the dragon? Because of Saint's surprise, before he was fully charged with energy, he couldn't rely on the 5-star beads on the back of his hand to sense the positions of the other 6 Dragon Balls, so he could only guess at random. How could it be so fast? One of the Dragon Balls just happened to land near some incredible energy body. For example, the most famous treasure in the Marvel world, the 6 Infinity Stones that contain infinite energy. As far as Saint knows, there are 2 Infinity Stones that exist on the Earth today. Among them, the Time Stone called the Eye of Agamotto is in the hand of Supreme Mage, Ancient One, located in the magical holy place called Kamatage. The Space Gem in the form of Cosmic Rubik's Cube, together with Captain America, rests somewhere under the ice layer of the far North Pole. It won't be so coincidental. The corners of Saint's mouth twitched. If this were the case, he wouldn't have the ability to go to the North Pole and dig out the Dragon Balls from under the ice layer with a thickness measured in meters. As for the Kamatai covered by the magical barrier G, theoretically speaking, with the obstruction of the magical barrier, the Dragon Ball should not fall there. It shouldn't. Don't. It's useless no matter how much you think about it now. Let's wait until the energy is full before watching. Throwing away the ominous premonition in his heart, Saint lifted his foot and walked downstairs. After a round of inspections in the shop, he saw that all the tables had been tidied up. Reading www.uukangshu. A pile of dirty dishes in the back kitchen of Com was also neatly stacked in the disinfection cabinet after washing. After checking the front and rear doors, they found that they were all locked. As for Lorna Lanchel, who did all this, she has long since disappeared. She must have returned to her own residence. According to Colleen Wen, it seems to be in an abandoned building. Aha! Because Saint covered his mouth and yawned, he went back upstairs with a drowsy face. He had been busy all day, and it was time to rest. The next morning, Saint woke up on time, went out to buy a batch of new ingredients, put them in the freezer of the restaurant's back kitchen, and went to the quiet room on the second floor, and continued to practice unremittingly until 11 o'clock. The alarm clock rang, and then he walked out of the quiet room and went downstairs to open the store door. At this time it was only 11 a.m., and it was still a while before the lunch break in a broad sense. However, because Saint opened the store door with his forefoot, he just turned around when he heard a ding bell, and someone pushed the door and came in. Since Saint still had a lot of preparations to do, he turned around and said, "I'm sorry, we haven't started business yet." I didn't come to eat." Walk in. A thin boy of 15 or 16 came to the door. He looked at Saint, who was no more than 2 years older than him, and asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, are you the owner of this store?" Saint nodded strangely, "I am. What's the matter with you?" "Hello, my name is Peter Parker, and I want to apply for the job of a handyman." Because Saint suspected that there was something wrong with his ears, he was silent for a while, and asked with a serious face, "What did you say your name was?" "Peter Parker, sir." Chapter 11 Spider-Man Peter Parker. I can't believe it anymore. In the face of this young man who called himself Peter Parker, because Saint didn't say anything, he directly turned on aura sensing, and then nodded with satisfaction, secretly thinking in his heart, well, the chi of ordinary people seems to be just the same name. It's just the same surname, I'll just say it, excluding the old acquaintance Colleen Wen. I only opened the store for 3 days. On the first day, an Iron Fist came, and on the second day, Miss North Star also appeared. If there is another Spider-Man on the third day, would it be like? Wait a moment. It could also be, he hasn't been bitten by a spider yet. Because of Saint Lee. After thinking about it for a long time, because Saint finally came back to his senses, he introduced himself first, and then asked Peter Parker, "Parker. Sir, are you an adult? I don't recruit child labor." "Certainly." Peter Parker nodded hurriedly, took out a document from the school bag he carried behind him. "Bosley, just call me Peter, you see, I'm 16 years old." Saint glanced at the documents, and then looked at Peter's school bag. "Peter, you are a high school student, right? I don't plan to hire a part-time job." "No, no, no." Peter waved his hands again, and in Saint's very suspicious eyes, he explained incessantly, I mean, I am indeed in high school, but I am not planning to part-time, you see, except for weekends. After school every morning, I will definitely be here before 12 o'clock, and I will be back to school before 3 o'clock. After school in the afternoon, I can be here at the latest at 6 o'clock, which is completely in line with the working hours here. This is simply perfect. Isn't it? This is a talker. Because of an ominous premonition arose in Saint's heart, holding the last glimmer of hope, he quietly inquired, "Peter, I don't close the door until 8 or 9 o'clock, do your parents allow you to come home so late?" "My parents have passed away, it was a plane crash." Peter showed a sad expression, and even said more concisely, "My guardian is Aunt May, and I will ask her to sign a consent form for you." "My parents died in a plane crash." "Aunt May didn't run away, this is the little spider that hasn't been bitten yet." Saint sighed and looked at Peter with complicated eyes. "I'm sorry, in fact, just a few months ago, my parents also died in the plane crash. I can understand your..." It turned out to be so. Peter suddenly realized that he clapped his hands and interrupted the words in Saint's mouth. "I'll just say, as a restaurant owner, you are too young." After all, seeing that Saint looked at him with a bad look, Peter lowered his head and added, "Oh, this is really unfortunate, I'm sorry." Because Saint laughed dumbfounded, he patted Peter on the shoulder, and politely refused, "Peter, you are still young, you should stay in school more. The hours of my job are too long and it is not suitable for you." "Oh, no." Peter Parker let out an extremely exaggerated wailing, with anxiety on his face, and quickly pleaded, "Bosley, listen to me, my grades in school are very good, and my studies are not a problem for me at all. Please, Bosley, I only have Aunt May as a relative. She raised me alone. It was really hard work. I have to find a job to lighten her burden. Please give me a chance. I will definitely work hard." Because Saint is not hard-hearted after all, listening to Peter's sincere words, he couldn't say what he refused, so he nodded and said, "Well, I can't stop you from being filial to your elders, as long as your guardian agrees, I will accept you." "Already? Great." Peter danced and cheered, and thanked me repeatedly. "Thank you. Thank you, boss. Do you know? I've applied for 3 Western restaurants, 5 pizza restaurants, and 6 cafes. They all rejected me, and I'm about to despair. Now. Stop." With a headache, Saint raised his hand, took out his mobile phone and said, "Give me your contact information. By the way, do you live nearby? My phone number is XX, I live in Queens, but it's not too far from here. The subway only takes 7 stops to get there, and it's easy to get there. Every day I go from the subway station to the school, I pass by here, and the school is very close to here. It's enough to walk for 5 minutes, I just found out that your boss's shop is right in the middle of the subway station and the school." Stop. As Saint felt more and more pain in his brain, he resisted the urge to go back and said, "At night, this neighborhood is not too bad. Ping, since you don't live nearby, are you sure your Aunt May will allow you to work here?" What? Peter scratched the back of his head in a dumbfounded way. After thinking for a while, he said, I will convince Aunt May that I am an adult and can protect myself. This sounds familiar. Insane curled his lips. Call her now. As I said before, I will only accept you if she agrees. Okay, boss, wait for me. After a while, Reading www.uukunsha.com didn't know what assurance Peter had made. Because Saint finally obtained Aunt May's verbal consent over the phone, he hung up the phone and nodded to Peter, welcome. Join Lee's Chinese restaurant, and you can come to work here when you're ready. Yes. Peter waved his fist excitedly, threw down his schoolbag with a bang, rolled up his sleeves and said, Boss, I'm ready. What should I do? In the face of this cute newcomer who has no work experience at all, Saint couldn't bear to look directly and covered his face with his hands. He pointed to the back of the store and said, pick up your schoolbag. Put it in the utility room. The work clothes are hung on the wall over there, you can find a suitable one and change it. I have something to do right now. When Lorna comes, you can ask her if you don't understand anything. Boss, who is Lorna? Like you, she's an employee of this store. You'll know when you see her. After Saint put down these words angrily, he walked into the back kitchen without looking back, and quickly started cutting the meat and side dishes, which delayed Peter for more than 10 minutes, and now it was very close to the lunch time. The time left for him to make preparations is running out. 10 minutes later, Lorna Lanshere arrived at Lee's Chinese restaurant on time. She had just pushed the door in when she saw a thin teenager who was suspected of being an underage, facing a tall brown-haired woman and said, Hi. My name is Peter, are you Lorna? The brown-haired woman squinted at Peter, and waved her hand impatiently, You've got the wrong person. Welcome, please take a seat. Lorna Lanshere took a step forward, greeted the brown-haired woman first, and then pushed Peter, I'm Lorna, are you new here? Go over there and wait for a while. Chapter 12 These damn rich people. Oh. Peter nodded ignorantly, took 2 steps back, silently watched Lorna take a menu, put it lightly on the table, and said to the brown-haired woman, What would you like to eat? The brown-haired woman obviously came prepared. Without even looking at the menu, she said directly, Kung Fu Barbecue. This dish is ordered by portion. How many pounds do you want? Have a pound first. Okay, just a second. Lorna put away the menu, walked into the back kitchen and said to Insane, Boss, there is a customer who ordered a pound of Kung Fu Barbecue. You came. Insane, who was chopping vegetables with his head lowered, said without raising his head, I see, have you met Peter? He is a new handyman with no work experience. You should teach him more. Okay. Lorna agreed and went to change into work clothes first, then walked to Peter's side and gave him instructions on what to do and what not to do. After a while, Yin Sheng came out of the back kitchen with a plate of cooked raw meat. He glanced at the store and walked straight to the brown-haired woman. After placing the plate in his hand on the table, in front of her, use Kagong to bake slices of raw meat. Facing the scene that could not be explained by science at all, the brown-haired woman was extremely shocked. Her big blue eyes were as round as beads, and her right hand lightly covered her red lips, preventing herself from screaming. Very educated. Please enjoy. Because Saint had finished the roast, and was about to return to the back kitchen, the brown-haired woman stood up and called to him, Please wait a moment. Joey Meacham. The brown-haired woman reported her name and extended a tender white right hand to Insant, I'm an old friend of Danny Rand. Because Saint was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, this is Danny Rand's childhood sweetheart, and his net worth is also in the hundreds of millions. He is one of the resident directors of the Rand Group, and he will appear in his own house. Small shop, the purpose is quite intriguing, she is not like Danny Rand from Kunlun, the Kung Fu plot is not so deep. Because of Saint Lee. Yen Saint squeezed Joey Meacham's fingertips and shook it lightly. Nice to meet you, Ms. Meacham. Either, can we sit down and talk? Certainly. At this time, no other guests have come to the door, because the Saint nodded and sat down politely. This is my honor. Joey Meacham looked at the barbecue in front of him, and said with emotion, Mr. Lee, just 3 minutes ago, I still thought you were a brazen liar. As Saint raised his eyebrows, surprised at her directness, he waved his hand and said, It's nothing. In the face of the unknown, doubt is human instinct. In fact, until now, I still can't fully believe it. Joey Meacham stared at Insant with sharp eyes and said, Perhaps, you are actually a brilliant magician. Ha ha. Yen Saint smiled indifferently, Ms. Meacham, I don't owe you anything, there is no need to prove myself to you, whether you believe in the existence of chi or not, what does it have to do with me? Hearing this, Joey Meacham narrowed his eyes, bit his lower lip lightly, and said with a needle hidden in the cotton, Mr. Lee, you don't seem to know my identity yet. I know that the famous Meacham family, the director of the Rand Group, is worth billions and has enormous power. Because Saint raised his hand to interrupt Joey's words, and asked, So what? Joey Meacham took a deep breath, barely calmed the anger in his heart, and showed a symbolic smile. It's my rudeness. In fact, the reason why I'm here today is because of Danny. Tell me, as long as you come here for a barbecue, you'll know he's telling the truth. After that, Joey Meacham paused and said in a Chenken tone, So, Mr. Lee, please understand, let me believe in the existence of chi, for me, for Danny, are really important. Because Saint understood now, it must be Danny Rand who told Joey a lot of nonsense about Kunlun and Hans, but there was no way to prove that in the original plot, he was arrested for this. Joey was put in a mental hospital and locked up. Thinking of this, Yin Sheng couldn't help but ask curiously, did he not summon the Iron Fist to show you? I think, a fist that glows from the inside out has nothing but chi. Explained. Not at all. Joey Meacham gave Insant a suspicious look. However, he did say the word Iron Fist, but I don't understand it at all. That's it? Because of Saint's slight jaw, he knew that although Danny Rand got his advice, he still couldn't summon Iron Fist at will. After he thought about it, Reading www.uukaungsha.com asked Joey Meacham stretched out his right hand and said, Okay, I'll help him again. Ms. Meacham, through a technique called breath giving, I can deliver my breath to others. Please give me your hand and I will let you feel the chi for yourself. Joey Meacham hesitated for a moment, then slowly stretched out his arm and placed his 5 slender fingers on Insant's palm. Is this okay? Yin Shen nodded. Close your eyes, try to block the noise around you, concentrate, and tell me when you're ready. After a while, Joey Meacham, with his eyes closed, said in a calm tone, I'm ready. The next moment, Joey Meacham suddenly opened his eyes, his whole body shivered violently, he withdrew his right hand as quickly as an electric shock, and looked straight at his fingertips. This is chi. Because Saint stood up, Joey walked away before Joey could react, leaving only one sentence, tell Danny Rand that he owes me a favor. After pretending to be forced, run away, what a handsome back. Because Saint thought so triumphantly, but he returned to the back kitchen with his forefoot, only to see Lorna following with a strange face, handing him a black bank card and saying, Boss, outside that customer locked the door of our store and put up a closed business sign. When I went to stop her, she gave me this card and told you to swipe it as you like. Facing this familiar operation, the corner of Saint's mouth twitched, and he muttered with envy and hatred, those damn rich people. It's only 5 buckets of rice, let's bow down. Chapter 13 Sudden Attack. Because Saint threw down the kitchen knife in his hand, took the bank card in Lorna's hand, walked out of the back kitchen and came to the cashier, just like Danny Rand's time, swiping $10,000 equally, and then going to Joey Meacham, handed back the bank card and said, "Ms. Meacham, I need an explanation." Joey Meacham stretched out his right hand, clamped the bank card between his two fingers, and put it back into his handbag gracefully, and then said calmly, "Mr. Lee, I want to ask you a favor." For the sake of $10,000, Yin Saint undecidedly cocked his mouth. "Tell me about it." "If what Danny told me is true, then the Rand Group has fallen into a great crisis, and Danny and I alone may not be enough to deal with it, and my brother Ward must be added. We can work together, but if there is no evidence, Ward can't believe our side of the word. Please help me persuade him." "Ms. Mitchum, I don't like to prove myself. I want to make you feel a little bit of chi, purely for the sake of Danny and Kunlun. You, groove." In the middle of Saint's words, his pupils shrank suddenly. He quickly stretched out his hand, and pushed Joey Mitchum away with force. "Dodge." Unprepared, Joey was pushed so violently by Yin Saint, and fell to one side, and fell heavily on the floor. She cried out before she had time to recover from the severe pain. Slowing down, she saw with a horrified face that the glass door that was originally behind her, whoa! It cracked into countless pieces, and in the glass slag flying in the sky, a black axe flew to the position where she was standing in a rapid rotation, and pushed her insanity away with force. At this time it was the first to bear the brunt. "Be careful!" Joey screamed hoarsely, and then, he saw that Saint met the flying axe, stretched out his hand like lightning, and found the exact position of the axe handle in an almost impossible way. "Grasp the flying axe firmly and firmly control it in your hand." "Who am I provoking?" Yinzheng glanced at the shattered glass door of the shop, and then angrily looked out the door, only to see 5 or 6 young men with shaved heads and black suits, each with an axe, aggressively heading towards the shop. When they rushed over, they were all Asians. Judging from the tattoos on their necks, they were most likely thugs from Chinese gangsters. Axe gang? Is there such a setting in Marvel? Because Saint couldn't think about it, he first shouted to Joey, "Lie on the ground, don't get up, and call the police." Then, he turned back and shouted at Lorna and Peter, "Lorna, take Peter to hide. Go to the back." After all, because Saint threw the axe in his hand, the whole person did not retreat, but rushed out of the store following the flying axe. Taking advantage of the opportunity of several gangsters to avoid the flying axe, he punched in the rush on the chest of the person in the front. Because Saint is outnumbered at this time, how dare he keep his hands at all? This punch has already used the rock in guessing quan, rock, paper, scissors. If you have a good eye, carefully observe, you can see that on his fist, there are traces of blue lines flowing and wandering. This is the chi wrapped around the fist. The gangster thug who was hit directly in the chest by shattering fist, stone spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, and at a faster speed than when he came, the whole person flew back upside down, fell to the sky, and fell to the ground with a bang. The mouth is still vomiting blood continuously. Obviously the internal injury is not serious. I am afraid I don't know how many ribs are broken, and it is impossible to get up in a short time. There are 5 more. Because Saint silently counted the number of enemies and increased the output of chi in his body, the blue light circulating on his fists became more and more obvious. They are all release-type Kigongs, which are too expensive for him at present, and he can't afford them. The boxing stone is a strengthening type of Kigong, which is relatively better. As long as there is chi in the body, he can continue to provide reinforcement for the fist, and under the premise of not hitting the enemy, the consumption of chi is minimal and basically negligible. Under the current circumstances, time is obviously on Insan's side. As long as the New York police arrive, the situation will naturally be cheerful. Therefore, after defeating an enemy, instead of rushing to attack, he retreats. With one step, he stood in front of the broken shop door, posing as if this way is impossible. At this time, because Saint has already reacted, These gangsters who appeared out of nowhere should not be targeting him, but targeting Joey Meacham, and they must not be allowed to run into the store. Go inside, otherwise, it will threaten Joey's small matter. If Lorna loses control of her ability because of this, the problem will be big. The remaining 5 gangsters, Yu read www.uukangsha.com, looked at their companions who were lying on the ground and vomited blood after only getting punched by Saint. They were all Chinese, and some of them were still the first generation. At this moment, the words Master of Martial Arts popped up in their minds, and all of them hesitated, expecting others to come out ahead. Go together. After the scene was deadlocked for dozens of seconds, a gangster with a mustache, waving an axe with a ferocious face, rushed to Yinsheng in the lead and shouted in Chinese, "Cut him! You are the one!" With a flash of light in Saint's eyes, he instantly turned from defense to attack, and at a faster speed, he faced the rushing mustache, sideways dodging the axe he swung, and his right fist, which was ready to go, went from bottom to bottom. The swing from the top was printed on the soft underbelly of the mustache's waist, and the chi wrapped around the fist burst out fiercely at the same time. Mustache involuntarily lifted his feet off the ground, and the whole person flew up and back, and his toes were about a meter in the air, and just started to fall down. When he was still in the air, he only felt his internal organs, as if all exploded from the inside. When he opened it, his limbs twitched in pain, and his facial features were twisted. When he fell heavily on the ground, his eyes were turned white, his nose and tears were mixed with blood. In between, the face has become more terrifying than the devil. Because Saint succeeded with one blow, he was not reluctant to fight. After striding out of the encirclement of the remaining 4, he slowly stepped on the footsteps, looking for the next opportunity to attack. Seeing the tragic state of the mustache, the 4 gangsters who were still standing at this time were all heartbroken and unwilling to let go. They did not adjust their positions at the first time, and formed a new encirclement against Yinsheng. This plate of loose sand, because Saint's eyes suddenly lit up, and the whole person rushed up like a tiger. Chapter 14, The Ferocious Saint. The gangster who was targeted by Insant had a centipede-shaped scar on his face. He waved the axe in his hand indiscriminately, trying to force Insant away, and at the same time he cried out for help, "Help me!" However, the position on the field at this time happened to be between Saint and the other 3 gangsters, separated by Scarface. The 3 companions of Scarface had no way to support the first time, so they could only watch. As Saint swept his leg, kicked his scarred face to the ground, then jumped up and jumped on him to make a knife. Oh, no, it was a fist. In contrast, Scarface should be considered lucky, because Saint directly punched him in the head, and he passed out without feeling much pain. As for whether he would suffer a concussion, it was next thing. The only 3 gangster thugs left, seeing Yinsheng with blood-stained fists, suddenly stood up from the scarred face, and immediately stepped back in unison, exchanging glances, all from the other's eyes. I saw a deep fear. Who is this TM? Start so vicious? After knocking someone down, you still have to make up for it? 2 TM brutal. Who exactly is the gang member who licks blood? The 3 gangsters had vented their courage, and they all wanted to retreat. If they were not worried about the 3 fallen companions, they could not wait to turn around and run. One of the young thugs with ear studs rolled his eyes and suddenly rushed towards Lee's Chinese restaurant, with its doors wide open, shouted, "Hold him! I'll arrest him!" This idea is very good, but unfortunately the earring man forgot a very realistic situation, that is, under the blessing of Qi, because of the strength and speed of Saint, completely beyond the scope of ordinary people, he hugged the group. They barely have the ability to compete with it. Once they leave the team, they have to kneel on the spot. The 2 gangsters who couldn't keep up with Yinsheng's footsteps saw him catch up with the man with earrings in 3 or 2 steps, raised their fists and swiped at his back, and punched him directly to the ground. The man with ear studs threw himself on the ground. Wow! He spat out a lot of blood, let alone rushed into the store. Even the blood he vomited could not touch the edge of the doorframe. The next moment, the siren of woo-woo sounded in the distance. Hearing this warning sign, the expressions of the two gangsters who were still alive changed, and they seemed to be relieved. They looked at each other in dismay, showing a very tacit understanding, and shouted in unison, "The idea is sticky. The wind is tight? Shout." Because Saint looked at the two who turned and ran away, he was secretly relieved, and he had no idea of chasing them. It can't be sustained. If you continue to fight with them, you won't be able to lose, but it will definitely be a hard fight. After watching the two gangsters run away, because Saint didn't care about the other four who were on the ground or in a coma or howling, he walked back to the store on his own, and shouted loudly, "Come out, it's all right." Hearing the sound, Joey Meacham stuck his head out from under a table. This girl is also sincere. Because Saint asked her to lie down and pin her up, she really hid under the table. Saint stepped forward and pulled her. "Ms. Meacham, do you go out without a bodyguard? I don't like people following me." Joey Meacham grabbed Saint's arm, stood up with strength, and patted the dust on his body. "Call me Joey, you are my savior, I can't bear to be called a lady." "Okay, Joey." Saint nodded casually and pointed to the four gangsters lying at the door. "Who are they? Why did they attack you?" "It seems to be Hong Kong's Axe Gang. I think. Maybe it's because of business conflicts. Just recently, our Rand group bought a pier they wanted." "Bought a pier?" Because the corner of Saint's mouth twitched. "What you said was like buying a piece of clothing. I really don't understand the world of rich people." At this moment, Lorna and Peter came over from the back of the store, and Peter, who was in shock, said, "Oh, boss, you're not kidding when you say this neighborhood is not peaceful, eh? Why didn't I see the police? Could it be that the 1, 2, 3, and 4 underworlds at the door were all killed by the boss alone? Oh my God. That man vomited a lot of blood. How did you beat him up like this? Is it true? It's Huaguo Kung Fu? So boss, you're not lying." "Peter. Shut up." Because Saint interrupted Peter's chatter, he turned to look at Lorna and said, "Lorna, are you okay? You know, because Saint guards the door of the store and does not let those gangsters come in, only a small part is for Joey, and the more reason is that he is worried that Lorna, a powerful mutant, will be stimulated by this. Caused the ability to lose control and demolished his small shop." "Boss, I'm fine, I'm just a little frightened." Although Lorna said so, UU Reading www.uukungsha.com was still uneasy to turn on the breath sensor because of Saint, until he saw Lorna's breath was still stable. Then he was relieved, and at the same time he was relieved. After making a decision, you should find an opportunity to have a frank talk with her. Otherwise, it's not a problem to always treat her like a ticking time bomb. "It's fine, Peter, go and clean the broken glass on the floor." Hearing what Saint said, Joey, who was standing silently on the side, suddenly reacted, stepped forward and said, "Mr. Lee, the whole thing started because of me, and I will be responsible for repairing this door. Then I'll trouble you, Joey. By the way, I've already called you by your first name. You can also call me Saint." Because Saint did not refuse, and after a casual and polite sentence, he pointed to a car with sirens sounding and slowly parked in the police lane in front of the store. "Joey, help people to the end, I don't want to go to the police station for tea." "Certainly." Joey nodded proudly, walked towards the door of the store, and said in a big way, "Don't worry, I will handle all the police affairs." The surname Meacham is obviously very popular in the New York police. After Joey and the two patrolmen who got out of the car, after a few words, the whole incident was defined as self-defense. Not only there was no question of excessive defense, it sounded, and even because of Saint himself, he was not asked to come forward. In the police record, the people who subdued the 4 gangsters on the ground were just Joey Meacham's bodyguard. After a while, under the call of 2 patrol officers, 2 ambulances rushed to the scene roaring and took away the 4 seriously injured gangsters on stretchers. Later, the 2 patrol officers also returned to the car and rushed to the scene with the ambulance. Hospital. At this point, this matter has come to an end. Chapter 15 Breaking into the Gangster's Lair. It was only then that Yin Saint, who avoided suspicion, walked out of the store and thanked Joey. "Thank you, Joey. This is what I should do." Joey waved his hand, frowned lightly and said, "I'm sorry, because of Saint, it's all because of me that you got into trouble with the Axe Gang. This is not your fault." Saint shrugged indifferently. "Don't take it to heart, to me, they're not a big threat. Don't be careless, because of Saint." With a straight face, Joey reminded Yin's Hung, "I know you are very skilled, but what if they use guns? Please be careful during this time." Hearing this, Saint was stunned for a moment. His inflated self-confidence was instantly knocked back to its original shape, and he nodded humbly. "You are right, I shouldn't be so arrogant, thank you for your reminder." Joey pursed his lips and said goodbye. "It's time for me to go back to the Rand group. We must respond to the Axe Gang's attack as soon as possible." "Okay." Yin Saint nodded again, and before leaving, he exchanged contact information with Joey. "If you need help, just call me." "Okay, then I'll go first. I'll take you to the car." After sending Joey Meacham away, Saint turned around and returned to the store. He was surprised to find that there was already another person, and he couldn't help raising his eyebrows and said, "Colleen? Why are you here? What do you say?" Colleen Wing asked back angrily, pointing to Lorna Lands here beside her and said, "In Saint, what kind of trouble did you get into? I'm starting to wonder now, is it the right thing to recommend Lorna to work here? A mistake. It's not my fault." In Saint spread his hands. "You should have seen Joey, right? The Axe Gang came at her, and I am an innocent who was injured." "The Axe Gang?" Hearing this, Colleen Wen frowned and asked suspiciously, "Who is Joey?" "You do not know?" Saint raised his eyebrows and explained simply, "Joey Meacham, director of the Rand Group, Danny Rand's childhood sweetheart. I thought you knew her." "Am I familiar with Danny Rand? How did I know his childhood sweetheart?" Colleen Wing rolled her eyes, and said with a lot of complaints, "Because Saint, you are really good at it. You can mix the good and bad of these rich people. Colleen, Lorna is your student. I can totally understand that you are worried about her safety." Because Saint narrowed his eyes slightly, halfway through the words in his mouth, his tone suddenly changed. "But you are not my master, it's not your turn to teach me how to do things." Colleen Wen couldn't help being stunned when he said something so strong. She stared at Yin Shen with dazed eyes. She felt extremely unfamiliar for a while, not like an old acquaintance she had known for several years. Because Saint ignored Colleen Wen, who was in a daze, and continued, "Lorna is a part of Lee's Chinese restaurant. I will do my best to protect her. If you believe me, you should rest assured to hand her over to her." He's only 19 years old, isn't he? Is it because of the sudden loss of both parents that I matured so quickly?" Colleen Wen gave Vincent a complicated look, and nodded to him with no choice. "I believe you." "Very good." Afterwards, Yin Saint turned his head to look at Lorna Lanchel, and instructed unceremoniously, "Lorna, I have something to go out now, and someone will come to repair the door later. You supervise it for me." "Okay, boss." Lorna nodded vigorously. Her expression was so solemn that she couldn't tell the truth. At this time, in her mind, the words that Yin Zheng said to Colleen Wen still echoed, "Lorna is in the Li family. A part of the restaurant. I will do my best to protect her." Saint saw something strange, but didn't think much about it. Then he turned his head and called Peter Parker. "Peter, go to the kitchen and get a few buckets of water and wash the blood off the door." "Oh." Peter responded reluctantly, and while walking towards the restaurant's back kitchen, he muttered, "The first job I did in my life was cleaning crime scenes, which is not a good sign." After explaining to his two employees, Insant picked up his mobile phone and went out. He found an address in his memory through Google Maps on his mobile phone, and then took a taxi and went straight to Brooklyn. And go. When Joey Meacham said about the pier, Insant finally remembered that in the plot of Iron Fist, the Axe Gang did indeed appear, and its headquarters is located in Brooklyn. Young's Co., Limited. It is thanks to Colleen Wen that Saint can remember this incident. In the original plot, the address was spoken by her, and the 6 Chinese words Yang's Co., Limited can be. It is said that in all the Chinese dialogues that have appeared in the entire Iron Fist plot, Reading www.uukaungsha.com is the only standard Chinese pronunciation. It can only be said that in the original plot, Danny Rand's Chinese lines are too many, far from being as easy to practice as the mere 6 words. Closer to home, because Saint found the building where the Yang Corporation Co., Limited was located, he forced his way in, first showing his own strength, and then saying, "I want to see your boss." A moment later, a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face appeared in front of Insane's eyes, followed by 2 familiar faces, the 2 who escaped from the 6 people who had attacked Joey Meacham earlier. "Boss, it's him." After getting a positive answer, Quasiface waved his hand behind him to stop the commotion of his subordinates, looked at Yin Zheng with a grim face, and said in Chinese, "My surname is Yang, did you not ask for advice?" "I don't dare to ask for advice." Insane replied with a polite remark, and reported his name, Insane Li. Boss Yang nodded lightly, and the one who returned the favor returned a courtesy, second-generation Chinese. Born in the United States, he speaks Chinese to a standard, and the kung fu handed down by his ancestors has not fallen behind at all. It's rare. You never forget your roots. Good. Good to say. Because Schenk waved his big hand, indicating that the greetings would end here, he said straight to the point, "Boss Yang, I won't say more polite words, I'm here to solve the problem." "Oh." Boss Yang pulled the corners of his mouth without a smile. He, are you going to say next, this is actually a misunderstanding? Instead of fighting a big fight, why don't we all laugh at our grudges?" Because Saint gave a playful haha and said confidently, "Trust me, Boss Yang, when I'm done talking, it's too late for you to thank me for what happened today." Chapter 16 Appalling Injury Report. "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Boss Yang turned his face on the spot, raised his arm and made a gesture, and threatened viciously, "When you come to me, even if you can fight again, you have to lie down for me. Next, think clearly before opening your mouth. Love listening, I guarantee you can't get out of this door." Because of Saint's eyes swept left and right, only what he could see, there were 7 or 8 black suits with short submachine guns, which appeared out of nowhere, and all the black muzzles were aimed at him. Head and chest. And behind the blind spot of his line of sight, there is also a sense of unease on his back. Obviously behind him, there are also several guns facing him. Faced with this extremely real threat to life, because all the muscles in Saint's body instinctively tightened, he took a deep breath before dispelling the tension in his heart, and said in a calm tone, "Good one. Get off the horse, Boss Yang, can you make them all put down their guns? After listening to what I have to say, if you are not satisfied, it is not too late to let them shoot." "Humph." Boss Yang snorted coldly, waved his hand casually, and asked his subordinate to lower the muzzle, touched his upper and lower lips, and burst out a word, "Speak." As soon as Saint opened his mouth, the first sentence in his mouth made Boss Yang's expression change greatly. "The reason why the Rand Group bought the pier you want is all because of the Hands Association's encouragement. Go back. With a face full of fear, Boss Yang waved away. After dispersing the men with guns, he bowed respectfully to Saint Yin. I'm very sorry, I don't know your identity, and I didn't mean to offend. He, this is really a misunderstanding. Yin Sheng shook his head with a smile. Boss Yang, you don't have to be so nervous, I'm not working for the Han Society, but well, the current ruler of the Rand Group, Joey Meacham's brother, Ward Meacham, that's Mrs. Gao's capable subordinate. What? Boss Yang suddenly widened his eyes full of fear. You mean, that peer is actually what MRS Gao wanted? The MRS Gao who is one of the 5 fingers? If it were replaced with the other 4 fingers of the hand union, Boss Yang would not be so afraid of it, but in the face of Mrs. Gao who was also rooted in China, he really couldn't get angry at all. Facing the other 4 fingers, although he is also not an opponent, he can at least escape back to China. However, if he offends Mrs. Gao, he can't even run away. There is only one dead end. Good. With the victory in hand, Saint nodded. You provoking Joey Meacham is actually equivalent to provoking MRS Gao. Is this life-threatening news enough to make Boss Yang laugh away his grudge? Enough. Boss Yang showed a smile that was even uglier than crying, and clenched his fists to Yin Sheng. Cheng Qing, you are right, I should thank you very much for stopping my subordinates and not letting them go. They made a huge mistake, and if something happened to Joey Meacham, it was really irreversible. If you knew how heavy my hand was, I wonder if you would say that. With a strange expression, Saint waved his hand and said, it's not necessary to be in love, just don't hold grudges. As long as what you say is true, what happened today will be written off. Boss Yang actually believed it 90% of the time. After all, most people wouldn't even know the Han's Association, let alone the name Mrs. Gao. What he said at this time was just a scene. If you want to verify this news, don't accompany you more. Come. See off. After a while, Yin Sheng, who had entered the Yang Corporation all the way, was politely sent out. Only then did Yin Sheng let out a long breath and wipe the fine cold sweat on his forehead. TMD, the gang's lair, is indeed the Longton Tiger's den. Because Saint slandered with fear in his heart, in fact, before he went in, he had already imagined that he might face firearms, but, isn't the scene where a dozen short charges appear at the same time too exaggerated? At the moment when more than a dozen guns were aimed at the same time, he really felt the threat of death. As long as one sentence was wrong, he would not be able to get out today. Because Saint exhaled forcefully again, relaxed his mind, and set out on his way home. It's finally over. However, what Saint doesn't know is that all this is just the beginning. Just as Insant got into a taxi, in the NYPD chief's office, the police chief, George Stacy, looked at the 4 appalling injury reports on the table and tapped his fingers lightly. Leaning on the table, after serious consideration for a while, he said to a police detective in front of him, collect all the information on this case and report it to the FBI. FBI. The detective repeated the abbreviation of the FBI, and said hesitantly, Reading www.uukangsha.com. This case is related to the director of the Rand Group. If we go deeper, the chief superintendent will probably be very unhappy. Hearing this, George Stacy frowned and said righteously, whether the Rand Group will reduce its donations because of this, that is something that the chief superintendent should consider. Our duty is to protect the people. Safety, do your job well, detective. Yes, sir. After watching the police detective walk out of the office, George Stacy sighed and said to himself helplessly, alas, what's going on in New York now? Talented people are popping up one by one. It's like a superpower sale. After that, George Stacy picked up the 4 injury reports and said in a meaningful way, if you are like Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, you can keep yourselves safe. If so, that's all. But, if you dare to be as lawless as Daredevil and Punisher, I will definitely arrest you. On the other side, Yincheng, who didn't know that he had been targeted by the police, got out of the taxi and looked at his brand new shop door. He couldn't help but be in a good mood. Just as Saint pushed the door in, he saw Lorna Lanshere greeted him. "Boss, you're back." Because Saint responded casually, looked carefully at the newly replaced glass door, and then discovered that the floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides of the store door had also been replaced with glass, and immediately asked, "Lorna, why are the floor-to-ceiling windows? The glass was also replaced." Lorna showed a stunned expression. It's the same as the store door, but it's replaced with bulletproof glass. Isn't it the boss who told them? Chapter 17 Lorna, who showed superpower. Bulletproof glass. This time, it was Yincheng's turn to be stunned. After he took out his mobile phone and checked the price of the bulletproof glass, he mentally calculated the store door and the floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. Adding up the total area of the glass used, he couldn't help but be speechless. It cost over $1,000. "Boss, is there any problem?" Lorna took a step forward a little nervously. Before Saint left, but asked her to supervise, she couldn't help but nervously asked, "Is this glass very expensive?" "It's quite expensive. Even the cheapest one costs hundreds of dollars per square meter." Yincheng replied subconsciously, saw Lorna's jaw-dropping expression, and explained with a smile, "Don't be nervous, it was sent by Joey, she must have paid for it, we don't need to spend it, I'm just a little surprised, she's so generous." After all, Yinsheng looked inside the store, "Where are Colleen and Peter?" Lorna breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Master has returned to the martial arts hall, and Peter has gone to school. He said he will come after school." "Boss, are we going to open at night?" "Open up." Yin Saint nodded as a matter of course, "Don't worry, I have completely resolved the matter, and no one will make trouble again. By the way, you should also tell Colleen to save her from running to me again." "Okay, I'll call the master in a while." Lorna agreed, hesitated for a while, and then said, "Boss, don't be angry with the master." The reason why she said that was not only worried about me, but also about you. "Oh, what kind of madness do I have with her?" Saint sneered and glanced at Lorna jokingly, "It seems that you respect Colleen very much." "Master is the best-hearted person I have ever met." Lorna said with a serious face, "It's not just me, everyone respects the master. For us orphans who live on the streets, not only has she never received tuition fees, but she will pay to help us, and more importantly, she has given us our ability to protect ourselves. To us, she is no different from an angel." Angel. Because Saint's expression is very complicated, let alone Lorna Lanshere, even Colleen Wen herself doesn't even know that these orphans who she teaches martial arts will eventually become evil organizations in all likelihood. A member of the Han Society, it is precisely because of her kind heart that people can easily let go of their defenses, that she was selected by the Bo2 and became a recruiter who was kept in the dark. Once people let down their guards, they can easily be brainwashed. It is extremely ironic that the Han's Association, an organization with a strong cult atmosphere, in Colleen Wen's cognition, is actually a Bo disciple led by her master. A charitable organization managed and operated. Hand Association, charity organization. It's a pretty cruel joke. "Boss." Lorna Lanshere woke up in Saint, who was in a daze, and asked very keenly, "Is it what I said, is there anything wrong?" "More than just wrong. Totally wrong." Because Saint slandered fiercely in the bottom of his heart, but on the surface he absolutely couldn't say it. If Colleen Wen knew the truth of the matter, her beliefs in her life would completely collapse, although there will be such a day. But, not now, because Saint's current strength is too weak, it is too late to hide from the Hand Union, How dare to take the initiative to provoke him? He has to show a helpless expression and change the subject. Lorna, if you are all right now, stay in the store for a while, I have something to talk to you about. It is good. Hearing that Lorna agreed, Yen Saint immediately locked the door of the shop, pointed to the last table in the shop and said, let's go sit over there and talk. The two sat opposite each other across the table. Yen Shen was the first to speak. Your hair has been dyed black for a while, right? The roots of the emerald green hair can be vaguely seen. It is exactly the same color as your pupils. Lorna was taken aback and was about to explain, but she hesitated. Boss, I. Saint waved his hand and pierced the window paper directly. I know you are a mutant, and Colleen already told me that on the day I recruited you. Lorna's eyes widened in shock. The biggest secret in her heart was revealed, and her emotions fluctuated very strongly for a while. Start ringing in restaurants. Because Saint turned his head and looked around, he saw that with Lorna at the center, all kinds of metal products were shaking violently spontaneously, giving people the feeling that they would rise into the air at any time. Like 100 birds facing a phoenix, they all flew towards Lorna. Lorna. Insane softly called Lorna's name, and said in a very calm tone, you'd better calm down. If you make a mess in the store, I won't help you clean it up. Infected by his tone, Lorna gradually calmed down. On the table between the two, the trembling knives and forks also stopped shaking. Quiet returned. Now it's right. Yin Sheng smiled slightly and used a teasing way to ease the tense atmosphere. Actually, just now, I was afraid to irritate you, and I didn't say a word. If you break something, I will definitely take it from your salary. Buckle. Hearing this, Lorna smiled, half testing, half jokingly, boss, are you actually a mutant too? Kung Fu and other things are all lies. It's a pity, I'm just an ordinary person. Because Saint curled his lips with a bit of melancholy, I think, once you wake up and become stronger immediately, what a good thing, but unfortunately it's not my turn. Hearing what he said, Lorna raised her eyebrows in surprise. She could definitely feel that because Saint didn't just say it nicely, he really thought so. What's surprising? Insant shrugged. Do you think if I discriminate against mutants, Colleen will tell me the truth? That's true. Lorna first expressed her affirmation, and then said with admiration, however, boss, you have such a big heart that you are not worried at all about my ability to lose control. Who said I wasn't worried? I am worried every day, for fear that you will tear down my house, so I only want to talk to you specially. Because of Saint's inner voice, he was clamoring wildly, but on the surface, the old god said, that's because I have absolute confidence that I can solve your problem. Bragging. Lorna's heart was not unintentionally moved, but she still didn't allow herself to raise her hopes, and retorted flatly, I don't believe it. This is simply impossible. Chapter 18 The Magical Use of Breath Shielding. Since Saint didn't argue with Lorna, he asked the question, I ask you, why do almost all mutants lose control of their abilities? Because of genetic mutation. Lorna had obviously done her homework and didn't know anything about mutants. When the X gene in our body is awakened, the body will undergo earth-shaking changes in an instant, as if it has changed back to a baby. Toddler from scratch. That's right, and it's very vivid. Yinchengtu nodded affirmatively, and then added, but, in my opinion, this is actually not that complicated. You will lose control of your ability because after awakening, the chi in your body has grown wildly, completely beyond the take you as an example for the areas that you can control. The strength of your chi is 100 times that of an ordinary person, but the control power is still the level of an ordinary person. How can you control your own chi? Lorna studied under Colleen Wen. Although she didn't know much about chi, she was not unfamiliar. She asked half understood, boss, I didn't understand, you want to teach me how to control myself? Angry. I can't teach you. Insane shook his head. Mutants have a very special chi and a strong personality. No one can teach you except yourself. After that, just when Lorna curled her lips in disappointment, Yinsheng's voice changed. But, I can teach you a technique called breath shielding, so that you can block your own guess. Shield your own chi. Lorna's eyes lit up, and she speculated, it means that as long as I learn this breath shield, I can block my mutant ability and make myself like an ordinary person. This is the most basic role. Yinsheng nodded affirmatively and explained in detail, in the beginning, you can only completely shield your own chi. After shielding, like you said, just like ordinary people, you completely lose your mutant ability. And when you completely master the breath shield, you can also adjust the degree of shielding at will. Why should I adjust the degree of shielding? Lorna tilted her head in confusion. I think the safest way to do it is to keep it completely shielded at all times, and never unlock it unless it is a last resort. Although what you said is correct, this is a temporary solution rather than a permanent solution. Insane explained patiently, in fact, through breath shielding, you can gradually improve your control. For example, if your current chi is the strength of 100 people, you can shield 99%. The chi that you can use is only the strength of one person. Although your ability will become very weak, the weak has the advantage of being very easy to control. By gradually reducing the degree of shielding, in the end, you will definitely be able to completely control your own chi. You will no longer need to rely on breath shield, and you will not have the hidden danger of losing control of your ability. Lorna listened attentively to Yinsheng's slow words. Her eyes brightened as she listened. She finally waited for his words to fall, and immediately said impatiently, "Boss, please teach me." "Don't worry, if I teach you, I will definitely teach you." Yinsheng waved his hand and signaled Lorna to calm down. "It's just that I have to make it clear to you first, you should listen carefully." Lorna nodded quickly, indicating that she was serious. "Boss, say it, I'll listen." With a solemn face, Saint said, "Aura shielding is our unique skill of Turtle Immortal, although I would like to teach you an exception, but I haven't gotten it. With my permission, you must never teach it to others, otherwise, I will personally take action, even if I chase it to the ends of the earth. I will kill all those who steal learning and clear the door." When he said the last sentence, because Saint was too deeply into the play, his eyes were full of murderous energy. Lorna, who was sitting opposite him, was obviously stunned, and promised very seriously, "Boss, I swear, never teach others privately." "It is good." Because Saint relaxed his face, stood up and said, "Follow me." The two went up to the second floor of the restaurant and walked into the quiet room where Saint practiced on weekdays. Lorna looked around in surprise and saw that this empty quiet room had no windows, except for the wall is only the floor. It really is a family. Saint sat down on the floor, pointed to a position half a meter away in front of him, and said to Lorna, "Sit down with your legs crossed." When the two sat down facing each other, Yinsheng said, "To learn breath shielding, you must first be able to sense your own chi. Can you do it?" Lorna thought about it for a while, and answered unsurely, "Whenever I use my mutant abilities with all my strength, colorful lights will appear on my hands, just like the northern lights. I can clearly feel it." Reading www.uukunsha.com. That light is my source of strength. I think, that's my chi, right? Because Saint showed a slightly dumbfounded expression, he said after a long while, "It's also. I can't say it's wrong, it's just putting the cart before the horse. It's just the outward form of your chi, not the essence of chi. You know, your chi created the aurora, not the aurora that created your chi. Can you understand that?" "Not understand." Because Sheng looked at Lorna with a confused face, he couldn't help but sigh, expecting a foreigner to understand the essence of Huiguo Kungfu in depth. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to do so. He thought about it a little bit, and after thinking about it, he stretched out his right hand to Lorna. Said, "Well, give me your hand, and I will let you feel my anger first." After a while, just like Joey Meacham before, Lorna stared blankly at her fingers, completely speechless in shock. This is anger. Because Saint interrupted the breath-giving, he timely pointed out, "Remember this feeling and rely on it to sense your own chi. This is a sixth sense that goes beyond the five senses, so don't be swayed by your own chi. Bewitched by sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, focus on your spirit." After a while, Lorna, with her eyes closed, opened her eyes with frustration. "Boss, I can't do it." "It's okay." Because Saint didn't expect her to succeed once, he stretched out his right hand again. "Let's do it again." After an hour, Lorna, who had failed more than a dozen times in succession, began to have little confidence in herself. She tried to find some balance in Yin's hung, and asked, "Boss, how long did it take you to sense your chi?" Chapter 19 Agents of Shield. "It seems like a second." Yin Zheng recalled that after he made a wish to obtain the knowledge of Sun Wukong's life, he immediately sensed his own chi. Therefore, he did not expect that this should be the easiest step, but Lorna couldn't get past it. Having said that, "But of course you can't speak out to attack people," because Saint told a white lie, comforting Lorna. "It took a long time, Lorna, you are not Chinese, it is difficult to understand that chi is its normal, don't feel discouraged." "All right." More than half an hour passed. "Boss, I feel it. I finally feel it." Lorna jumped up from the floor with a face full of excitement, and muttered to herself ecstatically, "This is my anger, so huge." Because Saint secretly wiped away his cold sweat, although the amount of chi delivered each time was not much, the breath giving more than 20 times in a row almost drained him. Before this moment, he even had a little bit of energy. I wonder if Lorna, a foreigner who knows nothing about Chinese culture, will never be able to sense her own anger. Very good, you should familiarize yourself with this feeling first. When you have a deeper understanding of your own chi tomorrow, we will start to learn breath shielding. Because Saint stood up and left the quiet room to Lorna, "I'm going to prepare to open a shop. You can stay for a while to consolidate this new feeling. After dinner, come down and start work." "Okay, thank you, boss." "You are welcome." Because Saint walked out of the quiet room, went down to the restaurant on the first floor, and made some preparations in the back kitchen. After work, I grabbed the meal and opened the shop door. At this time, Lorna also walked down the stairs on time. With a strange expression, she came to Insant and asked, "Boss, you said that my anger is 100 times that of ordinary people, then according to based on this standard, how much is yours?" Because Saint was silent for a long time, he replied reluctantly, 3 times as much as ordinary people. "Actually, it's only a little bit more than twice," this grandson has seriously rounded up. "It's only 3 times. Lorna showed its true expression. "I still wonder if I'm feeling wrong. I always feel that compared to my anger, your anger looks so weak." Because Saint curled his lips in annoyance, "I'm not a mutant, of course." Lorna smiled hee, and suddenly regained her confidence. "Looking at you look like an expert in the world. I thought you were so powerful, it turns out that you are not my opponent at all." "Ha." Because of Saint sneered, he made a rather rude threat, "I think you don't want to learn breath shielding, right?" "Boss, you are too stingy, you can't make a joke at all. Stop talking nonsense. Go to work. No guests have come to the door yet." The bickering between the two ended with Saint's silent defeat. After a while, Peter, who had left school, came in a hurry. As time went by, the number of guests in the restaurant grew from nothing to more and more. The three quickly fell into a tense busyness, and it was not until 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock that Saint put up a sign to stop business, announcing the end of the day. Next, It was a quiet week. During these 7 days, with the magical signature dish of Kung Fu Barbecue, Li's Chinese restaurant has maintained a very hot business, because the daily net income of Shen Te is more than $500. During this period, neither the Axe Gang, the Hand Club, nor the New York police came to trouble him, and just when he thought that the turmoil brought by Joey Meacham had completely passed. On the morning of the 8th day, a person who was the least likely to be contacted by Saint appeared at the door of his shop. No way. Because Saint looked at the middle-aged man who pushed in the door, frowned deeply, and said to himself, "It doesn't make sense. I've been keeping a low profile these days." This middle-aged man whose hairline breaks through the sky has sparse black hair that is meticulously combed against his head. He is wearing a neat black suit with a gentle smile on his face. He looks very harmless. However, if Insanto guesses correctly, this will be the biggest trouble he has encountered since he crossed into the Marvel world. Because Saint quietly turned on the breath sensor, he found that the middle-aged man's chi, although still in the category of ordinary people, was at least half stronger than the average, belonging to the top level among ordinary people, which was completely in line with his conjecture. Match. Hello. The middle-aged man walked straight to Saint, always keeping a smile on his face, and asked in a gentle tone, "Is it Saint Li?" "I am." Because Saint came forward to meet him, and asked quietly, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man stretched out his hand from the inner pocket of his suit, took out a black book, opened it in front of Yin Sheng. Yu read www.uukaungsha.com, showed his credentials and said, "Phil Carlson, FBI agent, I'm here to investigate a case, can I talk to you?" "Indeed it is you." "Huh, FBI? If you go abroad, will you become a CIA again?" "USHIELD agents just like to play tricks." Because Saint secretly sneered, resisting the urge to complain, he pointed to a table in the shop and said, "Of course you can, please take a seat." Phil Carlson sat down graciously, looked at Saint who was sitting opposite him, and asked straight to the point, "Mr. Li, 7 days ago, Joey Meacham, the director of the Rand Group, was in your house. The store was attacked, there were 6 attackers, and 4 of them were subdued on the spot. I want to know, who knocked them down? If I said I didn't know, you would definitely sue me for obstructing official business, right?" Because Saint sighed, he had no choice but to admit, "I did it." Phil Carlson was not surprised at all. He had obviously investigated Sant early in the morning. He still kept a kind smile on his face. He took out 4 injury reports from his briefcase and put them down one by one. He said on the table, "This is the injury report of the 4 attackers. The least injured one also had 3 broken ribs. The forensic doctor who examined the injuries believed that he was hit by a car traveling at a speed of more than 60 yards per hour. The car hit the chest head-on, but you and I both know that this is far from the truth." "Excuse me, what means did you use to subdue them?" Because Saint pouted, facing Carlson's tirade, he replied tactfully, "Fist, or Kung Fu." "Kung Fu." Phil Carlson narrowed his eyes slightly, "Mr. Li, I have to remind you that if you lie during the evidence collection process, it is a violation of federal law." Chapter 20 Phil Coulson and Melinda May. Believe it or not. Saint angrily replied, "Agent Carlson, please tell me if you have anything to say. I'm very busy, and I don't have time to go around in circles with you." Phil Carlson was not annoyed, and smiled with a good temper, "Mr. Li, do you know about Inhumans and mutants?" "I know mutants." Because Saint lied without changing his face, "I've never heard of foreigners." "So?" Phil Carlson nodded, "It's very troublesome to explain in detail. In short, aliens and mutants are humans who have awakened supernatural abilities through genetic mutation, and according to the rules and regulations of our Bureau, once aliens or mutants are discovered, they must be assessed for their degree of danger, and according to the results of the assessment, they will be arrested and imprisoned or tracked and monitored, to ensure social stability and the safety of the people. I understand. In Saint showed a sneer, you suspect that I am a mutant? Or an alien? Phil Coulson added as if obsessive-compulsive, and then added, Mr. Lee, if you can, please prove what you mean by Kung Fu, otherwise, I will have to ask you to come with us. Us. Yin Saint turned his head subconsciously and glanced outside the door. Didn't you come alone? Terribly sorry. Phil Coulson is very polite. Threatened, just across the street, there is a whole team of fully armed Secret Service personnel. Of course, as long as Mr. Lee cooperates with our work, they will not rush in. Because Saint was silent for a while, and his mouth softened, as long as I prove it to you, you won't bother me anymore. Certainly. Phil Coulson readily agreed, your actions to protect Joey Meacham are self-defense. So far, you have not violated any federal laws, as long as you can confirm that you are not an alien or a mutant. We have no reason to embarrass you. All right. Because Saint stretched out his arm reluctantly, come on, shake hands. Hearing this, Phil Coulson frowned, looked at the palm handed over by Saint, and asked hesitantly, Mr. Lee, what do you mean? Because Saint explained impatiently, when I say Kung Fu, I mean Qi. You are neither Chinese nor do you understand Chinese culture. It is difficult for me to explain it clearly to you in words. The technique of breath-giving conveys my Qi to you through physical contact, allowing you to directly feel Qi from a spiritual level. Phil Coulson hesitated for a while, but finally stretched out his arm and held Insanto's hand hanging in the air, this way. Shit. With a foul language, Phil Coulson withdrew his arm like an electric shock, and looked straight at his 5 fingers, this is anger. Why are your hands so sweaty? Because Schenk wiped his hands with disgust on his face, he said, don't be nervous, what you're feeling right now is normal. This is a 6th sense that goes beyond the 5 senses. In Chinese, it's called Qi sense. After a while, Phil Coulson came back to his senses, and his expression returned to calm. Mr. Lee, if you don't mind, I want to call a colleague over. Then what if I mind? Phil Coulson ignored the sentence, raised his right arm, put his finger on the earphone and said, May, come in. After a while, an Asian woman wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform pushed in the door with a cold face. She looked not young, but she still had the same charm, a well-trained figure, and her body curves were extremely well proportioned. Has a unique beauty of softness and rigidity. A pair of jet-black automatic pistols are tied to the outside of her 2 plump thighs. Against the cold steel light, her eyes are extraordinarily sharp, and the whole person reveals temperament, can be described as suffocating. You can see who is coming, because Saint doesn't have to guess. You know that this is Melinda May, a senior agent of SHIELD, nicknamed Iron Cavalry, an experienced soldier, spy, fighter, and the driver is also Phil Coulson's old partner. Ha ha. Yin Saint sneered and looked at Phil Coulson, pointed at Melinda May and said, Agent Coulson, if I guess correctly, this is your full team of fully armed Secret Service personnel. Phil Coulson didn't answer this, and introduced himself, Mr. Lee, this is Agent May, who is Chinese like you and has also practiced Kung Fu. Please explain to her about Qi. Yin Zheng glanced at Melinda May and asked in Chinese, what are you practicing? Beiji and Wing Chun. Melinda May was taken aback. From the moment she met Yin Zheng, she had only walked a few steps, and she was actually seen to have a Kung Fu path. Reading www.uukangshu. If Com was purely guessing, it would be too accurate. She nodded in surprise and replied in Chinese, yes, good eyesight. Because Saint has no eyesight, he is only familiar with the plot characters. He waved his hand and said, I won't say more if you are polite. Qi is a kind of life energy, flowers, plants, trees, birds, and beasts, As long as they are alive, they will be in the body. All have chi, but there are strengths and weaknesses, as well as personalities. The essence of our turtle immortal martial arts is to develop and utilize the life energy of the human body, so as to transcend the limits of the human body. Can you understand that? You mean internal strength? Melinda May retorted without hesitation. Internal strength is just a legend, it doesn't exist at all. That's just because you're ignorant. Insane stretched out his arm again. Give me your hand. After a while, Melinda May's performance was exactly the same as Phil Coulson before, staring straight at her fingers, completely speechless. This. Before she could recover, Phil Coulson, who could not understand the conversation between the two, asked, May, what did you guys say? Coulson. Melinda May recovered from the shock, and said dubiously, I'm not entirely sure, but what he said is probably true. This feeling is so similar to the legendary internal strength, I can't find any other explanation. I see. Coulson nodded, turned to Insant and said, Mr. Lee, we will believe your chi for the time being, but please provide us with a blood sample. After all, there is no evidence. If there is no evidence, we will also. It's hard to do. It's been a long time. Do you still need to draw blood? Chapter 21, The Exaggerated Insane. Insane's eyes widened in disgust. Since you want to draw blood anyway, why do you make me spend so much trouble? Isn't this just taking off my pants and farting? Why didn't you ask me to ask for it in the first place? Ha ha. Coulson laughed dryly, and explained with a slightly embarrassed expression, until we fully understand your situation, we don't want to act rashly. According to past experience, whether aliens or mutants, hearing the word blood draw, they will all be very excited. Okay, I know. Because Saint rolled up his sleeves and showed his arms generously. If you want to smoke, smoke quickly, it will be dinner time soon, finish it quickly, leave quickly, don't delay my business. Upon seeing this, Coulson didn't hesitate, and immediately took out a metal-cased box from his briefcase. Obviously, he had prepared it. Inside the box was a pistol-shaped blood collection device. He picked up the blood collection device. The gun touched the veins of Yincheng's forearm, and when he pulled the trigger with his finger, a small tube of bright red blood was easily collected. Excuse me. Coulson meticulously put away the blood sample, got up and said goodbye to Insant. We will send the blood sample for testing now, and we will come back to contact you after the results are obtained. During this time, please do not leave New York. Co-author, am I still a suspect? Insane muttered at first, then got up to see off the guests. Please. No. Farewell. Phil Coulson and Melinda May exchanged glances, walked out of Lee's Chinese restaurant side by side, and away from the door of the restaurant. Coulson asked, May, for this insane Lee, what do you think? Hearing this, Melinda May showed a sneer. This person has a ghost in his heart. Oh. Phil Coulson smiled playfully. Why do you say that? Don't you think that the chi he said is true? This shouldn't be false, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to provide blood samples so happily, but his attitude was too bad. Melinda May pointedly analyzed. He wanted to prove that he was a righteous innocent, but he went too far, which showed that he was very guilty. I think he must be hiding something important from us. Is it so obvious? Phil Coulson made a joke with a smile. I thought it was only me who saw it. Melinda May squinted at him, without the slightest smile on her face. Coulson, be serious. You don't understand. According to the legend of China, cultivating what he called chi can make people. He is getting stronger and stronger. He is only 19 years old now, and his strength is completely beyond the scope of human beings. If it takes a few years, what level will he reach? Moreover, he claims to be learning turtle immortal style martial arts. You know this. What does it represent? People like him are likely to have a whole sect. Phil Coulson shrugged with the same smile. This is not something we should worry about. Write your thoughts into the report and leave it to the superior for decision. Humph. Melinda May snorted coldly, looked back at the sign of Lee's Chinese restaurant, squinted her eyes and said, I don't like that kid. Whether it's fake or not, his eyes make me very uncomfortable. What kind of eyes? It's as if he was silently saying, I can beat you 10 times. Phil Coulson showed a weird expression. I don't need to remind you, you really can't beat him. Bar. We don't know the rest very well, but from the injury report, this kid's boxing power is at least on the same level as the captain. This is what annoys me the most. I really want to give him a bullet and see if his physical defense is on the same level as Captain America. Anyway, send his blood sample to the laboratory first. After the test results come out, we will further evaluate him. When we come to him next time, let's apply for a special team to accompany him. That kid's attitude is too arrogant. If I don't let him calm down, it's hard for me to restrain the urge to draw a gun. At the same time, in the Lee's Chinese restaurant, Yincheng, who forgot that women are very vengeful, was pacing back and forth, whispering to himself, why was SHIELD targeted? What? These grandchildren like to play surveillance most, will they follow my whereabouts at any time? In any case, they must not discover the secret of Dragon Ball. Damn it! It's this time. At this time, Yincheng, where is there a trace of calmness he just showed? He lowered his head with a tangled face, and looked at the 5-star tattoo on the back of his hand. If you maintain this speed, it will only take 2 weeks at most. Dragon Ball, the energy will be fully restored, and at that time, will I look for it or not? Boss. At this moment, Lorna Lanchel pushed in the door, glanced at Saint, who was like an ant on a hot pan, and asked curiously, what happened? Fine. Because Saint made a perfunctory sentence, he stopped pacing under his feet, looked at the time and said, why are you so early today? You reading www.uukangsha.com this. Listening to his question, Lorna showed a smug smile and spread her arms with a very cheerful expression. Boss, look. Are you out of your mind? Saint frowned and looked at Lorna, his eyes swept from head to toe. What do you want me to see? You are finally starting to grow? I didn't see it. Hearing this, Lorna's full smile disappeared instantly. She subconsciously looked down at her chest, and then, she waved her small fists in embarrassment. Bastard. What the hell are you talking about? I am let you see my guess. Is she used to look at it? An uneducated foreigner. Because Saint muttered and turned on the breath sensor, but he couldn't feel Lorna's breath at all, as if the one standing in front of him was just an illusion. Congratulations, you finally learned to breath shield. Because Saint used a dry tone, expressionlessly expressed his joy, and then said angrily, such a simple technique, it took a whole week to learn some fur, I really don't know what you are proud of. Boss. You are enough. Lorna became angry and stared at her and took a step forward. Didn't I just say that you are weak? As for holding revenge for so many days. Who took revenge? Saint rolled his eyelids. What I said is the truth. Do you know how long it took me to learn it? Less than half an hour. Bragging. Lorna turned her head in disbelief, and mocked tit for tat in her mouth. I don't believe it. I heard from the master, boss, you have practiced for 10 years before you have the strength you have now. Tisk tisk. 10 years. How can I? I don't think you're the type with good qualifications. Chapter 22 The Lee Family Dinner. Because of the voice in Saint's heart, he is roaring frantically, I have only practiced for 10 days, okay. But, this fact obviously cannot be told, otherwise, the story he made up would be completely misleading. Have you been told by me? Lorna smiled. Boss, are you angry again? This time you have to do a different trick. If you threaten to don't continue teaching me again, I will look down on you. Come on, just learn to crawl and want to run. Yin Saint curled his lips and said without joking, you are still very early. When will you be able to maintain the breath shield as naturally as breathing? I will teach you how to control the degree of shielding. After these days of getting along, Lorna basically understood Yin Zheng's character, knowing that once he talks about business, he will never talk nonsense, and nodded earnestly, understood, boss, I will practice hard. Yin Sheng nodded, beckoned to Lorna and said, although it's still early, well, you've come anyway, come to the kitchen and help me with the dishes. Boss, I think you're getting lazy now, and you have to have someone else do everything for you. Long-winded. Employees are meant to be squeezed. Black-hearted boss. Half an hour later, Saint came out of the back kitchen with a large plate of cooked raw meat and a large bowl of vegetable salad. After placing the meat and vegetables in his hand on a dining table, he turned to Luo. Na said, call Peter and tell him that if he doesn't come to the store again, he will miss the family dinner again. Gotta eat leftovers again today. Lorna let out an "oh," put down the bowl of rice in her hand, took out her mobile phone and just dialed the number. She heard a ding bell coming from the door. She turned around and saw Peter with a school bag on his back. Parker rushed into the store door in a hurry, and shouted out of breath, Boss, I'm here. I'm here. Kindness. Because Saint agreed casually, took the lead in sitting down on a chair in front of the dining table, and used Qigong to roast the plate of raw meat on the table. Although he had seen the scene countless times, Peter still couldn't get used to it. He began to whisper, this is unscientific. Even if it is a kind of biological energy as the boss said, but a large amount of energy is quickly released in a short period of time, there should be an explosion. Why is it only pure exothermic phenomena occurred? Peter. Lorna gave a coquettish drink and woke up Peter, who was in a daze. What are you doing? Hurry up and wash your hands and change your clothes. We won't wait for you. Oh. Peter shivered with fright, nodded obediently, turned around and ran to the utility room quickly. I'll go. Sister Lorna. This poor child was eaten to death by Lorna, and I am afraid that he will not be able to turn over in this life, even if he is bitten by a spider. With a look of sympathy, Saint looked at Peter Parker, picked up the only pair of chopsticks in the tableware, and simply greeted Lorna, let's eat. Lorna sat down opposite in Sant, picked up a pair of forks and spoons from the tableware, and at the same time forked a piece of barbecue. She suddenly asked, Boss, why do you call our work meal a family dinner? Is this a Chinese tradition? No. Saint shook his head, and replied very willfully, I'm the boss, whatever I want to call it, that's what it's called. Lorna opened her mouth speechlessly and took a bite of the barbecued meat. When her heart was ruthless, she heard Yin Zheng say, we are both orphans, isn't it good to have a family dinner? Lorna bit the barbecue in her mouth, and it fell to the table with a slap. She hurriedly forked the barbecue again, and after a while, she said softly, it's good. At this time, Peter, who had changed into work clothes, appeared before the dining table with his hands wet. He pulled out a chair from under the table, and as soon as he sat down, he complained, Boss, our family dinner can't be a little bit longer. Eat later? I've already had 2 warnings because I'm running wild in the school. Hearing this, because Saint was about to open his mouth to refuse, he saw Lorna's eyes widened, and she scolded Peter before him, Peter. Don't make trouble. The guests will start arriving at the door later, so there's no time for us to eat. Sister Lorna. How can you stand on the boss's side? We are both employees exploited by him, and we should be in agreement with the public. Shut up. Eat. Oh. Ahem. Peter, do you feel like you've been exploited? Well, those plates you smashed. No. Boss. I was wrong. After the three noisily finished the family dinner, Lorna consciously cleaned the table, Peter passively cleaned the dishes, and because Saint slumped lazily to digest. In this regard, UU reading www.uukungsha.com because of Saint's euphemistic name, I cook, you clean, isn't this what it should be? After a while, as the first customer walked into the store, Saint, who was full of the boss's style, swiftly walked into the back kitchen, put on a clean apron, and returned to the position of the chef, busy all the time. After 2 o'clock, he took off his dirty apron and asked Lorna, Lorna, have you been to the martial arts hall recently? I haven't seen Colleen come to dinner for several days. I always feel something is wrong. Boss, don't you know? With a narrow expression, Lorna teased Yinsheng and said, the martial arts hall has been closed. The master met a rich second generation, and he went to China for vacation with him. He was on a private jet. Rich second generation? Danny Rand. Yinsheng frowned and asked, when did this happen? Lorna said tisk tisk and looked at Yinsheng with a smirk and said, boss, you don't have to be so nervous, they're just going on vacation together, it doesn't mean anything, you still have a chance. It's not what you think. Yinsheng raised his hand with a serious face, Lorna. Stop playing. Be serious. Danny Rand is not a rich second generation, he is the immortal Iron Fist of the Chinese Kunlun, the mortal enemy of the Han Union. If Colleen goes to China with him, it will definitely not be a vacation, but it may be dangerous. Now, tell me, when did this happen? 4 days ago. Lorna was startled, and after answering honestly, a series of questions popped out of her mouth. Boss, don't scare me, Master will be in danger. What kind of danger? Kunlun is what? What is the Hands? Chapter 23 Lost to Life Colleen Wing. It's been 4 days already. Yin Saint pondered for a while, then waved his hand unquestionably, I'll talk about your question later. I'll call Colleen first to see if she's alright. It is good. Lorna nodded and saw that Saint took out her mobile phone and dialed Colleen Wen's number, but there was no one answering the other side. The phone is not forwarded to international long distance. Yin Saint turned to look at Lorna, and reasoned simply, Colleen should have come back, I'll go to the martial arts hall first. I'll go as well. Lorna had no intention of staying out of the way, and followed behind Saint, walked out of the store together, and walked towards Colleen Wen's martial arts gym. After a while. Boss? Sister Lorna. Peter Parker, who was carrying a school bag, came out of the utility room, and after shouting twice, but no one responded, he looked at the empty restaurant and muttered to himself with a face full of confusion, what happened? What should I do? I'm going to school. At the same time, because Saint stood at the door of Colleen Wen's martial arts hall, he knocked on the closed door. After a while, with the sound of footsteps, half of the door was opened from the inside, and a beautiful figure appeared in the behind the door. Seeing the appearance of the person who opened the door, Yin Saint suddenly showed a very surprised expression, Joey? Why are you? This sentence should be asked by me. Joy Meacham was also surprised. She glanced at Lorna behind Saint, and asked, Saint, why are you here? I'm an old friend of Colleen. I've known her for several years. Yin Saint replied, then pointed at Lorna and said, this is Lorna, you've seen her. She's not only my employee, but also Colleen's apprentice. So that's the case, let's talk about it first. Joey Meacham made a way, and after welcoming Saint and Lorna into the door, he said, Saint, you are here just in time, help me persuade Colleen, her health is very bad, but he refused to go to the hospital. What happened to the master? Hearing this, before Saint could speak, Lorna eagerly asked, where's her? In the back bedroom. Joey showed Lorna the way, and then explained to Insan simply, Danny, Colleen, and I went to China to investigate the conspiracy of the Han Society. During the process, she suffered a little skin trauma on her arm, which I thought was not serious, but I didn't expect that the enemy who injured her would actually be poisoned on the weapon, and it looked like it was probably a deadly chronic toxin. Saint nodded, knowing that what he was worried about happened in the end. He couldn't help but sigh the magic of fate. Because of his mixing, Danny Rand was not sent to the mental hospital by Joey Meacham, and he also sighed. I didn't ask Colleen Wen for help because of this, but I don't know what the reason was. In the end, the two of them still ran into the Han's Union by coincidence, and tracked them all the way to Huaguo, although, this time, there was one more Joey Meacham, missing a midnight nurse, Claire, but the result is still the same as in the original plot. Colleen Wing is dying of poisoning. As for the reason why Colleen Wen didn't go to the hospital, because Saint knew very well, it was because she asked her master Bo Tu for help, believing that he would have a way to detoxify herself, so she insisted on staying in the martial arts hall. In fact, there is really no good way for Western modern medicine to deal with the poisoning technique of China. When Yin's Hung followed behind Joey and walked quickly into the bedroom behind the martial arts hall, he saw Colleen Wen, pale and blue-lipped, lying on the bed sweating profusely. Lorna said, "Don't worry, I can hold on. When my master arrives, he will help me detoxify." "Oh, Colleen, you look so ugly now. It's terrible." Yin Saint walked to the bed, with a heartless expression, and said a joke that couldn't be colder, "I haven't been back to China for too long, so I'm not comfortable with the environment. You are the worst." If it weren't for the lack of strength, Colleen Wen would have jumped up and beat people, and after a sarcastic sentence, rolled his eyes and said, "Because of Saint, if you can't speak well, just shut up." I really don't have any sense of humor." Saint shrugged with a smile, turned to look at Joey Meacham and said, "Joy, why are you two alone? Where's Danny Rand?" "Danny went to the pharmacy to buy antibiotics." Joey lowered his head anxiously and looked at the time on his watch. "It should be back soon." With an O sound, Saint moved to Lorna's side, reached out and patted her shoulder, comforting in a relaxed tone, "Okay, don't cry, Colleen can't die with me." Hearing this, Lorna's eyes lit up and she turned her head abruptly. "Boss, can you cure the master?" "Of course, it's a small matter." Because Saint blew up the cowhide first, and then suddenly turned around in the eyes of three incomparably surprised eyes. "However, I have to wait for Danny Rand to come back. Use the iron fist bestowed on him by the Shaolao. UU Reading www.uukangshu.com." The three of them were all speechless. Following Colleen Wen, Lorna gave Insant a blank look. "Boss, can you be more reliable? You make me very unconfident." "Why am I so unreliable?" Because Saint was about to argue, he was interrupted by Colleen Wen. "Saint, who is Shaolao?" "It's not who." Yincheng turned his head, put away his smiling face, and looked at Colleen Wen seriously. "Shaolao is a dragon. Kunlun's immortal dragon has lived for thousands of years." "Dragon?" Colleen Wen's eyes widened, and she muttered to herself in disbelief, "True or false? If you don't believe it, let Danny Rand tell you personally." Because Saint turned his head, as if his eyes could penetrate the heavy walls, he said with certainty, "He is almost at the door." Immediately afterwards, as if to prove it to him, with a knock on the door, Danny Rand's voice came from afar, "Joey, I'm back, open the door." Colleen Wen, Joy Meacham, and two people were shocked at the same time, and they both stared at Yin Shen with a ghostly expression, and only Lorna guessed thoughtfully. "Aura induction." Saint nodded silently, affirmed Lorna, and reminded Joey, "Aren't you going to open the door for him?" Oh. After a while, Joey Meacham, who hurried away, led Danny Rand back in a hurry, carrying a paper bag with a pharmacy logo in his hand, which must be the antibiotics he bought. Chapter 24, Miracle Creator in Saint. In Saint? Why are you here? Danny Rand gave Vincent a surprised look, then looked at Colleen Wing on the bed. You. The situation is urgent. This is a long story. You will ask later. Saint waved his hand and went straight to the subject. Danny, I can cure Colleen, but I need your help. You know how to detoxify? That's great. Danny Rand was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Tell me, what do you need me to do? However, the first sentence that came out of Saint's mouth immediately made Danny Rand hesitate. I want to borrow your iron fist. After that, looking at Danny Rand's tangled expression, Saint explained with a smile, don't be nervous, no one can really take away the iron fist that Xiao Lao bestowed on you. What I want to borrow is just the qi in your body. For example, you are like a generator, all you lent me is electricity. You know Xiao Lao? Danny Rand was surprised again. In a situation of great importance, he had to ask cautiously, I want to ask, why did you borrow Iron Fist? Xiao Lao is the immortal dragon of Kunlun. The Iron Fist given to you is not only invincible. You must know that the legendary Long Yuan is an existence that can live and die, and the Iron Fist comes from Xiao Lao's dragon heart. Although it can't be compared with the real Long Yuan, it is also an extremely special existence, with magical healing power. You just don't know how to use it yet. After Saint explained a sentence, he paused for a while, and looked at Danny Rand sincerely and said, trust me, as long as you are willing to lend me your qi, I can completely heal Colleen. Understood, I believe you. Danny Rand nodded, no doubt in his heart. What should I do? You don't need to do anything. Yincheng raised his arms high, his palms turned to the sky, in a strange posture like lifting weights. When you feel that I am absorbing your qi, just don't resist. I already feel it. Danny Rand frowned tightly, and fine drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Oh, this feels really bad. Don't resist. As long as you have a conflicting thought in your heart, I can't borrow the qi that belongs to you. Because Saint is also not easy, completely beyond his expectations, just borrowing Danny Rand's breath, it will be so difficult, almost exhausting all his energy. You know, every time Sun Wukong condenses the original qi bomb, he borrows the qi of countless living bodies. In comparison, he can't imagine at all, how can it be done? Could it be, because of the difference in strength? Because of Saint's faint understanding, Sun Wukong's strength is very strong, and every time he borrows qi, the objects are all much weaker than himself, and Danny Rand's qi is several times that of Saint. Fortunately, although the process was extremely difficult, because Saint was successful in the end, the golden lines that were visible to the naked eye protruded from Danny Rand's body one after another, floating in the sky. In midair, with the trend of gathering, it went straight to the top of Saint's head. Between his raised hands, it gradually condensed into an egg-sized golden ball of light. With the complete formation of the light ball, Danny Rand, who was completely drained, lost consciousness at the same time, fell forward, and fell to the floor with a bang. Danny. Boss. He. Rand. The three exclamations sounded almost at the same time, because Saint carefully held the ball of light with one hand, slowly lowered his arm, and at the same time separated a trace of energy, soothing the three women. He is fine, he is just out of strength, rest for a while. It will be fully recovered in days. After all, Saint held the ball of light in his right hand, walked slowly to the bed, and said to Colleen Wen, who was lying on the bed, Colleen, lift the gauze on your arm and expose your wound. Colleen Wen stared blankly at the light ball in Saint's hand, and did not respond at all for a while. Lorna, who was standing in front of her bed, was the first to react, and immediately crouched down to help Colleen Wen untie it. The gauze wrapped around the arm, I saw that the wound under the gauze was actually oozing black blood, flowing on the fair skin, which was especially shocking. Seeing this, Lorna couldn't help shrinking her pupils and gasped silently. She could clearly see not only the blood flowing from the wound, but also the countless blood vessels under Colleen Wen's skin. There is a trace of ominous black, like a large black cobweb. Obviously the poison has been deep. I am afraid the toxin has already spread to the whole body. Lorna, get out of the way. Because Saint woke up Lorna, who was in a daze, he flipped the palm of his right hand, and held the golden light ball in his hand and moved it to the bottom of his palm. Facing the ball of light, he slowly and firmly approached Colleen Wen's arm, and reading www.uukunsha.com stuffed the ball of light into the blackened wound. The next moment, under the shocking gazes of Lorna and Joey, half of Colleen Wen's arm suddenly lit up as the light ball disappeared, and every blood vessel under the skin suddenly lit up. Were all illuminated by the golden yellow light, and as the light penetrated, the dark blood vessels were gradually returning to bright red, which was obviously a symptom of poisoning and was rapidly improving. Colleen Wen clenched her teeth tightly, but she couldn't help the strange feeling in her body. A coquettish moan came from her nose. She couldn't tell whether it was pain or comfort. Her expression was distorted and hard. After holding for more than 10 seconds, he finally opened his mouth suddenly, and a hoarse roar burst out from the depths of his throat. Immediately afterwards, Colleen Wen sat up forcefully, gasping for breath. The light radiating from her body had disappeared silently at this time, leaving only the sweat dripping all over her body, proving that the scene just now was not a magical dream. Well. A slight tingling sensation caused Colleen Wen to reach out and touch the wound on her arm. She was surprised by the smooth touch from her fingers. She twisted her waist and looked down. White and tender skin, where is there any wound? Oh my God! Accompanied by an exclamation, only to hear the sound of bang, he lifted up Danny Rand's Joey Meacham, and unconsciously released his hands, causing him to fall to the floor again. Lorna Lanschel on the other side, with her big green eyes rounded, stretched out her hand in disbelief and touched Colleen Wen's arm. I'm not hallucinating, right? Chapter 25 The New Discovery of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this, because Saint couldn't help but twitch his mouth, he turned and walked towards Danny Rand, who was unconscious, and helped him to lie down on the sofa. Then he turned his head and said to Colleen Wen, who was still in a daze, "No thanks, I just saved your life." Hearing this, Colleen Wen came back to her senses. Being teased by Yincheng, she couldn't express her gratitude. She stubbornly curled her lips and said, "Cut? Who wants you to save me? Mind your own business. Hee, just be happy if you're happy." Because Saint smiled indifferently, "I'll go first. The grievances between the Kunlun and the Hans Union, we turtle immortals don't want to get involved. Boss." Hearing that, before Colleen Wen could make a sound, Lorna Lanshere jumped out. "How can you do this? Just ignore the master like that. Isn't she already alive and kicking?" Yin Saint turned his head, spread his hands and said, "I didn't even leave a scar. Is the service thoughtful enough? What else do you want from me?" But Lorna wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Colleen Wen. "Lorna, don't say anything, you're going with Insane too." "Do not." Lorna shook her head vigorously. "Master, I'll stay here to help you, I'm not as unscrupulous as the boss." "Shut up." Colleen Wen got off the bed and said without denying, "Lorna, because what Saint said is correct, this is the relationship between me and the Hand Society. The grievances are not his, let alone yours. Go away, you are not allowed to come to the martial arts hall until I inform you." "Master." Lorna gritted her teeth and was about to say something else when Saint suddenly pulled her. "Let's go, don't worry, next time your master is about to die, we'll come and save her." "I bother." Colleen Wen raised a pair of beautiful eyebrows. If there was a knife in her hand at this moment, she must have pulled it out. Insane. Are you cursing me? Get out of my martial arts hall now. Go out. Go, go, go. Because Saint dragged Lorna, who hadn't reacted yet, he turned around neatly and left. We're going to get out of here. When the two of them walked out of the gate of the martial arts hall, Lorna, who was completely bewildered, threw away Yincheng's hand. Boss. Let me go. You'd better not look back. Although Saint let go of his hand, he also opened his arms at the same time, blocking Lorna's way, and persuading earnestly, I know very well Colleen's character. If you are implicated because of her, she will never forgive herself. If you really respect Colleen, you should respect her decision. Hearing this, Lorna was stunned for a moment, and her attitude softened. But, boss, the people of the Hand Union are so vicious. Master, she is very dangerous now. Don't worry, Colleen is not weak. Because Saint pressed Lorna's shoulder, turned her around abruptly, and pushed her towards the direction of his restaurant. The one you should worry about is the Hand Union. Is that so? Lorna twisted her neck and turned around, and looked at Insant suspiciously. Boss, before we came to the martial arts hall, you didn't say that. Because Saint was speechless for a long time, he finally found a suitable reason. The situation is different now. You didn't listen to Colleen. Is her master coming soon? Since they have already called the parents, what else can happen? It makes some sense. Lorna raised her head and stared at Insanto's face, and questioned very keenly, but why do I always think, boss, what you say is insincere? Because Colleen's master Botu is actually one of the 5 fingers of the hand. I just didn't want to meet him, so I ran away in a hurry. Because Saint slandered in his heart, he said quite perfunctorily, you think it's wrong. Boss, the more you say that, the more I think you are suspicious. 6 hours later, in the suburbs of New York, in a building that is definitely not a secret military base. Phil Carlson took a blood test report in his hand and walked to Melinda May's desk. May, it has been determined that, genetically speaking, because of Saint Lee's blood is completely normal, there is nothing suspicious, he is really neither a mutant nor an alien, it is time to visit him again. Wait a moment. Melinda May raised her head, pointed to the monitor in front of her, and said, there is new information arriving now. I think you need to watch this video first before making a decision. Phil Carlson raised his brows, and bent over his head. Listen to what you mean, this video has shit with him. What the hell is that? Golden ball lightning. This happened 6 hours ago at a Japanese martial arts gym near the Lee's Chinese restaurant. Do you still think that I was overreacting when I asked to bring a team of secret agents with me? Phil Carlson watched the video silently, and made a gesture in front of Melinda May. Go back. You reading www.uukansha.com if I read it right, because Saint drew a ball of light from the man's body, and then instantly cured the woman in bed. After that flash of light, even not a single wound? What about the man? What happened after he fell? Is he dead? Not dead, just in a coma. He is Danny Rand, the heir to the Rand Group, and Joey Meacham, the director of the Rand Group, was present. After speaking, Melinda May opened a new video. What's more interesting is that just half an hour ago, a team of 5 black off-road vehicles, an armed convoy, appeared in this military downstairs of the pavilion. The 2 big men of the Rand Group were picked up, and these people who got off the car are all professional fighters. At present, they have escaped our tracking and their whereabouts are unknown. Phil Carlson frowned tightly. What about the woman who was originally sick in bed? I also left with them. Melinda May zoomed in on the video. Her name is Colleen Wen, the operator of that Japanese martial arts gym, proficient in Bushido and Aikido. Not only that, you see, the person who spoke to her was obviously the leaders of these armed men. These people are likely to be called by her. Phil Carlson took a closer look, nodded in approval, and then he asked again, what about the woman who left with Insanto first? Melinda May picked up a paper document from the table and handed it to Phil Carlson. Lorna lands here, who is also an employee of Lee's Chinese restaurant, and Colleen Wen's martial arts hall's student. So, your theory is that everyone who has appeared in these two videos, including the Rand Group and the Unknown Armed Forces, are all related to the division mentioned by Saint. Chapter 26 Sunfist. Humanoid Self-Propelled Flashbang. Hearing this, Melinda May shrugged. I didn't say a word, you said it all. Tisk. Phil Carlson smacked his lips like a toothache. What's the name of his teacher? What's the turtle? Turtle Immortal Stream. What a strange name. Phil Carlson sighed and waved his hand. Let's go to him and have a good talk. Apply for one. No, apply for 2 teams of Secret Service personnel, one of which will serve as backup. Okay. May, can you not enjoy your expression so much? Haha. Half an hour later, in Lee's Chinese restaurant, which was closed. Lorna. Because Saint rolled his eyelids in annoyance, are you finished? The answer is the same as 5 minutes ago, Colleen hasn't come back yet. In her martial arts hall, no one's guess. Boss, did you really use the breath sensor? Lorna stared at Yin Shen with suspicious eyes. Why do I think you are just perfunctory me? Also, there is a distance of more than 500 meters from the Master's Martial Arts Hall. Can you feel it clearly? Didn't I say so? I will never go wrong within a kilometer. Because Saint's eyes were about to turn completely white, if you really want to know where she went, wouldn't you call her yourself? Besides, Lorna, Colleen is the master, okay. You are an apprentice, what kind of heart do you have? Humph. Lorna shrugged her nose beautifully. Unscrupulous black boss. Do you think everyone is as cold-blooded as you? Hearing this, because of the blue veins on Saint's forehead, he spoke unceremoniously. You still know I'm the boss. Get the hell out of here. I'm going to close the store and lock the door. I do not. Lorna raised her head and pouted. I'm staying here tonight, boss. You said that the lounge upstairs, I can use it as a dormitory at any time. You don't know what to say. Bar. You can live here, but don't bother me. Yin Saint glared at Lorna and warned viciously, I will practice in the quiet room before midnight. If you dare to break in, Halfway through the words, Yin Saint turned his head sharply, looked in the direction outside the store door, then turned around and said to Lorna very seriously, we are in trouble, remember, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to untie the breath shield. Boss, what did you sense? As soon as Lorna's question started, she saw 6 fully armed Secret Service soldiers appear at the door of the store in a tactical formation. Because Saint beckoned to Lorna, motioning her to hide behind him, and then looked at arrived, surrounded by these special service soldiers, Phil Carlson, who put on a black combat uniform and put on a tactical bulletproof vest, walked in first, followed closely by May. Linda May. Seeing this battle, Saint couldn't help but squeak in his heart, and secretly guessed, what's the situation? Could it be? I actually have an X gene that hasn't awakened yet? Or, am I an inhuman with some alien genes? Agent Carlson, what do you mean? Because Saint stopped in front of Lorna, he said coldly, I have always cooperated with your work, is this what I got? Mr. Lee, we meet again. Phil Carlson greeted politely, pointed to the team of special service soldiers who filed in and said, I'm sorry, this is a necessary precaution, not against you. Saint sneered with a hee-hee, apparently not believing a word, and tried to ask Carlson, if that's the case, can my clerk leave first? She's just an ordinary person. Ordinary people. With a smile on his face, Phil Carlson stepped forward and said, I don't think so. Before the words were finished, because Saint could clearly feel it, Lorna, who was behind him, shivered suddenly, and immediately stretched out her arm, grabbed her hand, squeezed it lightly, and signaled she doesn't have seizures. What do you guys think? Insanti waved the other arm and pretended to be very indignant. Why is Lorna not an ordinary person? You suspect that I am a mutant. Well, I also let you pump my blood, and now this is the case. For a while, don't give me an explanation, but you come to doubt my employees again? I began to feel that you are targeting me. Mr. Lee, don't get excited. Phil Coulson was obviously very jealous of Insant, and when he raised his arm, he immediately took a half step back and pressed his right hand on the holster. We have no ill intentions, we just want to talk to you. No offense. While Saint's eyes widened, he gently pushed Lorna with his hand and silently motioned her to hide behind the restaurant. With the other hand, he pointed at the Secret Service soldiers who surrounded him and said, "Then let him go." They put down their guns. Reading www.uukaungsha.com is fine. Phil Coulson first agreed, then took out a pair of specially made high-tech handcuffs. As long as you wear this, no one will point a gun at you again. Hearing this, Saint narrowed his eyes and looked at the 6 Secret Service soldiers who surrounded him on all sides, as well as the assault rifles they held in their hands. The threat of many firearms, however, this time, he is not as helpless as last time. You want me to be captured? Okay. Saint raised his arms and made a gesture that seemed to raise his hands in surrender, but it was a little strange that his hands were very close to his head, and all 10 fingers were aimed at his forehead, just before Phil Cole. When Urson noticed something was wrong, he sneered and showed his teeth. You forced me. Sunfist. The next moment, just before the words Sunfist were spoken, a blazing white and intense light suddenly lit up on Saint Yin's head. It was as dazzling as the noon sun. The 6 special service soldiers who were staring at him, were caught off guard, screamed and covered their eyes. All of them fell into a temporary state of blindness, and instantly became a mess. Humph. Humanoid self-propelled flashbang. Just ask if you are afraid. Because Saint showed a smug smile, facing the sunfist that transformed chi into strong light energy and aimed at visual indiscriminate attacks, almost no one on the field survived, and at the same time was blinded. Melinda May, who was aiming at him with a pistol, and even Lorna, who was behind him, was unfortunately accidentally injured. The only one who resisted the negative state of blindness was Phil Coe, who was wearing sunglasses. Elson, as for why he wears sunglasses on the big night, this is an unsolved mystery. Chapter 27. Do it first, then BB. The 6 Secret Service soldiers and Melinda May are all well-trained elites, and they know that in the case of blindness, shooting indiscriminately can easily injure their companions. Not only did they all lower their muzzles, but also kept their fingers away the trigger, and when Phil Coulson, the only remaining fighting force, pulled out the pistol from the holster around his waist, because Saint was like a tiger in the flock, he first pounced on those armed with heavy firepower. Secret Service soldiers. Phil Coulson was worried about his companions and did not dare to shoot easily, so he could only watch helplessly, because Saint punched one of his fists and swiped at his head. In the blink of an eye, he brought down 2 special service soldiers. Within seconds, a whole team of special service soldiers had fallen to the ground in a mess, and all of them lost consciousness. Immediately after that, when Saint got a whole team of Secret Service soldiers and found Melinda May, she had recovered some of her eyesight, but it was too late. In terms of melee combat alone, even she was not at all. Not because of Saint's opponent. In the case of being completely crushed by strength and speed, 3 or 2 moves were disarmed by Saint, and he was wrapped around his neck and subdued in his hands. Saint threw away the automatic pistol he had taken, looked at Phil Coulson, who looked like he was facing a great enemy, and said in a commanding tone, "Put the gun on the ground." Phil Coulson glanced at Melinda May in Insant's hands, and with no choice but to bend down, he put the pistol on the ground. Insane took a step forward and kicked the pistol off the ground. Then, he let go of Melinda May very readily and pushed her towards Phil Coulson. "Now, we can talk." Insane sat down carelessly in front of a table, pointed to the chair opposite and said, "Please take a seat." Having said that, Insane turned his head again and said to Lorna, who had regained her sight, "Lorna, go upstairs first, I didn't call you, don't come down." Lorna rubbed her red eyes, and glanced at Insane with no complaints, but she obediently walked up the stairs and went to the living room on the second floor of the restaurant. On the other side, after Phil Coulson and Melinda May looked at each other, they both sat down opposite Insane. Phil Coulson took the lead and said, "Mr. Lee, did you know that the attack an FBI agent, a felony for jail time?" "Come on." Because Saint curled his lips in disdain, pretending to be confused, he said that the wicked first complained, "Don't pretend, I already saw it, you are not FBI agents at all. Tell me. Who are you? Why are you targeting me?" Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Hearing this, Phil Coulson quickly waved his hand and explained sincerely, "Yes, we are indeed not from the FBI, but we do belong to the government department, and we are indeed here to investigate the case, not deliberately targeting you." Saying that, Phil Coulson took out his real documents and put it in front of Insane. "We are agents of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, specializing in cases related to supernatural forces. Completely it is out of the principle of confidentiality, so it will use the name of the FBI. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." Insane glanced at the certificate with a half-smiling smile. "Well, I kind of believe that this is true, Agent Coulson, you seem to be a smart person. If you plan to lie to me, you shouldn't make up such a story. Ridiculous name too." Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment, and continued with a strange expression, "Actually, we have confirmed that you are not a mutant or an alien through genetic testing. This time, it is related to another matter. May, give me the tactical tablet." After taking a black tablet from Melinda May, Phil Coulson clicked on a video and played it to Insane. "Can you please explain, this afternoon, in Colleen's what happened in Wen's martial arts hall?" Because Saint only glanced at him, he frowned immediately, and without answering, asked, "You sent someone to follow me?" "Let me justify, at that time, we hadn't confirmed your identity, and monitoring your movements was standard procedure." "Humph." Because of Saint snorted coldly. After thinking for a while, he said, "This matter is very complicated, it even goes back hundreds of years of grievances. Are you sure you want to know? Let me remind you in advance that this is a big trouble. If it were me, I would never want to go to the hornet's nest." "Hundreds of years ago?" Instead of flinching, Phil Coulson asked with great interest, "Please explain in detail. Where do you start?" Insane pondered for a while, and said slowly, "Let's talk about Danny Rand first. He is the core of a series of events. You should know that 15 years ago, the plane that their family of 3 took crashed. In the territory of China, his parents died on the spot, and none of the crew members were spared. He was the only one who survived by chance, and was rescued by the monks of Kunlun." "Kunlun?" Phil Coulson repeated the name. "Is this the name of a Chinese country?" "Kunlun is a hidden martial arts holy land, similar to our turtle immortal stream. For thousands of years, the practice of Qi has been passed down." After Saint explained briefly, he waved his hand and said, "I'm not from Kunlun. There are more secrets. It's not my turn to tell you. You can ask Danny Rand in the future." We went on to say that after Danny Rand was rescued, he stayed in Kunlun to study art, and his skills surpassed the pack, becoming the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun's generation. After that, he... "What are you doing with your hand?" "I'm not here, I'll teach you a lesson." Phil Coulson put down his arms in embarrassment, and asked with a dry cough, "What is Immortal Fist?" "You only need to know that the Immortal Iron Fist is Kunlun's strongest combat power, and that's it. I'm not from Kunlun, and their secrets cannot be told by me." After stressing once again that he would not overtake his place, he continued, "After Danny Rand became Iron Fist, he left Kunlun privately and returned to his hometown of New York, but unexpectedly found the traces of the Hand Union here." "Well, I know you're going to ask again. The Hand Society is an underground force created by 5 Kunlun traders. It has a history of hundreds of years and spreads across many countries around the world. It has countless minions and monstrous power. It doesn't need any explanation. It should be understood that the Hand Society is Kunlun's mortal enemy, and Danny Rand, as Kunlun's strongest Iron Fist, destroying the Hand Society can be said to be his destiny. For some unknown reason, he asked Colleen when to help deal with the Hand Society. It nearly killed her." Chapter 28 Killing Move. Scissors. After that, Yen Saint pointed to the tablet on the table, and finally said, "The picture on this video is that I borrowed Danny Rand's Iron Fist to rescue Colleen Wen, who was dying of poisoning. As for what method I used and why Iron Fist can cure poisoning, sorry, these are all secrets. The situation is stronger than people." Even if Phil Coulson wanted to ask questions, he could only nod helplessly at this moment, took the tablet, and opened another video. "Mr. Lee, I have another question. Colleen Wen, what is their identity? These people who picked up Danny Rand were called by her, right?" Because Saint hesitated for a while, and deliberately avoided this question, but felt that he could avoid the first day of the first year, but not the 15th day. After being silent for a while, he finally said the truth: "They are the Hand Union, talking to Colleen. That person is her master Botu, one of the 5 fingers of the hand." This seems a bit contradictory, doesn't it? Phil Coulson frowned and questioned directly, "You said before that Colleen Wing was injured by fighting against the Hand." "Not contradictory." Saint shook his head lightly, and explained with a complicated expression, "Colleen didn't know that she was working for the Hand. She always thought that the Botu was running a charity organization." Phil Coulson nodded dubiously, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, "Mr. Lee, if you don't mind, I would like to ask, what is your role in the Turtle Immortal stream?" "Role? It's none of our business." Because Shen Te said seriously, "Our Gaixian Liu is different from Kunlun. It is a completely hidden sect, and there are no external personnel in the world. As far as I know, so far, the Gaixian Liu who joined the WDO has disciple, I'm the only one, and if Colleen Wen was my old friend, I wouldn't be able to die without saving me, and I wouldn't be involved in the grievances between Kunlun and Shaohui at all." "Do you mean that there are outsiders in Kunlun? How big are they?" "No comment, you go ask Danny Rand." Phil Coulson turned his head speechlessly, and exchanged glances with Melinda May. After seeing her implicit affirmation, he quietly reached into his arms and took out another pistol hidden in his tactical vest. "Agent Coulson, don't rush to draw your gun." Because Saint stopped Phil Coulson's small movements, while his face changed greatly, he pointed in the direction of the store's door and said, "I know, the backup you called secretly has already arrived at the door, and most of them are with your instructions. They are all equipped with sunglasses that block the glare, and I want to ask you something before you signal them to rush in. Are you mentally prepared to let them sacrifice?" At the same time that Saint said the sentence with a murderous face, he raised the index finger and middle finger of his right hand, and pointed the fingertips at the table in front of him. The blade quietly formed in the air with the cutting action of his fingers like a knife, and then, with a thunderous momentum, it silently cut on the table, almost without any obstruction. Just click zi cut the entire solid wood table in half from the beginning to the end. Boxing, scissors, condensing chi at the fingertips and releasing it, you can draw a chi blade horizontally or pierce a chi sword vertically. The flying speed, sharpness, and range of the chi blade and chi sword are all related to the output of chi. It is proportional to the strength of guess the boxing, rock paper scissors, the most lethal move. This kind of powerful and terrifying ultimate move is obviously not suitable for use until life and death. With a horrified expression, Sen hurriedly yelled into the earphones, "Stop! I repeat. Everyone stops." Wise choice. Saint stood up with a sneer and pointed at the team of Secret Service soldiers who had fallen to the ground earlier. "I didn't hurt their lives, not because I was soft-hearted, nor because I couldn't do it, but because New York is mine. My home. I just want to live here peacefully. I don't want to cause trouble for myself. You better not break this peace, otherwise. You need to think about whether the consequences can be bearable." Phil Coulson took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and said with reason, "Mr. Lee, your ability is indeed very powerful, but it is precisely because of this that we can't let you go. Once your ability is out of control, the harm caused will be immeasurable, and I don't know how many innocent lives will be." "Cut." Yinsheng snorted and interrupted Phil Coulson's words. "Agent Coulson, have you misunderstood something? Ability is out of control? Uyukansha www.uukansha.com. Do you think my strength is? Did you get it out of thin air like a mutant? Don't be kidding. That chi blade just now is one of the entry-level skills of our turtle immortal. Do you know how long it took me to learn it? 10 years. Because Saint TB made a gesture representing 10, I have practiced for 10 years before I have the strength I am today, and every shred of chi in my body is obtained through hard work day by day, completely under my control. I ask you, as a well-trained combatant, will you accidentally fire when you hold a gun? Of course not, after a long time. Oh, I see what you mean." Phil Coulson showed a clear expression. "You mean, just like I can fully master the firearms in my hand through training, you can also fully master your own abilities through cultivation. It won't get out of control." "That's the truth." Saint nodded and left the option to Phil Coulson. "So, Agent Coulson, please tell me now, do you still insist on handcuffing me?" Phil Coulson thought silently for a while, then raised his head and said, "I can't give you an answer right now. The development of the matter is beyond my scope of authority. I will report your situation to my superiors truthfully. It's up to them to decide what to do with it." "Ken." Saint nodded in understanding, and made a please gesture. "You are free, but you'd better give me a clear statement before today is over." "It is good." Phil Coulson stood up and pointed to the unconscious agents. "Can I call someone in and take them away?" Chapter 29: The Mysterious One-Eyed Black Baldness. "Certainly." Yinsheng followed and stood up, nodded and said, "I have no intention of taking hostages, but you have to take care of your team members. The ugly words are in the front. If they have any extreme behavior, I will not do it again. Show mercy. Don't worry, they are all professional fighters, and even if they don't agree in their hearts, they will never act against the order." After Phil Coulson gave a guarantee, he held down his earphones and issued a series of orders. Another Secret Service team, who was backing up, walked into the store in a disarmed state and put their coma. The awake companions and the firearms scattered on the ground were packed and taken away together. Afterwards, Phil Coulson called Melinda May and said goodbye to Insan together. "Then we'll go first and contact you later." And many more. Because Saint reached out his hand to stop them, pointed at the table that had been cut in half and said, "First, pay for my table." Phil Coulson looked at the table speechlessly. "That's your own destruction. Don't make excuses." Because Saint interrupted the argument in Coulson's mouth, his eyes widened confidently. "Do you understand what it means to see the essence through the phenomenon? If it weren't for you, would my table be broken? Hurry up. Lose money." With a helpless expression, Phil Coulson took out his wallet from his pocket, and pulled out a bill. "Is it enough? $100? Are you kidding me?" Yin Saint grabbed Carlson's purse, opened it, and couldn't help but twitch. Agent Carlson, you are too stingy, aren't you? Bring $100 when you go out. 100 yuan is already a lot. Phil Carlson snatched his wallet back angrily, curled his lips and said, at least enough to buy a table. A plastic table is about the same. Insant rolled his eyes, let's go. Remember? You owe me a good mahogany table. Your table isn't red. Come on, let's go, wait for me to let you drink tea. After driving Carlson and Agent May away, Saint locked the storefront and pulled up the curtains to block the view from the outside. Just after doing all this, his feet suddenly softened and he collapsed to the ground. Boss. Lorna Lanchel, who was walking down the stairs, ran over with an exclamation, lifted Insanto, and said, are you all right? SHH. Yin Sheng first made a gesture of silence, and then patted Lorna on the shoulder, softly reassuring, don't worry, I just use Qigong continuously, and the recovery of Qi cannot keep up with the consumption, and the overdraft is too severe, just rest for a while. Hearing this, Lorna couldn't help but curled her lips. Boss, you're true, you've been holding on until now, but you still have the heart to ask them for table money. What do you know? Saint looked at Lorna with contempt. This is called bluffing. My forehead is already dripping with sweat. It's not like they didn't suspect that I was out of power, but they couldn't be sure. If I showed a little bit of it, in a hurry to let them go, that Carlson will turn his face immediately. But Lorna showed an unbelievable expression. Didn't you already make peace? Ha ha. Insane sneered, that's because Carlson believed it. If I were forced to resist, I would definitely cause death. Otherwise, I would have been tortured and taken away. Boss, in my opinion, your thinking is too dark, right? That Agent Carlson seems to be very kind. I think he should be a good person, not as sinister as you said. Ha ha, innocent little girl, don't make me laugh. Hey. You're only 1 year older than me. If you talk in this tone, I'll be angry. Okay, don't say anything, help me go upstairs to lie down for a while, I really don't have the strength. Humph. Boss, you are so heavy, a naive little girl in me can't do it. An hour later, there is a absolutely non-existent location on the American map, the Trident headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Kunlun, the Hand Association. A bald black man wearing a black eye patch covering the entire left eye socket, wearing a long black trench coat, sitting behind a huge desk, with the only right eye, stared at the man in his hand. 2 investigation reports, chanting these 2 names, they are starting to be restless again. Director, do you know them? The black suit standing in front of the desk was Phil Carlson, who looked at the one-eyed bald man with a surprised look on his face. Why have I never heard of it? This is an 8th level secret, which is beyond your authority. The one-eyed black bald glanced at Carlson. However, since you already know, then I can tell you clearly that the information you got is correct. Carlson curled his lips covertly, then said, according to Insant Lee, there is another external force in Kunlun. Does the Bureau know anything about it? He didn't lie. One-eyed black bald nodded, and summed it up succinctly. UU Reading www.uukaungsha.com is a true pure club. Although its power is not comparable to the Hand Union, it should not be underestimated. After that, the one-eyed black bald hum sneered, don't be fooled by this name, the members of the True Pure Society are all professional killers, and they can even be called dead men. After all, the only reason for their existence, it is to destroy the Hand Society, so although the number of people is much smaller than that of the Hand Society, the level of danger is not low at all. Then what about the Turtle Immortal Stream? Although Saint didn't say it clearly, whenever he mentioned Kunlun and the Hand, he would always unconsciously reveal a sense of superiority. This shows that the power of the Turtle Immortal Stream At least not worse than them. Hearing this, the one-eyed blackballed showed an interesting expression. This is the interesting place. As early as the last century, we already knew about the existence of Kunlun and the Han Society, and the name Gaixian Liu, I just learned from your mouth today. Carlson raised his eyebrows. Director, do you mean, because Saint is lying? There's no such thing as the so-called turtle fairy. Do not. The one-eyed black-bald man shook his head. Since he knows so much about Kunlun and the secrets of the Hand Association, he must have been born in this circle and cannot be an outsider. I think what he said is true. Gaixian Liu is a complete in the hidden martial arts school. He is the only disciple in the world, and it is precisely because they are too low-key, so we have never obtained information. Hearing him say this, Carlson couldn't help showing a very surprised expression. Oh, this is really strange. Do you have time to believe people, Chief? The one-eyed blackballed snorted coldly, picked up the tactical tablet on the table, and once again looked at the scene on the screen where Saint wielded the chi blade. It's not that I believe him, but there is no other explanation. Chapter 30 The Invisible Deterrent of the Turtle Fairy. After that, the one-eyed blackballed put down the tactical tablet and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Carlson, please appease insanely. Before we get more information about the turtle fairy, we will try our best to take measures against him. Gentle means. Carlson raised half of his eyebrows, and his expression became more and more surprised. Director, do we need to be so afraid of that mysterious turtle fairy? Of course it is necessary. The one-eyed black-bald body leaned forward and stared at Carlson with his only eye. I ask you, according to Saint Lee, his supernatural abilities are all based on study and practice. Do you have any doubts about it? Not at all. Carlson shook his head without hesitation. Although it is unbelievable, we have ruled out any other possibility. The only remaining answer, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. The one-eyed black-bald chin lightly nodded, sat up straight again, and asked in a stern tone, then, why don't we give the highest level of attention to a mysterious organization that can stably cultivate supernatural combat power? I understand, Chief. Carlson nodded knowingly. I will try my best to obtain information about the turtle immortal flow from Insanto. The one-eyed black-bald man gave a hum, sat back on the chair, and put his bipod on the desk and said, Go, this task is temporarily classified as Level 8 secret. Report to me directly, and, before you complete this task, I will temporarily increase your authority to Level 8. Oh? Then if I successfully complete the task, can the word temporary be removed? Yes, at the same time, the word Level 8 was removed. Phil Carlson turned around silently and walked out of the one-eyed black and bald director's office. He saw Melinda May waiting by the door. Before she asked a question, Carlson raised an arm and said, May, you know the rules, the 8th level secret, you are not qualified to know. You're not qualified either. Melinda May frowned angrily. You are a 7th level agent just like me. It's level 8 now. Phil Carlson shrugged, although it's only temporary. Humph. Melinda May snorted coldly, and asked with her hatred transferred, then when are we going to take someone to catch that kid? It can always be said, right? We don't arrest him. Phil Carlson shook his head, and then added, or, we won't use force against him unless we have to. Why? Melinda May looked at him angrily. Although that kid has a lot of bizarre methods, if we are prepared, we can completely take him down. I can only tell you that the director has other arrangements for him. Fuck. Calm down, that kid didn't hurt you, did he? Phil Carlson shrugged again. Compared to the 6 unlucky bastards with mild concussions, you don't even have a scratch at all. What's there to worry about? Ha ha. Melinda May sneered. Coulson, I just really want to hit people right now. As for who I hit, I don't really care. Hearing this, Carlson shrugged in an instant and coughed dryly. Cough, anyway. I plan to go and talk to him alone, so you don't have to stay up late with me. Go back to rest early. Is this an order from a superior? 8th Agent Carlson. No, if you have to follow, I won't stop you, but you can only act as a backup, not with me. Haha. What does this mean? Don't go. Seriously. What does it mean? An hour and a half later, Phil Carlson drove a car alone and came to the vicinity of Lee's Chinese restaurant. He had just pushed the door to get out of the car, and a black suit greeted him, and reported neatly, "The target is still the same." However, because he had all the curtains drawn, we could only determine his location through infrared images, the exact circumstances of which are unknown. I see. Carlson nodded, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and made a call. "Hello, Mr. Lee, I'm Phil Carlson. On the second floor of Lee's Chinese restaurant." Because Saint rolled over from the bed, he frowned and said to the phone, "How did you know me?" "Forget it, when I didn't ask. Tell me, what do you want to do to me?" "I'm nearby, can you open the door for me? We'll have a face-to-face interview, don't worry, I'm here alone." Saint opened the door silently, walked towards the stairs, and said on the phone, "Agent Carlson, I know you are an agent, but can't you knock on the door like a normal person? I just want to be polite." Carlson walked to the front door of Lee's Chinese restaurant. Reading www.uukaungsha.com. Make a phone call before coming to the door. Isn't this standard etiquette? Then someone has to leave a phone call for you. Because Saint hung up the phone, opened the store door, and said to Carlson, "I'm really honored to visit the cottage 3 times in one day." Carlson heard the obvious irony, but pretended to be confused. He smiled with a good temper and said, "Yes, we do take you very seriously. Please come in." The so-called person who doesn't slap a smiley face, because Saint stepped aside half of his body and welcomed Phil Carlson in. "Sit whatever you want." The two sat opposite each other across a dining table. Carlson said first of all, "I want to thank Mr. Lee for his frankness. Through the verification in the Bureau, we have confirmed that the information you provided is completely true." Good to say. Saint nodded indifferently. "What's the benefit to me by lying to you? As long as you don't bother me and let me live my life well, then I know everything I can tell you. Thank you again for your support of our work, and we will try our best to meet your request." Carlson was polite at first, and then changed his voice. "It's just, Mr. Lee, please understand that for a supernatural person as powerful as you, we can't let it go completely. There will always be some necessary focus on behavior." "I understand." Yinshen nodded, and then changed his tone. "As long as it's attention from a distance, you can do whatever you like. I don't want to control it, but if you dare to run into my shop and install eavesdropping camera or something, you better pray that your agents don't get caught on the spot by me." Chapter 31. The Backer of Real Existence. After that, Yinshen pointed to the door of the store and continued, "It's a fluke for you. I'll tell you clearly in advance that in our Gaixian martial arts, there is a technique called breath induction. It allows me to scan my body like a biological radar by detecting the breath of the human body. For example, I now know that 2 agents belonging to you are hiding in the building opposite, just in somewhere on the 3rd floor to the west." After seeing more of Saint's bizarre methods, Carlson has become a little numb now. Although he was a little surprised, he was not shocked. He was silent for a moment. "I understand, although I can't give you a clear guarantee, but I'll try to advise the Bureau to get them to do it in a way that you're comfortable with." "Very good." Saint stood up satisfied, stretched out his arm and shook hands with Carlson. "Agent Carlson, if everyone in your bureau can be like you, so polite, then I think we should be able to get along very well." Facing Saint's apparent behavior of seeing off guests, Carlson smiled silently. "Mr. Lee, if you don't mind, I actually have something to ask." Ha ha. Insane sneered and sneered. I'll just say, if you didn't have some purpose, how could you be so talkative? Carlson shrugged nonchalantly. Mr. Lee, in your own words, as long as we don't bother you, you know what to say. Isn't that the case? Of course, Saint couldn't refute what he had said, so he sat down on the chair again, curled his lips and said, okay, what do you want to know? Carlson sat down with him and quietly inquired, Mr. Lee, as far as we know, compared with the Kunlun and the Han's Union, the martial arts inherited from your Guizian Liu are very special, and they can be, it is said to be, beyond a level. Why is this coming? Because of Saint's secret joy in his heart, he knew that the Guixian Liu that he had painstakingly made up has finally become the backer of real existence. He smiled hee and put on a proud expression. The reason is very simple, because we are very strong, they are weak. Carlson glanced at Insan speechlessly. Mr. Lee, please be more serious. All right. Because of Saint's indifferent hands, actually speaking, it's the same thing. As for the complexity, long ago, Kunlun suffered a catastrophe. I don't know the specific situation, I only know that as a result, they cut off most of their inheritance. Compared with the Guixian Liu, which has always maintained a complete inheritance, it will of course look much worse. As for the Han Union, they defected from Kunlun after the disaster. We can't even compare. It turned out to be so. Carlson nodded knowingly, and then asked, if you don't mind, can I ask, where exactly is the dojo of your Guixian Liu? It's okay to tell you. Because Saint maintained a proud expression, he said seriously, our Guixian Liu dojo is located in the South China Sea, but our mountain gate is very special. If we don't want to be found by you, you will never be able to find it. Us. Hearing this, Carlson did not express surprise, but asked thoughtfully, so, you are the same as Kunlun? In theory, you do not exist on the earth, but are hidden in another dimension. Not bad. Because Saint gave Carlson a half smile, Agent Carlson, it seems that you came well prepared and did a lot of homework. Of course. Carlson nodded and said with a smile, I can't always raise your hand to ask you questions, Mr. Lee, I don't quite understand a little bit, although you are of Chinese descent, but you have never been to China, how can you become a Guixian Liu's disciple? Well. Because Saint pondered for a while, and understood the truth of many mistakes, he simply said, my master once came to New York, and he accepted me as a disciple when I was very young. Your master? Who is he? Facing Carlson's questioning, Saint's black pot traveled through time and space and placed it on the head of an innocent old man in another world. As an apprentice, it's not easy to mention the master's name, you can call him a tortoise fairy. Turtle fairy. Carlson frowned, reasoned, and said, Turtle Immortal Lu, this title, seems unusual, doesn't it? That's right. Because Schenk lied without changing his face, Turtle Immortal is an honorary title, representing the spiritual leader of our Turtle Immortals, not necessarily the strongest among us, but must be the most respected person. Carlson silently weighed the credibility of these remarks, and raised the level of danger due to Saint to a notch in his heart. After thinking for a while, UU Reading www.uukangsha.com asked, so, you are all the skills taught by this tortoise immortal? Can you explain it in detail? Hearing this, Saint frowned and asked without answering, Agent Carlson, although it's not a taboo if it's just a general explanation, but I must first ask, why do you want to know? With a sincere expression, Carlson said openly and honestly, in fact, because your turtle immortals are too mysterious, our bureau has very limited understanding of you, so I actually got the order issued by the superior to gather as much information about you as possible. I understand. You want to figure out our methods so that we can restrain them in a targeted manner. Hearing what Insanto said, Carlson quickly explained, no, No, we just want to know about it so that we can have a clear understanding of your turtle fairy martial arts. No. Yin Saint curled his lips and raised his hand to interrupt Carlson. Agent Carlson, don't rush to explain, even if this is the case. In the same way, I have no plans to hide it from you. Our Gaixian-style martial arts have been passed down for thousands of years. Is it so easy to be restrained? Having said that, Insant glanced at Carlson. Are you ready to take notes? Coulson classmate. Cough cough. Carlson coughed a little embarrassedly, pointed to his collar and said, in fact, since I entered the door, this device has been recording video and audio, and it has been uploaded to our bureau's server in real time. Hearing that, Saint cursed something silently. Judging from the shape of his mouth, it was obviously not a good word. Then, he cleared his throat and said, let's start with the most basic. Chapter 32. To maintain peace, there is only deterrence. Our Gaixian-style martial arts has a total of 5 basic skills, namely breath practice, breath induction, breath shielding, breath release and breath giving. Cultivation of breath is the basic technique for training one's own breath. It can be said to be the foundation of the foundation. As long as you practice persistently, you can continue to strengthen your own chi and strengthen your physique. Most advanced qigongs require strong physique and strong breath to support. Aura sensing, I mentioned to you before that it can detect the breath of the human body and various living bodies. I will add one more point, that is, the stronger one's own chi, the larger the range that can be detected by breath sensing. Aura shielding is a technique for breath induction. It can completely restrain one's own chi, so as not to let others sense it. It can also adjust the strength of one's own chi to confuse the other party. The breath is released, the air in the body is simply released, and the high temperature is generated in the form of releasing energy. I usually only use it for roasting meat, but well, you can imagine a little, since the meat can be roasted, then people, cough cough, and this is also the foundation of all emanation type qigong, and only after mastering this skill first can we practice various advanced skills. Giving breath, gently conveying chi to others, the most widely used method is to enlighten beginners in martial arts, but its most important role is actually to help injured companions. Chi is a kind of life energy. Significantly enhance the physical fitness and resistance of the wounded, and some chi with special personalities can even directly heal the wounded. After saying that, Yincheng paused, got up and poured a glass of water, moistened his throat, and continued, next, that is our entry-level kung fu of Gaixian Lu, called shooting boxing, rock paper scissors. There are 3 moves in total. The stone is a boxing technique. It wraps the chi around the fist. After hitting the enemy, it explodes instantly. The higher the entanglement of the chi, the greater the power. You once asked me how to subdue the 4 gangsters. That's what I used. The scissors refers to power. When the chi is condensed at the fingertips and released, the chi blade can be drawn horizontally, and the chi sword can also be pierced vertically. You have also seen it before. The lethality is very strong, and it is a killing move that cannot be used easily. Cloth is palm art. It releases chi from the palm of the hand and converts it into force energy. It can push, pull, or restrain the target. Similarly, the higher the strength of the chi, the wider the spread, and the greater the force energy generated. That's all I've learned temporarily. Because Saint took the cup, took a sip of water, and signaled Cop to stop here. As for the more advanced qigong, I only know a little about it myself, so I won't tell you nonsense. That's not right. Carlson frowned and reminded Insanti, you also have a qigong technique similar to a flash bomb. I didn't hear you mention it. Oh, you said sun fist. Yincheng patted his forehead. To be precise, it's not an orthodox Gaixian martial arts, but a peculiar move created by a senior named Tianjin Fan, which blows chi out of his forehead. It is released and converted into strong light energy. the higher the intensity of the output gas, the more dazzling the flashing light. Tianjin rice. Carlson remembered the name, and then asked reluctantly, also, what about the trick you created a golden light ball to cure Colleen Wing? That's not Geixian-style martial arts either. Insane shook his head, sorry, that move is actually a forbidden move. I shouldn't have used it, and I don't want to talk about it more. All right. Carlson didn't push him too hard. He asked in a different direction, then, apart from the last two moves, do you all know the tricks you mentioned before? Certainly. Saint nodded his head, of course, as if it really mattered. It is said that it is the basic skills and entry-level martial arts. Only after you have learned all the basic skills and mastered at least one of the three tricks of guessing, can you be qualified. Self-proclaimed disciple of the Turtle Immortal. Carlson took a deep breath, and said incredulously, you mean, with your strength, you are only at the bottom of the Turtle Immortal stream? Yes. Because Saint looked at Carlson with a "are you stupid" look. I'm only 19 years old this year. Obviously they are the group of people with the shortest cultivation time. Isn't this an obvious thing? Carlson stared at Insant silently for a long time, and after all, he couldn't tell whether he was lying, so he had to give up for the time being, and ask some detailed questions without any pain. Because Saint started to make up stories about turtle immortals as early as the day he met Danny Rand. After lying too much, he even believed it himself. Since it's okay to lie to himself, it's even more difficult to lie to others. It's not a problem, poor Phil Carlson, he was fooled and crippled like this one sentence after another. The lame, oh, no. It was Phil Carlson who had collected enough intelligence. With a worried expression, he hurriedly left the Lee's Chinese restaurant. Reading www.uukangsha.com. After explaining a few words to the agent who stayed behind, he drove away in a flying manner. It was in the middle of the night, and he didn't know where he was in a hurry. It was already after 1 o'clock in the morning. After Saint sent Collison away, he was about to go back to his room to sleep. As soon as he got to the second floor, he met a pair of big green eyes and was stunned for a moment. Reaction: why haven't you slept yet? Hearing Saint's question, Lorna, who stayed here for the first time, rolled her eyes and replied angrily, there are agents from SHIELD, how can I fall asleep? Don't worry, this time they knew they were afraid, so they really made peace. Saint yawned with an ah, then walked around Lorna to the bedroom. Go to sleep, I have something to say tomorrow. And many more. Lorna was so willing to let in Saint go, grabbed his clothes and said, Boss, are you sure they don't doubt my identity? Sure and sure. Yinshen turned around and said impatiently, didn't I tell you before? Carlson said that you are not an ordinary person because of what happened in the martial arts hall in the afternoon. As for now, their attention has been diverted long ago, and no one will have the mind to take care of a little guy like you. Lorna snorted and stared at Yinshen in dissatisfaction and said, how did you talk? Why am I a little person? Insane glanced at her speechlessly. Do you really want to be noticed, or do you not want to be noticed? Are you satisfied when you are a big man and being watched every day? Boss, are you being watched by S.H.I.E.L.D? That's right, I'm a big man. Chapter 33 SHIELD Who wants to practice martial arts? A week later, at 2:30 in the afternoon, Lee's Chinese restaurant. Lorna. Insane untied his dirty apron, walked towards the door of the store, and said to Lorna, I'll go out for a walk, and I'll leave it to you in the store. Hearing this, Lorna curled her lips. Boss, are you going to molest the agents of SHIELD again? What do you know? Saint looked at Lorna with contempt. I'm practicing anti-stalking skills. In terms of your wicked personality, boss, this sentence is really unbelievable. Stop talking. Take a good look at the store. Because Saint threw these words out of anger, strode out of the restaurant, and turned on the breath sensor at the same time, searching for suspicious breath nearby. But all combatants have better physical fitness than ordinary people, and on the other hand, the intensity of their chi also exceeds that of ordinary people, and they stand out among the crowd. After a while, because Saint discovered two suspicious targets gathered together, he couldn't help but say to himself, "Are they replaced again? They really don't give up." Well, I followed, and it really was them. Because Saint slid into the alley skillfully and sensed two SHIELD agents following him, he jumped up abruptly, and with the help of the fire escape behind the residential building, he climbed to the roof in 3 or 2 strokes, condescendingly circled around. When I got to the back of the two agents, watching them wandering around in confusion like headless flies, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction in my heart. Okay, Lorna's words are right. At first, I did it for practice, but now, it has indeed changed a bit. Because Saint scratched the back of his head, his expression was rather tangled, or, from tomorrow, forget it. 8 hours later, SHIELD, Trident Headquarters. Phil Carlson sat at a desk and reported to the one-eyed black-bald Hui who was sitting behind the desk, "Director, because Saint played with our new agent again today, no matter what we change, they can always accurately identify their identities. I think, this should be the breath induction of Gaixian Liu." After that, Carlson added, "Moreover, he not only has extraordinary detection ability, he can even rely on breath shield to deceive our various detection instruments. Once out of our field of vision, basically can't be found again, unless, a tracker is placed on him, otherwise, it is impossible to accurately grasp his whereabouts." The one-eyed black-bald frowned slightly and summed up, "That is to say, during this whole week, we haven't developed any effective targeted tactics for Gaixian-style martial arts." "Not at all." Carlson showed a bitter expression, "We have to admit, because of Saint's fearless attitude, not blind confidence, the inheritance of Gaixian Liu is indeed very comprehensive. Even from the perspective of modern tactics, those skills are also very effective. If we face a group of people like him, unless they are willing to confront us head-on, our conventional means of attack are likely to fail, not to mention, because of Saint's age, it is very likely that they are indeed the weakest group of people in the Gaixian Liu." The one-eyed black-bald man was silent for a while, touched his chin and asked, "How is our think tank researching about breath cultivation?" Combining all the qi refining materials from Kunlun in the bureau, the experts who are proficient in Chinese culture have come to the unanimous conclusion that if it is not possible to give beginners a sense of qi through methods such as breath giving, then, I am afraid that no one can sense their own qi without a teacher, let alone practice it. The one-eyed black-bald nodded gently, "That is to say, no one can be self-taught and must have a master to bring in the door." "That's right, this indirectly proves that Saint's master, Turtle Immortal, did stay in New York for a while, but after all, this was 10 years ago. We want to track down his traces. I'm afraid it will be more difficult." Hearing this, the one-eyed black and bald face knocked on the table expressionlessly, "Because Saint claims that it took 10 years to get to where he is today, has this been confirmed?" "There is no conclusive evidence, but based on the Bureau's information about Kunlun and various legends in China, we have reason to believe that he did not lie." Having said that, Carlson's eyes flashed, "Listen to what you mean, Director, do you have any thoughts on the inheritance of the Gaixian Liu?" "Of course I have ideas. As long as we can obtain this inheritance, we can steadily increase supernatural combat power. Even if the training cycle is a little longer, it is completely worthwhile." Halfway through his words, the one-eyed black-bald slammed his fist on the table. "However, the potential threat of Gaixian Liu is huge, and we can't be afraid of it. Before you know their heels and feet, you can tan Yin Saint's tone, but be careful not to arouse his alarm, let alone act rashly." "Yes, Chief." Collison nodded in agreement, Just look at the Kunlun and Shao'erhi who have been fighting for hundreds of years, to understand how far the turtle immortal flow will achieve in order to maintain its own unique inheritance. It must be no matter the cost, the portal must be cleaned up, and if you think about it a little, if there are more than 100 insins attacking Shield. After a shuddering trembling, Carlson came back to his senses, and then reported, "One more thing, Danny Rand, who was taken away by the Hand, made a big noise last night at the Hand. The stronghold in the suburbs of New York has clearly discovered their true colors. It's a matter of time." The one-eyed black bald curled his lips disdainfully. He is Kunlun's immortal Iron Fist, and he has been instilled with the idea of, following hands will never die since he was a child, although it is said that among the ancient Iron Fists that came out of Kunlun, he can be said to be the stupidest one. However, the Shao'erhi society wants to re-brainwash him and use it for its own use, which is purely whimsical. "Aren't we going to intervene?" Carlson said worriedly. Kunlun's peripheral organization, the True Pure Society, has been restless recently, and is looking around for news about Iron Fist, apparently knowing that their leader has appeared in New York. I always feel that if things go on like this, a big battle is just around the corner." "Wait." The one-eyed black bald squinted his only eye. "Pay close attention to the movements of the two sides, and when they concentrate their strength, we will give them a fatal blow." Chapter 34: The Betrayal of Colleen Wen. "But..." Carlson hesitated for a moment. "By that time, New York, which has become a battlefield, will probably suffer huge losses, and even thousands of innocent casualties." "Coulson." The one-eyed black bald raised his head. "Do you think why we haven't taken action against such an evil organization as the Hand?" Carlson pondered for a moment, combined with the latest information, guessed and replied, "Their 5 fingers are really hidden too deep. We can't carry out the decapitation operation, and the minions under his command are too many and too complicated. It is unrealistic to start from the bottom. I think it should be these 2 reasons." "You missed the most important point, that is, their 5 fingers are always scattered all over the world. Even if one finger can be cut off, this hand will continue to exist." After the one-eyed black bald added a sentence, he raised his right arm, raised his palm, and slowly squeezed his 5 black fingers into fists. "For so many years, I have been waiting for an opportunity to kill them all. And Danny Rand, this immortal Iron Fist, is my best bait." Hearing this, a look of unbearable flashed across Carlson's eyes, but in the end, he didn't say anything, just nodded silently. At 11 o'clock that night, on the 2nd floor of Li's Chinese restaurant, which was closed, Yincheng, who was practicing in the quiet room, suddenly opened his eyes. "What a strong breath, this is Danny Landa. He is back." Saint Yin, who was sitting cross-legged, jumped up from the floor. After sensing it carefully, he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, Colleen is also with him. Wait. Something seems wrong. Why did they fight?" Because Saint's eyes widened in surprise, he opened the door of the quiet room, and the whole person rushed out like a gust of wind. He ignored the stairs leading to the 1st floor, and went directly over the railing of the balcony, from the 2nd floor. Jumping up and down, he adjusted his balance in the air and landed his feet firmly on the ground. With the help of a deep squat motion, after removing the gravity from his body, he immediately kicked his legs and rushed towards Colleen, the direction of Wen's martial arts hall. Until then, on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, Lorna heard a series of movements. She pushed open the door of her room and stuck her head out in confusion. "Boss? What happened?" Saint, who was already 100 meters away from the Chinese restaurant, of course it was impossible for him to hear this question. In less than half a minute, he crossed the distance of hundreds of meters and came to Colleen Wen's martial arts gym. Downstairs, and then, he jumped up from the ground, his toes stepped on the window sills, and through constant borrowing, he jumped to the 3rd floor in the blink of an eye, curled up and smashed a glass, accompanied by crash. With a crisp sound, he jumped into the martial arts hall and shouted, "Stop it all!" Colleen Wing, who was holding a samurai sword in both hands, and Danny Rand, whose fist in his right hand was shining, were both startled. "It's me." Insanto inserted himself between the two of them without hesitation, facing Danny Rand and said, "What the hell are you two doing? Why are you still moving?" Hearing him ask this, Danny Rand's surprised expression instantly turned into anger. "You should ask your old friend about this. Do you know that she is actually a hand member? For so long she has been deceiving us ever since." Because Saint knew this fact for a long time, he was not surprised at all. He was surprised that in the original plot, after Colleen Wing helped Danny Rand escape from the stronghold of the hand, Danny Rand didn't forgive her? How did it get to the point of tit for tat now? "Danny, calm down, is this a misunderstanding?" Hearing what Insane said, before Danny Rand could make a sound, Colleen Wing took a step forward and put her hand on Insane's arm. "Insane, you don't need to say, you didn't wrong me. I'm a hand man. I'm his mortal enemy. Get out of the way." This girl, because the concept of life has completely collapsed, so has she given up on herself? While thinking about this, Yin Shen got lucky, and the bottom plate sank. Colleen Wen, who wanted to push him away, only felt that he was pushed against a wall that was motionless. Saint pushed, "Shut up. Stand behind me." Pushed by him like this, if it was normal, Colleen Wen would have been stalking him long ago. However, at this time today, she looked at Yin Shen's not so broad back, but she didn't say anything. "I can't say it, I just feel very warm in my heart, I just feel very safe." Originally, under the sudden change of Colleen Wen, UU reading www.uukaungsha.com fell into an illusion, that is, the whole world has turned its back on her, but because of Saints coming forward, there is no doubt that it is telling her plainly that you are wrong. There is at least one person who is willing to stand in front of you unconditionally. On the other side, Danny Rand clenched his teeth and stared at Insane. "Insane. You heard her words, if you still plan to protect her, you are my enemy too. Danny. Think about it. Colleen is not that kind of person." Saint took a step forward and tried to convince Danny Rand, "Have you ever thought that Colleen was actually deceived by the hand?" "Ha ha." Danny Rand sneered and had no intention of taking up this conversation. He raised the glowing fist in his right hand and issued an ultimatum. "Insane, you said it yourself, if I call out an iron fist, you are not my opponent at all, get out of the way. I don't want to hurt you." More than half a month ago, this was true. As for now, because Saint curled his lips in disapproval, knowing that it would be impossible not to fight, without saying a word, he raised his arms and put 10 fingers on his forehead, sun fist. Before he could finish his words, a blazing white light had already enveloped him. In every corner of the martial arts hall, the defenseless Danny Rand and Colleen Wen screamed at the same time, and both were blinded. Because Saint Tesseron put down his arms, walked towards Danny Rand lightly, walked around behind him silently, aimed at the aorta in his neck, and swung a knife that was neither light nor heavy. Knowing Danny Rand's current level, as long as he is knocked unconscious now, when he wakes up, even if he can't calm down, he won't even think about summoning Iron Fist in a short period of time. Chapter 35 After Image Fist. Beyond the limits of the naked eye. Snapped. Danny Rand, with his eyes closed, suddenly raised his left arm backwards, accurately blocking the knife in Saint's hand, and at the same time turned around suddenly and waved the golden yellow light towards him. Fist. Guess, cloth. Because Saint was startled, he shouted violently in his mouth, and slammed Danny Rand into the air with a slap. 4 fists, lying in bed for 10 days and a half months would be considered light. By the way, although he can't sense aura in a wide range, relying on the energy he emits is enough to detect movement within a few meters, and, This TM is taught to him by myself. Insane, who almost capsized in the gutter, felt a sense of doing his own fault and not living. Well, it was a simple abuse of vegetables, but this suddenly turned into a boss battle. Under the circumstance that a sneak attack is no longer possible, facing a fist that can't be touched, how will this TM fight? If he could use the ultimate move scissors, Saint wouldn't have such a headache. The problem is, not to mention that Danny Rand is half his friend, even if not, he doesn't want the future Iron Fist, became one-armed man Yanguo or one-legged Iron Crutches Lee and the like. As Saint was still struggling, Danny Rand, who had an Iron Fist, had recovered most of his vision in just a few seconds. He widened his red eyes, staring at Yincheng fiercely. He said, "Yincheng, you actually attacked me? Despicable. Trust me, the reason why I play tricks is for your own good." Yin Saint cocked his mouth righteously. "Danny, put away your Iron Fist, I don't want to hurt you, don't force me to be serious." Danny Rand couldn't help but get furious when his words were returned by Insanto's original sentence, "Don't think about it." "Insanto, you annoyed me. I won't be merciful anymore. Then let's go." Because Saint stretched out his left hand and retracted his right hand inward, he made a starting gesture, deliberately provoking Danny Rand and said, "I will try my best, not to hurt you very badly." "What?" Hearing this, Danny Rand couldn't help but get more angry, and rushed up with a roar. After all, he is the strongest combat power carefully cultivated by Kunlun. Even in the state of anger, his moves have not lost the rules. With his invincible Iron Fist, combined with the stormy offensive, even though Saint had Sun Wukong's lifelong fighting experience, he was completely at a disadvantage in the blink of an eye, and he could only be exhausted to parry. After the two entangled themselves for more than a dozen tricks, because Saint's situation was already dangerous, if it wasn't for Quan, Cloth, who could push Danny Rand away from the air, he would have been given by Iron Fist long ago. It hit, but after so many times, his chi has been consumed a lot. Knowing that this is not the way to go, he can't help but grit his teeth secretly. "Do you really want to use scissors? Wait, maybe, try that new trick. But, I'm not very proficient yet." At this time, Colleen Wen, who had also been blinded by Yincheng's previous Sun Fist attack, had basically recovered her vision. She looked at the two who were fighting together, and she felt like it's a mess. "I just feel that it's not a matter of intervening, and it's not a matter of not interfering." Just when Colleen Wen was in a dilemma, the erratic Insant suddenly stood there stupidly, letting Danny Rand's radiant fist move towards his chest. "Waved over. Don't want." Colleen Wen screamed suddenly, threw away the samurai sword that was tightly in her hand, and rushed towards Yincheng without caring for her life. Just as she was about to throw herself at him, her eyes suddenly widened. She suddenly stopped her steps, and saw that, right in front of her eyes, there were two Insanes. One of them, Insant, was still standing in the same place with a blank face, facing Danny Rand's Iron Fist, while the other Insant appeared abruptly behind Danny Rand and raised his head. He pointed at his arm like a knife and waved it towards his neck. Danny Rand waved his glowing fist and hit Insant on the chest, but it seemed to hit the air, penetrating without hindrance, just as he showed a shocked and confused look. When the expression on the back of his neck took a heavy blow, and then, he felt darkness in front of his eyes, and the whole person fell forward with a bang. The fist that lit up from the inside out also gradually extinguished the light. A hand knife fell down after Danny Rand. Because Saint himself also slumped, he fell to the ground almost at the same time as him, screaming and hugging his right thigh, under the attack of waves of severe pain, cursing. Exploding foul language, "Fuck. It hurts, hurts, hurts." Colleen Wen watched helplessly, the insane that was hit by Danny Rand. Reading www.uukunsha.com dissipated in the air like a wisp of smoke, and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After a while, I just walked up to the fallen insane, squatted down and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Muscle strain." Because of Saint's hissing, he gasped for a few breaths, and then added, "I hope it's just a strain. I feel like I'm torn." Colleen Wen glanced at him speechlessly, with a hint of complaining in her eyes. Did you hurt yourself?" "You are true, if you're not sure, then don't be brave. How dare you talk about me?" Because Saint took a pair of rolled eyes and met Colleen Wen's gaze. "Isn't it because you rushed over suddenly? Although my after-image fist has not been fully practiced, if it is not because of distraction, that wouldn't be the case. I'll go find something and give you a cold compress." Colleen Wen rarely retorted, walked into the kitchen at the back of the martial arts hall, found some ice cubes in the refrigerator, wrapped it in a towel and walked back, pressed it on Saint's swollen thigh, and said softly, "Thank you, Insane." Huh. Because Saint felt the cold touch on his legs, he let out a sigh of relief, stretched out his arm subconsciously, and pressed his hands on the pack of ice cubes, but unintentionally, he grabbed Colleen Wen's soft hands. After he froze for a moment, he cheekily maintained this action, without any intention of letting go. Colleen Wen bit her lower lip lightly, obviously feeling a little shy, but for some reason, she also maintained her original posture, and did not withdraw her hands for the first time, the two of them folded like this, the palms pressed together on Insane's thigh. Chapter 36 Girlfriend? I haven't yet. In this slightly charming atmosphere, Yin Sheng hooked his fingers a little itchy and swiped gently on the back of Colleen Wen's hand, and immediately got a sullen look from her, followed by the tender pair of the little hand slipped out of his palm. Cough cough. Because Saint used a dry cough to cover up the embarrassment in his heart, he asked, "Colleen, where have you been these days?" Hearing his question, Colleen Wen's face suddenly darkened. "Can we not mention this?" Because Saint was silent for a while, he said in a terrifying tone, "Actually, I already knew that your master, Botu, is one of the 5 fingers of the hand union." "What?" Colleen Wen's bright black pupils shrank suddenly, and asked repeatedly, "You already knew? How early? When?" "On the day I healed you." Yinsheng told a non-painful lie. "When you mentioned his name, I was already a little suspicious. Later, Shield also got involved. Having said that, in short, it was almost a few hours after you left, and I have already confirmed that he is the Bo disciple of the hand." Colleen Wen was silent for a long time, and said slowly with a bitter face, "So, you also know that the orphans I taught martial arts finally joined the army of the hand?" "Hey! Colleen!" Yin Sheng called out Colleen Wen's name aloud, looked into her eyes seriously and said, "It's not your fault. You were just deceived by Botu." Colleen Wen was stunned for a moment, and then looked into Saint's eyes and asked, "You believe me like that? Don't you ever doubt that I'm actually a hand member?" "Of course not." Insane shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone, "If you are, doesn't it mean that I am blind? How can I admit this to such a narcissist?" Cut. Colleen Wen couldn't hold back her face and curled her lips with a smile. "Because of Saint, you are indeed narcissistic enough, and this can also involve yourself." Saint smiled hee and shrugged his shoulders again. "Colleen, you are not a handicapped person at all, don't take their mistakes to punish yourself." Hearing this, the smile on Colleen Wen's face disappeared, and she said with a helpless expression, "It's as simple as you said. Over the years, I thought I helped a lot of people, but in fact, I gave them to pushing the fire pit. How can I be right? It was very simple." Yin Saint smiled coldly and said in a cold voice, "Whoever deceived you and made you do bad things with good intentions, you will kill anyone. If you are not, I will help you. You help me." For this murderous sentence with Teng's words, Colleen Wen's focus was rather strange. "You Gaixian Lu, aren't you not involved in the grievances between Kunlun and Shao'er He? It's different." Yin Saint first pointed to Colleen Wen, and then pointed to himself. This is your personal grudge, of course I want to help you, otherwise, how could my waiter, who is even better than the boss, let him go? Can you beat me? You mean Lorna? Colleen Wen's face changed suddenly. She turned her head and said, because of Saint, you also said that this is my personal grudge, please don't interfere, let alone tell Lorna. Hearing this, because Saint suddenly reacted, he said something wrong. The meaning of that sentence is as if he planned to help Colleen because of Lorna. The words that were said were like spilled water, and it was impossible to take them back, because Saint was very remorseful, but he didn't try to remedy it, he just nodded lightly, okay, I respect your choice. Colleen Wen then nodded as well, but said softly without saying anything. Saint thought for a while, tried to use a casual tone as much as possible, looked at Colleen Wen and asked, Colleen, Bo 2 is your master after all, are you sure you can defeat him? Colleen Wen was silent for a while, before she gritted her teeth and said, because of Saint, my mind has been made up, no matter what you say, I will never change my mind. You seem to have misunderstood. Saint shrugged for the nth time, what I want to say is, haven't you always wanted to learn the martial arts of our Gaixian style? What do you think of my after-image fist just now? Colleen Wen raised her eyebrows and looked at Saint with a strange expression. Saint, are you asking me to be your girlfriend? After hearing her say this, Yin Zheng remembered that he once made a joke to her, saying that if you want to learn Gaixian style martial arts, you have to be your girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Colleen Wen actually took it seriously. With an equally weird expression, he said, I don't have any requirements, but well, I can do anything. I don't have a girlfriend yet. UU reading www.uukanshu.com. You think beautiful. Colleen Wen Jiao glared at Yin Zheng with an angry look. Tell me about this after-image fist, is this the trick you used to conjure up two of yourselves? It's obviously you who brought it up, how could it be so beautiful to me? Because Saint muttered such a sentence first, and then under Colleen Wen's bad eyes, he said, yes, the so-called after-image fist is to release one's own chi, create an illusion of oneself on the spot, and at the same time, chi is transformed into force energy, bursting out from under the feet, pushing itself to move at a super high speed. The explosive speed that can be achieved in an instant, even exceeds the dynamic visual limit of the naked eye, and on the contrary, this will affect the body. Causes a great load, especially the legs. Saying that, Yin Saint pointed to his swollen thigh, if you're not careful, it will happen like this. Whether you want to learn it or not, you can think about it before you decide. I learn. Colleen Wen nodded vigorously without hesitation. She might injure herself a little danger, which was obviously not enough to stop her desire to become stronger. After affirming her determination, she added a sentence that knew the rules, don't worry, I understand the taboos of teaching martial arts privately, and I also know the risks you take, and I will never disclose what you taught me to anyone, and I will not use the after-image fist easily. To you, of course I'm very relieved. Because Shenk responded casually, in this world, Gaixian Liu is just an existence that he made up, where there are so-called taboos, and he took the risk of a fart. He continued without pressure, I am studying before after-image boxing, I have to teach you breath practice, otherwise, if you use Kunlun's chi refining method to use our turtle fairy martial arts, there may be problems. Chapter 37 The Obstruction of Reckless. Kunlun. Colleen Wen frowned, and said with some puzzlement, I didn't learn it from Kunlun, it was my teacher. It was taught to me by Bo Tuesday. He rebelled from Kunlun. Yinzheng curled his lips, don't you know? The things taught by the Hand Association are actually from Kunlun's martial arts. Of course, they will definitely not admit it themselves. Yes. Hearing this, Colleen Wen's brows furrowed even tighter, and the word Chuan even appeared between her brows. so it's like this. Anyway. Because Saint took off the ice pack on his legs, and sat cross-legged straight, I will teach you breath practice first. You have already laid the foundation, you should be able to get started quickly, and you can learn it tomorrow at the latest. After image fist. It is good. Colleen Wen also sat down cross-legged, looked at Danny Rand who was in a coma, pointed at him with some scruples, and said, should you start learning now? Do you want to wait until he wakes up? Fine. Yin Saint waved his hand. I know the hand I put down, at least it would take half an hour for him to wake up. Sure enough, more than 40 minutes later, Danny Rand just said oh, and woke up clutching his neck. By this time, Colleen Wen, who had been learning from Saint, had already taught him the practice of breathing. Even practicing alone. You're awake. Saint stood up, walked towards Danny Rand a little limpingly, bent down and stretched out an arm to him. Have you calmed down now? Humph. Danny Rand snorted coldly, crack. The pat flew away from Saint's outstretched arm, and stubbornly got up. Saint, you don't need to pretend, we are not friends for a long time. In fact, I didn't consider you a friend before. To put it mildly, you are barely half a friend. If you say it badly, you are just a rich acquaintance. Because of Saint's sullen belly, he took a step back and said, are you a friend? I still want to tell you that Colleen was deceived by the Hand Society, otherwise, she would not help you escape. Ha ha. Danny Rand sneered, looking at Colleen Wen who was sitting far away on the other side of the martial arts hall. Did she tell you that? Saint, you were deceived. It was Joey who helped me escape. Colleen didn't actually say that, I was just guessing. Because Saint secretly said so it seems that because of his arrival as a shit stick, many things that would have happened in the Marvel world may be changed because of this. In the future, you can't take it for granted. Danny Rand showed a mocking smile, obviously not believing it very much, and he didn't know what he was thinking, and even tried to use this to turn against Saint. Saint, I told you a long time ago, from the very beginning, she was a hand person, the Colleen Wing you know is just an illusion she pretends. Wake you up. Because Saint looked at Danny Rand speechlessly. Danny, you have only known Colleen for a long time, and I can understand that you don't want to believe her, but I have known her for a long time, you can't. Do you trust my judgment? Humph. Danny Rand snorted coldly again, looked at Saint with hostile eyes and said, since you have to be obsessed, then I have nothing to say. Don't let it go. Saint. Don't say I don't have it. I warned you. The Hand is my mortal enemy. Since you chose to side with Colleen Wen, you will also be my mortal enemy when we meet next time. Stop. Because of Saint's mouth, he stopped Danny Rand without giving an inch. He was not a good-natured person. He had tolerated Danny Rand repeatedly before, but in the end he only got 2 dead enemies. Since I have reached this point, how can I continue to swallow my voice? Danny, some words can't be said nonsense. Regarding the eternal enemy, I don't have the habit of returning the tiger to the mountain. Don't think I don't know, now you are. Is there no way to summon an iron fist? Humph. Without that invincible fist, I only need one move to kill you. You. Danny Rand obviously did not expect that because Saint would turn his face when he turned his face, although he was very afraid, he still did not give in because of it, because of Saint. You are too arrogant. Then do it. Let's see what happens. Who killed who? Let him go. At this moment, Colleen Wen, who had been silent for a while, suddenly stood up and said to Saint, Saint, let him go, I am not weak and do not need your protection. That's not possible. Because Saint was not used to Colleen Wen's plan at all, he still stopped in front of Danny Rand and said, Colleen, don't meddle, you can't control this. Since he has made a choice, I must be regarded as his dead enemy, and I will bear the corresponding consequences. Who said I can't handle it? Colleen Wen lowered her tone in her mouth and slowly moved behind Insane. Her front chest was against his back, her whole body was pressed against him, her hands passed through Insane's armpits, and hugged from behind. She lifted her head on tiptoe and said softly in Saint's ear, I know, you are all for me, of course you have to listen to me, I don't allow you to be so messy, here have you. Because Saint only felt stiff all over, the sharp eyes that were like knives suddenly became stunned. For a long time, there was no further movement, and he was completely focused, and the Nephrite Wen who was sent to the door by Colleen Wen Xiang was attracted, especially, the two soft, bouncy balls that came from his back. Seeing this, Danny Rand, who was opposite the two, showed an indescribably distorted expression, and his eyes seemed extremely complicated. If you followed his gaze and looked closely, you could see from his enlarged pupils distinguish envy, regret, pain, and even remorse. All in all, at this moment, Danny Rand clearly realized that he had completely lost something very important in his life. The feeling of emptiness in his heart made him want to go crazy. And until this moment, Danny Rand, it dawned on him that the reason why he wanted to kill Colleen Wen was precisely because he cared so much about Colleen Wen. Because I care too much, it's hard to let go. However, now I want to understand that it is obviously too late. In fact, even if he could figure it out earlier, it would be too late. As early as the day that Saint was born and descended on Marvel, some predetermined fates were already doomed to be tampered with. Chapter 38 Gentlemen? Usabi. The next moment, Danny Rand lowered his head, bypassed the two people who were hugging each other, and walked out of the martial arts hall silently, leaving only a very sad back without uttering any harsh words. And Yincheng, who was originally in front of him, didn't care about his departure at all, he only knew that he was greedy and inhaled through his nose, trying to distinguish more clearly what the aroma was coming from behind him. A taste. Immediately afterwards, because of Saint's dismayed discovery, the owner of the fragrance let go of the hands that were wrapped around his waist, and the whole person was like a slippery loach, sticking to his stretched back arm, slipping smoothly. After leaving, he instinctively turned around, stretched out his arms and grabbed it, but in the end, he still got nothing. Colleen Wen, with her pretty face blushing, took a step back gently and skillfully, dodging Yincheng's claws. She opened her big watery eyes, silently gave a warning look, and then, she bit her lip lightly, but what she thought in her mind was, what should she do if Saint still pounced on her despite her eyes blocking it? Do you really want to resist? Do you really not resist? Fortunately, Yincheng, who was always very informal on weekdays, actually showed an amazing gentleman's demeanor at this time. After he received the warning from Colleen Wen's eyes, he immediately bowed back slightly to cover up. Indecent between his legs, he said goodbye, it's not too early, I'll go back first, see you tomorrow, Colleen. Colleen Wen watched Yincheng, who almost fled, and disappeared at the door of the martial arts hall with a limp. After standing there for a while, she suddenly laughed out loud, small sample. Have a thief's heart but not a thief. At the same time, Insant, who was walking on the street, suddenly slapped himself hard like a madman, you really are a sabi. After a while, Colleen Wen, who was cleaning up the broken glass on the floor of the martial arts hall, suddenly rolled her eyes, dropped the broom in her hand, picked up the mobile phone on the table, and sent a message to Insant, hey, you still owe me a glass. In just a few seconds, Saint's reply appeared on the phone screen, how about I send it to you now? Colleen Wen was speechless for a while, she didn't know what to say for a while, she didn't dare to let Yincheng come over now, something would happen. At this moment, only hearing the sound of ding, Colleen Wen soon lowered her head, glanced at the vibrating phone, and stomped her feet in anger. I saw that there was another line of words on the screen, Sample. Since you don't have the guts, don't come to tease this uncle. Colleen Wen had the heart to smash her phone, and replied angrily, "Bastard. Why don't you die?" In response to this, Yin Saint replied with an emoji, a grinning face. Ah! 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 Colleen Wen shouted 3 times in a frenzy, crack. She slapped the phone on the table, gnashed her teeth and picked up the broom again, fighting against the broken glass all over the floor. Half an hour later, Colleen Wen had just sealed the glassless window with black tape when she heard the phone on the table ring. Screen. I am going to sleep, good night. Seeing these simple 5 words, Colleen Wen's heart felt strangely warm, but she didn't feel angry anymore. After holding her phone and smirking for a while, she replied 2 words to Yin Sheng, good night. The next morning, Yin Saint, who rarely slept late, was woken up by a rhythmic knock on the door, and then Lorna's voice entered his ears, "Boss, are you in there?" "I am here." Because Saint rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up from the bed, and shouted through the door, "What's the matter?" Hearing this, Lorna pushed open the door and entered. "Where did you go in the middle of the night last night? When did you come back?" "I rely on it." With a scream from Saint, he grabbed the quilt and covered his bare upper body. "I didn't tell you to come in." Seeing this, Lorna, who walked in the door, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Is there a mistake? Are you a man or am I a man?" Because Saint was silent for a long time, he argued very weakly, "I'm used to sleeping naked. This is a normal conditioned reflex." Lorna glanced at a pair of trousers beside the bed, combined with the mysterious bulge on the quilt covered by Saint. She spit silently and looked away. "Do I need to avoid it?" Yin Saint curled his lips. "Forget it. What did you just ask? What happened last night? Did someone from SHIELD come to trouble again in the middle of the night?" "Oh, that's not it, it's Colleen who is back. I'm going to fight." "Master is back. Then why didn't you tell me?" Before Saint's words were half finished, Lorna stared at him and interrupted him, "Boss. You promised me that if www.uukansha.com senses the master's anger, he will notify me as soon as possible." Because Saint knew that he had reneged on his promise, it was inevitable that he was wrong, and explained in a good voice, "The situation was urgent at the time, and I couldn't care about you at all. When I came back, you were already asleep, and I didn't wake you up." "Then is she still in the martial arts hall now?" "Should be there, yesterday, at..." As Saint watched helplessly, Lorna turned around neatly, walked out of the room without looking back, and disappeared into the doorway. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of walking up the stairs, which came from outside. "At least bring the door to the room." Because Saint grinned like a toothache, he fell back on the bed again. "This is nothing." At this point, because it was obviously impossible for Saint to fall asleep, after lying in bed for half a minute, he suddenly lifted the quilt and began to put clothes on his body piece by piece. 10 minutes later, since Saint finished washing up, he went down to the first floor. After checking the restaurant's stock, he felt that there was no need to replenish it, so he grabbed some food in the kitchen, and then went back to the second floor and walked straight into the quiet room to practice. Although he only obtained the knowledge of Sun Wukong, but not his memory, as time goes by, because of Saint's style, he is still getting closer to him, and he is about to become a typical cultivator and fighting maniac. 2 hours later, the alarm clock at 11 o'clock sounded on time. Because Saint finished his practice, he came to the back kitchen of the restaurant, and started preparing the side dishes before lunch. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Saint put down the kitchen knife in his hand, wiped his hands with a towel, took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lorna, "Can you come back for dinner?" Chapter 39. The relationship is no longer the same. After sending the message, he was stunned when he saw the common phrase "I can't come back," and he was quite touched by it. Ever since Lorna moved into the store, he seemed to be genuine. It's like having more family members. Although there are more troubles, there are inevitably worries, but since crossing into the Marvel world, Yincheng always feels a lingering loneliness. An extra Lorna Langell in the family. The phone rang with a ding and woke up the dazed Yincheng. When he saw the screen that lit up, he saw Lorna reply, "I'll be back soon, boss. I invited the master to have a family dinner, you prepare more food." "Colleen is coming?" Because Saint's heart was agitated, he was stunned again for a while, and then he returned an emoji, holding up 3 fingers, a gesture representing OK. After putting the phone back in his pocket, Saint prepared a few more ingredients, then picked up the iron pot and started cooking. It is worth mentioning that there was no flame under the pot he was holding. The hot oil of the zizi exploded endlessly. 10 minutes later, Lorna returned to the restaurant on time and stuck her head in at the door of the back kitchen. "Boss, what shall we eat today?" "Kung Pao chicken, musha pork, fried sansi, mapo tofu, boiled beef, tomato egg soup." Saint raised his head, and after reporting the name of the dish, he pointed to the cooking table behind him. "Just in time, serve the dish." "Wow, it's so rich. It's great. Eating barbecue every day makes me vomit." Lorna took a step forward with drooling saliva, and gave Yincheng a surprised look. "Boss, have you changed your sex today? Usually you are too lazy to die. If you can only cook one dish, you will never add another soup. Is this something unclear?" Yin Saint glanced at Colleen Wing, who appeared at the door of the back kitchen, and said to Lorna, "Because there is more of your master today, you are thanks to her. I'll just say. How can you be so good all of a sudden?" Lorna angrily picked up 2 plates and walked to the dining table where she usually eats. At the same time, she curled her lips and said, "It really has a purpose, and the thinking is not simple at all. Master, you have to be careful of this big pervert." Hearing what she said, Colleen Wen, who passed by her and walked into the back kitchen, felt her cheeks get a little hot, and she couldn't help but glared at Saint Yin angrily. He stretched out a small hand and pinched him fiercely around his waist. "Hush." Because of the pain, Saint took a deep breath, and immediately fought back without hesitation. In the name of revenge, he reached out and wrapped his arms around Colleen Wen's slender waist. He squeezed it hard, and for a while, I felt that my hands were all smooth, and my heart couldn't help but sway. Colleen Wen's eyes widened suddenly, she turned her head like a thief guilty, glanced at Lorna's back, and then shoved Saint with both hands, twisted her waist and escaped. He grabbed his claws, and then he squeezed his small fist and waved it as a warning. Because Saint gave a hee-hee indifferent smile, raised his right hand that was pinching his waist, deliberately put his fingers under his nose, and made a provocative gesture of sniffing. His expression was indescribably vulgar. Colleen Wen was angry and ashamed, and was about to give Yincheng an angry fist when she saw that Lorna had come back again, and immediately turned around, carrying a pot of boiled beef. Pretending to be as if nothing had happened, he walked towards the dining table. Saint admired Colleen Wing's back view from behind, and watched her walk out of the kitchen. Then, in Lorna's contemptuous eyes, she took off her fairly clean apron, picked up the cutlery, and followed. When Saint put 2 pairs of chopsticks and 2 pairs of forks and spoons on the dining table, he heard a ding bell coming from the door, and Peter Parker, panting, stepped on the dot as usual. "Boss, Sister Colleen, Sister Lorna." Peter first greeted the 3 politely, then hurriedly ran into the utility room, put down his schoolbag and changed into his overalls, washed his hands again, and then returned to the dining table. Today, because of Colleen Wing's insistence, Saint waited until Peter was on the table, then picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let's start, everyone." Afterwards, he even cheered, "Wow! So much delicious food. Boss, you have worked hard." "Thank you." Peter, You are thanking the wrong person. Lorna pointed at Colleen Wen with her fork, and said yin and yang angrily, if the master wasn't here, Boss Black wouldn't be so kind. You should thank her. That's right. Because of Saint's thick skin, this level of sneering and sarcasm is impossible to even break the defense. He nodded indifferently. Peter, both you and Lorna are stained with Colleen. Guang, if you want to thank her, thank her. Before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his calf. It was obvious that someone was under the table and kicked him fiercely. Because Saint reluctantly cried out, you read www.uuk. Com looked at the expressionless Lorna, and at Colleen, who looked as usual, but he couldn't tell at all, whose black feet were these. The only certainty is that Peter Parker must be innocent. When Saint was struggling, he heard the sound of ding bell coming from the door again. He raised his eyebrows lightly, and without looking back, he said directly, Agent Coulson, you really know how to pick time. Phil Coulson, who pushed in the door, was a little surprised, then looked at Insanto, who didn't look back, and said, Mr. Lee, is it a coincidence that I'm here? Did I bother you? Actually, for me, whenever you come, it's a disturbance, okay? Because Saint turned his head angrily, and asked a symbolic question, have you eaten yet? Coulson was shaking his head and wanted to say no, but he heard Insant continue to say to himself, have you eaten? Oh, then you can sit by the side for a while, and I'll talk to you when I'm done eating. Talk. When Coulson was speechless, Saint smiled, haha, oh, Agent Coulson, you should really look at your expression, don't mind, I'm just joking with you, if you don't like it, just eat with us, please take a seat. Thanks. Coulson pulled up a chair and sat down, thanking him dryly, obviously not very appreciative. God knows, just a few seconds ago, even with his good temper, he could not wait to pull out a gun and reward him. Insane a bullet. Agent Coulson, Lorna, you have seen it before. This is Colleen, this is Peter, Colleen, Peter, this is Agent Coulson. After a brief introduction to the two sides, Insanti asked Coulson, can you use chopsticks? Chapter 40 Courtesy Phil Coulson. Sorry, I won't. After getting a negative answer from Coulson, Insant raised his five-fingered right hand, waved his arm in the air, and made a hold, then pull motion, and then, far in the on a dining table a few meters away, a pair of forks and spoons rose spontaneously into the air and flew in the direction of Saint Yin, and he grabbed them in the palm of his hand. In the eyes of several surprises, Insanti used fist, cloth in the same way, pulled over a plate and a rice bowl, folded them together and handed them to Coulson. The rice is in the pot over there, you're welcome, eat more. Coulson took the whole set in a daze. Although he had already learned about the ability of the turtle immortal martial arts, he couldn't help but be shocked by witnessing this magical scene like magic. After a long while, he said again thanks. Due to the presence of an additional government agent, the atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became dull. Both Colleen and Lorna adhered to the principle that silence is golden, silently just eating, but Peter, a newborn calf, fearless, he asked, this. Agent Coulson, which agency are you? FBI? CIA? DIA? NSA? This is confidential. Coulson shrugged his shoulders and made a special joke for agents and spies, if I told you, then I must kill you. Peter blinked, but didn't fall for it. This seems to be a common line in movies. Coulson smiled and nodded. I always wanted to say that last time, but if the secret is true, don't ask. Peter said oh, and then he changed the subject with perseverance. Agent Coulson, you seem to know our boss very well, why? Is it because he knows Chinese Kung Fu? Confidential. I think it must be. Could it be that, is he actually your secret instructor? It must be so. Right? I guessed right. Confidential. Wow. When you look straight, you finally look like an agent in a movie. By the way, I've always been curious, why does an agent have to wear sunglasses? It's fine during the day, don't you feel silly wearing sunglasses at night? As an uninvited guest, Carlson felt that he couldn't take the lead, so he had no choice but to glance at the host, insane, and silently pointed to Peter, meaning you don't care? Seeing this, Yincheng, who was watching the play with his job, ruthlessly exposed Carlson's old bottom. Peter, Carlson is an agent of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. They specialize in dealing with and supernatural forces. That's why you got to know me about the case, and if you get superpowers in the future, you can call him. Cool. Because of Saint's words, it was obviously adding to the misfortune. After Peter shouted excitedly, he looked at Carlson excitedly and said, Agent Carlson, you must know that the one that has been rumored recently, Daredevil from Hell's Kitchen, is he a superpower? I made a $10 bet with my classmates, can you give me a hint? What are you turning your head for? I can't see it. Carlson didn't understand what Peter was saying at all. He looked at the grinning insane, and suddenly understood why Melinda May, as a professional senior agent, would like to slap this kid to the bone. Ash. It's noisy. At this moment, with a coquettish shout, Lorna turned her head and gave Peter a vicious look. Peter. Be quiet for me. Don't disturb people's dinner. Peter shrank his neck in fright, and quickly said oh. He lowered his head to eat honestly. It can be said that brine and tofu, one thing is one thing. Because Saint, as the boss, doesn't speak with such an effect. Carlson was so moved that he almost didn't shed a tear, and immediately gave Lorna a grateful look. If he didn't think it was a bit inappropriate, he almost rushed out a thank you. Without Peter's commotion, the table was immediately cleared, and it was so quiet that only the sound of forks and plates collided. Colleen Wen, the two people who used chopsticks, continued to struggle with the food in the bowl. Because of the fact that Saint is a foodie, Lorna and Peter knew it for a long time, so they didn't think it was strange, but it was unexpected that a small Colleen Wen could eat so well, just when the two were surprised. When he couldn't close his mouth, Phil Carlson, who was sitting on the other side, showed a thoughtful expression. After the meal, Lorna and Peter habitually began to clean up the dining table, and Saint stood up, pointed to another dining table near the door of the store, and said to Carlson, "You reading www.uukangsha.com? Agent Elson, let's go sit over there." In fact, Carlson stood up and pointed at Colleen Wen next to Insant. "The reason why I am here today is also related to Ms. Wen." Hearing this, Saint curled his lips, not surprised. "I knew it was the case. Your agents are really dedicated enough. It was so late yesterday." Cough cough. Carlson coughed and pointed to Peter and Lorna, who had pricked up ears. "Mr. Lee, it's better not to involve your clerk in some matters, what do you think?" "I was negligent." Saint nodded politely and waved to Colleen Wen. "Let's go, let them clean up here, let's change the table. You all sit first." After arriving at the door of the store, Yin Saint locked the door by the way, and hung up the closed sign, then made a pot of tea, and placed it on the table together with 3 black pottery teacups. After doing this, Insant sat down next to Colleen Wing, and said to Carlson, "Please tell me, Agent Carlson, USHIELD, what advice do you have today?" Carlson was stunned for a moment, then looked at Insanti suspiciously and said, "Mr. Lee, how do you know the name Shield?" "So far, only our insiders have occasionally used this name. The abbreviation has not been officially announced." Accidentally missed the mouth. Yincheng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Please, this is not a complicated puzzle. If you don't count the conjunction N, put together the initials of your full name. It happens to be Shield, don't pronounce it as Shield words, is it read out letter by letter like this? Chapter 41 Come to be the peacemakers SHIELD. Alright. Carlson also shrugged his shoulders. In fact, you are the only outsider who has memorized our full name, others don't spell out the initials of the full name, and if you can remember more than 3 words, that's not bad. Now. Haha. With a dry laugh from Saint, he changed the subject with a guilty conscience. Agent Carlson, let's stop the gossip, it's time to get down to business. It is good. Carlson nodded, took out a tactical tablet from his briefcase, opened a video, and asked in a positive tone, Mr. Lee, this is you, right? Because Saint looked over his head and saw that he was the one who jumped from the ground and stepped on the window all the way up to the 3rd floor. However, because the photographer was too far away from himself, so only a vague figure can be seen on the video, and it is impossible to identify the identity at all. Why ask the question when you know it? Because of Saint's undisguised pouting, although he acquiesced to the behavior of Shield's concern from afar, this did not prevent him from expressing his unhappiness of being monitored. You're 2 agents, the reaction is it's pretty fast, it's only been less than half a minute since I showed up outside the restaurant to the time it was posted on the video, and they were filmed like this. Carlson wisely ignored this and clicked another video on the tablet. So, can you tell me why you had a conflict with Danny Rand? Because I. Facing Carlson's question, Colleen Wing answered before Insane spoke, Agent Carlson, Danny Rand is here for me, Insane is just meddling. What is nosy? Saint didn't like to hear these words anymore, so he mumbled with a face full of displeasure, I really thought the immortal fist was so easy to deal with? If I didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid you'd be cold by now. Bah! How did you talk? After Colleen Wen angered Yin Sheng, she immediately stretched out her foot without hesitation and kicked his calf fiercely. The movement was like flowing water, and she seemed very skilled. Ow! Because Saint couldn't hold back, he opened his mouth with a cry of pain, covered his calf with one hand, and pointed at Colleen Wen with the other. You really kicked me just now. So what? Wait for me. Sooner or later, I want you to know what it means for a gentleman to move his hands but not his feet. How dare you? I chopped up your salty pig's hand. Just because. Cough cough. At this time, Carlson, who was regarded as heir by the 2, coughed hard, showing his weak sense of existence. With a strange expression, he asked Yin Sheng and Colleen Wen Yi, Mr. Lee, Ms. Wen, may I ask? Are you 2 lovers? Hearing the words, Colleen Wanying looked at each other in dismay, and hurriedly denied it in unison, no. No. Seeing this, Carlson pouted his lips in disapproval, coughed again, and asked the previous topic, cough, let's continue to get down to business, Ms. Wen, according to our investigation, although you are not a hand union. But your master is one of the 5 fingers of the bow too. The conflict between you and Danny Rand is because of him, right? Do you know the blogger? Hearing this name, Colleen Wing's face changed suddenly. She sat up straight with frosty face, and said in a cold tone, Agent Carlson, please don't call this person my master, he is not worthy. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to what I said. Carlson politely apologized, skipped the topic with understanding, and continued, actually. I just want to say, about the misunderstanding between you and Danny Rand, our god the Shield is happy to be an intermediary. To clarify on your behalf, we have collected enough evidence to prove that you were deceived by the blogger and the hand. Hearing what he said, Colleen Wen turned her head subconsciously, glanced at Insane, and after seeing him wave his hand and make a you decide action, he just nodded and said, if you can, it would be great to clear up the misunderstanding. Thank you, Agent Carlson. You're welcome, you are innocent in the first place, and we should return your innocence. Seeing that everything was going well, Carlson could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, resolving the conflict between Insanto and Danny Rand, but his most important task today, as Danny Rand of the Immortal Iron Fist, was in Aegis. In the future plan of the Bureau, it occupies a very important position, and Yinsheng, who is armed with Turtle Fairy martial arts, in the eyes of the director of SHIELD, cannot be missed. The bystander Qing Yinsheng also saw a clue at this time. He stood up. You read the book www.youcanchu.com, picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea, placed them in front of Colleen Wen and Carlson, and then poured another cup for himself. After he took a sip of the hot tea, he said with a little teasing, "Agent Carlson, are you here today as a peacemaker? Are you shield so idle? It can't be said that. One of our jobs is to avoid battles between superpowers." At the same time as Carlson threw out a cliché, he held up the black pottery teacup in front of him. He looked at the clear tea in the cup, and he was a little bit speechless. "Without milk, can this be called tea?" Because Saint looked at Carlson with a tangled expression, he guessed that he was not used to drinking authentic Chinese tea. Of course, if he knew it, and he should ignore it. In the end, Carlson put down the teacup without moving, and swallowed hard, as if it had moistened his throat. Then, he picked up the tablet again, clicked on a new video, and placed it in yin in front of Sheng. He said, "One more thing, Mr. Li, if I guess correctly, are you instructing Ms. Wen on martial arts?" Insane glanced at the tablet, and replied ambiguously, "So what?" Carlson didn't expect him to admit it directly, took back the tablet, and continued, "As far as we know, you even pointed out Danny Rand, right? What exactly do you want to say?" Because of Saint, his mouth twisted impatiently. "Don't go around in circles, okay? In the martial arts circle in China, there is a saying that goes like this: the Tao is not taught to non-human beings, and the law is not taught to the 6 ears." Carlson's mouth came out with a strange Chinese accent, and he asked, "You Gaixian Lu, don't you have this taboo?" Chapter 42. It's so cheap and reassuring. My God. Please stop speaking Chinese. Because Sheng made a grinning expression, he answered the question with sarcasm, "Do you have a little self-knowledge? You are a foreigner who can't even speak the vernacular, but you dare to use classical Chinese. Why don't you go to heaven? Listen to you. The accent, I almost want to kill me." Carlson silently compared his strength with that of Yinsheng, and resisted the urge to punch him. "Mr. Li, please be more serious. No sense of humor." Yinsheng shrugged his shoulders, straightened his face and said, "How can there be no taboos, but well, we don't have many people, and we don't have so many rules. If it's just our own understanding, not a unique skill, in fact, there is not that much particular about it, and whether to teach or not is entirely up to one's own will." "That's it?" Carlson nodded. "So, let's assume, if we hire you as an instructor, would you be willing to give pointers to our agents?" Insane thought for a while, then put on a face that desperately wanted money. "How much is the salary?" "I won't do it if it's too low." Carlson looked at Insane, who couldn't be serious for 3 seconds, and replied helplessly, "It's all hypothetical. Can we leave this issue alone?" "Well, as long as you can afford me, I'm willing to teach you." Insane showed a disdainful expression. "But, your agents, can you understand my instructions? Colleen and Danny Rand, but it took at least 10 years to lay the foundation. I don't think SHIELD will have such agents, or are you planning to invite me in 10 years? Carlson scratched his face in embarrassment. "Actually, we just want to ask you to give some pointers on how to lay the foundation." "That won't work." Because of Saint's blunt opening, he refused. "It's impossible for a beginner to get started without teaching them all. I don't dare to spread the unique skills of our Turtle Fairy martial arts. It will kill people." "Will people die?" Carlson narrowed his eyes slightly. "Mr. Li, is this just an exaggeration?" "He, I think so." Insant shook his head. Agent Carlson, since you've been studying Chinese recently, haven't you heard the word clear the portal? I understand. Carlson had just tried it out, so he couldn't say he was disappointed. He knew that he couldn't ask anything else, so he simply got up and said goodbye. Mr. Lee, Miss Wen, I have to rush to a visit. If you come to the Rand group, please don't bother, we'll see you another day. After sending Phil Carlson away, Colleen Wen approached Yinzheng with a worried expression, and said softly, Yinzheng, after learning breath practice, I already feel that I have changed. It's much stronger, otherwise, don't teach me after image fist, this move is too conspicuous. Hearing this, Saint smiled playfully, leaned his head over, and whispered in Colleen Wen's ear, don't worry, in fact, I lied to him about clearing the door. Fraud. Colleen Wen gave Insant a symbolic hit, and then, still worried and continued, but no matter what, this is always a taboo, and if S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that I would have an after-image boxing, wouldn't it know that you lied to them? Don't think so much. Because Saint waved his hand indifferently, even if they know, I just need to tell them that after-image fist is my own creation. Will they believe it? It's none of my business to believe it or not, it's just an excuse. After Colleen Wen was silent for a while, she said earnestly to Insant, Insant, if you don't change the way you speak, one day, you will be beaten to death. In law, I can sense breath, no one has better eyesight than me, as long as I meet someone who can't beat me, I will be very polite, as for what I can beat. Haha. Yes. Just try it and see who kills who. You are so cheap. Thank you, actually, I am very narcissistic, you really don't need to praise me. Today, because of Carlson's visit, because Saint has already put up a sign of closure, he simply planned to close for a day, so he let Lorna and Peter leave, and he was carrying a piece of glass, went to her martial arts gym with Colleen Wen and repaired the window he smashed. After that, Saint began to teach Colleen Wen after image fist. After struggling for most of the noon, Colleen Wen finally decided to learn, and was reluctant to such a powerful martial arts. Of course, it was one of the reasons, but it was more important. The reason is such a cheap Insanto is really reassuring. The so-called scourge has left 1,000 years. It took Colleen Wen an entire afternoon to basically understand the secrets of after-image fist, but there is still a long way to go before she truly learns it. Reading www.uukangshu.com, who knew her progress clearly, even explicitly asked her to not try to practice after-image boxing until she had fully mastered the practice of breath, and could only simulate it in her mind. After dinner, because Saint uncharacteristically did not go to the quiet room to practice, but stayed in Colleen Wen's martial arts gym, and practiced with her for a whole night, not only for Colleen Wen, but also for Colleen Wen. For his own sake, the practice should be a combination of movement and stillness. Because Saint had no conditions before, he could only work behind closed doors. After a breakthrough in his relationship with Colleen Wen, he would naturally not let go of such a perfect sparring partner. Not to mention, this still has benefits. Relatively speaking, Colleen Wen, who is now inferior to Insant in every aspect, naturally has more benefits from pairing exercises. Breathing practice can be said to be very fast. Therefore, even in the process of training the two, because Sheng's salty pig hands have not been very honest, she just stared at it with anger and joy. Of course, also it is because Saint can have this treatment, if it were someone else, she would have been hacked to death by her. After what happened last night, although the relationship between Colleen Wen and Saint has not changed in name, the level of intimacy between the two has undoubtedly improved in great strides. The relationship between them, once they break through a certain stage, generally will not go backwards. The hand that has been held will not be difficult to hold, the waist that has been hugged will be hugged again, and the one that has been touched, cough. At 12 o'clock tonight, when theoretically another day had passed, Yinzheng, who didn't want to leave, was forcibly driven out of the martial arts hall by Colleen Wen. The door greeted Lorna, and then planned to wash and sleep. Chapter 43 That one eye-catching green. When Saint was brushing his teeth, he inadvertently saw the tattoo on the back of his hand. The bright gold that was about to fill all the 5-pointed stars was silently reminding him that it would only take 2 or 3 days before Dragon Ball was completely full of energy. The second wish. Saint murmured to himself, I'm really looking forward to it. I just hope that those 6 Dragon Balls didn't fall into a very awkward position. Because Saint has not forgotten that the reason why Dragon Ball can be charged so fast is precisely because it falls near some amazing energy body, and as far as he knows, the most suspicious of them is undoubtedly the so-called cosmic Rubik's Cube. The Space Gem. With a head full of random thoughts, Saint fell on the bed with mixed feelings. Because of his heavy heart, he was half dreaming and half awake all night, and he was not able to fall into a deep sleep until dawn. The next morning, Yincheng, who hadn't slept well, walked out of the bedroom yawning and walked to the bathroom in a daze. He turned the handle and opened the door. His sleepy eyes opened wide immediately. Hearing the loud noise of bang, Saint took a step back like lightning, and closed the bathroom door with such heavy force that even the wall beside the door was shaken to the point of flying ashes. After easing the violent heartbeat, he immediately shouted the wicked first to complain, "Why don't you lock the door?" In the bathroom, Lorna sat bare-legged on the toilet. The expression was sluggish for a while, and just now, across a door, he roared hysterically, "Damn bastard! Is it reasonable for you to peep?" Until this time, Lorna's 2 snow-white thighs, and the small black silk cloth hanging between the 2 calves, were still flashing in front of Insan's eyes. At the glimpse just now, the little clump of hair that was exactly the same color as Lorna's real hair did not escape his gaze. In fact, against that large piece of fair skin, that small blob of emerald green looks extremely eye-catching. Even if he wants to ignore it, he can't do it. Since he did see something he shouldn't, facing Lorna's roar, because of Saint's lack of confidence, he replied, "I didn't mean to. I didn't see anything." "You are a scumbag. Do you think I would believe it?" Lorna was embarrassed and annoyed. She screamed frantically through the bathroom door, "Get out of here. I really didn't mean to." Because Saint re-emphasized that it was indeed an unintentional mistake, he slowly stepped back. "You, use it first, I'll come back later." Lorna silently pricked up her ears and listened to the sound of Yincheng's footsteps drifting away, but she didn't really doubt that because Sheng was deliberately peeping. Since the day she learned the breath shielding, it has not been solved on the internet. It can be said that in this world, she is the only person who cannot be detected by aura because of Saint. Moreover, Lorna actually understood in her heart that this matter couldn't be entirely blamed on Saint. She, who didn't lock the door, and Saint, who didn't knock on the door, both had certain responsibilities. Of course, this is the truth, but whether outside of consciousness or subconsciously, Lorna will never admit that she is wrong. It's all because of Saint's fault. Lorna lowered her head through gritted teeth, and glanced at the night-dress that had been pulled up to her waist, and the little nei that had slipped above her ankle. Then, she turned her head again and glanced at the door of the bathroom. After simulating Yincheng's sight in her mind, she suddenly covered her face with her hands and muttered to herself in a mosquito-like voice, "It's all seen." In this instant, Lorna already had the will to kill her mouth. She even thought about it seriously. After unlocking the aura shield, how many pieces of sharp metal she should control to stab Yincheng. How many times to wear it, and which parts of his body should these metals be inserted into. Fortunately, after this moment passed, Lorna, who had killed Insan countless times in her mind, had no plans to take action. The reason she gave herself was that it would expose the mutants' identity, was hunted to death by SHIELD and the Sentinel Secret Service, because Saint was a scum, not worth her death with her. In short, for Saint, who had escaped invisibly, this was really a morning full of hope. Next, for the whole day, Insanto didn't say a word to Lorna. In fact, after he had calmed down, he had already realized that no matter what, he should have said it anyway. Sorry, but, looking at Lorna with a frosty face, he tried to say sorry several times, but he still didn't dare to say anything. With a mysterious intuition, because Schenkt has a faint understanding, if he doesn't want to court death, it is best not to mention it in front of Lorna in his lifetime. What happened this morning? It wasn't until the end of the night that reading www.uukaungsha.com Yin Sheng took advantage of the opportunity to run away and spoke to Lorna. Lorna, I have an appointment with Colleen to go. The martial arts hall will practice with her, and the store will give it to you. Lorna took a knife-like look and gave Insant a fierce look. She didn't even want to say a word to him, she just waved her hand like chasing flies, signaling him to get out. Because Saint really wanted to maintain his dignity as a boss, but considering the consequences of angering his own employees, he finally didn't fart a single fart, and silently stepped on the soles of his feet. After escaping from the Chinese restaurant with her tail between her legs, Yin Sheng went straight to Colleen Wen's martial arts gym. Just as she was about to start training directly with her, Colleen Wen handed him a black leather with a strange expression. Folder, this morning, the attorney for the Rand Group, sent me this. Because Saint raised his eyebrows in surprise, he reached out and took the folder, opened it, and found a thick stack of legal documents inside. After a cursory look, he understood that this was a real estate transfer agreement, the so-called real estate, it is the martial arts hall under his feet. The agreement states that the current legal owner of the martial arts hall is actually Danny Rand, and the person who wants to transfer it is Colleen Wen. Danny Rand is your landlord. Insant turned to look at Colleen Wen. How could it be so coincidental? What kind of coincidence is this? Colleen Wen pouted, with an expression of disdain. A little half a month ago, when he asked me to help deal with the hand, I didn't agree at first, so he found my original landlord and took the martial arts hall. Bought it for a premium, and promised me I would never charge if it weren't for this. I wouldn't have gone to China with him, and I almost died of poisoning. Chapter 44 20 Seconds of Crazy Courage. When Saint was feeling speechless, Colleen Wing handed him another small note. Well, it was sent with the transfer agreement, and this one. After taking the small note again, Yin Sheng opened it up and saw that there were only 3 simple English words on it. I'm really sorry. Danny Rand confessed to you that he was wrong. It seems that Carlson has done things beautifully. Because Saint returned the small note to Colleen Wen, he said with a smile, Congratulations, you have not only cleared your grievances, but you have also gained innocence. This apology is simply too sincere, tisk tisk, millions of dollars. Sincerity. I don't want it. Colleen Wing gave Insant an angry look. How could I accept such a valuable property? Tomorrow, when the Rand Group's lawyers come back, I will ask them to bring Danny Rand one. Reply, say I forgive him, but I will definitely not sign the agreement. Why can't you take it? Yin Sheng pouted in disapproval, put the folder with the transfer agreement in his hand, and put it into Colleen Wen's arms. It must be accepted. How can you be wronged in vain? You can forgive him. He can't be cheap. Sign it now. Colleen Wen looked at Yin Sheng like a grandson of money, and gave him a roll of eyes again. Yin Sheng, the reason why I tell you is because this matter has something to do with you, not for consultation. Your opinion, whether to sign or not is up to me, it doesn't matter if you say it. Why not? Because Saint is a standard poor man. How can he helplessly watch the $1 million knife slip through his fingers? Of course, playing tricks and rolling, doing everything he can. You also said, this matter my son has something to do with me. If you get compensation, then I will forgive Danny Rand, but if you don't sign, I'm not as generous as you, and I will definitely fight him again." Hearing what he said, Colleen Wen was both angry and funny. Although she thought it was ridiculous, she didn't dare to take it seriously, because she knew very well, don't care whether it was absurd or not. "Can do it? Rogue." Colleen Wen gave Insant a look of anger and joy. "Danny Rand wants to transfer the martial arts gym to me, not to you. Why do you care so much?" "Of course I care," Insant replied without hesitation. "If this martial arts hall belongs to you, then you will never move out." Hearing this, Colleen Wen's bright black pupils suddenly dilated. She was speechless for a long time, but she was completely speechless. All she thought was he used the word forever. Forever. And because of Saint's subtext, of course Colleen Wen understood, because Saint's home is here, if she never moves away, it means staying by his side forever. She has finished it in her heart at the same time as these words. She only felt a warm torrent, from her heart, all the way to the top of her head. She nodded vigorously under the heat of her brain. "Okay. I'll sign." Hearing her promise, because Saint was overjoyed, he quickly helped Colleen Wen spread out the folder, put her fingers on the bottom and her arms on the top, and waited for her to sign with a pen. After Colleen Wen picked up the pen, her impulsive emotions had begun to subside. Before she was about to write, she felt a little regretful in her heart, but when she raised her head, her eyes fell on Insant's face looking eagerly at her. At that time, he couldn't say what he regretted, so he could only grit his teeth and lowered his head again, writing his name on every agreement that needed to be signed. "Congratulations, you are about to become a millionaire." Hearing what Insanto said, Colleen Wen puffed out half of her cheeks, and she didn't know what she was thinking, so she replied casually, "If you really want to say that, weren't you a millionaire long ago? The Chinese restaurant at home has 2 floors, which is more valuable than this martial arts hall." "That's different." Yinsheng shook his head vigorously. "It was left to me by my parents, and I will never be able to sell it." Although it is said that Yinsheng is no longer the original Yinsheng, but after all, he has obtained part of the memory of the original owner, and it is inevitable that he will be affected. Moreover, even if this factor is excluded, he will be reborn. The family you belong to is given due respect. And Colleen Wen at this moment, she couldn't hear the word forever at all, especially when it came out of Insant's mouth. Her heart trembled as long as she heard it. She bit her lip after hesitating for a while. He finally lowered his head shyly, and said in a soft voice, "Me too, I will never sell this martial arts hall." Because Saint turned his head sharply and took a deep look at Colleen Wen, obviously he could hear the affection she had hidden in her voice. Just as his heart was about to stir, a movie line suddenly appeared in his mind. "Come on, 20 seconds. You just have to summon up a kind of crazy courage in these 20 seconds, good things will happen." With the encouragement of this line, UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Because of Saint's whole body, he stretched out his arms very domineeringly, forcibly took Colleen Wen into his arms, and when she stopped a symbolic after struggling, she put her mouth close to her ear and said softly, "Then you can never leave me." Colleen Wen's heart not only trembled, but her body also trembled. She bit her silver teeth, twisted her waist to adjust her posture, put one hand on Yinsheng's chest and hung him with the other. On the shoulders, with a courage that came from nowhere, he raised his head against the customer. "Wrong, it's just that you can never leave me." Hearing this, Yinsheng threw the folder in his hand abruptly, and with his free hands, he wrapped Colleen Wen's slender waist with one hand and her delicate cheek with the other, and lowered his head firmly. Kissed the red lips that were in front of him. Accompanied by a coquettish nasal sound, the black folder flying in the air landed far on the other side of the martial arts hall. The legal documents floated out of the folder one after another, and were scattered all over the place in a mess. At the same time, Saint's hands went all the way down, past the raised twin peaks, and the concave slender waist, and reached the 2 rounded petals. "Let her get off the ground and hang on her body." At the moment when Colleen Wen left the ground, her legs instinctively bent and wrapped tightly around Yinzheng's waist. She stroked his chest with both hands, slid over his shoulders, and hooked him hard. Neck. During this whole process, whether it was because of Saint or Colleen Wen, they completed all the movements with their eyes closed. Never separated? Chapter 45 You Are Seeking Death. The next moment, Yin Saint hugged Colleen Wen's thighs tightly, and fixed her firmly on her body. She strode forward with big strides, over the scattered legal documents, and went straight to the martial arts hall. He left the bedroom at the back, and pulled out a hand in his busy schedule. Bang! The door slammed heavily. There is no need to repeat what happened behind the door, please imagine for yourself. The next day, Yinzheng, who basically hadn't slept all night, naturally got up late. It can be said that the spring night is short and the day is high, and since then the king will not go to court early. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and Colleen Wen, who was sleeping with him, was still sleeping very sweetly, because Saint looked at her peaceful sleeping face and couldn't help leaning over his head and kissing him secretly. Took a bite of her. No more. With an extremely lazy voice, Colleen Wen murmured half dream and half awake. At the same time, she turned over subconsciously, away from the hungry ghost Yinzheng, and got rid of the entanglement with his limbs. Because of Saint's hee-hee smirk, he gently lifted the quilt, got up from the bed, and then pulled the quilt down to cover Colleen Wenbainen's fragrant shoulders, and then he was magnanimous. Fruity, he went straight to the bathroom to wash up. After taking a hot shower, Yin Saint went back to the bedroom, picked up the clothes he wore yesterday from the floor, and had no choice but to put them on his body. After dressing himself up, he glanced at the still sleeping Colleen Wen, reluctantly left the bedroom and walked to the kitchen on the other side of the martial arts hall. After a while, Colleen Wen sniffed on the bed, and sat up abruptly under the scent of food. Before her eyes were fully opened, she jumped out of the bed wrapped in the quilt. Light he walked out of the bedroom on his feet, traversed the entire martial arts hall, and stuck his head out at the door of the kitchen. Why are you still here? I thought you were gone. Hearing the sound, Saint turned his head and replied with a pun, I can't leave before I have fed you. Colleen Wen obviously didn't hear the pun, and gave Insant a bright smile. You have a conscience. Insant turned the frying pan in his hand, turned over a large pancake in the pan, shrugged his shoulders and said, if you don't put on some clothes, my conscience will be unable to hold it. Bah! Colleen Wen Kiao blushed and spat, obviously recalling something embarrassing. She subconsciously tightened the quilt on her body, and called out the nickname that was freshly released last night because of Saint, little color dog, you know what to do. I warn you. Don't make a fool of yourself. I also warn you. With an aggressive look, Saint glanced at Colleen Wen, if you don't leave, I'm going to pounce. Hearing this, Colleen Wen immediately retracted her head and disappeared at the door of the kitchen. After a while, Yinzheng, who was early woken, heard the sound of water flowing from the bathroom opposite the kitchen. Because Saint swallowed hard, almost exhausted all his perseverance, and did not rush into the bathroom following the sound. In order to resist the temptation, his whole mind was put on the frying pan in his hand. The 2 fried green onion egg pancakes are the pinnacle of life. Time passed for a while. Just when Insant put the pancakes on the plate, Colleen Wen with wet hair, wrapped in a bath towel, appeared at the kitchen door. At first glance, the whole person looked like it is as delicate as a hibiscus out of water. How dare you provoke this, uncle? You are seeking your own death. Because Saint couldn't hold back, he let out a hoarse horse, dropped the plate and rushed over. He grabbed Colleen Wen's slender waist, and in her exclamation yeah, raised her arms to lift her up, put it on his shoulders, and kept walking forward half a step, heading straight for the bedroom. Colleen Wen was shocked and ashamed, happy and annoyed, and slapped Yinzheng on the back weakly with her hands. Put me down. Eat first, I'm hungry. Don't let it go. I can't take it anymore. Feed me first. Little seductress. You said just now that you're full, so that's what you meant. What do you think it means? That's what it means. What? Accompanied by a scream, only to hear a loud bang, the bedroom door was slammed down again. Afterwards, Saint and Colleen Wing were covered with the same quilt, half lying on the bed side by side, each handed a sliced green onion egg pancake, both gobbled it up. What? It wasn't until halfway through the meal that Colleen Wenfang did not react, and asked vaguely with her cheeks puffed up, "It's been so long, why is the cake still warm?" Because Saint's mouth was very busy, he didn't have time to explain to her. He stretched out his right hand and groped it against Colleen Wen's lower abdomen. He let out his breath and gave a direct demonstration, like this. It's so hot. Colleen Wen twisted her waist in a conditioned reflex, and Yu reading www.uukaungsha.com slapped Yin Sheng's arm with a force that was about the level of an ordinary weak woman. Bastard. You want to cook me? Ah. Am I willing? Because of Saint's glib question, since the day he reopened the store, he has used his breath to roast meat every day, and he has long been very skilled in controlling the temperature. I have a sense of proportion in my heart. This is better than your body temperature. It's only a few degrees higher, it's impossible to even get burned, let alone cooked. This move is great. It's more convenient than a microwave. Colleen Wen, as a female man with no fingers, has no talent in cooking. Because of the atmosphere that Saint used to assist cooking, she directly thought of heating up pizza and other takeaways. He said, I want to learn, teach me. Ro. Yin Saint nodded without hesitation, I'll teach you after eating the bread. Now. Colleen Wing raised her eyebrows in surprise, when is this? Are you still not going back to the restaurant? What time do you think it's only? It's already afternoon, all right. It's already past lunchtime. Saint despised Colleen Wing's concept of time, and then continued, besides, I already notified Lorna and Peter in the morning and gave them half a month's leave. Well, the salary will be paid. Half a month. Colleen Wen's voice suddenly rose 10 degrees, and instinctively pulled up the quilt to cover herself tightly. Little bastard. What do you want? I still don't think half a month is enough. Seeing that Colleen Wen had misunderstood, Saint didn't plan to explain it for the time being, so he teased her and said, I'll look at it later, if it's not enough, I'll continue the holiday. Chapter 46 The Awakening Dragon Ball. Not enough. Colleen Wen screamed and asked back, shyly and timidly staring at Yincheng and said, in addition to last night's, how many times has this been done? Don't you feel satisfied? What a dog. Ha ha ha. Because Saint laughed so hard that he leaned forward and backward, slapped the quilt with his hand, and opened up the misunderstanding. I laughed to death. I really can't hold it anymore. You really thought that I was going to stay in bed with you for half an hour? A month? I'm going to go out in the past 2 days, and I was going to give them a vacation. With you and without you, it's just a day or two in advance. Ah. 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 Hearing this, Colleen Wen couldn't help but feel ashamed and wanted to find a hole to burrow in. After she shouted 3 times in a frenzy, she rushed towards Insant, bastard. I'll fight with you. Her overcomprehension behavior is obviously a standard way of feeding sheep into the tiger's mouth. Just when Yin Sheng subdued Colleen Wen in a few moments, and was about to speak to the white and tender lamb, a rhythmic knock came from the door of the martial arts hall, interrupting the sound in his hand. Action. What? Colleen Wen screamed again, shoved Insane away suddenly, and hurriedly put on her clothes. I forgot all about it. The lawyer of the Rand Group agreed to come over this afternoon. Because Saint showed a very helpless expression, he fell heavily onto the bed in a Thai gesture, and muttered angrily, Damn lawyer, you really don't know how to pick the time. Colleen Wen glanced at the mysterious bulge on the quilt, and smiled charmingly while putting on a t-shirt and jeans for himself. After examining himself up and down, he felt that there was nothing wrong, and then he walked barefoot. After leaving the bedroom, I left Yincheng with a slender figure. I'm coming. Colleen Wen responded to the knock on the door again, trotted all the way to the door, opened the door and saw that it was the middle-aged woman who came yesterday, one of the exclusive lawyers of the Rand Group. Please come in, I'm sorry, I wasn't very convenient just now. It's okay. With a poker face, the middle-aged woman walked into the door with a poker face, and asked straightforwardly, Ms. Wen, may I ask, have you signed the agreement I sent yesterday? It's signed, it should be here. Colleen Wen nodded, turned around and saw that the black folder was still lying quietly on the floor of the martial arts hall. The legal documents that were originally in the folder were scattered in a mess around. She was slightly stunned, and said a little embarrassedly, I accidentally fell on the ground, wait a moment, I'll sort it out. The middle-aged woman followed her gaze, and the corner of her mouth twitched suddenly. She got a property worth millions of dollars for nothing, but she would be so unconcerned. This is the first time she has seen. After a while, Colleen handed the sorted folder to the middle-aged woman and said, please tell Danny Rand that I forgive him, and he can call me if he needs help. Okay, I will definitely convey it. With a serious expression, the middle-aged woman nodded slightly, but she was very disapproving. As a billionaire, Danny Rand, is there anything I need your help? But what Colleen Wen thought at this moment was the current martial arts hall is a token of love between her and Yincheng. Of course, she has to accept it. The big deal is that she will help Danny Lan more in the future. It's enough to return this great favor to him a few times. If Danny Rand knew that he spent a lot of money for Colleen Wen, but it turned out to be a wedding dress for Insanto, he would definitely regret it so much. That night, in the deep night, Saint sneaked into his restaurant like a thief. He pulled out a change of underwear in the bedroom, and was about to continue to sneak into the bathroom lightly, but he just pushed it away. At the door, I saw Lorna leaning against the opposite wall, sneering at him with arms crossed. Because Saint inexplicably had the illusion of being caught in bed, he laughed dryly and said something unnutritious, you haven't slept yet. Facing his conversation, Lorna was still the same as yesterday, showing a completely ignoring attitude. Seeing this, Saint couldn't help but secretly slandered, crazy, right? Are you here to kill me with your eyes? Not to mention, the power of Lorna's eye-killing really cannot be ignored. Under her cold gaze, because Saint felt more and more uncomfortable, when he was about to escape into the bathroom, Lorna coldly asked, after you went to the martial arts gym last night, have you stayed until now? Because Saint was completely unprepared and was asked by Lorna so suddenly, he couldn't help but open his mouth for a long time before replying in a murmur, yes, that's right, that's right. After Lorna got a positive answer, she curled her lips with a cool expression, turned around without any hesitation, you reading www.youcanchu.com returned to his room and closed the door tightly. Is she jealous? Because Saint is quite sure about this, the question is, whose jealousy is it? Is it for men? Or eat women's? According to his observation, Lorna has always had an extraordinary concern for Colleen. And as far as he knows, the future Miss Polaris is not without the tendency to lace. With a mind full of wild thoughts, Saint took a suspiciously long bath. When he dried his hair and returned to the bedroom, it was already past 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and he fell on the bed he was familiar with. Fell asleep almost instantly. In the previous 24 hours, because Saint was basically with Colleen when greasy, both of them were both good-natured and unsatisfied. How exhausted he was at the moment, it was conceivable. However, After sleeping for less than 4 hours, a throbbing from the soul level made Yincheng wake up suddenly. He felt the call from the depths of his soul from 6 different directions. Immediately understood, the Dragon Ball has been full of energy, and has recovered from a stone state to a crystal ball, and the dragon can be summoned again. Because Saint jumped up from the bed, the tiredness all over his body seemed to be swept away in an instant. He turned his head in good spirits, looked in a direction north by west, and muttered to himself. One of them is very close. The straight line distance from me should be no more than 100 kilometers. It's in New York. Thinking of this, Saint couldn't wait to put on a suit, rushed out of the bedroom, walked down the stairs, past the back door of the restaurant, and came to the alley behind the restaurant. The old key opened the garage door that had been covered in dust, and inside was a black coupe. Chapter 47 Tony Stark's Arc Reactor. This is a Chevrolet Camaro, yes, the Camaro of the Hornet, of course. This is the first generation Camaro that started in 1967, which is the original used car of the Hornet. The shape, remove the racing pattern on the front of the car, and then replace the bright yellow paint with faded black paint, which is the car in front of Insane. Interestingly, the Camaro in front of Insanti was also bought by Comrade Lee at a used car store after his predecessor Little Lee got his driver's license. When I crossed, I even wondered if this car was a transformer. It is precisely because of this that since the death of Comrade Lee in the air crash, Little Lee has never driven this Camaro, and has kept it locked in the garage. Saint saw the sun again in his hand. He walked into the garage, opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. He tried to insert the key and turned it. He was pleasantly surprised to hear the roar of the engine. He thought it was all in the garage. It's been months here, and this classic car may not be on fire. Driving the black Camaro, Yincheng ran all the way to the northwest, following the close connection between the Dragon Balls, constantly adjusting the direction, and came to the vicinity of the Dragon Ball before dawn. Fuck. Because Saint slowly stepped on the brakes, looked through the windshield, looked at the striking giant logo not far away, and muttered to himself, I know where this Dragon Ball has landed. This simple trademark with a letter and a silver hook represents the famous Stark Industries, the first-ranked arms king in the Marvel world. And if Insanto guesses right, the exact location of this Dragon Ball is unique to Stark Industries, the giant arc-cold fusion reactor. As for this guess, since Saint had a 99% certainty, while he was relieved, he also frowned slightly. The reason for his relief is that since he has figured it out, it is actually the arc reactor that charges the Dragon Ball, so he doesn't need to worry about the problem of the universe cube anymore. As for frowning, it's not just because the Stark Industries factory area is an arsenal that idlers are not allowed to enter, but more importantly, the owner of the arc reactor, that is Tony Stark. Moreover, after he becomes Iron Man, the arc reactor is even his inverse scale. If you don't want to provoke him, it's best not to touch this thing. Although it is said that Tony Stark is still just a super playboy and has not been upgraded to a superhero, but even if he does not take into account the issue of his settlement in the autumn, Yincheng does not think that he is very easy to mess with now. That's a pervert who's full of throw the universe skill points, and has a lot of money in his pocket. Whether or not there is a steel suit, he always smashes people to death with money, the difference is only in efficiency. Stark. Because the more Saint thought about it, the more his brows furrowed, and when he thought of the end, he simply turned the front of the car and started walking back along the way he came. Obviously, he didn't plan to take this Dragon Ball for the time being. When the sun was already bright, Insanti drove back to Hell's Kitchen and left the black Camaro in a repair shop near the restaurant. After all, the car has been around for a long time and needs some maintenance. On the way back to the Chinese restaurant on foot, Insanto bought a map of the United States and a world map, and spread them both on the floor of the living room. Then, he began to rely on the Dragon Ball from Stark Industries to come. Derive the approximate locations of the other 5 Dragon Balls. The distance between me and Stark Industries is 69 kilometers in a straight line. This Dragon Ball is the second closest, the direction is 17 degrees south by east, the distance is about 6.5 times that of Stark Dragon Ball, that is about 450 kilometers. Nima in the sea, fortunately, it is still on the continental shelf, and theoretically it will not exceed 200 meters deep. The third closest one, 35 degrees from west to south, is about 3.3 times as far as the previous one, that is about 1,500 kilometers, in the central and southern plains of the country. This shouldn't be difficult. Fourth, it is 11 degrees west by north, the distance is 2.3 times the previous one, and it looks like 3,500 kilometers. Canada, it's not a big problem. Fifth, 3 degrees north by east, damn it. That's the Atlantic Ocean over there. The distance is 1.7 times the previous one, less than 6,000 kilometers. Huh. It's over the sea. In the UK? Easy to do. The farthest one, 22 south by west, is 1.3 times as far as the previous one, 7,800 kilometers, Brazil. It's a little troublesome. There are not only large areas of tropical rainforest there, but also everywhere they are all cliffs, and the terrain is very pitiful. After figuring out the approximate locations of the other 5 Dragon Balls, Insanti took out his mobile phone and started to check air tickets and tourist visas. The United Kingdom and Canada are exempt from visas, and within 7 working days for Brazil. You read www.uukunsha.com, then fly to London first, then fly to Toronto, and then return to China to find the territory 2 of them, and then I took the visa to fly to Rio, and Starks was the last. After Saint made his plan, he walked out of the door again without stopping, heading straight for Colleen Wen's martial arts gym, and knocked on the door with a bang bang bang. After a while, Colleen Wing with messy hair appeared behind the open door. Seeing that it was Insane standing at the door, he immediately called out his full name angrily, Insane Lee. You know what time is it now? 7:15. After Saint reported the exact time casually, he walked in the door unceremoniously, and said bluntly, Colleen, I'm going to travel far, and the time is estimated to be longer, do you want to come with me? Hearing this, Colleen Wen was more than half awake at once. She tilted her head to think for a moment, and stomped her feet coquettishly. How can you be like this? It's so sudden, how can I answer you? It hasn't been cleaned yet. Then go wash your face and brush your teeth first. Saint nodded in understanding, turned and walked towards the kitchen. I'll go get us something to eat. It is good. In Colleen Wen's kitchen, the ingredients are very limited. Since Saint doesn't have many choices, he can only continue to make pasta. After kneading the noodles, rolling them and cutting them, they add eggs and chopped green onion, and come up with 2 bowls of eggs with scallion oil. Noodle. After a while, the two sat opposite each other at the dining table in the kitchen. Colleen Wen, who had long hair tied up, asked, Where do you mean when you say the far door? England, Canada, Brazil. Because Saint simply reported the names of 3 countries, and then added, there are 2 places in the country in between. Chapter 48 5 Dragon Balls. This answer was obviously completely beyond Colleen Wen's expectations. She widened her eyes and asked repeatedly, Run around the world? What are you doing? How long will it take? Because Saint thought about it for a while, he didn't intend to lie, but he didn't intend to be completely frank, and half-covered, he replied, Look for a few things, some may still be in the wilderness, or even under the sea, so, time it's impossible to estimate, it's impossible to say. With a tangled expression, Colleen Wen made up her mind after a few interviews, I'm not going, the blogger may come to New York recently, and I have an account to settle with him. Bo disciple. Hearing this, Yin Sheng frowned, Where did you get the news? Former student. Colleen Wing curled her lips with a complicated expression. It is said that Bo 2 will deal with Danny Rand in person. Be careful, this may be a trap. Because Saint frowned more and more, resisting the desire to protect his heart, he did not treat Colleen Wen, who is also a martial artist, as an ordinary weak woman, but reminded her, your former student, those are the current members of the Hand Association, so I can't help but be on guard. Do not worry. Colleen Wen showed a pleased smile and assured in Saint, I will definitely protect myself, this is a promise. Bahuo. Because of Saint trembling 3 times, he gave Colleen Wen a puzzled look. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know what Li is? You give me a good practice and master the afterimage fist as soon as possible. By the way, you have to remember that you can only use the afterimage punch once, whether it is practice or actual combat, and you can never use it a second time until your body is fully rested. Good. Colleen Wing not only did not despise Saint for being long-winded, but gave him a sweet smile. I remember it all, you can rest assured. Don't worry, that's impossible. Because Saint curled his lips, his tone suddenly changed, but, no matter how much I worry about it, I am willing to do it. Colleen Wen bit her lip silently, suddenly stood up from the chair, crossed the dining table with her upper body, and responded to Insan's sweet words with a kiss that was delivered to the door. Then, with 2 crisp sounds of ping-pong, the 2 noodle bowls that were originally placed on the dining table both fell to the floor, the noodle soup, noodles, chopped green onion, eggs, all spilled on the ground. 5 hours later, Saint got on a flight to London alone. After landing in the UK, he immediately called Colleen Wing to report his safety, and sent a text message to Lorna by the way. After that, he rested in London for 1 night, and in the early morning of the next day, he left the hotel without stopping, and drove a rented car to the outskirts of the city in the direction of the Sensed Dragon Ball. At this time, SHIELD, which noticed that Insanto had left the border, had already conveyed the order to the British branch, a large black off-road vehicle. As early as last night, Insanto left the airport. From a moment on, it began to stick behind him. Because of Saint's aura, of course, he found himself being followed early in the morning, but he didn't pay much attention to it. As long as he was still using transportation, he couldn't hide his movements. The tail behind him had to be thrown off, but it was not. Now, after more than half a day of searching, Insant has identified the exact location of this Dragon Ball. He parked the rented car at the door of a country house, and then quickly got out of the car with the bag on his back, and got into a dense forest with the help of the building. Disappeared from the field of vision of S.H.I.E.L.D. When the 2 SHIELD agents finally determined his whereabouts based on the traces left by Saint, Insane had already found a 3-star Dragon Ball in the bushes of the dense forest, and hid it in his pocket. In the backpack, when he carried the bag back to the car, the 2 agents of SHIELD were still wandering around in confusion in the woods. SHIELD was completely confused as to why Yin Sheng came to the UK and what he did, and he did not give up on it. He still kept attention to him with perseverance. Every time Yin Sheng went to an airport, there must be 2 agents waiting for him outside. In the next 20 days, Yin Sheng took the agents of SHIELD from the United Kingdom to Canada, found a star bead, and then returned to the United States from Canada, found a 7-star bead and a 4-star bead. After getting the visa, I flew to Brazil and found 2-star beads. After crossing a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers, I returned to New York with the 5 Dragon Balls that were found one by one. So far, only the 6-star bead in Stark Industries is left, and it is not in Saint's hands, but only the fist-sized Dragon Ball. He has 1,000 ways to hide it. You read www. Of the 5 Dragon Balls found by uukunsha.com, not only one was never seen by SHIELD, but every time he went through the airport security check, he played a trick and didn't let the Dragon Ball light machine capture it. although he said, "Look in the eyes of the uninitiated, Dragon Ball is just a crystal ball with nothing special," but because Saint still doesn't want to take any risks, this is the only secret he has to keep, no matter how careful he is. Therefore, until Insant walked out of JFK and took a taxi to head home, SHIELD let alone figured out what purpose he was running around the world for, and even a decent guess. Nothing. Insant, who was sitting in a taxi, was playing with his mobile phone boredly when an outdated news appeared on the screen of his mobile phone, which caught his attention. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, genius scientist, disappeared in Afghanistan. Because of Saint's schadenfreude, he looked at the timestamp of the news and found that it was already 5 days ago, that is to say, the day after he flew to Rio. Tony Saint Tucker was on the other side of Afghanistan and suffered a missile from his own family. Although he was lucky not to die, he was also caught by the Ten Rings gang and locked in a dark cave. The reason why he laughed out loud was not because of how much he hated Tony Stark, but because of how much he hated Tony Stark. He could go for the last Dragon Ball with confidence, at least within 3 months. Don't worry that this future Iron Man will come to trouble himself. Originally, Insanto just thought that if he had to provoke Tony Stark, then it would be best to make a wish to Shenlong immediately after provoking him. I didn't expect that he would get such a big deal when he just returned to New York. A surprise. Chapter 49 Night breaks into Stark Industries. Although he wanted to rush to Stark Industries now, out of prudence, Saint decided to wait until it was dark. After all, there is a strong military area, and there is no way to relax the defense. If you sneak in during the day, it is too dangerous. After arriving in Hell's Kitchen by car, I went directly to Colleen Wen's martial arts gym because Saint passed the house. Although the two talked on the phone basically every day, some things had to be done in person. Saint, who wanted to give a surprise, got a shock. After he knocked on the door of the martial arts hall, the person who came to open the door for him turned out to be Lorna. If that's the case, Saint is just stunned. However, Lorna, who appeared in front of him, was a big change compared to when he left. Not only did she wash off the black hair dye, she recovered. She has dark green hair, and she has also changed the way she dresses to a cold style dominated by dark tones. The moment she saw her, Saint even had the illusion of traveling through time and space, as if there was only one in front of her. An 18-year-old girl has turned into a future North Star, which is a bit scary. Boss? Are you back? Lorna also showed a surprised expression. 20 days have passed, and her relationship with Insanto has long returned to normal. Well, at least on the surface, it has returned to normal. Just arrived. Saint responded casually and pointed to Lorna's head. When did you stop dyeing your hair? Lorna subconsciously picked up a lock of hair, pulled it in front of her eyes, and asked, "Isn't it good looking?" "It looks good, I'm just not used to it." Saint shrugged his shoulders, walked through the door and said, "Where's Colleen?" Lorna was silent for a while, as if thinking of some bad memory. She spit out a word expressionlessly, "Toilet." Because Saint was also silent for a while, and at the same time turned his head away, looking at him. The line was far away from Lorna's head. Looking at the eye-catching greenish-green, he could not help but think of what he accidentally saw that morning. At this time, with the door slamming, Colleen Wen came out of the bathroom, saving the somewhat awkward situation. After Lorna gave her the "I'm going there" gesture, she walked wisely. After entering the locker room of the martial arts hall, he gave the entire martial arts dojo to her and Yinchenged. After Colleen Wen nodded to Lorna, she went straight to Saint, but she didn't have the surprise reaction he expected. She just said to him flatly, "You're back." "Really, not in advance?" "Say it, I'm not free right now." "Isn't this a surprise?" Because Sheng said this feebly, with a sense of frustration in his tone, he glanced at the white training uniform on Colleen Wen's body, and asked guessingly, What? Are you teaching Lorna Aikido? Colleen Wen nodded and smiled at herself. Now, I'm the only student of her, who won't I teach her? Your choice to close the martial arts hall is not wrong. If you want to protect your students, this is the only way. Saint stretched out his arm comfortingly and took Colleen Wing into his arms. Don't be discouraged, you can still call them back when the hand is destroyed. How can it be as easy as you say? Colleen Wenshun leaned against Insanto's chest, curled her lips and said, the students I taught before are now also members of the hand. Did I destroy them too? Hearing what she said, Insanto waved his hand. Where do you want to go? As long as the head is eliminated, the hand will of course cease to exist. It's useless. Colleen Wen shook her head with a wry smile. Actually, because I don't want you to worry, there is one thing I didn't tell you. 7 days ago, Bo2 died, but I went to see it yesterday. The stronghold, as if it was not affected at all, is still functioning normally. Hearing this, Yin Sheng frowned slightly, and asked sympathetically, is it you? Colleen Wen nodded lightly, deliberately omitting the process. Her eyes looked a bit complicated. I used the after-image fist, which was fatal. Saint hesitated for a moment and asked a rather strange question, did you stab him, or chop off his head? Stabbed a knife. After Colleen Wen answered awkwardly, she tilted her head back and glanced suspiciously at Insant. Do you know something? I'm actually a little strange. That night, the people in the Hand Union were desperate to death. Stealing the corpse of Bo2, it's like as if he could be resurrected. Because Saint finished Colleen Wen's words, nodded and said, it's true, the 5 fingers of the hand have been transformed by the dragon marrow, the vitality is extremely strong, and it is not so easy to die, otherwise, they would not have lived for hundreds of years. He really isn't dead. Colleen Wen gritted her teeth and her eyes gradually sharpened. No wonder that stronghold still exists. Then, UU reading www.uukaungsha.com listen to you, if he chops his head off, he will be dead. Well, I chopped off my head and then set it on fire. It should be almost the same, right? Do you think he is the vampire in Twilight? Almost there, they're all immortal monsters anyway. Because of Saint Lee. When can you be serious? I'm not kidding, this will definitely kill him, I promise. Go away. I'm going to teach Lorna a lesson. Okay, it's not good to keep her in the dressing room all the time. By the way, if I have something to do at night, I might not come here. Who cares? Get out now. Not honest at all. Don't take the knife. I'll go. At 11 o'clock that night, Insane drove a borrowed blue car from the viaduct to the ground, and came to a factory area beside the expressway belonging to Stark Industries, where he parked the car. After reaching an inconspicuous position, he immediately turned off the car and got off. From the trunk, he took out a bundle of black nylon ropes and a smiling monkey face mask. It doesn't matter if it's the mask of Monkey King in Journey to the West. Because Saint put on a monkey face mask and slung a nylon rope across his shoulders, he came to the back of a multi-story factory building next to the expressway, and followed a sewer pipe that was only a little thicker than his arm, using his hands and feet together in a way that ordinary people could not do. Climbing all the way to the roof, he looked around with a cat on his waist. He didn't find any security cameras on the roof of the factory building more than 10 meters high, so he followed the direction of the 6-star Dragon Ball and swaggered through. On the rooftop, he stood on the edge and looked at the giant arc-cooled nuclear fusion reactor several stories high, which immediately caught his eye. Chapter 50 Summoning the Dragon for the second time. Estimated the distance between the other factory building where the arc reactor is located, and his own location. Afterwards, Yincheng felt that if he just accelerated and jumped over, it would be purely an act of death, but if he used the after-image fist, the huge power that burst out from under his feet in an instant, combined with the jumping action of his own muscles, should be enough. Send yourself to the opposite side. It should be fine. Physics is only an introduction, and the parabola formula is all guesswork. In Saint, he took a deep breath and put on a half-squat position with his knees slightly bent, and then he stood still, even the expressions also froze at this moment. The next moment, in the mid-air between the two multi-story factories, a figure suddenly appeared. After drawing an arc-shaped parabola in the air, it landed on the roof of the factory building where the arc reactor was located. Until then, because of the afterimage of Saint left on the spot, it gradually dissipated into the air, as if it never existed at all. Feeling that his face was completely tensed, Yinsheng resisted the urge to let out a wolf howl, and stood there for a long time before he eased his violent heartbeat. Walking forward, I came to the huge glass skylight directly above the arc reactor. Just as Saint stepped on the skylight glass, a dazzling red light suddenly began to flash around the arc reactor below, and a piercing alarm sounded suddenly. Fuck. Because Saint let out a foul language, he guessed and said to himself, pressure sensor board? Or a motion detector? It is obviously meaningless to think about this issue only now. Because Saint hurriedly untied the nylon rope that was slung over his body, and used a guessing fist, stone to smash one of the glass of the huge skylight, and the nylon after one end of the rope was tied to the steel frame supporting the skylight glass, he immediately jumped down with the rope, and landed on the top of the arc reactor from the sky. In a sunken position on the top of the arc reactor, Saint found a round 6-star Dragon Ball, and after shoving it directly into his pocket, he stopped looking at the nylon rope hanging from the roof. The roof of that factory building is higher than the one where the arc reactor is located. If you jump back from here, because Saint thinks, that's fine. After climbing down from the arc reactor, Yinsheng found a direction with the fewest security personnel through the detection of breath induction, and rushed directly to the wall of the factory area. As for the ubiquitous security cameras, he can now completely can't care. After rushing out of the factory area, Saint destroyed the monkey face mask and went straight to the car he borrowed. After driving back to Manhattan Island, he returned the car to the place he borrowed. After walking the last few kilometers, I returned to my Chinese restaurant. It was already after 1 o'clock in the morning, because Saint gently opened the back door of the restaurant without waking Lorna, who was sleeping, and then silently got into the basement and locked the iron door leading to the ground. Appear. Divine Dragon. Fulfill my wish. As Insanto took out 6 Dragon Balls from his backpack, placed them with his right hand, and shouted out the secret phrase that could not be called a secret language, the entire basement was once again swallowed by darkness. Except for the Dragon Balls themselves, in the closed underground space, any kind of light source that would shine was suppressed by a mysterious force. 6 Dragon Balls, plus the tattoo on the back of Saint's hand, turned into 7 light balls, forming a shining dragon. Speak your wish, any wish can be fulfilled, but there can only be one. Nearly 2 months later, when he heard the phrase any wish can be fulfilled again, because Saint couldn't help but curled his lips, and muttered with resentment, a bragging waste dragon. Although he had made up his mind long ago that he must obtain the physique of a Xian this time, because Saint did not make a wish in a hurry, but in the spirit of being greedy enough to swallow an elephant, he tentatively asked, Shenlong, if I want to get 999,999 billion immortal beans, can I do it? Shenlong seemed to be frightened, and after a long silence he gave an answer, it's okay to ask for Xiandu, but you can only give one. Because of Saint's expressionless expression, he curled his lips again and asked, then, if I want to obtain the seeds of fairy beans and the cultivation method of fairy beans, can I do it? These are 2 wishes, and I can only fulfill one of them at a time. Dead-brained waste dragon. Because of Saint cursed angrily, he temporarily left Xiandu behind and asked another question, Shenlong, if I wish to acquire the knowledge of Bulma, I can create a storage capsule in the Marvel world. Shenlong was silent again for a long time, as if he was calculating something, and after a long while he replied, "Yu reading www.uukunsha.com. No, although there is no conflict in the rules of the universe, but Bulma is a scientific genius, the brain extraordinary people, with the development of your brain, if you insist on gaining her knowledge, you can only become a lunatic who can only talk nonsense under the flood of massive information." Insane, whose IQ was despised, changed his face expressionlessly. "Then, if I make a wish directly, I want to get what about storage capsules?" Hearing this, Shenlong shook his head without hesitation. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." Reason: the Marvel world doesn't have the resources needed to make it. If you have the number 0 substance from the Dragon Ball world, you can do it. Damn it. Where can I get you? Oh. Because Saint made a foul language first, and then reacted, "So, if I make a wish to get substance 0, can I do it?" This is very simple. Because Saint sneered with a haha, he asked in detail with a bit of persecution paranoia, "Is the substance 0 obtained by making a wish enough for me to make another wish to obtain a storage capsule?" It depends on the specifications of the storage capsule. If the internal space is less than 343 cubic meters, and the storage weight limit does not exceed 169 tons, it can be done. Any one of these two limits is exceeded, then it won't work. Because Saint's expectations were lower than this, he was not disappointed at all. He thought about it and asked hypothetically again, "Shenlong, if I want to get a gravity meter to assist my cultivation, I can do it?" "I'm sorry, I can't do it." Yin Saint rolled his eyes and asked weakly, "What do you need this time?" Substance 0. Chapter 51 Marvelsian. The corner of Saint's mouth twitched, and he finally understood that the so-called 0 substance is probably equivalent to the Genjin of the Marvel world. Those black technologies in the Dragon Ball world are estimated to be derived from this thing. Developed from. And as long as I think about it, if I want to order any black technology products in the Dragon Ball world, I have to use more than 2 wishes, because Shenk feels liver pain. If I could make my own. Why is my IQ lacking? Yinshenk, who has never been reading material, silently burst into tears in his heart and felt that he had nothing more to ask, so he stepped into the topic and said, "Shenlong, if I wish to get the Xian physique, am I a pure-blooded Xian like Sun Wukong, or a mixed-race Xian like Sun Wuhan and Sun Wuxian?" "No, your body belongs to the Marvel world. Although it is similar to the Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world, it is not the same. After integrating the genes of the Xians, it is a unique existence. If you have a name, then you are a Marvel Xian. Unique. I love hearing that." Insane grinned very usefully. "Dragon, please give me the physique of a Xian. Your wish has come true." Just like after making a wish last time, after Shenlong said this, it immediately split into 7 streams of light, one of which flew towards the back of Yinshenk's hand, and the other 6 as a whole showed a radial shape, flying towards a completely different one. 6 directions. Because Saint was well prepared this time, before the 6 streams of light penetrated the walls of the basement, he took advantage of the explosive speed brought by the afterimage fist to stop the one closest to him. He used his hands full of chi. Firmly grasped the streamer of the Dragon Ball, controlled it between the palms of both hands, and turned into a light ball that kept shaking. As time passed, the light ball slowly stopped shaking, and gradually dimmed, turning into a gray spherical stone. After successfully intercepting a Dragon Ball, Yinshenk finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, next time he only needs to find 5 Dragon Balls. Moreover, the Dragon Ball obtained in advance can also be given to him on his own initiative. The Dragon Ball is charged, that is, it is artificially placed near a certain energy body. Although the 5-star bead on his right hand can also play the same role, but if the energy body cannot move, he cannot put himself. His right hand was chopped off and left. "You rude waste dragon, You can't say goodbye every time you say goodbye, so I almost didn't react. Wait a minute. After putting away the dragon balls, because Saint was muttering without nourishment in his mouth, he suddenly showed a surprised expression, and his eyes widened in hindsight. It's not right. My speed just now, not just mine. My stamina has increased, and my chi has become stronger. Many times stronger. I can understand the increase in physical fitness, but how does the chi increase? Didn't that waste dragon say that power can only be cultivated and cannot be obtained out of thin air? Because Saint gritted his teeth and turned on the breath sensor, after checking his own breath, an unbelievable ecstasy surged in his heart. Is it wrong? 37 times that of ordinary people. I do not believe. Yincheng suddenly raised one arm, slowly pinched his 5 fingers, and tried his best to use guessing fist, stone. I saw a dazzling blue light that instantly covered his entire fist, and even the position of the wrist was also completely covered by the chi wrapped around the fist. It's really 37 times. Because Saint wanted to punch the wall with a fist to see if he was dreaming, but at the critical moment, he finally remembered it. It was the basement of his own house. He decisively dissipated the blue light from his fists. He touched his chin and thought, what the hell is going on? After a while, Yincheng showed an expression of sudden realization. Because he obtained the knowledge of Sun Wukong's lifetime, and he was in a state of eyes and hands for a long time, he ignored the most basic common sense in the Dragon Ball world, that is, strong body is strong. Sun Wukong's lifelong knowledge, in other words, is his ultimate comprehension of power. In the later stages of Dragon Ball, the emphasis is on strong chi and strong body, not to mention the final stage. Therefore, because Sheng has always focused on the cultivation of chi to drive his own physical energy growth, he has never thought about it. In the current initial stage, if his physical energy has improved by leaps and bounds, his chi will also grow wildly. Yes, this is the so-called dark under the lights. As for why his physical strength has increased significantly, because Saint is very clear, the planet where Xians live, the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth. If the genetics is not strong enough, where can it be? Survive. Before, I only had more than 6 times the chi of ordinary people. That is to say, after the fusion of Xian genes, the extra chi I gained was a little more than 30 people. Because Sheng calculated the account, he couldn't help but stunned. The terrible Xian, even if he doesn't practice for a day, when he reaches adulthood, he has more than 30 times the strength of the people of the earth. If he becomes a giant ape, it is equivalent to 300 times the strength of earthlings. Thinking of this, Yin Sheng subconsciously stretched out his hand and touched his tail vertebra. It's okay, that waste dragon didn't talk nonsense, since it won't change my appearance. Of course it's impossible to grow a tail. Now, I don't want to turn into a monkey-shaped green fat every full moon. An uncontrollable force, no matter how strong it is, has an egg, and it will only backfire on itself. Because Sheng also understood, power can only be practiced, not obtained out of thin air. This sentence, Shenlong, is not nonsense. Physical strength can increase rapidly, and chi can also increase rapidly, but the skills to control these two, but it needs to be honed day by day. If he doesn't practice for a while before he acquires the physique of a Xian, then, like a mutant who has just awakened, since he can't control the sudden increase in physical strength and breadth, it's not really power. 37 times that of ordinary people. Yincheng muttered to himself, if you consider ordinary people as the combat power is only 5, I have a combat power of 185. In the early days of the world's #1 martial arts conference, I can fight for the championship. That means, because of Saint's 2 eyes, a dazzling light bloomed, I can fly. Chapter 52 in Saint Who Conquered the Sky. As soon as he thought about it, because Saint couldn't hold back, he rushed out of the basement like a gust of wind, then passed through the back door of the martial arts hall, followed the fire ladder of the residential building by the alley, and rushed all the way to the rooftop. After a while, in the center of the rooftop, Saint slowly rose up into the air, floated upward like a balloon, suspended in mid-air. It was Dance of the Sky. To be precise, this is the starting style of Dance of the Sky, which consumes the chi in the body to convert energy, and pushes itself to generate an upward buoyancy, thereby offsetting the gravity exerted by the planet on itself, so that the whole person is in a state of relative weightlessness. In fact, Yincheng, who was itching for the word flying, learned the starting style of air dance very early, but with his weak energy before, even the floating the state of weightlessness could not last long, let alone an official flight. After completing the start of the air dance, that is, to eject the air in his body to propel himself to fly. Because Saint gritted his teeth, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. In the next step, not only did he never I haven't tried it, and the knowledge inherited from Sun Wukong is quite unreliable. Probably after reaching old age, flying has long since become an instinct. Sun Wukong's ultimate comprehension of air dance is not much theoretical at all, and can even be summed up in a very stupid sentence, with start and float up, and then how to fly, then how to fly. As for Sun Wukong's flying experience, it is extremely rich. The problem is that before he has flown, Yincheng can't understand it at all. Do not care. Die or die. Because of Sheng's silent ruthlessness, he volleyed his legs together, lifted his feet, and made a straight line between the instep and the calf. Based on the principle of being careful, he only used 10% of his strength, and at the same time, he started from the two legs. Toes, the air in the body sprayed out. Oh. The next moment, accompanied by a strange howl of ghosts and wolves, because of Saint's whole body, he rose into the sky, like a deflated balloon, and flew out of a zigzag route in the air. Compared with the flying birds, in the blink of an eye, he jumped up to a height of 100 meters. After that, he continued to maintain the style of twisting to the left and twisting to the right, and the sky was running around everywhere. With time as time went on, Yincheng, who was finally able to fly in a straight line, gradually understood Sun Wukong's flying experience through his own more and more profound insights, and learned how to use the movements of his arms to adjust his own balance. According to his own ideas, when he drew beautiful arcs in the night sky as he wanted, he began to slowly increase the jet of air, and the speed of breaking the air became faster and faster. In the end, he had to use air. Only by wrapping the whole body can it resist the huge wind pressure blowing in the face. In this state, because Saint is like a big blue light bulb, not only is it too conspicuous in the night sky, but more importantly, the consumption of chi is too terrifying, so he had to give up in order to test the limit. The air was ejected in the opposite direction, and the flight speed was suddenly reduced, and the air wrapped around the whole body was dissipated, and in a sudden stop, it was suspended above the kilometer altitude. Looking at the dazzling night view of the city under his feet, he could only hear his own pounding heartbeat. After gasping for a while, he suddenly laughed like a lunatic. Haha. I can fly. After feeling good about himself for a while, Yin Sant made a rough estimate that if he didn't have to fly to protect himself, he could only withstand a maximum speed of 100 or tens of yards, which is roughly the same as that of a car driving on a highway. Almost, on the contrary, it can at least double, and the upper limit is unknown. It is worth mentioning that the higher the total amount of chi in oneself, the higher the amount of chi recovered per unit of time. Before, Saint Tetsu couldn't support the start of the air dance for a long time, but now, if you just keep floating, the amount of chi recovered has already exceeded the consumption of chi. After floating and resting for a while, after restoring the chi in the body to its full state, because Saint flew around the city again, he just fell upside down, intending to land on the ground. Before that, he used the breath. The induction scanned and confirmed that the two SHIELD agents who followed him were still in a coma. Long before he broke into Stark Industries at night, Insanto knocked out the two innocent agents, although in this way, SHIELD would inevitably associate the invasion of the arc reactor with him to some extent. But it's better than finding something unexpected for him when he goes to get the Dragon Ball. Everything else is easy to say, except that there is only the secret of Dragon Ball, which is because of Saint's untouchable scales. He felt that he might get angry, and it would be better to hide it from others as much as possible. After Saint landed at the place where he took off, it was already past 2 in the middle of the night. He had just conquered the sky. At this time, he was still in a state of extreme excitement. Where there was a trace of drowsiness, he simply stayed on the roof. On the rooftop, Uyukansha www.uyukansha.com kept waving his fists and feet to adapt to his soaring strength, and every once in a while, he rose into the air again to practice his unskilled flying skills. It wasn't until it was dawn that Saint, who didn't want to attract attention, returned to the quiet room of his restaurant, sat cross-legged on the floor, and planned to test it. After integrating the genes of the Xians, his practice how much faster? Strangeness. After a while, Yinsheng frowned and opened his eyes. Not only did it not get faster, but it also slowed down a lot. Is it because I suddenly became several times stronger, and my control over Qi is lower than before? Saint guessed and muttered to himself, it seems that before fully adapting to the physique of Xians, it is not to think about quickly leveling up. Although it is inevitable to be a little disappointed, but because Saint has just jumped several levels in a row, of course, there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. After a little test, he left the quiet room and planned to go to the bedroom to catch up for a while. After closing the door on the 21st after the day, he had to start work today. The unique Marvel Xian, that has to earn money to eat, because Saint did not forget that Xians are famous for eating that, and he even doubted that the remaining 4,000 odd savings would be enough. Not enough to eat for half a month. Not only that, before the whole world went looking for Dragon Ball, because Saint had a deposit of $29,000, after paying Lorna and Peter a total of $3,000 in wages, there was still $25,000 left. More than $1,000, which means that the cost of going out to find Dragon Ball is more than $20,000. Although it is said that because Saint needs to find one less Dragon Ball next time, he still feels that before the Dragon Ball is full of energy again, he must at least save the same amount of money as last time. Chapter 53, A Date in the Night Sky. Tisk, I should have bought more discounted tickets in the first place. The red-eye flight is actually no big deal. 3 days later, Yinsheng, who bought ingredients in large quantities, saw a sharp drop in his savings again. Feeling very poor, he began to regret the extravagance he had made a few days ago. I shouldn't have rented such a good car or stayed in such a good hotel. Fortunately, after the reopening of Li's Chinese restaurant, the business turned out to be as good as before, and even more popular than before closing, because Saint was surprised, but now he has also reacted. This is unintentionally, playing a hunger marketing. It's not just the business in the store, which is beyond Saint's expectations. He originally thought that although he only knocked out the agent of SHIELD and did not cause any damage to him, it was an attack anyway. Even if SHIELD didn't want to turn his face over this trivial matter, at least he should be condemned. Condemn. But 3 days have passed, and SHIELD has not moved at all. It's impossible to guess that I did it. Because Saint finished a day's work, before closing the store, he routinely turned on the breath sensor, swept the 2 SHIELD agents who followed him, and could not wait to rush over to ask them, "Why didn't you come to find him?" My troubles. Although he has the urge to put it into practice, because Saint has more important things to do, after taking off his work clothes, he specially took a shower, combed his hair neatly, and put on new clothes. Say, today is his first date. Well, the first date in the Marvel Universe. At the same time, Colleen Wenshun climbed the rusty fire stairs and climbed to the roof of a brown building. While walking to the roof, she patted the stains of rust on her body, and she thought about the person who asked her to come up. Because of Saint, I was scolded with blood. For 3 nights in a row, I didn't know why I went there mysteriously. Today, I asked her to such a ghost place again. Colleen Wen was secretly ruthless, because Saint came later, he must let him nice. You came so early? I was 5 minutes early, but I was still late. At this moment, because of Saint's voice, it suddenly sounded behind Colleen Wen's back, making her almost jump up. She glanced at the fire stairwell in front of her, with a frightened expression, turning his head to look at Saint. Why do you walk without a sound? Where did it come from? Over there. Saint pointed to the direction behind him, pulled out a red rose from behind like a conjuration, and handed it to Colleen Wen, saying, For you. Forget it? Colleen Wen didn't think she was stingy because of Saint, and after taking the rose generously, she took his arm very naturally, resting her head on his shoulder. Tell me, why did you ask me to come here? Because Saint smiled mysteriously, and instead of answering, he asked, Do you remember, why didn't you believe me when I told you the first time that I was studying Gaixian-style martial arts? Of course I remember. Colleen Wen raised her head and rolled her eyes at Saint. It's only been over a month, how could I forget, because you said you could fly. No, no. Saint shook his head and corrected himself, I mean, one day, I can fly too. No matter how sluggish Colleen Wen was, she also reacted now. She let go of the arm that was holding Yinsheng, turned her whole body to his front, stared at him blankly and asked, Don't tell me, today is one day. Clap. Saint clapped his hands gently, the guess is close enough. In fact, I flew 3 days ago. Do you want to guess again, why did I hide it from you for 3 days? Guess how tall you are. Colleen Wen gave Saint a very savage fist, Can you talk to me well? Because Saint curled his lips speechlessly, and did not pretend to be mysterious, he slowly stretched out his arms, wrapped his arms around Colleen Wen's slender waist, and hugged her tightly in his arms, and then said, Hold my arms around her. My neck. What do you want to do, ah? Colleen was only halfway through the question, only to feel that the soles of his feet were suddenly empty. At the same time as he screamed, he tightly wrapped his hands around Yinsheng's neck, resting his chin on his shoulders, and his feet were also skilled. Hooked on his leg, the whole person stuck to him, leaving no gap between the two. Don't be afraid, I've been practicing by myself for 3 days. Saint floated upward with the two of them using the air dance technique, and said in Colleen Wen's ear, Trust me. I'm not afraid. It's just because of the sudden, Accompanied by Colleen Wen's deafening screams, Saint hugged her tightly and soared into the sky, away from the rooftop where the two of them were standing. Away night sky. Reading www.uukangshu.com. When Saint flew to a height of 100 meters, Colleen Wen stopped screaming, first took a hard bite on Saint's shoulder, and then shouted in his ear, Bastard! You just won't you give me some mental preparation first? Isn't that boring? Of course Saint replied loudly, that's how exciting it is. Colleen Wen retorted, but she had to admit that she suddenly rushed into the dark night sky without any preparation, which was really exciting. Because Saint flew all the way to an altitude of 1000 meters, and only then did he reduce his speed. He was suspended in mid-air with Colleen Wen in his arms, and turned around like a ballet dancer. How's it going? Are you satisfied? Humph. Colleen Wen snorted non-committally, wrapped her legs around Saint's waist, and said to him, Hold me tight, I'm going to let go. Because Saint was a little bit inexplicable, after tightening his arms a little, I saw Colleen Wen let go of his hands, and above this kilometer above the sky, he made a dangerous move of throwing his head back, and then, began tie your hair with a rubber band. You really can break your head, you can bleed, and you can't lose your hairstyle. After tying her hair blown by the strong wind into a neat ponytail, Colleen Wen put her hands on Insan's shoulders, and the first sentence that came out of her mouth was, "This trick is called dancing. Kongja, right? When will you teach me?" Yinsheng shrugged his shoulders. Teaching can be taught anytime, but well, don't hold out too much hope, the consumption of air dancing is very terrifying. Don't even think about it. Chapter 54 Xian Full Power. Are you more angry than me? Colleen Wen frowned in confusion. When we first played against each other, wasn't your anger weaker than mine? Several times stronger than you. Because Saint avoided the important, he answered lightly, in terms of combat power, the chi of an ordinary person is about 5 points of combat power. I am now 187, and you are 28. Colleen Wen didn't say a word for a long time. She originally thought that after learning the cultivation of breath, the release of breath, and the after-image boxing, her strength was already approaching Yinsheng. Even if she couldn't compare to him, she definitely said it's not a burden, but I didn't expect that the gap with him would be so big. In fact, before Yinsheng made a second wish to Shenlong, the situation was indeed like this. The fusion of Xian genes allowed him to increase his combat power by more than 150 out of thin air. Originally, he was stronger than Colleen Wen. Locally, it mainly lies in the variety of martial arts skills and extremely rich combat experience, and his own combat power is only in his early 30s. Seeing that Colleen Wen's mood was a little down, Saint comforted her, "Colleen, you've made great progress. When we first learned from each other, you only had a dozen combat power, although it is said that this is because the cultivation of breath has uncovered your potential, so your chi will increase rapidly, but you have 10 years of solid foundation, and there is still a lot of potential to be tapped." Hearing what he said, Colleen Wing didn't feel any better at all, and wrapped her arms around Insane's neck again. "Fly as fast as you can, I want to see what your full strength is like." It is good. Although doing so was not without risk, Saint still did not refuse. He first released his chi to protect himself and Colleen Wen, and then exerted his utmost strength to eject the chi in his body from his toes. I saw a dazzling blue human-shaped light ball, which cut a meteor-like trajectory in the night sky, swept over the city, and then flashed away. When countless spectators who discovered the meteor, all looked at the night sky, because Saint had already dissipated the light from his body, quietly brought Colleen Wen, and landed from high altitude to the ground, avoiding the public eyes. For the rest of the night, of course, Saint spent in Colleen Wen's martial arts gym. For this surprise tonight, he forced himself to hold back for 3 days, and he had already exceeded the limit of his endurance. I can only say that some things are worth waiting for. The next morning, Yinsheng woke up on time. Although he had only a handful of real sleep hours last night, he is now Xian. He is a natural fighting nation, and his combat ability in all aspects it's all strong. Considering that one meal of his own would probably consume Colleen Winburn's limited food reserves, since Saint only made one breakfast and left it on the bedside table, he kissed Keek, who was still sleeping, goodbye. Lin Wen returned to her restaurant hungry. She took out dozens of kilograms of raw meat from the freezer in the back kitchen, roasted it with her hands, shredded it with her hands, rubbed some seasonings with her hands, and put it directly into her stomach. Plug. After breakfast, Saint calculated the account. He just ate about $60. This is the cheapest pork and chicken. The wholesale price is also calculated. If it is replaced by beef and mutton, this number will be at least doubled. As for grains such as rice, Saint said that this kind of thing that is much easier to digest can be used occasionally to change the taste. If it is used as a staple food, it is not enough to eat at all. Out of a long-standing habit, Saint still eats 3 meals as usual. That is to say, after becoming Xian, he must eat at least $180 of food every day. If you want to treat yourself a little bit, he will break through the $200 mark casually. As for the upper limit, he has not yet tested it. With the deep concern that he might end up going bankrupt in the future, Saint walked into the quiet room on the second floor of the restaurant, sat cross-legged on the floor, and continued to think about a problem that he had struggled with for 3 days, but could not make a decision. Major issues. If you were to ask Yancheng why he chose the knowledge of Sun Wukong when he made his first wish, he would answer without hesitation because Sun Wukong is the protagonist, and he is the only one who can King Fist. Exist in the Dragon Ball world. Are there any other skills that can increase one's strength by multiples besides Kai Wong Fist? Yes, Super Saiyan. What is a Super Saiyan? Transforming into a Super Saiyan state is equivalent to an enhanced version of the 50 times King Fist with its own special effects. And the problem that is tangled by Saint is exactly, after Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan for several years, he improved the original Kai Wonkan and added special effects to it. Speaking of the improved Kai Wong Fist, it is estimated that no one knows what is going on, but if you change the name, you should be familiar with it. This move is also called Saiyan Full Power. The so-called Saiyan Full Power, that is, in the spiritual time house, Sun Wukong taught his son Sun Wuhan, a special transformation form between Saiyan and Super Saiyan, which can both maintain some of the characteristics of Super Saiyan state, and avoids the negative effects of Super Saiyan state. As we all know, Kai King Fist can increase one's own strength by a maximum of 10 times, but within the duration, the higher the multiple used, the greater the load on the body and the more chi consumption, and Saiyaman Full Power, its special transformation form, can also increase its own strength by a maximum of 10 times, and no matter how high or low the multiple is, there is no load or consumption without doing anything. Sounds pretty good, right? It's more powerful than Kai Wong Fist, right? The problem is, whether it's Sun Wukong or Sun Wukong, it's only after being able to transform into a Super Saiyan that he will practice this trick again. Without any precedent, who knows what the consequences of learning Saiyan Full Power without becoming a Super Saiyan? If that's the case, because Saint doesn't worry about it, the big deal is not to learn it for the time being, but what's embarrassing is that Sun Wukong has already forgotten the original Kai Wonkan. If he wants to learn the king of the world, he can only learn the full power of the improved Saiyan. It's just a try. It's not a big problem, right? Because Saint gnawed on his nails nervously, the big deal is failure. I shouldn't die. Words such as burst body, spontaneous combustion, cell burst, gene collapse kept flashing in Yin Saint's mind, and just when he was afraid of death and wanted to give up, transformation, words such as powerful, the most handsome hairstyle, and improvement in appearance kept popping up to seduce him. Chapter 55 Transformation? Transform. Shauna. I don't want to increase tenfold, what am I nervous about? Because Saint gritted his teeth viciously, his expression looked a little grim. I'm a Saiyan, how could I not be able to withstand a mere double the improvement? The next moment, a terrifying cry of pain suddenly sounded in the quiet room. When someone who didn't know it heard it, they would probably think that this must be the cry of a dying person. After a while, when Lorna Lanshere, who was wearing a black night dress, appeared outside the door of the quiet room, the screams of Saint had been silenced, and Lorna had an uncertain expression on her face. Knocked on the door and said, "Boss? You were miserable just now. Was it your voice just now?" After Lorna waited for a few seconds, without getting a response, she immediately stretched out her arm, turned the handle and pushed the door open, walked in and had a look of surprise. "Boss? Boss?" I saw, in the center of the quiet room, stood a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, with bright golden hair standing upright and bright and deep green pupils. Judging from the outline of his face, he looked a little like Saint. But on the whole, nothing like in St. First, because Saint's face is not so handsome. Second, because of Saint's racial characteristics, he is a standard Asian, with black hair and black eyes. Thirdly, because Saint is usually full of stubbornness, this person in front of him exudes an elegant and indifferent aristocratic temperament all over his body. Therefore, even Lorna, who was very familiar with Insanto, was a little afraid to recognize it for a while. She opened her eyes and asked, "Boss? Is that you?" Under Lorna's questioning, Yinsheng, who had changed drastically from the inside out, seemed to have not heard her words, and still stood there blankly, as if the whole person was just a perfect sculpture. "Boss." Lorna frowned, took a step forward, and gently pushed Yinsheng, which made him wake up with a huh, turned her head and asked, "Lorna? When did you come in?" "Boss, are you awakened?" As a mutant, of course, Lorna Lanshere immediately thought of the X gene, and because of Saint after screaming for a while, suddenly her whole person became completely unrecognizable, and it seemed that there were only 4 gene mutations. Word, is a more reasonable explanation. Yinsheng raised his hand subconsciously, touched the blonde hair standing on top of his head, shook his head and said, "No. Lorna, can you go out first? I have something to figure out for myself, I'll talk about it later. Explain to you." "Oh." Lorna nodded and curled her lips reluctantly, "That's fine." At her before the words fell, Saint fell into a trance again, trying to enter the mysterious state of epiphany just now. He knew almost instinctively that this was related to his future breakthrough in Super Saiyan. The threshold that must be passed. It's a pity that after being interrupted by Lorna, Saint couldn't find the feeling just now, and even if he wanted to recall it, he couldn't do it at all. Pity. Because Saint frowned and muttered, he didn't mean to blame Lorna, and he should not be blamed anyway because of his concern. After a little pity, because Saint no longer thought about the distant future, he slowly clenched his fists, feeling the surging power inside his body hidden under the surface of calm, and could not help but let out a sound. Exclaimed, "This is Saiyan full power. Sun Wukong is really a genius." "Oh, no, Saiyan full power refers to a 10-fold increase, and I'm far from worthy of this name right now." Yinsheng laughed at himself. "So, should it be called twice the Saiyan's full power?" No, that's not 20 times. "Well, it should be called twice the Saiyan's full power. 20% of 10 times, that is twice, because Saint had a combat power of 187 before transforming, and now it is 374. This improvement is all round, strength, speed, response, all multiplying, there is no shortcoming, and, on the premise of not making a move, it has no load on physical strength and no consumption of breath. This is also the double World King Fist that has been improved by Sun Wukong without any negative effects. As for higher multipliers, such as 30% Saiyan full power equivalent to triple Kai Wang Fist, and 40% Saiyan full power equivalent to quadrupling Kai Wang Fist, because Shenk feels that after getting the before the gravity meter, he should not continue to die. After all, if there is no gravity meter, it is impossible to test the limit of pressure that one can withstand. Because Saint felt that he could withstand the process of transformation, it was purely taken for granted that since Saiyans can get used to 10 times the gravity, then, after integrating the genes of Saiyans, the lowest double the increase of the King's Fist, UU reading www.uukangsha.com should not be a problem. Now that the bet is right, in fact, he is lucky, if he is not satisfied. If so, isn't that courting death? After experiencing the transformation state of 20% Saiyans with full power, Yin Saint walked out of the quiet room and was about to go to the bathroom to look in the mirror. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Lorna staring at him. Apparently still waiting for the explanation he promised. "I'm not a mutant." Yin Saint first said this affirmatively, then paused for a while, and then said after thinking, "Lorna, I don't want to lie to you, to a certain extent, I am as special as you, but don't ask about the specifics, you know, it will only become a burden for you. Hearing this, Lorna rolled her eyes. Aren't you a Scian? It's too late to think about keeping it a secret at this time. Hearing what she said, Insanti immediately showed a dumbfounded expression. How did you know? Lorna shrugged her shoulders and smiled slyly. It's not that I was eavesdropping, it was you who was in there just now, talking loudly to yourself. Because of Saint's silent sneer, is the word quiet room just for nothing? That was modified by him, and he added a layer of foam board himself. How is the sound insulation effect? He will not know. It would be strange if Lorna hadn't put her ear to the door and could hear him talking to herself. So, what exactly is a Scian? Listening to Lorna's question, Saint answered rather perfunctory. The Aborigines who once lived on the planet of Scian are called Scians. What? Lorna's eyes widened, but she didn't notice the word once at all. Boss, are you an alien? Chapter 56 Innocent Mortal, you're right. Of course not. I am a native of the Earth. Saint added, another Earth that is much more normal than here, and shook his head on the surface and said, I just fused Scian genes, just like you have more X genes than ordinary people. Since that's the case. Lorna frowned in confusion. Then, why did SHIELD take your blood sample but think you are a normal person? Did you use something similar to breath shielding? No, it's actually just because I hadn't fused the Scian gene at that time. Since it was involved in the secret of Dragon Ball, Saint didn't explain the reason in detail, but pulled off the topic and said, Lorna, why do you suddenly ask that? Did someone doubt your identity? That's not true. Lorna Rabbit Dead Fox sighed sadly. Hey, take precautions before it happens. Once the identities of the mutants that I know are exposed, they will either disappear suddenly without a trace, or they will only be able to hide in Tibet and flee. I don't want to end up like that. Lorna, you seem to have made a mistake. Because Saint frowned, he said righteously, I taught you breath shield, not to let you hide yourself, but to let you learn to control your own mutant abilities. Lorna, I have long ago I told you that your ability is very strong. If you can stably display 100% of your strength, you don't need to dodge at all, neither SHIELD. What you said is simple. Lorna rolled her eyes at Yin Sheng angrily. How can it be so easy? It's been almost a month since I learned to adjust the degree of aura shielding, but until now, it's only a 10% strength variant ability. I have it still not well controlled, and it will not be able to exert 100% of its strength until the year of the monkey, the horse, and the moon. Hearing this, Saint touched his chin and thought for a while, then asked, how do you practice mutant abilities? It's like this. Lorna stretched out an arm as a demonstration, and a colorful light lit up between her 5 slender and tender fingers. A metal thermos cup rose from the coffee table in the living room and flew silently to her palm, and then under her control, floated around her body. That's it? Saint looked at Lorna with contempt. Is it okay to be a little imaginative? Forget it, let me teach you a way. You go buy dozens of caddies of iron sand and come back, remember to buy 2 different colors, and then control the 2 at the same time. Plant different kinds of iron sand, paint on the floor, and after painting, redistinguish the 2 kinds of iron sand, and so on. Later, if you feel that you have more energy, you can increase it to 3, 4, 5, and so on. Analogy. Lorna was a little unconvinced at first, but her eyes lit up when she heard it, and she obviously thought it was a good idea, but she didn't give Yincheng, who despised her, a good face. This method doesn't sound like a good idea. Okay, I'll try it out. Since it's not good, what are you going to try? Because Saint slandered such a sentence, he didn't want to expose Lorna's dead duck mouth and patted her on the shoulder. Actually, you don't have to worry too much, remember. You are now a member of Li's Chinese restaurant, No longer you are helpless, no matter who wants to trouble you, they have to pass me first. Hearing what he said, Lorna was stunned for a moment, and then she said with a strange expression, "Boss, although you said that, I'm still very moved. But, you said it yourself, my anger is dozens of times yours, even if I can only show less than 1/10 of my strength, you seem to be weaker than me, right? Where did the confidence come from, dare to say such big words? Ha ha." Because of Saint sneered, his toes lightly tapped, the whole person left the floor, floated in mid-air about 1 meter high, and then suddenly went down from the whole body, and at the same time burst out the 374 combat power in the body. Naive mortal, you know nothing about my true power. Large swaths of golden light radiated out from Saint Yin's body in an instant, like a large group of jumping flames, wrapping his entire body. An invisible pressure also appeared at the same time, distorting his body. There was a gust of wind in the air of Jo. Lorna's emerald green pupils suddenly enlarged to the limit, she took a big step back in conditioned reflex, and her expression was not without a hint of panic. Although she knew that Yinsheng would definitely not hurt her, she didn't. Unstoppable, the kind of instinctual fear that rose from the deepest part of my heart. However, this fear did not last long. The next moment, Lorna watched helplessly, because Saint, with golden light all over his body, swept across the living room and floated all the way into the bathroom. "Eh? Boss. Why are you going? Look in the mirror. I really can't stand it. You reading www.uukaungsha.com. You are a big man, how can you be so stinky? Haha, you dare to feel your conscience and say, don't I look handsome now?" After looking in the mirror, Yinsheng determined that if he transformed into a 20% Xian full power and then deliberately wrapped his energy around his body, he could pretend to be a Super Xian. If you don't consider the difference in strength between the cloud and mud, the difference between the two is only that one is the special effect of the flame that comes with it, and the other is added later. After being intoxicated with himself in front of the mirror for a while, Yinsheng dissipated the air that wrapped his body and released his transformation state. When he left the bathroom by walking, he had returned to his normal state of black hair and black eyes. Appearance. Huh? Why have you changed back to the way you were? Is this still possible? In the face of Lorna's question, Yin Saint shrugged his shoulders innocently. I said, I can't change back. Big liar. You clearly concealed it on purpose. Lorna curled her lips. So, when you became that way, you were at your strongest state. That's right. Yinsheng nodded his head. Actually, even if that's the case, the total amount of my qi is still lower than yours, only 70 times that of an ordinary person. You can imagine, if you can exert 100% real, Where are you going? Hearing the words, "Deng deng deng," Lorna, who was descending the stairs, shouted without looking back, "By iron sand." Because Saint watched Lorna's back speechlessly, disappeared at the entrance of the stairs, and said to himself, forget it, Xian or something. Lorna herself is a mutant, don't stress to her, it must also know confidentiality. Chapter 57 Defender Alliance. 3 hours later, Insant stood at the entrance of the stairs and shouted in the direction of the second floor, Lorna. Come down for dinner. Wait a minute. I'll come after separating the two kinds of iron sand. After another half an hour, Lorna still disappeared, because Saint shouted again from the same position, Lorna. Come down to work. Don't rush me. You bastard. We're getting together again. Yinsheng suddenly felt that the suggestion he made before seemed to have led Lorna to develop some incredible hidden attributes. The future Miss Polaris will not be broken into a late stage of obsessive-compulsive disorder by him. Lorna neglected her duties for more than 10 minutes before walking down from the second floor of the restaurant. At this time, there were already quite a few customers in the restaurant. Saint, who was so busy, didn't have time to reprimand Lorna. She was the first to complain, "Black boss. It's all your fault. If I hadn't been startled by you just now, I wouldn't be late for work. It's all your fault. Don't deduct my wages." Because Saint was full of question marks, did I say anything? Who I am? Where am I? What happened? Who is the boss? Today, until Saint's restaurant was closed, SHIELD still didn't come to him to trouble him. He still used his breath sensor to scan the two agents who were watching him, and suddenly raised his brows, showing a very surprised expression. Those who should be looking for trouble didn't come looking for trouble, and those who shouldn't have come looking for trouble have come looking for trouble. Through aura induction, Saint suddenly discovered that the four powerful Kais were moving together at an extraordinary speed. Came to him, one of them was familiar to him, it was Danny Rand, and the other three were not unfamiliar, although he had not officially met, but it was not the first time he used breath induction to detect the three street heroes of Hell's Kitchen. What happened? How did they get together at this point in time? Because Saint frowned and walked quickly to the door of the store, Lorna, who was terminally ill with obsessive-compulsive disorder and was rearranging the table, said, "Lorna, lock the door and don't come out for the time being." "Boss, you..." Because Saint didn't care about Lorna's question, he walked out of the door without looking back. He came to the door of the store. He turned his head and saw that under the dim streetlight, a group of 3 men and 1 woman were facing him together. Running wild here. The blonde little curly hair in the lead is Danny Rand. Followed by a masked white man, very strangely, he wrapped the upper half of his face with a scarf. That's right, the upper half of his face, including the eyes, only showed the part down from the nose. At a glance, you can tell that no one can use this dress to run wildly on the streets at night except for Daredevil, Matthew Murdock, who is blind and mainly relies on hearing to locate. The only woman among the 4 has long black hair and a tender white face. She is slender and tall, with a temperament, dark and decadent, because Saint is very clear in her heart, don't look at her thin, in fact, more than 10 times stronger than ordinary people, it is the most unheroic hero, the infinitely powerful Jessica Jones. The last one was a tall and burly black man, wearing a t-shirt with holes everywhere, revealing the dark skin with metallic luster underneath. This is the copper-skinned and iron-boned Luke Cage, the whole body is invulnerable, even the eyeballs are no exception. Because Saint was about to meet them, just took a step forward, and immediately raised his brows in surprise, I saw that under the leadership of Danny Rand, the 4 suddenly turned right and got into him. In a familiar brown building, the 3rd floor there is Colleen Wen's martial arts gym. Turns out they were going to Colleen's place. The corner of Saint's mouth twitched, feeling a little self-indulgent. He took a step back and continued to walk forward. Although the trouble was not looking for him, since Colleen Wen was involved, he could only do it. Can take the initiative to find trouble. As soon as he got to the 3rd floor where the martial arts hall is located, Saint heard a series of fierce quarrels and got out of the door of the martial arts hall. He frowned and walked to the door, knocking hard, "Colleen, it's me." Hearing the sound, the martial arts hall suddenly became quiet. It was not until Colleen Wen opened the door for Saint-ing and ushered him in that a discordant voice sounded, "Who is this?" Because Saint glanced at Jessica Jones, who had a bad expression, but ignored the severely traumatized woman. He turned to greet Danny Rand, "Long time no see, Danny." The last time the two met, it was very unpleasant in the end. Although the misunderstanding was resolved later, Danny Rand, who was at fault, was still a little embarrassed. Nodding, "Long time no see, in Saint." After greeting the only acquaintance, Saint ignored the other 3, took Colleen Wen's hand, and asked, "What happened? Why didn't you tell me?" Hearing this, reading www.uukunsha.com Colleen Wen showed a helpless expression, "They came uninvited, I don't know it myself, what can I say to you? Hearing what she said, Danny Rand's expression became even more embarrassing, and he interjected, sorry, the situation is urgent, I really can't think of another place for a while. There's no time for you to gossip. At this moment, Matthew Murdoch stepped forward and looked at Danny Rand and said, we must discuss a plan immediately, the Hand will not be able to let us go so easily. If they didn't catch up, they could only be gathering people. Us. Jessica Jones followed and stepped forward, there is no us here, you have to deal with what Hands, that is your business, don't mess with me. Give me back the scarf you put on your face, I got to go. Jess. Luke Cage also came up, you can't go, whether you like it or not, we're all involved now, and being alone will only lead to greater danger. Seeing this, Danny Rand could only join in, too. Believe what I said, if we don't eliminate the Hand, they won't let it go, not just ourselves, our relatives, friends, all will in great danger. It's okay if he didn't say this, but when he said it, he was in a frenzy. The only calm Matthew Murdoch, his voice became impatient, then why are you still hesitating? Immediately and me let's go together with the main force of the true pure society, as for the two of them who are not related at all, just let them stay here. Who wants to stay here? Get my scarf. I'm leaving now. Jess. Calm down. You. Chapter 58 The End of the Pure Society. Because Saint looked at the four people who were arguing again, he couldn't help but curled his lips. Is this the future Defenders League? The identities and personalities of these four people are all completely different. If they want to form a team, they have a long way to go. At this time, Colleen Wen quietly grabbed Insant, took his hand and walked aside, and asked in his ear, these people look weird, they don't look like ordinary people, except for the one with the head, doesn't look like he was born in martial arts, do you know them? Yinchengta nodded, and with a mentality of watching a reality show, introduced Colleen Wen one by one, you read that right, except for Danny Rand, who has an iron fist, the other three also have peculiarities. Function, that woman is Jessica Jones. Don't look at her as thin as a bamboo pole. In fact, she is surprisingly strong. She is more than 10 times stronger than the average person. She can even throw a car to play with, but well, she hasn't received any decent training, so although in theory, her chi is much stronger than yours, she shouldn't be your opponent. That black big man is her ex-boyfriend, called Luke Cage. Not only is he not weak, but he is also very capable of fighting. You can't make him scratch the skin with a knife with all your strength, but well, this is actually his weakness, because he is used to not being broken, his first reaction when he is attacked must be hard resistance. If you have a good knife sharp enough to break his skin, then I can't stop you from making a move. The guy with the head, is also related to Jessica. He is a lawyer who defends her. His full name is Matthew Murdoch. You must not have seen that he is actually blind, although he has lost all vision. However, his sense of hearing, smell, touch, and taste are many times that of ordinary people, and he is a real biological radar, and, not only that, he is also a master student from Kunlun, just like Danny Rand. Master Gasu is the leader of the True Pure Society, but well, he is at odds with the Gasu philosophy, so he can't be regarded as a True Pure Society person. Ah, by the way, you may not have heard the name Matthew Murdoch, but you are certainly not unfamiliar with his other name. He is the daredevil of Hell's Kitchen. When Colleen Wen heard the last sentence, her eyes widened and she pointed at Matthew Murdoch, is he daredevil? Yin Saint nodded again and was about to continue speaking when his expression suddenly froze. He patted the back of Colleen Wen's hand and let go of her hand, we'll talk about it later, it seems that something happened. Cough cough. After all, because Saint turned to Danny Rand and others who were still arguing, he covered his mouth and coughed hard. The sound was amazing and immediately attracted their attention. Then, he walked to the window. He pointed to a direction in the distance and said, "Danny, a lot of chi is disappearing in a straight line more than 10 kilometers away from here, which means that many people have died there. Are you related?" "Not good. We were fooled." Danny Rand looked down in Saint's arm, his face changed greatly, obviously recognizing the direction he was pointing. The goal of the Hand Society was not us from the beginning, but the Pure Society. Matthew Murdoch had already taken off the scarf that covered his head at this time, revealing a handsome face. He frowned tightly, and with his chaotic, unfocused eyes, he looked at Yinchendeo. "How could you possibly know what happened more than 10 kilometers away?" "Because of Saint's ability to breath induction, it is possible to detect the chi of the human body from a long distance." Danny Rand explained on behalf of Insant, and said to Matthew Murdoch with a livid face, "Matthew, you don't have to doubt, since he said something, it must have happened." "Erica." Matthew shouted a name nervously, snatched the scarf he just gave to Jessica, put a pack on his head, and covered his face. At the same time, he rushed out of the martial arts hall. "Matthew." Danny Rand didn't have time to stop him, so he had no choice but to follow in his footsteps. The four uninvited people left too without saying goodbye. Because Saint showed a thoughtful expression, combined with the news he just got, he can probably guess why Shield would not care about him. It must be because the Hand Association and the Pure Society started in New York. After a large-scale battle, even today is the day for their decisive battle. He was about to get lost when Jessica Jones suddenly came over and asked abruptly, "So, you are also a freak? What are your abilities? Are you a psychic?" Because Schenk glanced at her speechlessly, and thought to himself, "Eldest sister, I know that you have been through ups and downs. Reading www.uukansha.com is very sad, but there is no need to arrest someone and bite someone, right? How did I provoke you, to be called a freak by you? Moreover, psychic medium is almost equal to the meaning of liar, and it is not a good word." After hesitating for a while, because Saint still ignored Jessica. He is not a psychiatrist, and he has no ability to remove people's demons. If he opens his mouth, it is estimated that people will block people. Well, he is good at. After Saint made up his mind not to provoke Jessica, he ignored her again, turned to look at Colleen Wen and said, "Do you want to join in the fun? Since the Hand Association has made such a big noise, it is possible that the blogger may also it will appear there, although I don't know the characteristics of his chi, so I can't identify it, but there are 3 very strong chi over there, it's very likely. Oh, by the way, one of them should be Gasu, ahem, even if there are only 2 fingers in the hand, the probability is quite considerable." Colleen Wen hesitated for a moment, then nodded with gritted teeth, "Go. If he's here, this time, he won't even try to escape. If he is here, you have to be careful. He is your master, and his anger is stronger than yours. He has already suffered the loss of the after-image fist once. It is impossible for him to be unprepared." Insane reminded this first, and then added, "Although I promised you not to intervene in your grievances with him, I will not watch you get hurt. I will win." Colleen Wen showed a determined look. After taking out the white samurai sword stored in the box, she put on a white hooded sweater and a white ninja mask. Then she showed a pair of eyes, and couldn't help but complained in her heart, "Dear, I know you like white, but it's night, do you dare to be more conspicuous?" Chapter 59 Shield Behind the Aureole. After changing her outfit, Colleen Wing threw another face mask she had spared to Insant and said, "Can you try to wear it? If you can't, just wrap it in a scarf." "No need." Because Saint threw the mask back to Colleen Wen, "I don't need it." After all, before Colleen Wen spoke again, because Saint used 20% of the Sion's full power, and with a painful cry of "oh." The image of the body is shining again. Motherfucker. Holy shit. Two national scoldings belonging to blacks and whites, respectively, came out of the mouths of Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. The two were worthy of being a former couple, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding. While scolding in unison, involuntarily took a step back, all staring at the greatly changed Yin Sheng with a monster-like gaze. Hey, you two are not normal people, okay, can you not make such a fuss? Because of the hissing of cold air from Saint's mouth, although it was much better than the first time, when he transformed this time, his whole body was still in constant pain, especially the stinging pain from his eyes. After he finished complaining about Jessica and Jessica, he still didn't get rid of it. He frowned tightly, blinked his eyelids a few times, and waved to Colleen Wen, "Come on my back, let's fly directly." Past. Colleen Wen gritted her teeth and held back. She didn't show the surprise in her heart just now. She stepped forward with a blank face, jumped behind Yin Sheng's back, wrapped her neck with one hand, and pressed hard on his waist with the other. After twisting it, he asked viciously in his ear, "Say, how many strange things have you hidden?" "Ability. Oh. It's gone. I just learned this today. If you don't believe me, ask Lorna. Lorna knows it before me. She lives with me." "Where did you sleep last night?" "What nonsense. You are here. Then think about it again, who do you live with?" Jessica Jones and Luke Cage watched in such a dazed way, because Saint held Colleen Wing's thigh, bickering all the way to the window behind her back, and then opened the window. Flew away. "Jess, I suddenly started to feel that it's not us, but the world." "Luke, let's take a look too." "Okay. I'd like to see, apart from the blind man who can hear neon lights, the stinky boy whose fist can hurt me, and the psychic who can change and fly, what other ghosts will emerge today." "Let's go, you borrow the car, and I'll drive it?" "No, whoever borrows will open it." Tisk. On the other side, after flying for a while with Colleen Wing on the back of Saint, Danny Rand and Matthew Murdoch, who were running wildly along the road, were found under his feet, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Is this a dead brain? It takes more than 10 kilometers to walk. They are obviously running." Colleen Wing stuck her head out from behind Insan's shoulder and expressed her opinion. "They came running, what if they didn't run?" "Borrow a car." "Who are you borrowing from? Aren't there cars everywhere on the road?" "That's called stealing. If you don't pay it back, it's called stealing. If you pay it back, it's a loan." "Why are you so excited? Have you ever stolen?" "It was said that it was borrowed." "You sure did steal." Because Saint was speechless, he had to fly forward silently. After a while, he heard a burst of gunshots coming from a distance. The sound of gunshots. Because Sheng frowned slightly, the Hand Association and the Zhenchun Association both inherited the martial arts from Kunlun. The members of both parties are not only martial arts masters, but they are also proficient in assassination techniques. Basically, they can only use various techniques. All kinds of cold weapons, even in occasions where long-range weapons are required, they are like eagle eyes, accustomed to silently using hidden weapons and bows and arrows. When there is gunshots, there is only one possibility. Shield finally started. "Colleen." Yin Saint adjusted his flying posture and shouted loudly, "The situation has changed, hold your arms tighter, shrink your head behind me, put your face on me, I'm going to speed up." In the state of full power transformation of 20% Xians, due to the doubling of their combat power and the maximum air resistance that Saint can resist with his body, the upper limit has also been raised a lot. Even if he does not need to use air to protect his body, he can fly out of the speed of a sports car, but without him blocking the front, Colleen Wen can't stand such strong wind pressure. The speed of his flight just now seems to be quite fast. In fact, less than half of top speed. Just a few minutes later, Ying Sant roared in the sky and arrived at the battlefield at a speed of more than 200 yards. This was a construction site where construction was interrupted. www.uukaungsha.com. He looked down, and the first thing he saw was the blood flowing all over the ground and countless dead bodies. To be precise, this was actually a former battlefield. There was not a single living person on the entire construction site. These shocking and cruel scenes not only did not cause Yinsheng to have adverse reactions, but instead brought him a sense of excitement like burning blood. Obviously, the genes of the Xians were at work, and he landed on the ground lightly. After getting up, put down Colleen Wendeo, because of the emergence of SHIELD, those three strong chi have now spread out and are fleeing in three different directions. After pointing in three directions, Insant frowned and said, "Sorry, Colleen, I can't take you to chase them." Colleen Weiner listened to the bursts of gunfire, exclamations, and screams in the distance, and showed a clear expression. "Do you want to help those innocent civilians who have been implicated?" Well, under the raid of SHIELD, the army of the Hand has been defeated. They are smart. Or should I say they are very professional. In short, they are all running towards residential areas. However, SHIELD. It doesn't seem like they're going to let them go, even if it may cause collateral damage. They're all at it. The saint nodded, although in general, he is a person who is alone and will not save anyone deliberately, but if it is in the right situation, he will also choose to go out of respect for life. Protecting the innocent, he now has this ability. Go ahead. With a kind of like-minded joy, Colleen Wen smiled and gently pushed Yin Saint, and said, "I'll be there later. In fact, just like you, my first choice is to help them." Chapter 60 Black Widow Woman. Natasha Romanoff. It is good. Because Saint nodded again, flying with Colleen Wen was really not a good choice when there was a battle at any time. Wen said, "Be careful, don't be brave. You too." Following the scan of the breath sensor, Yin Saint flew to the apartment building closest to him. Bang! He slammed through the window of the outer wall and floated into the aisle on the third floor, actively involved in a confrontation. In the situation. What the hell? What the fuck? Accompanied by two swear words, in the direction of the stairs of the aisle, a group of 6 members of the SHIELD Secret Service team, everyone's face changed greatly. 3 of them turned their guns and aimed at Yin Sheng, who was suspended in mid-air. Special. Because Sheng glanced at the dark muzzles, he instinctively released the gas in his body, forming a beating flame around his body. After protecting his whole body, he ignored the more nervous shield agents. He turned around and looked to the other side. On the other side of the confrontation with SHIELD is a man holding a black samurai sword, wearing a black and red ninja suit, and wearing a black and red ninja mask on his face, his left hand without a knife, holding a the little white girl around the age of 2, with the right hand holding the knife, put the blade across the little girl's neck. From the black ninja suit with red lines, Saint recognized him as a member of the Han Society. In fact, by this time, the true pure society has already existed in name only. Even if the entire army is not wiped out, there are 2 or 3 cats, and of the 2 sides that were ambushed by SHIELD at the same time, the only one who is still struggling is the hand meeting. The ninja man who was holding the hostage tightly clenched the katana in his hand. Compared with the nervous shield agents, his eyes seemed very calm, and the threat was clear. Yin Sheng said, "Whether you are who, let me go. I promise that after leaving, I will never hurt this child." "I believe you." At the same time as Yin Sheng nodded, he suddenly raised his arm, stretched out his palm to the ninja man, and made a hold, then pull motion. "But, I don't negotiate with terrorists." The next moment, the samurai sword in the ninja man's hand suddenly let go, and flew into the air at an angle. Just as he had a horrified expression, he wanted to use the tiger's mouth to burst, the blood dripping with his right hand, to grab the little girl's neck. At the same time, Yincheng, who was several meters away from him, appeared in front of his eyes like lightning. Immediately afterwards, he only felt a pain in his head, his eyes darkened, and he didn't know anything. Because Saint picked up the unconscious ninja man with one hand, and threw it in the direction of the shield agents, let him slide past the floor, and said without looking back, "He is yours now." A young agent crouched down, checked the condition of a ninja man, raised his head and said, "Captain, he is still alive." On the other side, Yin Saint also squatted down in the air and touched the little girl's head. "Little sister, don't be afraid, you are safe." Ginny. At this moment, a white woman in her mid-30s suddenly rushed out of the corner, stumbled towards Insant, hugged the little girl in front of him, and wept incoherently, "Thank God, you're all right. Are you all right?" The little girl Ginny seemed to be frightened. It took a long time before she stretched out her arms and wrapped her arms around the woman's neck. "Mom." Because Saint smiled slightly, and did not disturb the mother and daughter who were reunited, the whole person floated back a little, and then flew out the same way through the window that he broke when he came. It was only then that Ginny's mother suddenly reacted. She rushed to the window with Ginny in her arms and shouted to the sky, "Thank you. Thank you for saving my Ginny." At the same time, the young agent pointed to the window and said, "Captain, are we just letting him go? All units pay attention, there are power users who can fly, and they are very powerful. I repeat, there are people who can fly." After Saint left the apartment building, he rescued two civilians who were unfortunately involved in a firefight scene where bullets were flying, and subdued 3 ninjas of the hand. It was still the same as before. Hit the killer, just knock them unconscious. Just when SHIELD began to think that it could temporarily treat Insanto as a friendly force, he suddenly fell from the sky and kicked a SHIELD agent who was about to shoot. The agent's companions immediately turned their guns, but then they discovered that the direction the agent was going to shoot was not only a ninja with a hand, but also a little black boy hiding in the shadows. On the necessity for black people to wear shiny accessories at night. Half an hour later, UU Reading www.uukanshu.com has been on several different occasions, saving more than 2-digit civilians. When he followed the breath-sensing probe again, he came to a 2-story apartment building. In the alley between the buildings, when I saw the situation on the field, I couldn't help raising my eyebrows, showing a surprised expression. Because Saint originally thought that this was the same as he had encountered several times before. It was a team of 6 shield agents who were chasing a ninja of a hand union. Unexpectedly, the situation was exactly the opposite. It was a mere female agent. He was chasing the 6-handed ninja, and by the time he arrived, 3 had already fallen to the ground. This female agent in black tights has long curly red hair and an extremely sexy figure. The perfect body curve with a large breast, thin waist, and round buttocks can only be described in 4 words as breathtaking. Coupled with her charming oval face and flaming red lips, the whole person is simply a walking hormone. Is she Natasha Romanoff? Because Saint swallowed his saliva forcibly suppressing the source of his maddened desires, he looked at the iconic big red wave, and thought to himself, even the Black Widow appeared, this time of SHIELD action, really come out of the nest. That little handsome guy in the sky, aren't you going to help me? Hearing what Natasha said, Saint looked at the 3-hand ninjas who had fallen to the ground, shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't think you need my help. But I also." Natasha jumped up sharply, her plump thighs were tightly pinching a ninja's neck, she used this as a fulcrum, and in a dazzling way, spun him to the ground in a dazzling manner, and then just finished the words in his mouth, "I don't mind your help." Chapter 61 Colleen when in big trouble. "All right then, I'll be happy to serve you." Before Saint's voice could be heard, people had already appeared on the ground. With no skill at all, and a purely crushing method, he knocked down the last two ninjas one by one. Natasha silently compared her hardships with Saint's ease, then she curled her lips and said, "I take back what I just said, I actually don't mind." "Yes." Saint shrugged again, "If there is a next time, I will save one for you, bye." And many more. Natasha stepped forward quickly, and before Saint was about to fly away, she stretched out a right hand to him. "Get to know, Natasha Romanoff." Because Saint scanned it with his breath sensor first, and found that the pursuit of S.H.I.E.L.D's opponent, the Union, was basically coming to an end, and then he turned around, held Natasha's fingertips, and shook it gently. With a shake, he introduced himself unabashedly, because of Saint Lee. In fact, it's not because Saint doesn't want to hide it, but because he knows that his transformation form is enough to bluff ordinary people, but if he wants to hide from SHIELD in this way, rather than arousing suspicion and being exposed later, it is better to admit it generously. "Really you?" Natasha raised half of her eyebrows, apparently not unfamiliar with Yincheng. "You can still fly? And, how did you become like this?" Not only did the hair and eye color change, but also the appearance was a little bit different. "Nuances. You know me." Because Saint avoided answering Natasha's question, and asked a question in his mouth, he was actually a little surprised. He didn't expect that SHIELD would take him so seriously. It seems that even the famous Black Widow is also a little surprised. Everyone has seen the information about him. Although he has already guessed it, he did not show it. He said, "I think we have never met, Agent Romanoff." "You're welcome, you can call me Natasha." Natasha's professional habit threw a wink. "It's the first time we met, yes, but I've admired the name for a long time, because Saint Lee, the only WDO disciple of the Gaixian Lu, an extraordinary martial arts home, in our bureau, your secret level is the highest 10th level, and by chance, apart from our chief, I am the only 10th level agent. Should I say it's an honor?" It was because of Saint's great perseverance that he was immune to this wink attack. He considered the language and answered Natasha's previous question, "If this is the case, then you should also know that I have mastered many kinds of applications. The skill of Qi, the air dance that can fly in the sky, is one of them. As for my current appearance, it is not permanent, I can change back to my original appearance at any time." Natasha nodded clearly. "What do you mean, you can fly by relying on some kind of martial arts?" "It's just a disguise for you to change your appearance. You can understand that." Because Saint didn't plan to explain in detail, he said goodbye directly. "Nice to meet you, Natasha, I still have something to do, let's go first." Natasha watched because Saint rose up into the sky and disappeared into the dark night sky, frowned and muttered to herself, "Strange, this little guy seems to have recognized me a long time ago, and I deliberately told him that I was a 10th level agent, and he didn't show the slightest surprise. He seemed to know me very well, so, what information channel did he use? Turtle Immortal Lu. I should inform French raise sound." Natasha didn't say anything on the public communication channel, but took out a military encrypted mobile phone, dialed a number, and said, "I met that flying power user, you must not think he is who." On the other side, because Saint followed the exploration of the breath sensor and flew straight to the direction of Colleen Wen, the reason why he suddenly left in a hurry was precisely because in his induction, Colleen Wen was talking to the Defender. After the 4 members of the League of Defenders joined together, a large number of Qi suddenly began to gather around them, and the situation seemed to be a little out of place. Back in time 5 minutes ago, Colleen Wen, Danny Rand and the others ran across a street, got into a small alley beside the street, and hid behind a corner. "Matthew." As soon as everyone stopped, Danny Rand grabbed the collar of the plainclothes daredevil. "Are you crazy? Why are you attacking the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Matthew Murdoch didn't resist, showing a half-bitter expression, the scarf covering his head blocked half because, the person they set fire to before was Erica. Your ex-girlfriend? Isn't she a member of the True Pure Society? Why is she wearing the uniform of the Hand Society? I don't know, but I will never admit the wrong person. Somewhat ironically, a blind man from UU reading www.uukunsha.com claimed that he would never admit the wrong person, but Danny Rand couldn't refute it, he could only grit his teeth depressedly, damn it. We are in big trouble. No shit. Jessica Jones used a foul language to echo Danny Rand's big trouble, turned to Luke Cage and said, "What did I say before? Let them take a ride, it's definitely not good." Luke Cage was speechless, and said with a face full of helplessness, "Jess, now is not the time to say I told you already, let's think about what to do, even though we didn't do it, but I don't think at all that SHIELD will let us accomplices easily." Who is that shameless bastard's accomplice? Jess. It's not up to you to decide. Jessica Jones pouted, turned her head suddenly, continued to use her map gun talent, and said to Colleen Wing, who had been silent, "Hey, girl in white, what are you doing? The attitude of staying out of the matter? You killed 2 agents of SHIELD with your own hands, and you are contributed to this situation. I just knocked them out." Colleen Wen frowned, obviously disapproving of Jessica's tone, and there was a sense of sarcasm in her tone. "Those 2 agents are about to shoot you, you'd rather eat 2 bullets. Come on, they must be targeting my blind lawyer who isn't actually blind. What does it have to do with me? You are meddling and causing trouble, don't try to push me. Because what Saint said is right, you really are a crazy woman, and it's unreasonable at all. What did you say? Chapter 62 Kamehameha. Stop arguing. Matthew Murdoch shouted loudly and pushed Danny Rand hard. You go. I heard a large number of footsteps approaching. SHIELD has found us. I went out to attract their attention. You take the opportunity to break through from the opposite direction. Let's go together. Danny Rand shook his head and lit the fist of his right hand. I am the Iron Fist guarding Kunlun, and you are the apprentice of Gunsu. Whether you admit it or not, you are from Kunlun. Jessica Jones rolled her eyes, and after making a frantic woo, she twisted her neck and squeezed her fist. Blind, I'm not doing it for you, I just think that after today, I really need to a defense attorney. Luke Cage also stepped forward silently and stood side by side beside Matthew Murdoch, showing his attitude with his actions. Colleen Wen, who was standing far away, showed a very surprised expression. When the 4 people in front of them were getting together, they had to quarrel with just 3 words, but at this critical juncture, it was inexplicable. It's puzzling to be able to unite. Just when Colleen Wing was still hesitating whether to call Yinchent, the entire team of SHIELD agents had approached the entrance of the alley, and everyone held up their rifles and opened them. Safety, apparently given the order to shoot, and barely put his finger on the trigger. I have to say that this is actually a big misunderstanding. The special agent team that was attacked by Matthew Murdoch and others only had time to report an enemy attack, and then all of them lost contact. Under the premise of enemy attack, loss of contact and sacrifice are basically synonyms, and it is self-evident why S.H.I.E.L.D's response is a bit extreme. However, Matthew Murdoch and others did not expect this point. Faced with the warning of surrender immediately or shoot, they only felt that SHIELD too domineering. Obviously they are showing mercy, but they are still facing a ruthless muzzle. In this case, how could they surrender? So, when Insane rushed to the scene from the sky, what they saw was that Colleen Wen and the other 4 were completely suppressed by the firepower of SHIELD. Well, it's not that there's only one person left, but Luke Cage, an invulnerable pervert, who doesn't feel oppressed at all. Just in the face of ordinary firearms, he doesn't even blink his eyes, and it's even more impossible to lower his head. Of course, because of the need to protect Jessica and others. In his current situation, the defense is more than enough, and the attack is not enough. As early as the sound of gunshots was heard in the distance, Yincheng had already raised a flame on his body and exploded with the highest flying speed. Even before he was about to land, he did not make the slightest deceleration action. With a loud bang of boom, he smashed heavily on the street in front of the alley, setting off a sky of gravel and dust. Everyone's attention, the original dense gunshots, also became sparse, until no one shot. Before I get angry. In front of everyone's eyes, because of Saint's half-squat landing position, he slowly straightened his body and took a big step forward. He first said a premise slowly, and then suddenly let out a roar, "Get out of here!" At the same time, because of Saint swiped his arm forcefully, his palm with 5 fingers volleyed towards the shield agent Q. A violent gust of wind was blowing all around, and countless dust and debris were rolled up. At first glance, it looked like a typhoon was passing through. Immediately afterwards, the 20 or 30 SHIELD agents in front of him were pushed and shoved by an invisible big hand at the same time. It flew backwards and flew backwards. With good luck, he fell to the ground with his buttocks. It was considered to be only painful but not hurt. With bad luck, someone who hit something had a lot of bruises on his body. When it comes to the head, a slight concussion is not negotiable. This is, with the support of up to 374 combat power, Yincheng used all his strength to use a move guess the boxing, cloth. This is also due to the large area, which greatly weakens the power per unit area. Otherwise, the power of this move is even more terrifying. Wanting to slap a dead person in the air is no more difficult than slapping a bug to death for a normal person. Because Saint was based on the principle of not hurting people as much as possible, under his one move, the 24 or so SHIELD agents, except for the 2 unlucky ones, hit their heads and fell into a coma on the spot. He also stood up very quickly. 4 or 5 of them belonged to the leaders of different teams. They just got up from the ground and immediately shouted one after another, "Stop your firepower! No one is there!" Shooting aloud. "Do you hear me? Stop the fire! Muzzle down!" However, just like this, it was obviously not enough to satisfy Yin Saint. He took a big step forward again and shouted loudly, word by word, "I let you get out. Ah! Don't you understand?" With the deafening roar that sounded again, Saint jumped suddenly because of the flames rising from his body. He stretched out his arms forcefully. After he drew a circle in front of his chest with both hands, he closed it on his lower abdomen. At the same time, a dazzling golden yellow light began to bloom between his palms. High energy reaction in front. Everyone backs up. Everyone backs up. Accompanied by the flashing red light of the detection instruments, all the signal soldiers in the Aegis squad were terrified to the point of saying nothing. The energy response detected now has exceeded 1 million joules, and it is still increasing, about to break through the sky. Retreat! Retreat! At this time, it can be seen that SHIELD is indeed well trained. Even when the threat of life is imminent, they have not forgotten to take care of the wounded. The leader, dragged on the ground and retreated together, without leaving any of the team members behind. In fact, at this time, because Saint had already finished charging up, but he did not release the highly concentrated energy condensed in his palm. He deliberately waited until the shield personnel retreated 100 meters away, and a pair of arms just he started to move. While turning his wrist and pushing his arm out, he shouted, "Turtle! Pi! Chi! Gong!" Chapter 63. The sudden change in the style of painting is due to Saint. Turtle! Pi! Chi! Gong! Because Saint's words had not yet fallen, the golden yellow mass in the palm of the palm was already full of light. A beam of energy light that was thicker than a thigh suddenly emerged from it. It can also make people see clearly, giving people a sense of contradiction that seems to be slow and fast. When the light beam, which was slightly inclined downwards, penetrated a standard circular hole in the ground, and sunk into the ground like a smashing rod, only to hear a loud boom. Everything was exploded by the surging energy, and instantly turned into powder. Tight then, a small mushroom cloud suddenly rose up, and the dense ring of dust also began to spread out rapidly at the same time, blocking everyone's sight. At the same time, the shock wave attached to the explosive reaction has caught up with the shield agents who have retreated far away. These poor children who just got up not long ago either fell backwards or moved forward. A dog gnawed on the mud, and fell to the ground in a mess again. On the other hand, Danny Rand and other people with extraordinary physical ability were not stumped by the aftermath of the attack. Everyone bent down and resisted the shock wave, and when the dust cleared, they could see clearly. The original location of the shield people, the standard hemispherical pit that has been added now, all sucked in a breath, even Colleen Wen was no exception. Matthew Murdoch, the daredevil, first woke up from the shock. He turned his head and looked at Danny Rand and said, "Danny, you just said, because of Saint's strength, only some better than you." Danny Rand swallowed hard and was silent for a long time, before gritted his teeth and said, "How would I know that he actually hides so much strength? I don't know if he is stronger than what he has shown before. How many times?" After all, he still felt very resentful, and added, "This bastard full of nonsense. When we first met, he even lied to me that if I summoned Iron Fist, he would not be my opponent at all." Hearing this, Colleen Wen showed a rather strange expression. As the closest person to Saint, she knew very well that Saint was really weak at that time, as to why the speed of becoming stronger was so high. Exaggeration, it can only be that he has some big secret. Of course, to be clear, Colleen Wen and Saint are actually one body, because Saint's secret, which is her secret, naturally cannot be revealed to others. At this moment, Jessica Jones suddenly licked her lips, walked to Colleen Wing's side, and asked, "Hello, girl in white, is that person your boyfriend?" Although it was said that neither Saint nor Colleen Wen had set a clear label for their relationship for the time being, but listening to Jessica's question, Colleen Wen nodded without hesitation. Yu Yorong proudly replied, "Yes, that's my man, because of Saint Lee." "Because of Saint Lee." Jessica repeated the name, with a different light flashing in her eyes, which made Colleen Wen feel very uncomfortable, and immediately narrowed her eyes. "Hey, crazy woman, why are you asking this? Who do you call a crazy woman?" "Jess." Luke Cage took a step forward and pulled away Jessica, who was about to go into a rage, to prevent her and Colleen Wen from really getting into trouble. The physical defense has completely lost the absolute confidence of the past, and I don't want to try it at all. If it becomes noisy, can I withstand the angry punch from Saint? At the same time, on the street in front of the alley, after seeing a large number of SHIELD agents all disappear from his line of sight, Saint lifted his toes lightly off the ground and went straight to Colleen. When Faye came over. After landing in front of everyone, Saint ignored Danny Rand and the other four, and only focused on Colleen Wen. "Are you alright? Are you injured?" Colleen Wen smiled and went up to meet him, hugged in Sant as if declaring sovereignty, and put her head on his chest. "Don't worry, I don't even have a scratch." To her reaction, Saint seemed a little surprised. In his eyes, it was completely normal for Colleen Wing to slash people with a knife. It's not quite right for a little bird. Saint and Colleen Wen hugged quietly for more than 10 seconds before they separated. He held Colleen Wen's hand and looked at Danny Rand angrily and said, "Speak, Dan. What the hell did you guys do? If I hadn't arrived in time, I'd have hurt Colleen." Hey. Jessica Jones didn't know what was wrong, and suddenly jumped out before Danny Rand spoke. "You can't say that, we will be besieged by SHIELD, and the chick in white is also responsible, if it weren't for her. Jones. Shut your mouth. Matthew Murdoch stopped drinking, pushed Jessica away, and sincerely apologized to Insant. I'm sorry, don't listen to her nonsense, I shot Shield first, and Ms. Wen was just kind. Help us to get involved in this turmoil, the reason for the trouble just now is all my responsibility, I am really sorry, and I am willing to make any compensation. Because Saint glanced at the poor lawyer, he had no interest in his verbal sincerity, he ignored his apology and still looked at Danny Rand and said, Danny, if I'm not mistaken, this lawyer Ma is also from your Kunlun. He made a mistake, will you pay for it? Danny Rand opened his mouth in astonishment, and didn't say a word for a long while, but it wasn't that he didn't understand what Insanto meant, he used it all. How could he not understand such a blatant word as pay the bill, but because of the impression that Saint had just given, he could only use the word strong and invincible to describe it, and suddenly he put on such a pair of marketplace Xiaoman's face, this gap is a bit too big. You really are the stupidest Iron Fist of all dynasties. Because Saint thought Danny Rand didn't understand, he glanced at him in disgust, and asked for money bluntly, $100,000, compensation for my mental damage. Hurry up, give money. Hearing that, out of the 5 people present, 4 of the 3 views collapsed directly. The remaining one, Colleen Wen, felt ashamed and could not help but stretch out her hand and pinched Yinzheng on the waist. Bundle? Chapter 64 We will reserve the right to sue. Danny Rand took out his mobile phone as if he was sleepwalking, and transferred $100,000 to Insant. He didn't feel bad for such a small amount of money. For him, the heir of the Rand Group, $100,000 was a drop in the bucket. It doesn't matter, he is purely because of the sudden change in the style of painting, causing serious psychological trauma. Well, he wasn't the only one who was psychologically traumatized at the scene. Fortunately, because Saint had extorted a fortune, and he didn't have to worry about being poor in the future, his performance became a little normal. He turned his head to look at Matthew Murdoch, and asked seriously, You said you attacked Shield, did you cause casualties? No. Daredevil in casual clothes immediately shook his head, I only knocked out 2 of the 6 Shield agents without causing any permanent damage. Colleen Wen also immediately shook her head, I just knocked out 2 agents. Danny Rand, who was still in a trance, was slow to react until everyone turned their attention to him, and then repeated Colleen Wing's words, I also just knocked out 2 agents. Are you sharing your experience equally? Because Saint slandered such a sentence, he frowned and said, Strange. Then, is Shield crazy? Overreacting like this? Wait. Don't talk. Matthew Murdoch suddenly raised an arm, raised an index finger, and listened intently. After a while, he showed an expression of sudden realization, and at the same time explained to Insant, I just heard the Aegis the people in the bureau said in the public communication channel that there were no casualties in the E-team, and the only reason for the loss of contact was that all members were in a coma. I think they had misunderstood before. Hearing what he said, Yin Saint curled his lips, the battle order was issued before the intelligence was verified. As a global intelligence agency, SHIELD has such a flaw, and that's enough. It's not fair for you to say that. I don't know why, but Matthew Murdoch helped SHIELD to speak, for them, this is a battlefield, and if there is any change, they must respond as soon as possible. By the time the intelligence was verified, it was already too late. Insane gave him a speechless look, do you have Stockholm Syndrome? I don't feel like a victim. Matthew Murdoch shrugged his shoulders, retorted without changing his face, and then suddenly said, someone from SHIELD came over, and I heard a total of 2 footsteps. Because Saint can use breath sensing, although in various details, it is not comparable to the living radar of Daredevil, but when it comes to the scope, it is far beyond. In fact, he has discovered this at an earlier time. Seeing the nervous expressions on the others' faces, he said, "It's okay, all the people here are acquaintances. You stay here and I'll talk to them." On the devastated street in front of the alley, Phil Coulson had just walked over the hemispherical pit when he saw the greatly changed Saint, flew towards him, and landed lightly in front of him. "Couldn't help showing a wry smile, Mr. Lee, it's so hard for you to hide it from me. Call me Saint, Coulson." Because Saint drew a close sentence first, just when Coulson showed a moved look, he continued, "If you keep calling you Agent Coulson, I would have thought you were an agent and your surname was Cole. Senior. A special agent? The last name is Coulson? Are you serious?" Coulson took a deep breath and didn't say, "My surname is Coulson, Phil is my name, bastard." He turned his head and looked glancing at Natasha Romanoff, who was walking with him, and getting the affirmative look of "You are here to talk," she just said, "Because of Saint, you still like to joke so much. Your sense of humor has improved." Saint made a relieved expression and patted Coulson on the shoulder. "I didn't expect you to understand my jokes. It's worth my hard work for you. What are you gratifying, you bastard?" Coulson struggled to maintain a smile. Each other, I didn't fully expect that because of your character, Saint, you would actually choose to be a superhero. Superhero male. Saint grinned like a toothache, with a disdainful expression. "This joke is not funny at all, I just have a little sympathy, it's like meeting a stray dog that is dying of starvation. I'll also give out some food to eat." So. Coulson was about to continue talking when Saint suddenly turned his head and said to Natasha Romanoff beside him, "We meet again, Agent Romanoff. I thought you didn't know me anymore, because of Saint." The glamorous and moving Black Widow raised one corner of her mouth. "UU reading www.uukunshu.com opened a smile. "Why didn't you call me Natasha? Could it be that my name has also become a special agent?" Saint clapped his hands with a pop, pointed to Natasha and said to Coulson, "Look, people's sense of humor, learn more." The corners of Coulson's mouth twitched, and he had no intention of taking up this conversation at all. He was afraid that Saint would have something to do with it, so he simply decided to show it directly, "Because Saint, we don't have to hold you and your companions accountable, the attack on our child, as long as you agree to one of our conditions. Aggressive behavior." Because of Saint's face cold, he said with disdain, "Trust me, Coulson, if I really did an attack, none of your agents would want to survive. They should be held accountable. It's me who's attacking. We do have something wrong, and thank you for your mercy." Coulson admitted his mistake generously, and politely thanked him, then changed his tone abruptly. "However, this evening, you and your comrades combined have violated a total of assault on the police, 13 federal laws such as obstructing public affairs, destroying urban public facilities, and helping criminals escape punishment. If you really refuse to compromise, we will reserve the right to prosecute." Because Saint was silent for a while, he was not afraid of SHIELD being arrogant, but afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D's teaching. After silently muttering "You're cruel," he said softly, "Tell me about your conditions." "It's actually really easy." Coulson shrugged. "As long as you go to the headquarters of our SHIELD with me and meet our director, then what happened today can be regarded as never happened." Chapter 65 Phil Coulson's Laura. Nick Fury. Because Saint suddenly revealed the name of One-Eyed Black Bald, what does he want to see me for? Coulson and Natasha were both shocked. Natasha even subconsciously assumed a fighting stance, staring at Insanti with cold eyes and said, "How did you know this name?" "Like you." Insanto pointed to Natasha, "I am immortal like Nick Fury, of course we have something to do with the immortals." Boom. A gunshot rang out, interrupting the words in Saint's mouth. Natasha aimed her gun at his head, sneered, showing half of her silver teeth, and said viciously, "Call me immortal again, try it out." Because Saint released his right fist blocking his face, a deformed bullet in his palm slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground with a ding. He shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm just targeting Cyclops, I didn't mean to reveal your age." Boom. Because Saint reached out his hand again and grabbed it, intercepting a bullet that flew towards his head again. After throwing away the hot bullet in his hand, he blew into the palm of his hand. "Sister, it hurts a lot, okay? Do you really think I'm stupid for such a blatant use of the topic? You've tried it twice, and I can warn you that it's only 3 things. Stingy man." Natasha retracted the pistol, inserted it into the holster tied to her thigh, and tilted her head quite intriguingly. The shot of hand grasping the bullet is not easy to see. People just want to see more. Because Saint gritted his teeth secretly, shouting in his heart, "I can't bear it," he turned his head and said to Carlson, who had already been dumbfounded, "Okay, I agree to meet the one-eyed man, but not now." Carlson came back to his senses, frowned and said, "When was that?" "Of course, wait for me to send Colleen home." Because Saint gave Carlson a contemptuous look, turned around and flew into the alley. "I am someone who has a girlfriend, unlike you single VIPs. Half an hour later, we will be at Colleen's martial arts gym. See you downstairs." Carlson watched Insanto disappear into the corner, lowered his head for a while, then turned his head and asked Natasha, "What is a single VIP? It sounds good, but I always feel that since it came out of Saint's mouth, it shouldn't be a good word." In fact, Natasha just reacted just now, with the urge to draw a gun. VIP is also a VIP, and a VIP is a kind of dog. On the other side, because Saint gave Defender the 4 little giants of the Guardian Alliance left a sentence, "You can go, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not pursue it." After that, they waved to Colleen when, "Let's go Colleen, let's go home." Danny Rand and the other 4 watched as Saint picked up Colleen when, and they both rose into the sky and disappeared into the dark night sky. Thinking of such a big event, it would be so easy. It was solved by him. Although the expressions of the 4 were different, they all had mixed feelings in their hearts. After a long silence, Luke Cage, who had already entered the palace, suddenly patted Danny Rand on the shoulder and said, "Hey. The white boy with hard fists, I think, your $100,000 is very worth it." Danny Rand shrugged unhappily, and flicked Luke Cage's black hand. "Big black man, can you forget about this?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Matthew Murdoch froze for a moment, and then patted Danny Rand on the shoulder. "Danny, it's all my fault today, and I'll pay you back the money." "Blind man, don't overestimate what you can do. His surname is Rand, do you care about the money?" Jessica Jones stretched her waist. "Let's go, what a day. It's finally over." "Wait, Jones, you're going to appear in court tomorrow as the defendant, and you have to prepare for the trial with me." "Shit." Half an hour later, he was waiting downstairs in Colleen Wen's martial arts gym, leaning against Phil Carlson in a red convertible, looking back to his original face with black hair and black eyes, like an ordinary person. Yes, Yincheng, who walked out of the building step by step, suddenly came up with a very strange idea. The appearance of this kid before is actually his true face, but the current appearance is actually a disguise. Because Saint walked in front of Carlson and saw that the car behind him was painted an angry peach red, an antique convertible with a strong historical atmosphere, he couldn't help but pouted and said, "Carlson, don't tell me, are you planning to use this classic car to take me to see Cyclops? Her name is Laura." Carlson patted the antique car behind him, turned around and opened the door, got into the driver's seat and said, "Trust me, Insane, she will surprise you. You even gave the car a woman's name." Because Saint rolled his eyes, UU reading www.uukunsha.com walked around the front of the car, opened the passenger's door, and sarcastically said with a pun, "Why am I not surprised at all?" Carlson ignored his sarcasm, turned the key to start Laura, and declared confidently, "We're going now, sit tight." Yin Saint smiled. Hee, sit firmly. Are you afraid that I think this car is too slow, so I jumped out of the seat in a hurry? Carlson returned the word haha and did not continue to confront Insant with words. After he drove into a deserted road, he held the steering wheel with one hand, opened a hidden box with the other, and pressed a button. Hide the circular button in it. The next moment, the four-tire steel rims of this red antique car suddenly sprayed light blue flames together. As the four tires slowly rotated inward, they turned into a strange shape with the steel rim facing the ground. The painting style of the whole car suddenly changed from the antique style of the last century to a sci-fi style of the future. Laura first floated on the ground, and then, when Carlson pulled the steering wheel back like he was driving a plane, the front of her was lifted up, and then, with the two took off and flew up. Interesting. Laura, the speeding car, did not let the transmigrator, Insant, show a shocked expression as expected by Carlson. After he lowered his head and pondered for a while, he said the car's name Origin. This is the semi-finished concept car shown by Howard Stark at the 1943 Stark World Expo of Tomorrow. It is said that the moment this car came to life was also when Captain America and Howard Stark first met. Chapter 66. I have never seen you hold such a vengeance. How could you? Oh. The Captain America Museum, I have to say, although many people visit it, there are very few people who can pay attention to so many details like you. Carlson turned his head, and after a little surprised, he unabashedly expressed his love for the car. Don't worry, the current Laura is neither a half-finished product, nor a concept. It's very safe and reliable, and the speed is top-notch. Worry. Insane curled his lips. Coulson, you seem to have forgotten one thing. In this car, you are the only one who will fall from the sky and die. Half an hour later, when Phil Coulson drove Laura and landed at the entrance of the Trident building, which is the headquarters of SHIELD, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, had been waiting for a long time. She greeted Yincheng, who got out of the car, and said with a sweet smile, "Welcome to Trident." Having said that, she turned her head again. "Yes, after that, I'll take over," Coulson said. Coulson nodded understandingly. "Tell the director for me." And many more. Saint interrupted the two of them disrespectfully, pointed to Coulson and said, "The condition I promised was to meet Nick Fury with him." Coulson was stunned for a moment, and felt a little moved for no reason, and explained to Insant, "Sorry, your secret level in our bureau has been upgraded to 10th level by the director, and I'm only a 7th level agent. Down, we can only do it by Romanoff agents. That's your problem." Yin Saint waved his hand very capriciously. "The conditions I promised cannot be changed." Hearing this, Coulson glanced at Natasha helplessly, and after giving her a "you can do it" look, he began to pretend to be dead. Natasha frowned, turned around and walked away for 2 steps. After pressing on the earphone and saying something, she walked back and said, "The director has agreed, let's go up together." "No, no, no." Because Saint shook his head like a rattle, he pointed at Coulson again, and then at Natasha. "He takes me, you stay. This is the most obvious target. How can Natasha not feel it, and if she can swallow this breath, she will not be a Black Widow," and she raised her brows on the spot, "because of Saint." "What do you mean?" "I just don't want to be by my side. There is someone who will shoot me at any time." Now that his face has been torn apart, Saint did not make the slightest concealment, and said with a needle in the cotton with both hands spread out, "This will make me feel nervous. When I get nervous, I will do something very inappropriate." "Nervous? You can act like a real person grabbing bullets." Are ordinary firearms really a threat to you? I've been a secret agent all my life, and I've never seen you hold such a vengeance. Carlson murmured such a sentence in his heart, and stepped forward to make a round of it. Because of Saint, you are overthinking. The Romanov agent will not shoot you again. If you are really worried, she will. I can also walk with you after disarming, right? His last sentence was obviously addressed to Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow snorted coldly. Although her face was not very good looking, she nodded and silently acquiesced. No. Yincheng shook his head again quite resolutely, and said with a serious face, the famous Black Widow, that is a deadly weapon all over her body. Does it make a big difference whether she has a gun or not? As long as she stays by my side, I will feel very nervous. What if the superpower goes out of control? For the safety of Cyclops, you better keep her away from me. Superpower out of control? Are you serious? It is said that after 10 years of penance, every shred of chi in the body is completely under your control. Before, when you attacked our 24 agents at the same time, you were even able to precisely control the force to a level that would not hurt anyone. Carlson thought so, and was trying to argue. Coulson. Natasha turned around with a frosty face, leaving a very bumpy back to the two of them. I'll leave it to you later. At this point, of course, Carlson had nothing to say. He walked to the door of the building, turned to Insane, and stretched out his arm in a please gesture. Follow me. On the other side, Natasha, who had already walked away, pressed her earphones and said, Fury, the information available in the bureau is very problematic for this person, Yincheng. He just has a bit bad personality. Unkindness? What idiot's assessment is that? He's just a total slut. 5 minutes later, Carlson stood at the door of a super large office and said to Insane, the director is inside, I can only take you here. When Yincheng nodded and pushed open the door of the office, you read www.uukaungsha.com. Nick Fury just finished listening to Black Widow's complaint, and in a hurry, he didn't even have time to pose a mysterious gesture with his back to the door. One-eyed man. Because Saint walked into the office alone, gave a nondescript clasped fist salute, and said in Chinese, I have long admired the great name, I am glad to meet you. Although Carlson and Natasha had learned the name One-Eyed Man as early as possible, Nick Fury had no idea that Saint, the daring grandson, would dare to call him that in person. Chinese, he didn't even understand it at all. So, Nick Fury slowed down for a long time before he regained the calm temperament of everything is under control. As a secret agent chief, you have known me for a long time, and you have known about SHIELD. I know you, I know Black Widow, and I know you are the veterans of an intelligence agency. Because of Saint shrugged his shoulders, he lied casually with anti-human talent, but, before tonight, I was just guessing, and it was not until I met Natasha that I really confirmed that you are actually Aegis Bureau, with Carlson. I understand. Nick Fury nodded suspiciously, and suddenly threw another question. Before, your strength was well hidden, but now, why did you deliberately reveal it? Protest. Because of Sheng's behavior of using a wave of turtle school Qigong to play with mud, the intention of deterrence is too obvious, and of course there is nothing to hide. I have a request for you SHIELD, don't show your fists to show you, that doesn't have the right to speak, the request is. Chapter 67 Looking for Iron Man? Wait for me half a month. I used to think that your shield's concern from afar should be acceptable to me. Saying that, Saint paused for a moment, and then changed his tone abruptly, but I was wrong. It turns out that I can't accept it at all, so starting from tomorrow, I don't want to get up every morning and see your Aegis. Agents of the Bureau, if you have any official business, you can come to the store to find me, and when you have nothing to do, then leave it all for me. Your request is not non-negotiable. After Nick Fury swallowed the words go away without changing his face, He also changed his tone. However, our concern for you is not some kind of target, but to act according to the rules and regulations. Don't you think we'll make an exception for you for no reason? Then discuss it? Innocent shrugged his shoulders indifferently. However, let's talk about the ugly. If your conditions are too extreme, don't blame me for getting mad. Don't worry, for you, it's just a little effort. Nick Fury rested his hands on the desk, leaned forward with his upper body, and stared at Insant with his only eye. But, before that, I have to ask, your breath induction, how much range can be detected? Under normal conditions, a circle with a radius of about 19 kilometers with me as the center is doubled under special conditions. Because Saint seems to have revealed it all, even rounding it off, but in fact, he is hiding an ultimate method that is much more advanced than breath induction. If it is someone he is very familiar with, he can even be on a global scale. Inwardly, I sense this person's chi, and this is also the starting position of momentary movement, that is, the classic posture of Sun Wukong using two fingers to press the eyebrows, the real teleportation, because Saint is now absolutely impossible. It might be possible, but if it's just a starter, that's not a problem. In other words, a circle with a radius of up to 38 kilometers can be reached. Nick Fury hid his inner shock, picked up a high-definition photo from his desk, and pointed to the blonde, blue-eyed, upside-down, handsome Insant on the photo. If I'm not mistaken, when you speak of a special state, you mean this, right? That's right. If it's accurate, it's a state of explosive gas. Because Saint did not hide the tuck, but convincingly misled Nick Fury, he raised an arm demonstratively and wrapped a dazzling blue flame on his palm. Under normal conditions, my chi is like this, and in the state of explosive chi, my chi will not only turn golden yellow, thus changing my appearance, and more importantly, it will become extremely explosive. Whether it is no matter what technique is used, the efficiency and power will be multiplied. I see. After Nick Fury memorized this significant information calmly, he finally said his conditions. I want to invite you to go to Afghanistan and use your breath sensing ability to help us find someone. Saint raised his eyebrows and asked in a positive tone, the missing Tony Stark. Good. Nick Fury nodded, and seemed not surprised that Insant could guess. As long as you are willing to help me, I can completely agree to your request. He's been missing for almost 10 days. After stating a fact, Insant asked another question that was not nutritious. Although he is indeed the most valuable hostage, not even one of them, so far, there has been no news of any kidnappers. Do you really think that he is still alive now? It's up to you to tell us. Nick Fury waved his unmoved hand. Whether he is dead or alive, the conditions I offer are still valid. Hearing this, because Saint pouted his lips, he made a mocking joke. You want to see people in life, but you want to see corpses in death. It seems that the King of Arms in the United States and the whole world is really very fond of you. Shield. It's important, how much of his armament did his Stark Industries provide you? It's not what you think. Nick Fury shook his head. His father Howard Stark is actually one of the founders of Shield. We are just chanting incense. Because of Saint's he without comment, he confirmed Nick Fury's conditions. As long as I promise to find him, you will immediately remove the surveillance from me? Regardless of the outcome. Nick Fury nodded without hesitation. Effective immediately. When you leave the Trident building and return home, you won't see any of our agents. Okay, I agree. Insanti nodded happily, and then suddenly turned around. The premise is that the time is not now, at least half a month before I can leave for Afghanistan. Nick Fury frowned slightly, and spat out an English word like gold. Why? With a natural expression on his face, Saint said confidently, my restaurant has only been closed for 21 days, and it has only been open for 4 days. How can it be closed again? It will take at least half a month. Buffer, give my guests a mental preparation. UU Reading www.uukaungsha.com. Nick Frey never imagined that he would get such a reason full of petty burgers style. He resisted his anger and said, "We can arrange a chef for you and make sure you don't need to close the door." "No, no, no." Insant shook his head repeatedly. "My guests basically come for the Kung Fu barbecue. No one can do this except me. It's not a problem either. In fact, there are already several restaurants in Manhattan that have become your imitators. As long as you use an induction cooker disguised as a plate, you can basically look like the real thing. Isn't that deceiving consumers?" "No, no, absolutely not. Speaking of which, if Nick Fury hasn't seen it, because Saint is just making excuses, what kind of S.H.I.E.L.D. director is he?" After realizing that Insant would definitely not give in, he thought about it for a while and said, "So, what if our troops in Afghanistan have found Tony Stark in half a month? Dream about you." While Saint slandered, he shrugged his shoulders without pressure. "If that's the case, I owe you a debt." After getting this promise, Nick Fury didn't hesitate, and immediately made the decision. "Okay. Half a month, the deal. Nice negotiation." Because Saint took a step forward and extended a right hand to Nick Fury, the reason why he had to delay for half a month was because he was becoming a Saiyan and mastered the transformation of 20% full power. After the form, I haven't fully grasped the strength of my own surge. Second, I am worried that if I go too early, it will deprive Tony Stark of his ascension from a super playboy to a superhero Iron Man. Chance. Chapter 68. The Dragon Ball suddenly flying away. Nearly a month before and after should be enough to cheer up Tony Stark from his decadence, piece together a mini-arc reactor, and draw a prototype drawing of the steel suit, right? Because Saint thought so, he nodded secretly. The keynote he needed to wait was actually just the concept of steel suit, which was formed in Tony Stark's mind. As for the Mark I, the pioneering whether his work will be born in a dark cave, he doesn't think it's important, and he doesn't care at all. While Nick Fury and Insant shook hands, a question suddenly came out of their mouths. "You once said that you are the weakest group of people in the Turtle Immortal stream, is that really true? You do not believe?" Insant let go of Nick Fury's black hand, he and smiled. "If you think I'm strong enough, then I can only tell you that you don't know the real power of this world." Nick Fury, who has lived for nearly 100 years and has been an agent for over a year, is of course very opinionated about the word knowing nothing, but there is a living example standing in front of him. Even if he has the heart to refute, he could only swallow the sigh of relief, and asked Yincheng's words, "What do you mean? In this world, there are many existences like your Turtle Immortals. When the time comes, you will naturally know." Yincheng pretended to be mysterious and blinked his eyes. "Alternatively, you can also think about it, since the legend of China can come true, what about the local myths that you are more familiar with? For example, the ancient legends about the Norse gods. Is it all fake?" Nick Fury was silent again, and said with a bit of gritted teeth, "You are telling me now that the king of the Nordic gods Odin, the god of love Frigga, the god of thunder Thor, the harvest the goddess Sif, the evil god Loki, are these real existences? You guess." Saint shrugged his shoulders, not only did not give a definite answer, but planned to continue to take the Cyclops into the ditch. "This is just the tip of the iceberg. Are you sure you want to ask more questions? Do you want to know? Is hell real? Coulson. See off. Don't bother, I'll change and just fly back by myself." "Then he has to take you out, eh? Where are you going? The glass can't be opened. Live for me." After the crisp sound of woo-la, the harsh siren of woo-woo suddenly rang through the entire Trident building. "I'm sorry, I tried too hard, cough. Then I'll go first. Coulson. Turn off the damn alarm. Get someone to fix the glass." More than an hour later, Yincheng quietly landed behind Li's Chinese restaurant in a transformed form, and muttered to himself, I should have Carlson send it to me, on the premise of maintaining battery life. I don't fly as fast as his car. After quietly entering the restaurant through the back door, because Saint did not release his transformation, nor did he alert Lorna upstairs, he went directly to the basement of the restaurant, and from an inconspicuous glove box, he dug out an even more inconspicuous one. The grey stone was exactly the Dragon Ball he intercepted in time after making a last wish. As for the number of star beads, he didn't know until the Dragon Ball was full of energy and returned to the appearance of a crystal ball. After 4 days passed, Saint regretted to discover that this time his luck was not very good. There was no Dragon Ball that fell near any kind of high-level energy source. Charged. As for the question of what to use as a charging treasure, the answer is obvious. Of course, it was the giant arc-cold fusion reactor unique to Stark Industries that charged Dragon Ball last time. They didn't lose anything anyway, and it's been 4 days, no one should pay attention to the arc reactor anymore, right? After Saint muttered to himself, he quietly slipped out of the restaurant and flew straight to the factory area of Stark Industries beside the highway. Compared with the last time, he was not too big this time. The scruples of firstly, his strength cannot be compared with the same, secondly, he has already provoked Tony Stark anyway, and if he provoked it again, there is no psychological burden. Besides, in half a month, because Saint will go to Afghanistan with SHIELD and rescue Tony Stark in person, even with his Iron Man fucking character, he may not be able to save his life. Benefactor, how grateful you are for Dade's performance, but it's okay to be familiar with each other. People, as long as they are familiar with each other, many things are easy to talk about. More than 20 minutes later, the straight line distance from Insant flying in the sky from Stark Industries, UU reading www.uukaungsha.com was already within 7 kilometers, and at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Because of the stone Dragon Ball that Gent carried in his pocket, it suddenly changed from a material form to an energy form, and the whole turned into a stream of light that penetrated his clothes and flew out. In a completely unexpected situation, Saint didn't react at all. When he realized what had happened, the lightning-fast streamer flew hundreds of meters away. Due to Saint's conditioned reflex, he protected his whole body with chi, and at the same time, he sprayed out the chi in his body with all his strength, only to hear a loud bang. A white sonic boom cloud appeared in his original position. Obviously, he broke the sound barrier in an instant and was flying at supersonic speed. However, even so, Saint couldn't catch up with the flying Dragon Ball, because just as he accelerated to the limit, he found a Dragon Ball that had turned into a streamer and plunged into the ground. And underneath, it's the giant arc-cold fusion reactor. Upon seeing this, because Saint hurriedly dissipated the air entangled in his body, extinguished the eye-catching flame, and flew up several dozen meters silently, hiding himself in the dark night sky. The sound explosion just caused is estimated to have alarmed the residents within a radius of several kilometers. At this time, I don't know how many people are looking up at the sky. TMD. Because of a swear word from Saint's mouth, he quietly flew right above the arc reactor. Through the huge glass skylight that had been repaired, he could clearly see that the Dragon Balls flew out of his pockets. It landed on the top of the arc reactor, which was the same position where the 6-star bead was when he came last time. What are you in a hurry for? I wanted to let you go. TNND, I was shocked. Chapter 69 Golden Boy. Golden Boy. Because Shenk complained fiercely about the dead object of the Dragon Ball, he probably understood in his heart that when he got close to a certain advanced energy source, it is estimated that all the Dragon Balls would spontaneously get close to the past. The only exception is probably the 5-star bead in his hand cannot fly away because it merges with his soul. Another obvious fact is that one of the 6 Dragon Balls scattered in different directions did not just land on the arc reactor after Insanto's first wish, but happened to be in Stark Industries. The nearby sky passed by, and then, just like this time, it was attracted by the arc reactor. Since that's the case, should I make a wish near the arc reactor next time? Maybe all 6 Dragon Balls will be attracted, so I don't need to look for Dragon Balls anymore. After Saint said this to himself, he stayed in place for a while, and after confirming that no one found the flying Dragon Ball, he turned around and started to fly back at a normal cruising speed. Nearly half an hour later, Insanto returned to Hell's Kitchen, but instead of going back to his restaurant, he sneaked into Colleen Wen's martial arts gym. After a while, there was an exclamation of "yeah," it came from Colleen Wing's bedroom. Little puppy, where did you sneak in? Window, have you learned Dance of the Sky? How long can you float? At this time, why are you asking this? Try weightless applaud for love. Ah! You are going to die. Have you learned? I won't tell you. The next day, at 11:15 p.m., Lee's Chinese restaurant. On the first floor of the restaurant, Saint stretched Erlang's legs and sat in front of a large dining table, holding a newspaper in his hand for the first time, watching with relish. Golden Boy. Saint looked at the headline in the newspaper and pondered the title in his mouth, A Boy of Gold? Isn't that the Golden Boy? Not bad, quite catchy, I like it. It's not fair. Lorna Lancher stepped forward, snatched the newspaper in Saint's hand, and said angrily, everyone is a superpower, why can you get so much praise, and we mutants can only become street rats that everyone yells at? Because this report says that I am helpful, shouldn't I be praised? And the news about mutants is basically broadcasting your abilities out of control. Yincheng showed an innocent expression, unlike me, your power is obtained out of thin air, and you don't know how to control it. Unfortunately, in this world, there is no special school to receive mutants. People, and a school that teaches how to control mutant abilities. School. Lorna Lanchel's eyes lit up, she put down the newspaper and looked at Saint and said, Boss, you taught me the breath screen. Don't even think about it. Yinsheng raised his arm and interrupted Lorna's words, for me, anyone who has learned aura shielding and can hide from aura detection will become my weakness. Such a person as one of you is enough. Am I your only weakness? Lorna raised her brows, thought about it carefully, and found that it was really the case. In this world, apart from her, there was no one else who could sneak around Yinsheng and not be discovered. Thinking this way, she couldn't help but ask with a weird expression, didn't you teach it to the master? What do you say? Saint glared at Lorna angrily, Colleen is not a mutant, what is the use of aura shielding to her? Why do I teach her a trick to restrain me? I am fed up. Don't worry. Boss. Lorna straightened her face, I made an oath when you taught me, no matter what, I will never break my oath to you. I have nothing to worry about. Yinsheng curled his lips, without the chi sense provided by my breath giving, no mutants can sense their own chi. If you know that they can't teach them breath sensing, would you still teach them? Can't it? Lorna glanced at Insane speechlessly, only to feel that she was moved by, and was about to scold Black Boss when she heard a ding bell coming from the door, and someone pushed in. Peter Parker rushed into the restaurant like a gust of wind. Compared with usual, he not only came earlier, but his footsteps also seemed to be in a hurry. He trotted all the way to Insant, and the whole person got close to within half a meter, staring at him. In Saint's face a sharp look. Saint frowned and slapped Peter on the forehead, what are you looking at? If this is a big man in the Northeast, I guess he will say what are you doing, and then a fight is inevitable. And now I haven't been bitten yet, you reading www.uukungsha.com was still the trivial Peter Parker, but with a painful cry of ow, he took a step back while covering his forehead, then took out his phone from his pocket and pointed to a news report on the screen. He asked excitedly, Boss, this is you, right? The golden boy mentioned above is you, right? Right? Right. Hearing this, Yin Sheng was stunned for a moment, thinking that De Chao changed his hairstyle and wore glasses. Even if it was a very successful disguise, how could I be recognized at a glance? It's him. At this time, Lorna, who was watching the fun and didn't think it was a big deal, ruthlessly exposed Yin Sheng's identity, and handed Peter the newspaper in her hand. Here, our golden boy was still reading contentedly just now. What about the newspapers? Because Saint is not a person who holds revenge, he usually takes revenge on the spot. Hearing this, he pointed at Lorna and said to Peter, she said that her hair is dyed. That's a lie to you, she is actually a mutant. After a long silence, Lorna's hand suddenly lit up with colorful rays of light, and as she yelled bastard, she scolded, because at the dining table where Saint was sitting, a pair of knives and forks suddenly flew into the air. He got up and stabbed him in the face with a whoosh sound. Are you crazy? Due to the shock of Sheng, he didn't even care about the knife and fork that flew towards him. He grabbed Lorna's hands that were rippling with aurora, and quickly hid them behind his back. Then he turned his eyes to the store. On the street outside the door, you must know that not only the door of Li's Chinese restaurant is made of transparent glass, but there are floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides of the door. Any pedestrian who walks past the restaurant may see Lorna's abnormality. Chapter 70 Little Spider's Dream of School Domination. After Yinsheng and Lorna exposed each other's shortcomings, and then started to act, Peter Parker, who had been dumbfounded for a long time, saw the pair of knives and forks that flew up spontaneously, both stuck in Yin on Saint's face. After two tiny depressions were pierced on it, the rebounced skin pushed it back. Such a formidable face, even a steel knife can't pierce it. Only to be blasted away. After having this emotion in his heart, Peter Parker suddenly realized that the person standing opposite Insanto's invincible face was unfortunately himself. Ah! Peter Parker screamed, his whole body sank, and he squatted with his head in his arms. The pair of knives and forks, which were tilted and bounced, passed over his head and fell to the ground. At this time, Lorna, whose brain was hot for a while, has calmed down. She dissipated the aurora from her fingers, and asked Insanto in a panic, did anyone see it? Now you know you're afraid. Yin Sheng let go of her hands and patted her arm lightly. No one should have noticed. Fortunately, SHIELD has removed the surveillance, otherwise, this is another pile of trouble. It's not all your fault. Lorna punched Insanto in the back. I think you're crazy. Why tell Peter that I'm a mutant? Because he is his own. Yin Saint swallowed, and he will also be a superpower in the future, with a what's the big deal expression, looked at Peter and said, he won't discriminate against you, and he won't inform you, right, Peter? No no no, yes yes yes. Peter stood up incoherently, waved his hands repeatedly and said, trust me, Sister Lorna, I will never tell anyone, your secret is very safe, very safe, very safe. Lorna pouted, obviously not very satisfied with this verbal assurance, and gave Insant a fist again. He's just a kid and a talker, you know he can keep a secret. Ha ha. Yin Saint sneered, then why do you still want to kill him? Why didn't you think of this question when you exposed my identity? Obviously you exposed it yourself. Even if I didn't expose it, Peter would have already guessed it. Okay. You also said he was guessing. I can totally deny it. Do you think he will believe it? He's right here, Peter, you'll believe me, won't you? No matter from which point of view, for Peter Parker, it is really fairy fighting in front of him. If he leans towards any side, there will be no good fruit to eat. Therefore, under the eyes of Insanto and Lorna, he didn't even dare to say anything, he didn't even dare to shake his head and nod his head, he could only remain silent. It's boring. Saint shook his head boringly, stood up, and walked towards the back kitchen, marking the end of this farce. Peter, Get ready to eat, there will be guests in a while. As if receiving amnesty, Peter hurried to the utility room. After changing into his work clothes, he muttered to himself, "Huh? I didn't intend to coerce the boss to teach me Chinese Kung Fu. Is it? How could it be like this?" Peter Parker, who remembered his original purpose, finally gathered up his courage after the three started a family dinner and said abruptly, "Boss, I can keep a secret for you, but you must teach me how to national Kung Fu, or I'll. What are you doing?" In the face of Peter's unpretentious threat, Saint only found it funny. This kid was pestering him to learn Huaguo Kung Fu, and it was not a day or two, so he took out the old-fashioned words, "Peter, I have long been told you that your character is too detached, and you believe too much in modern science. It is impossible to understand what Qi is, and you can't learn my Kung Fu. This is not my excuse, but an ironclad fact." Hearing this, just as Peter lowered his head in disappointment and slumped his shoulders, Saint changed his tone, "But, if you really want to learn martial arts, I can teach you some fighting moves on your fists and feet, although this is not a superpower, but after you learn it, even if it is only an entry-level level, it is no problem to play 2 or 3 classmates." "I didn't want to hit my classmates," Peter first explained weakly, then pointed at Lorna and said, "Boss, what do you mean by the move? It's like Sister Colleen. Did you teach Sister Lorna the Aikido?" "It can be say." Yinsheng nodded his head. "It's just that the Aikido taught by Colleen is mainly passive defense, and it focuses on softness and strength. The moves I can teach you are based on active attack and are essentially based on rigidity." "Craig. Then how long does it take to learn before I can play 2 or 3? Peter accidentally leaked his true thoughts, and changed his words a little embarrassedly, "How long will it take me to learn?" Reading www.uukaungsha.com. It depends on your understanding, as well as the time and effort you put in. Because Saint said something ambiguous at first, then glanced at Peter, "If you work hard enough and spend a month or 2, you should be able to get a first glimpse of the door." "Boss, at the entry-level level, I can play 2 or 3 games. If I'm a Kung Fu master, can I beat 10? It depends on who you hit. If it's just a classmate, it shouldn't be a problem." "Boss, can we not talk about beating classmates? For example, beating gangsters, or something?" "This problem is more complicated. It depends on whether the knives they carry are long or short, and whether they have guns in their hands. I'd better beat my classmates." "Boss, how long will it take for me to practice Kung Fu?" 8 to 10 years. The next 2 weeks were calm and peaceful. During these 14 days, Saint had been living an ordinary life. Well, the word ordinary was a bit too much for him. Ordinary. It doesn't seem right. In a word, because Saint has practiced every day, every noon, every evening meal, he also works diligently, and every night after get off work, he goes to Colleen Wen's martial arts hall, Professor Peter Parker's most basic fighting skills. Whenever this time, Lorna will join in the fun. Under the guidance of Colleen Wen, he will practice various joint skills and wrestling skills in Aikido. Occasionally, he will also practice martial arts. Beginner Peter to learn from each other. It must be mentioned that even without using mutant abilities, Lorna can easily hang Peter in tricks. Little Spider's road to school bully is a long way to go, and he still needs to search up and down. Chapter 71 The Troubles of the Marvelsians. Colleen Wen's regular customer at the martial arts hall has one more Peter Parker, and Yinsheng's Chinese restaurant has another regular customer named Jessica Jones. Both regulars and villains. It's not that Jessica is making trouble, but every time she comes to dinner, she will use a strange look full of temptation. I have to say, under the premise of keeping herself clean and not looking decadent at all, Jessica Jones with fair skin and delicate body and a slender figure is actually a very attractive woman, with a pair of Barbie dolls. With big eyes, it's easy to attract people. If Saint hadn't already had Colleen Wen, it would be absolutely impossible to hold it. As for Jessica's sudden interest, Saint was surprised, but also guessed a few points. This tall and skinny black-haired beauty, if it is slender, can beat 90% of the world. The woman, however, is stronger than almost all the men in the world. Even the national idol Captain America is far inferior to her in terms of physical fitness. In this era when superheroes have not been flooded, Saint is proud to realize that he should be the first man stronger than her that Jessica Jones has met. In fact, even when the heroes walk all over the place, there are only a handful of people who are physically stronger than Jessica. As for her ex-boyfriend Luke Cage, well, let's put it this way, if it's an ordinary man, if Jessica is pushed down on the bed, then it will be more than just the bed that will be broken. And Luke Cage will not break. Cough. Anyway. On the third day after Jessica Jones became a regular customer of Lee's Chinese restaurant, because of a joke that Saint made 2 months ago, it was a proverb, and it was closed more than 10 days ago. Colleen Wen from her own martial arts hall really came to work for him, the position, the boss's wife. Because Saint knew in his heart that the reason why Colleen Wen came to help in the restaurant was not, as she said, that there were no students to teach her, and that she had recently taught her Dance of the Sky. There, she learned the profound skills of using qi in the 4 doors, and she did not have the knowledge and experience of Sun Wukong to help like Yincheng. Even if she had more time, it would not be enough for her to practice. It's purely to let Jessica retreat. However, the presence of Colleen Wing did not diminish Jessica's enthusiasm in the slightest, but seemed to have actually fueled her arrogance. On the 7th day, Saint even felt a little bit that Jessica was not here to tease. My own, but one specially designed to provoke Colleen Wen. In the original plot of The Defenders, what was their relationship like? Although Saint couldn't remember the details, he was very sure it was definitely not such a strange relationship anyway. As this 2 women fighting for a husband, the hero of the drama, to say that there is no darkness in Saint's heart, it is pure nonsense, but it is cool to be cool, putting it on any man. This is a very troublesome situation. Don't know what a rabbit doesn't eat grass at the edge of the nest? Can't you seduce me from a distance? If that's the case, maybe I'll just, ahem. Because of St. Paul's pain and happiness, he fell into dire straits. Until the 14th day, Jessica Jones still did not give up. During these 2 weeks, she would come to the restaurant to eat at least once a day. Meal, or noon, or evening, or both. For Jessica's persistent entanglement, because Saint is not very disgusted, nonsense, what really makes him irritable is that it has been almost 20 days since he merged with Xian Jeans. Now, he has already mastered his soaring physical energy and aura, but his cultivation speed has not changed. Compared with before he became a Xian, it was more than twice as slow. In terms of combat power, when Saint was a pure-blooded Earthling, he was able to increase his combat power by 4 to 5 points a week, but now, in the past 2 weeks, he has only increased an average of 2 points per week. Although it is said that if the increase of 20% Xian's full power is included, he has increased his combat power by more than 4 points every week, but this is a stealing concept, and the account can't be calculated like this. But now, because Saint has thought about it, the practice should be combining movement and stillness. He used to be able to focus on stillness, but after becoming a fighting nation Xian, I am afraid it is necessary to focus on moving. Only by frequently going through battles can his strength be rapidly improved. Nima. Who do you want me to fight with this year? There is no decent opponent. Because Saint felt very arrogant, in front of his combat power approaching the 400 mark, UU reading www.uukangsha.com Iron Man could not see, who would compete with him. Thor is out, who will compete? Hulk is out, who will compete? Team USA. Well, the strongest superpower of this is actually leadership and Sun character. Even if they do, they won't be able to compete. As for the Sion's famous becoming stronger, because Saint said, until there is not a lot of immortal beings by his side, he will not do this. So far, Yinsheng can only accept the slow growth of his strength, because even if he does not change his body, it is difficult to find a person to learn from. Well, just talking about the total amount of Qi, there is a Miss Polaris with a combat power of more than 500. However, under normal circumstances, the strength that Lorna can exert is only 50 or 60, and if she insists on bursting out all the combat power, let's not say whether she can do it or not, even if she can do it, she can't control it at all. It's definitely not possible to discuss with Yinsheng, but it is absolutely no problem to tear down a few streets in minutes. As for the two remaining beside Insanto, Colleen Wen, whose fighting power is less than 40 points, Peter Parker, 4 points, which is not even as good as fighting 5 scum. And what about the 4 of the defenders? Danny Rand, Kunlun's strongest combat power, in the early 100s, more than 80 is the bonus of Iron Fist. The attack power is okay, but except for the immortal Iron Fist, its own defense is unbearable. One blow, now in Saint, it really only takes one move to kill him. Luke Cage is the exact opposite. In comparison, of the similar combat power, more than 80 are all on defensive talent, but he can withstand Insant twice, but he only has the remaining 20. A little attacking talent is more than enough to beat ordinary people, but for Insant, it's not even a scratch. Chapter 72s.h.i.e.l.ds Kunstyle Fighter. And Matthew Murdoch, a professional daredevil, is indeed different from the other 3 street heroes who are still amateurs. Not only is he extremely experienced in combat, his martial arts training is comparable to Iron Fist, and he has the characteristics of a living radar. It made him an incomparable tactician master, but, except for the combat power added by his extraordinary senses, his offensive and defensive ends were only a dozen points. To say the most comprehensive, that is Jessica Jones. With more than 100 combat power, she can resist, fight, run and jump. However, this civilian has not received any systematic training. Relying on her brute force, she was the easiest to deal with out of the 4 in Insane's view. Who else? Invincible. How lonely it is to be invincible. Trapped in the abyss of self-obsessedness, Insane, who was completely unable to extricate himself, selectively forgot. In fact, not far from him, there is a New York temple belonging to Kamatage, which is absolutely there are his opponents, as long as he has the guts to die. Anyway, in the past 2 weeks, in addition to the above trivial things, there are 2 major things that must be mentioned. First, on that night 2 weeks ago, the long-planned Shield gave the hand a fatal blow. Although it did not get rid of the 5 fingers as wished, the hand was originally going to have a decisive battle with the Pure Society. On that night, it can be said that all the elites came out, basically the whole army was annihilated, and the losses suffered can be said to be not big, and now it is pure in name only. Compared with the previous meeting, it is better, but it is also greatly damaged. It will take at least 10 years to restore the original prosperity. And Shield, which succeeded in one hit, of course, did not stop there. After 2 weeks, 90% of the hand's various strongholds in New York have been swept away, including Colleen Wen Xian's heart. That charity located in the suburbs of New York, after sweeping the training base of the Hand Society, most of the Hand Union's preparatory members were thrown into prisons for transformation, and a few who were not yet adults also entered. The juvenile office has been reformed. At this point, most of Colleen Wen's heart knots have been untied at once, and only one day in the future, after eliminating the culprit of the blogger, he will be able to have a real idea. Second, I also have to mention that the night 2 weeks ago, under the muzzle of the Shield gun and the blade of the Hand Union, I Saint, who rescued a large number of civilians, suddenly caught fire. Well, to be precise, it is not him who is on fire, but the superhero Golden Boy. Golden Boy, the boy of gold. After 14 days of fermentation, it's hard to say elsewhere, but in the entire New York State, because of Santana's blonde hair, upside-down hair, improved appearance, and the transformation image with golden flame special effects, it has long been it is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and the reputation of Golden Boy has become a household name. As the most typical immigrant country, the United States has a very diverse race and ethnicity. Although it has always strived for the word equality, it is undeniable that the word racial prejudice still exists in every country in this country. Corners, whether Asians, Africans, Latinos, or Native Americans, will inevitably be discriminated against to varying degrees, and the only exception, of course, has been firmly occupied by the elite from the very beginning, and the population of the Caucasian group exceeds half of the world's total population. Coincidentally, the appearance of blonde hair and blue eyes is the most representative white character. Captain America, who is a national idol, is also blonde and blue eyes. Because of Saint's transformation image, why is he quickly sought after? In a short period of time. It is self-evident that it became a hit within. You must know that the combination of the two English words Golden Boy itself is used to describe a valuable person. Because Saint was able to get this title at the beginning, it is actually enough to explain the problem. And if one day, when people suddenly discover that the Golden Boy they regard as a new national idol is actually a typical Chinese, the picture must be beautiful. On the 15th day, in accordance with the agreement with the one-eyed man, Saint came to the Trident building, one of the headquarters of the Shield, in the image of the Golden Boy after the transformation. Coulson, who had been waiting for him for a long time, immediately leading him to a tarmac. A fighter jet with a strange shape has been waiting for a long time. Different from ordinary fighter jets, the wings of this small plane are actually curved downwards. Compared with the wings of ordinary planes, it looks more similar to the wings of birds. The overall shape is like that of a bird. A raptor preparing to pounce on its prey. Kun-style fighter. Because Sant immediately recognized this main fighter aircraft independently developed by SHIELD, not counting the Wakanda with Genjin Black technology, the Kun-style fighter can be described as the top fighter in the Marvel world. Now, in the future, the exclusive car of the Avengers is also a Kun-style fighter transformed by UU Reading www.uukangsha.com Tony Stark. Therefore, after seeing the luxury version of Kun-style created by the wealthy Iron Man in the future, because of the civilian version in front of him, Saint is really not very fond of it, and he is full of sullenness in his bones. Factors Coulson, aware of his disapproving expression, couldn't help but said, "This is our Shield unique Kun-style fighter, and it is also the world's first jet fighter that can take off and land vertically." First. Haha. Because Saint did not comment on this, but pointed to the Kun-style fighter in front of him, and ruthlessly exposed the old bottom of SHIELD, this fighter uses the same turbojet engine as your car. Howard Stark, one of your founders, proposed the concept as early as 1943 and provided experimental research results. Now, it will be 2009, and you have just developed it. When the finished product comes out, what is there to be proud of? Coulson turned his head wordlessly, and at the same time secretly swore in his heart that in the future, if it is not necessary, he will never take the initiative to talk to Insanto. While they were talking, the two had already walked to the rear door of the Kun-style fighter. The pilot of the fighter was waiting at the door of the cockpit. It was Phil Coulson's old partner, the dignified Iron Cavalry. Melinda May. Seeing her, because Saint was even more surprised than seeing the Kun-style fighter plane, without saying hello, he just stared at her and said, "Good guy. You actually learned Chi. TOEFL." Melinda May said with a cold face in Chinese, and in an enemy-like tone, she thanked dryly, "If it weren't for the Chi sense you gave me, I wouldn't be able to learn Kunlun's chi refining technique, thank you. Chapter 73 The Great Tony Stark. Seeing that Yin Shen was taken aback, Collison immediately broke the oath he just made, and proudly showed off, May's talent is very good. After the director gave her permission and provided Kunlun's after all the information, it took only 1 day for her to develop her own chi. What do you know? Yin Shen glanced at Collison with contempt. I hate you layman the most. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense, okay? What does this have to do with talent? Wing Chun, her martial arts training is high enough, so she can understand the mystery of chi. If I guess correctly, she is also your only success story, right? Is it possible that the huge shield does not have a second talent? Is it? Collison was speechless again, seeing that he did not refute, because Saint took it as his acquiescence, pointed to Melinda May in front of him, and said abruptly, Collison, you asked me before, can you point out your agents? I'll tell you plainly now, I can point her. Hearing this, Melinda May's eyes lit up, and her heart was itching when Saint suddenly changed her tone. Of course, this can't be free. Collison frowned slightly, and after exchanging a glance with Melinda May, he asked instead, in Saint, can you tell me what you want? I want a lot. Insant shrugged his shoulders, but have you become the master? Instead of asking me, you might as well ask the Cyclops to see how much you shield are willing to pay to ask me to be your instructor. I understand. Collison nodded, put the matter on hold for the time being, turned to Melinda May and said, May, it's time for us to go. Although she was actually very unwilling, Melinda May was a professional and senior agent. She understood what it means to be the first. She turned around and walked over to the cockpit, without turning her head and leaving a sentence, the cabin is 1 minute later. Doors close and take off in 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the left and right engines of the Kun-style fighter jetted out blue flames on time, setting off a gust of wind around the fuselage. Then, the fighter, which looked like a goshawk, began to fly vertically like a helicopter. Rising upwards, after climbing to a sufficient height, a pair of engines at the rear of the fuselage also lit up with flames, pushing the fighter plane to rush forward and plunge into the high-altitude clouds. At the same time, in the southwestern part of Afghanistan, in a cave in the Gobi Desert. In a cave in the deepest part of the cave, the sound of ding 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 dong is endless. A handsome middle-aged mustache, sweating profusely, waving a hammer tirelessly, constantly beating a piece of metal resting on an anvil. This handsome uncle, who is still charming enough to fascinate thousands of young girls, is the unfortunate super playboy, the chairman and heir of Stark Industries, a genius scientist and engineer, a great inventor and philanthropist, the current king of arms in the Marvel world, the future energy emperor, the superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark. Suddenly discovered that this grandson has so many titles, only Dragon Ma can match him. There is no place to add the word billionaire. I always feel that it will lower his overall strength. Contrasted with the usual slick image of a straight suit, Tony Stark can be called very sloppy now, but if he is compared with a half-bald middle-aged white man wearing metal frame glasses next to him, he is actually already considered very clean. Silver Forest. Tony Stark turned his head and said to the mixed-race middle-aged white man with glasses, needle-nose pliers. The half-blooded middle-aged white man named Silver Forest reached out and handed the tool Tony Stark asked for, then pointed to a stack of blueprints in the corner of the cave, and said without worry, Stark, at our current speed, it will take at least a month and a half to build all the parts on your stack of drawings, and I don't think they will give you that long. Then, let's buy time. Tony Stark finally adjusted the edge of the piece of metal with the needle-nose pliers in his hand, and at the same time replied without raising his head, Jinsen, we will definitely get out alive, I promise. You promise? Yinsen showed a wry smile. Why do you guarantee it? Because, I'm Tony Stark. Tony Stark ding patted his chest. Hearing the sound, he glanced at the white light circle on his chest that shone through his clothes, and he couldn't help but fall into memory. A month ago, after he demonstrated Stark Industries' Jericho missile in a no-man's land in Afghanistan, on the way back to the military base, UU read www.uukaungshu.com was suddenly ambushed. It is extremely ironic that the terrorist Ten Rings gang who attacked him turned out to be the weapons of Stark Industries, and even the missile that blew him up was clearly printed with Stark Industries trademark. Under the protection of high-tech body armor, Tony Stark survived, but, still there were many sharp shrapnel, which penetrated the body armor and got into his chest. If it weren't for the presence of Dr. Jinsen, who was highly skilled in medicine, he wouldn't even have survived a day. Jinsen took out most of the shrapnel for him through open surgery. However, some metal that was too small had already entered his blood vessels. With no choice, Dr. Jinsen, who was both a doctor and a scientist, was on his chest. An electromagnet was made to attract these tiny metal shrapnel, preventing them from entering Tony Stark's heart along the blood vessels. So, the first thing Tony Stark found when he woke up was a wire sticking out of his chest, connected to a car battery. With his arrogant character, how could he accept this way of living? For a long time, Tony Stark did not make any compromises with the Ten Rings gang, and only wanted to die. Until, Jinsen said to him, "This is the great Tony Stark. At the last moment of your life, don't you even have the courage to resist?" These words made Tony Stark, whose heart was ashes, regain his faith. What is a typical textbook narcissist? The first thing he did was to pretend to agree to the request of the Ten Rings gang, and by making them Jericho missiles, he used those pieces of materials to create a miniature version. The arc cold fusion reactor, and use it to replace the car battery to maintain its own life. Chapter 74 The Not Great in St. Lee. At the same time, with the small arc reactor as the core, the prototype of the steel suit was also constructed in Tony Stark's mind, and was subsequently implemented on the blueprint. He took it the name Mark I doesn't just refer to Model 1. The world's first tank, also called Mark I, is about to break out of this imprisoned tank with a rampaging attitude like a tank. Jail. This. The great Tony Stark. Tony Stark, who was roaring these words loudly in his heart, raised the hammer in his hand again, and slammed it on the anvil with a bang. It's a pity that Tony Stark's lofty ideal is doomed to be shattered due to the imminent arrival of Saint. 8 hours later, a Kun-style fighter aircraft unique to SHIELD landed at a U.S. military base in Afghanistan. Saint and other 3 people walked out of the rear cabin immediately. The one who came to greet them was a female agent of the CIA, just like because Saint had complained about it. When they went abroad, Carlson and Melinda May changed from FBI to FBI agent. CIA is. You are. Unexpectedly, the CIA white female agent actually recognized his transformed image. Golden boy. Are you a golden boy? It's a secret. Insant had a poker face. If I told you, then I would have to kill you. Don't steal other people's jokes face to face, you bastard. Carlson glanced at Insant speechlessly, took a step forward, and stretched out his arm to the female agent. Don't worry about him, I'm Phil Carlson, the agent supervisor. The female agent hurriedly stretched out her hand and shook hands with Carlson. Tina Johnson, senior agent, nice to meet you, sir. Each other, take us to the conference room. Yes, sir. After the group of 4 came to the conference room from the apron, Tina Johansson immediately turned on the projector, lit up the topographic map of Afghanistan on the screen, and explained at the same time, green represents the area that has been closely searched, and yellow represents air reconnaissance areas, red is completely unexplored areas. I don't need to see these things. Yincheng waved his hand, get rid of all the colorful ones, and tell me which places are mountainous, which are Gobi Desert, and which are Dune Desert. Tina glanced at Carlson and saw that he signaled do as he said. Then she did some operations on the computer and explained it according to Insant's request. After Yinsheng understood it, he drew a crooked line along the junction of the Gobi Desert and the Dune Desert. Take me a flight like this first, if you don't find it, then use this line as the benchmark to go to the mountains in the mountains. Direction to extend. You decide. Carlson also thought that because Saint thought that the Ten Rings gang who kidnapped Tony Stark was more likely to hide in the mountains, he completely agreed with this speculation, so he did not make any comments, but turned to looking at Melinda May. Is there a problem? I need a little time to get familiar with the terrain. ASAP. After Carlson exhorted, he turned to Tina Johnson. Inform the military, we will ask them to cooperate at any time. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, the SHIELD Quinn fighter flew into the sky again, except for Melinda May, the pilot, and Phil Carlson, the pilot. A co-pilot with soy sauce, the only passenger was Insant, and the real CIA agent, Tina Johnson, was asked to stay at the military base. 2 hours later, when more than 70% of the route drawn by Saint had been completed, he suddenly stuck his head out of the cockpit door. Slow down. Then open the rear hatch. Have you found it? Carlson immediately stood up from his seat, completely ignorant of being the co-pilot of a fighter plane, although he was indeed just a decoration. Yinshen nodded, pointed to the southeast and said, more than 30 kilometers away in this direction, there is a large amount of suspicious Qi gathered. I want to fly over to confirm. Do you have to go by yourself? It's nighttime in the United States, but it's still daytime here. I have a small goal by myself, and it's not easy to be discovered. This aircraft can actually be invisible, not only in the conventional sense of radar stealth, but also in optical stealth if necessary. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Because Saint rolled his eyes. He thought that SHIELD didn't have the technology for shading panels at present. After all, their helicarrier headquarters had not been completed yet. May, let's disappear. Hearing what Carlson said, Insanto showed a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, the one-eyed man said the same thing when the SHIELD aircraft carrier went up to the sky. As expected of a good friend, I just don't know who learned who. A few minutes later, the optically stealthy Quinjet had activated, and when it was not stationary, it looked like a distorted mass of air, but if it was stationary, it was completely invisible. Linda May drove this invisible fighter to the position previously designated by Saint. With a slight and low engine roar, the fuselage leaned forward and dropped more than 1,000 meters, the nose hanging down. Stopped at an altitude of several hundred meters. Through the glass of the cockpit, Carlson found a large area of unknown objects that looked like camouflage nets at the edge of the Gobi on the ground. Obviously, just like what Insant said, this place that was supposed to be deserted was actually made by a large area. When a large number of humans gathered, he was instantly refreshed, turned his head and said to Melinda May, "Can't it be lower? If the altitude is lowered further, the sand and dust raised by the turbojet engine may cause suspicion." "No need." Insane interjected, "I have confirmed that Tony Stark is in the cave below." "You sure?" Carlson raised his eyebrows and asked dubiously, "What's the basis?" "According to the scene in the movie." Because of Saint's thoughts in his heart, he waved his hand on the surface and said, "Don't worry about it, my breath sensing will definitely not make a mistake. Tell the military to rush here, and when it gets dark, I will sneak in to protect Tony Stark. After you get my signal, you can attack. Are you going to help us rescue him?" Carlson was overjoyed, his confidence suddenly multiplied, and then, thinking of Saint's urination, he asked suspiciously, "Free help? How is this possible?" Chapter 75 The Merger of the Two Cheap. Huashan talks about the cheap. How can it be free? With a look of "Are you thinking of me, stupid?" Saint glanced at Carlson. I paid for my time and labor, of course I should get paid, but you don't have to worry about it, what I save is Tony Stark, he's richer than you guys. With an expression of I knew it was like this, Carlson turned his head and said to Melinda May, find a hidden place to land, and I'll contact the military. 10 minutes later, the Kun-style fighter remained invisible and landed in a Gobi mountain tens of kilometers away. Afterwards, Carlson walked into the passenger and cargo compartment of the fighter. A hammock was set up between the walls, and before laying down to rest, he asked Insant sympathetically, we have to wait at least 6 hours, do you need a break? All right. Hearing what Insant said, Carlson was about to give him the hammock and rearrange it himself, when he saw Insant tiptoe a little, and the whole person floated up in the cabin, as if he were in a space without gravity like, Hong Kong assumed a supine position. Carlson stepped forward and asked curiously, if you fall asleep, won't you fall? When you fell asleep, would you stop breathing? After Saint asked such a question, he opened his mouth and warned, by the way, don't come within 2 meters of me after I fall asleep. You can't afford my conditioned reflex. 6 hours later, Carlson squatted and hid behind a large cube-shaped cargo box, and cautiously shouted, Insane? Insane. Because Saint rolled over in the air, and after his feet landed on the ground, Carlson said, you don't need to be so nervous, I actually don't get up. The military has arrived within 10 kilometers of the target location. It's time for us to meet them and discuss the battle plan. What does this have to do with me? Insane patted his face and woke up as soon as possible, I'm going to protect Tony Stark, you can attack as you please. It's not as simple as you said. Carlson came out from behind the cargo box, we're talking about Tony Stark, if something happens to him during combat operations, no one can afford this responsibility, and every step of the combat plan must be scrutinized again and again. There must be no mistakes. That's your problem. Because Saint still maintained his willful style, he turned around without any hesitation, and walked out of the cabin, I'll dive into the cave first, and I'll call you when I find Tony Stark. And many more. Carlson quickly chased after him, and took out a dark cuboid from his pocket, which was a high-frequency communication device. He reached out and handed it to Yincheng and said, how can the phone get through? Even if those terrorists don't use signal jammers, and there won't be cell phone signals in the cave. Insane, whose IQ was questioned, turned around expressionlessly, and reached out to take the communication device, how does this thing work? Carlson was about to explain, but Insant waved his hand again, forget it, Tony Stark is a top engineer, he will definitely use it, I'm leaving. After all, because Saint tipped his toes, he flew out of the open rear cabin and disappeared into the dark night sky immediately. This is not New York with bright lights. At night, the visibility to the naked eye is within 10 meters. Following his breath-sensing exploration, Saint quickly reached the sky above the cave. After finding out the entrance to the cave, he looked at a security camera above the cave and said to himself, enter the cave. In the future, apart from the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned, there should be no cameras in other places, right? After all, this cave has only one entrance and exit, so there is no need for Yincheng, as long as it is a vigilant behavior made by a living person, then under the scanning of breath induction, everything is transparent and can be easily avoided, but if it is a dead object such as a camera or sensor, he couldn't figure it out in advance. It doesn't matter. Let's do it. Because Sheng stretched out his arms and opened his palms with 5 fingers, Ling Kong made a grab and squeeze action. After he used guessing boxing cloth to crush the camera at the entrance of the hole, he immediately smashed the camera. After entering the cave, the whole person was attached to the top of the cave in parallel, and flew forward silently. At a very early time, Saint had already sensed that there were 2 chi that belonged to ordinary people. From the time he sensed it for the first time, he had been present in the deepest part of the cave, and if he guessed correctly, these two should be Tony Stark and Dr. Yinsen. When Insan saw a rusted iron door and a camera on the top of the cave beside the door, he was immediately certain that Tony Stark was behind the iron door. After crushing the camera in the same way, Yinsheng pulled the locked door latch, and then, in the cave of UU reading www.uukangsha.com, Tony Stark, who was still working as a blacksmith, was still ding ding dong. K. just helplessly saw that the iron gate that imprisoned him was opened from the outside, and then, a blond boy whose feet did not touch the ground flew in lightly. "Oh my God!" Dr. Yinsen widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Well, this is indeed the reaction that ordinary people should have. As for Tony Stark, in any way, he can't be considered an ordinary person," and the first sentence that came out of his mouth was, "Wow! How much hairspray is on your head? This is a crime, you know. Violation of the law of gravity." Because Saint was speechless for a long time, he just asked in a very affirmative tone, "Tony Stark?" He's not sure about it, not to mention Tony Stark's handsome face that is familiar all over the world, except for the future Iron Man, who will have a light bulb on his chest. "It's me." Tony Stark threw down the hammer in his hand, raised his head with the corners of his mouth twitched, and showed a signature charming smile. "Hairspray boy, who are you?" Seeing this, Saint had to admit that although the grandson in front of him was over 40, he was indeed handsome and attractive, which made me want to beat him. Don't call people casual nicknames. Lightbulb man. Because of the character of Saint who always thinks of it, he waved his hand and slapped Tony Stark on the forehead. "Popsicle, Hulk's guy with serious anger management problems, and Spider-Man's baby in pajamas, his hairspray boy is already pretty good, but he doesn't really have an opinion." Chapter 76 The Hairspray Kid and the Bulb Chivalrous. At the same time, Carlson and Melinda May walked into a tent that had just been set up in the desert. The dark green tent was surrounded by a heavy tank, 2 armored vehicles, 3 a large armored personnel carrier, 5 military-type jeeps, and a radar communication vehicle, and 3 gunships exist in places that cannot be seen from a distance. In this tent serving as a temporary command center, the highest rank is a white brigadier general, but it is very strange that many lieutenant colonels and even the brigadier generals themselves are vaguely dominated by a black colonel. The first person to meet Carlson was the black colonel. He stretched out his right hand and introduced himself, "James Rhodes, Colonel of the Air Force." If Insant was present, he would have recognized the Iron Man's good friend, the future war machine, Colonel Rhodes. Carlson stretched out his arm and took Colonel Rhodes' hand, "Phil Carlson, CIA." Immediately afterwards, Colonel Rhodes shook hands with Melinda May, and then a group of people formed a circle and began to formulate a battle plan. Not long after their discussion started, a discordant voice emerged. "Wait a moment." The middle-aged and elderly brigadier general who had been serving as a foil suddenly showed his own sense of existence, pointed to Carlson and said, "All our tactics revolve around your foreign aid, because he is some kind of superboy. Is this too much of a joke? He's able to find Tony Stark just because he's a bit of a special power like those damn mutants, it just doesn't prove it, he can do everything you say." After finishing his long speech, the white brigadier general with gray hair turned his head to look around, and responded with a sonorous force, "Why should we put all our hopes on a 19-year-old kid?" Hearing this, many lieutenants and school officers nodded slightly, apparently agreeing with this somewhat. They believed in their comrades in arms in the army, not some mysterious figure who suddenly appeared. "General, I understand your concerns." Carlson raised his head without changing his face, and did not hesitate to endorse Yinsheng, "But you are not like us, you have a full understanding of the strength of the Golden Boy, I can vouch for it with my life, we can find and protect Tony Stark without alerting the enemy, we just need to wait for his news." Joke. With a disdainful expression, the white brigadier general retorted, Your verbal assurance means nothing to me, with your life as a guarantee. Is your life comparable to Tony Stark's? Coulson frowned slightly, and his tone was cold. In fact, it doesn't make any sense for us to argue about this now. The Golden Boy is not our subordinate and is not bound by anyone. He is now, already in the cave where Tony Stark is. What? Hearing this, Colonel Rhodes, who was originally neutral, suddenly turned to the gray-haired Brigadier General, Agent Coulson. Do you know what you are doing? If something happens to Tony, I will definitely put you on the line. Take it to court-martial. The two officers with the highest rank have already spoken. The colonel and lieutenant under them, who can't stand it, immediately launched a condemning siege against Coulson. In the midst of this noisy noise, there was a sudden zzz sound in Coulson's pocket, followed by a very rude hello? Is anyone here? Into everyone's ears, hearing the sound, all the officers who were targeting Coulson immediately shut their mouths. Tony. Colonel Rhodes instantly recognized the voice, pushed the Brigadier General aside, rushed in front of Coulson, and shouted loudly, Tony. Is that you? It doesn't matter how loud you shout. Coulson took out the high-frequency communication device from his pocket, and shook it from side to side in his hand, trying to give himself a breath. I don't press the call button, he can't hear it. At this moment, Insane's voice came from the device in his hand. Why is no one responding? Hey. Lightbulb man, are you okay? Immediately afterwards, Tony Stark's stinky voice sounded again, Hairspray boy, shut up. I have 7 PhDs, PhDs, how many do you have? Oh, sorry, I shouldn't think so highly of you, excuse me, have you graduated from junior high school? In the silence of the needle dropping, Coulson was stunned for a while, and then he turned off the communication device in his hand, revealing a row of buttons. He pressed one of them, and said, Mr. Stark. The device in his hand suddenly sounded Tony Stark's characteristic beating voice, which one are you? www.uukunsha.com. Tony. Colonel Rhodes, who understood how to operate, snatched the communication device in Coulson's hand. You what a son of a bitch. It's great to hear your voice. Roddy. Tony Stark's voice dropped suddenly, and it seemed more than doubled in seriousness. You been looking for me? I have a military order on my back, what can I do? Colonel Rhodes' eyes were a little wet, and he replied indifferently, otherwise, do you think I will stay in this ghost place? Tony Stark obviously didn't believe his excuse, and said ha, in disapproval, and said in a cold tone, Roddy, get rid of those crumbs outside, let's go home. Okay. I'll pick you up now. I'll contact you later. After Colonel Rhodes temporarily ended the call, he slammed on the table and began to issue a series of tactical orders. In fact, no one in the tent does not understand, the time has come to race against time. Well, it's just their personal thoughts, it doesn't mean it's the truth. On the other side of the communication device, after Tony Stark temporarily ended the call, he pulled out a long-hidden earth bomb from a hidden corner of the cave. He was about to put the bomb on the iron door. He was snatched by Insanity. Hey, what do you want to do? Procrastination. In the previous period, Tony Stark, who had suffered losses several times, was very sure that his force value was definitely far lower than that of Yin Shen, so he did not go at all. He tried to retrieve the bomb, but analyzed it with reason. Once Rhodey launched an attack from the outside, the terrorists of the Ten Rings gang would come to me immediately. Chapter 77, Fighting Crazy in Saint. Regarding Tony Stark's inference, Saint laughed with a hee-hee and pointed to the cameras that he had destroyed. What kind of genius are you? As early as the moment I entered the door, the Ten Rings gang had already, if an abnormality is found, within half a minute, someone will appear at the door of the cave. Tony Stark shrugged in disapproval of Insan's statement. What you're talking about is just a possibility, and, If that's the case, we've got even more reason to delay, don't we? Wrong, wrong, wrong. It's not possible, there's no if, and there's no need to delay time. Because Saint shook his head again and again, stretched out his hand and pushed open the rusted iron door, and threw the earth bomb outside, then squeezed his fist and said, "Since the people of the Ten Rings gang are coming to die, let them come. This kid is actually crazier than me." Tony Stark narrowed his eyes slightly. For a while he was not sure whether because Saint was a lunatic who was over his head, or whether he really had arrogant capital like him. Bomb. At this moment, from outside the iron gate, there was a sudden exclamation. Just like what Saint had predicted before, the terrorists of the Ten Rings gang had not only arrived as scheduled, but also threw them far away. The bomb that went out just landed in front of them. Coincidence? Tony Stark frowned. The engineer's instinct, who was skilled in calculation, made him clearly know that after Insane said those words, it took no more than 30 seconds until the people of the Ten Rings gang appeared. "What kind of rotten bomb are you?" Insane turned his head and asked Tony Stark, why didn't he want to explode when he fell to the ground. Hearing this, Tony Stark covered his face with one hand and completely lost his confidence in Insanto. "Are you really not graduating from junior high school? Who told you that solid bombs can be detonated by collision? It's all right up there." Well, it's fine." Because Saint twisted his neck ashamed, raised his foot and walked towards the door. "I just think that bomb gets in the way. It doesn't really matter if it explodes or not. This kid is absolutely crazy." Tony Stark watched helplessly, because Saint walked out so swaggeringly, as if the terrorists outside the cave were not actually carrying deadly weapons, but useless fire sticks. The next moment, Tony Stark, who stuck his head out at the entrance of the cave, caught this astonishing scene in his line of sight when the bearded man in front of him picked up the submachine gun in his hand. And he waved his hand in the air like chasing flies, and then, the bearded man who had not had time to pull the trigger seemed to be fanned by an invisible big hand, and the whole person flew back with both feet off the ground. It knocked over 3 or 4 terrorists that followed, and then they all folded into a pile and fell into a ball. Tony Stark touched his forehead subconsciously, and calculated it in his mind in an instant. At the moment when we just met, because Saint slapped him on the forehead from a distance, his power was not enough as he showed it now. The 1% that comes out. The shocked expression on his face hadn't subsided, and he saw Insane erected his right arm, raised his claw-shaped palm, and made an upward lift. Then, his 5 separated the fingers, slowly retracted inward, squeezed into a fist. Corresponding to Insanto's actions, the 4 or 5 terrorists who fell into a ball, including who the children were crowded together strangely, and slowly rose into the air, and then, with their crazy screams, 4 or 5 living people were forcibly attacked from all directions. Force energy, squeezed into a mass of flesh and bones that is not humanoid. I killed. It was only at this moment that this thought popped up in Saint's mind, which seemed to be a bit of an afterthought, and what made him feel a little terrified was that this was the first time that he had personally taken away the same kind of person. However, instead of feeling any discomfort, he was so excited that he wanted to scream. "Damn jeans." Because Saint gritted his teeth and was about to forcibly suppress the boiling blood in his body, the continuous gunshots of da-da-da had already sounded in his ears, and his eyes swept away, only to see only the remaining 2 terrorists were shooting at him frantically. While he frowned, a fluttering golden flame suddenly rose from his body. One by one, the steel bullets hit the golden flame, causing ripples in circles. Then, a fluffy piece of iron and steel shards splattered on Insane's body. Due to the body-protecting flames wrapped around the body of Saint, Reading www.uukungsha.com has a part of the characteristics of shattering boxing, stone. At the moment of being attacked, it will be transformed into power and burst out, and it carries a huge amount of energy. The force energy bullet shattered into powder on the spot under the action of the two opposing force energy. Seeing this, the two terrorists, who were already frightened, only knew that they were desperately pulling the trigger. He walked over slowly one step at a time, knocking out piles of gold powder along the way. With an unstoppable and astonishing power, he came to the front of the two terrorists, and pinched their necks with his left and right hands. Lifting them up one by one, it was as easy as picking up two chicks. The incessant sound of gunfire came to an abrupt end, and the two terrorists who had felt the threat of death instinctively threw away the robbery, trying to break off the fingers like the iron pincers of Yin Saint. Blocked by the body flame, they couldn't even touch the skin of Saint. Immediately afterwards, Saint's wrists on both sides turned outward slightly at the same time, accompanied by two clacks. Two fresh lives were easily snuffed out by him again. In this situation, it was not only the enemy that was frightened. The two friendly troops, Tony Stark and Dr. Yinsen, looked at Saint as if they were throwing garbage, and threw the two in their hands at will. The corpse turned around and strode back. Both of them took a step back due to conditioned reflexes. This has nothing to do with trust, but an instinct of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages that they possess as high-level intelligent creatures. Because Saint didn't think much about it, after sweeping it with his breath sensor, he said, "You two go back a little bit, there are more people rushing over, I don't want to be distracted to take care of you." Chapter 78 Humble Tony Stark. This kid is indeed a lunatic. It killed a few people alive, just like pinching a few bugs to death. Not even a single mood swing. Hearing what Saint said, Tony Stark first marked him as extremely dangerous in his heart, and then suddenly remembered that when he provoked Saint in every possible way, although his reaction could not be said it's normal, but it's just a bit of a nasty little brat. So, do you actually go crazy when you fight? After Tony Stark was keenly aware of this, he changed the word extremely dangerous from extremely dangerous to relatively dangerous because of Saint's label, and immediately felt much better, and no one wanted staying by the side of a lunatic whose lethality is extremely terrifying, but if it is just a fighting maniac, it is not so unacceptable. At this moment, Colonel Rhodes' anxious voice suddenly echoed in the cave, awakening the contemplative Tony Stark. "Tony, how is your side? We are about to meet the enemy, you must hold on." Tony Stark took out the communication device from his arms, looked at Saint with a strange expression, and his tone was a little strange. Roddy, I'm safe now, in fact, you don't have to worry at all, just call in slowly." "Tony, put away your arrogant bastard character. Now is not the time." Tony Stark glanced at Saint again, and said to the communication device in a very rare serious tone, "Roddy, believe me, in the 40 years since I was born, I have never been as good as I am now. It feels so humble. Damn. Your acting skills have improved again, Tony Stark. Humble. Such a big lie, you can speak such a sincere tone, I almost believed it." A quarter of an hour later, when Colonel Rhodes, Phil Coulson, Melinda May, and more than one company of armed soldiers, arrived at the deepest part of the cave, they saw this scenes. Already at the entrance of the cave, corpses piled up in mountains and bloodied in rivers, or, in other words, human remains in a variety of strange and uncountable numbers. Dr. Jinsen, who has vomited several times, his face is extremely pale, and he can't stand still. Tony Stark, who resisted and did not vomit, his face had long been ashen, without a trace of cynicism in the past, and the whole person looked extremely gloomy. And, his whole body was clean, not stained with a drop of blood, his face was calm as usual, just like the boy next door in Saint. However, even if Saint's current appearance is deceptive, no one dares to doubt that the mountain of corpses and blood in front of him is actually not his masterpiece. Under this deadly silent atmosphere, none of the people present could speak. Even Coulson, who knew Saint the best, at this moment, his mood could only be described as earth-shattering. Before, in several conflicts with Shield, because Saint had never made a heavy hand, even in the face of numerous muzzles, he still showed mercy and did not cause any casualties to Shield. Therefore, Coulson never expected that this young man, whom he personally assessed as kind, had such a monstrous cruelty factor hidden in his bones. You must know that in front of Coulson, among the countless corpses, more than half of them are already inhuman remains. Even Coulson didn't want to think about it at all. How did that mass of white, red, and black, randomly mixed together, made of flesh and bones, a huge irregular meatball come into being? Yuck. This is Tony Stark, who was in a relaxed mood after meeting with Colonel Rhodes and couldn't hold back his nerves. Because Saint glanced at Tony Stark, who was bent over, and doubted whether the grandson still had an appetite for hamburgers after returning to the United States. And Colonel Rhodes, who supported Tony Stark, finally understood why during the last call, when he asked about the current situation, Tony Stark would vaguely say, "No way." Describe it in words. This kind of cruel scene that can only exist on ancient battlefields, indeed, only when you see it with your own eyes can you understand how shocking it is. "Let's go out first, Tony." Colonel Rhodes helped Tony Stark, and when he was walking out, he asked in his earphone, "Has the armored car not reached the hole yet?" Immediately afterwards, a group of people who came in a hurry, surrounded Tony Stark and hurried away. No one wanted to take another look at the entrance of the cave full of corpses, and no one remembered that in the gloomy cave. Inside, Tony Stark personally drew a stack of priceless design drawings, still lying quietly in the corner. 8 hours later, the U.S. Air Force Base in Afghanistan. In front of a streamlined white jet, wearing a straight gray striped black suit, Tony Stark regained his former splendor, and said with a displeased face, "What? You are not going to sit with me? Private jet? What's the matter? Can you fly back on your own? Golden boy. It's not impossible." Yinsheng shrugged his shoulders and swallowed the sentence. "It's going to fly for a few days, and it will take longer if you get lost," pointed to the other direction of the tarmac and said, "However, I actually have my own special plane." Those two CIA agents. In Tony Stark's life, he has been rejected only a handful of times, and of course he is not willing to give up. "How can a military plane be better than my plane? Hairspray boy who doesn't know the goods, remember my words, you will regret it. If you only talk about the level of comfort and luxury, there should be no one who can compare to you, the lightbulb man." Insant first affirmed, and then shrugged his shoulders again, "But if it comes to advanced level, their aircraft is indeed stronger than yours, not only can take off and land vertically, hover in the air, and its speed is faster than yours." Impossible. Tony Stark made no secret of his narcissistic nature. "Hairspray boy, you are bragging. If there is such an advanced aircraft in this world, it must be made by me, otherwise who else? Your dad." Because Saint shrugged his shoulders for the nth time and explained to Tony Stark, who stared at him, "I'm not scolding you. The core technology of their Kun-style fighter is made by Howard Stark, which provided." Chapter 79. You are sick and need to be cured. Old man. Tony Stark is not ignorant of his own father's research, but his own arrogant character does not allow him to pick up wisdom, especially his father who loves and hates, otherwise, he will not be until today. He transformed the arc reactor, which is also the scientific research result of Howard Stark, and when he thought of the words vertical takeoff and landing, hovering in the air, he immediately reacted. 1943 Stark Tomorrow World Tech Expo? The turbojet engine in that old car? I'm going to have a look. Tony Stark didn't want his own plane, and walked directly in the direction that Insant pointed out before. "I don't remember, my old man authorized the CIA to use his scientific research results." At this time, because of Saint, he suddenly realized that he seemed to say too much. Spoiler is cool for a while. However, since things had come to this point, Saint had no choice but to follow in the footsteps of Tony Stark and walk to the location of the Quinn-style fighter. After a while, Colonel Rhodes, dressed in a solemn military uniform with the Medal of Honor on his chest, walked out of the cabin door of the private jet. "Tony? Tony? People! People!" At this time, on this wide tarmac, since Saint and Tony Stark had long since disappeared, only Colonel Rhodes was left on the boarding ladder platform, standing alone in the wind. "You son of bitch! You made me wait for you for 5 hours when you came, and you won't stop when you go back. Not again." On the other hand, under the unkind gazes of Carlson and Melinda May, Insant led Tony Stark into the open rear cabin of the Quinjet. Cough cough. With a dry cough, Saint spread his hands and said, "I accidentally told him that the core technology of this plane was actually provided by his father." Hearing the words, Carlson's eyes have been upgraded from bad to wanting to kill. If they didn't think they couldn't beat Yin Sheng, they would have already started. At the same time, Tony Stark, holding a high-tech personal communication terminal in his hand, has successfully invaded the main system of the Kun-style fighter through the internet. In simpler vernacular, he has already held a high-end mobile phone. Successfully hacked the plane. It really is the old man's turbojet engine. Tony Stark raised his arm and raised the personal terminal in his hand. "Give me an explanation. Immediately. Immediately. Right now. Otherwise, you CIA, just wait to receive Stark Industries' subpoena." Hearing this, he almost jumped out of his mouth because of Saint's words, "There is an injustice and a debt to the owner. Don't make a mistake, they are not the CIA." Finally, at the last moment, the danger of reining in the precipice was closed. "I have no right to explain to you." Carlson first shook his head, and then comforted Tony Stark, "Mr. Stark, please wait a moment, I want to ask my superiors." After a while, after walking a few steps, Carlson, who called Nick Fury, turned around and walked back. "Mr. Stark, we're not actually Actually, they are not the CIA. They are the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, a global intelligence agency of SHIELD for short. Your father Howard Stark is one of their founders, so contribute to his research results." Because Saint interrupted Carlson's words, dozens of English words popped out of his mouth in one breath, and then he let out a long breath with a very comfortable expression. He muttered to himself loudly, "Fuck. I finally said it, and I almost suffocated myself to death." Tony Stark was speechless for a long time, then suddenly stepped forward, patted Insanto on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Boy with hairspray, you are sick, you need to be cured. 50 steps to laugh at 100 steps, let's cure your crazy narcissism first, lightbulb man. I warn you, call me the lightbulb again, and I'll be mad. Bulb man. Why don't you freak out? You wait for me." 3 days later. Top of the Forbidden City. Is this Chinese, Jarvis? Translate, the highest point in the Forbidden City? Hairspray boy, what does this mean? This is an ancient legend of two peerless masters in the Chinese martial arts world who fought on the top of an imperial city 3 days in advance. Peerless master? Peerless master. I like this term. Hairspray boy, you are still very discerning, so I will forgive you. When I said a peerless master, I meant me. And me, it's me who is fighting with you. Well, this is actually an unintentional loss. UU reading www.uukangsha.com. Why do you speak Chinese? Because I'm Chinese. Saying that, Insant released the full power transformation state of 20% Xians, restored his original appearance with black hair and black eyes, and stretched out a right hand to Tony Stark, reintroduce, Insanto Plum. Tony Stark was stunned for a moment, and then found that he was not very surprised. After experiencing the series of events that happened in the cave, he felt that even if Saint turned into a dragon in front of him, it was completely acceptable to him. Tony Stark. Tony Stark reported his full name as a sign of seriousness, reached out and shook hands. Sant, your identity is top secret, right? Why are you willing to tell me? Because I can't hide it soon. Saint spread his hands, and then pointed to Carlson. It took you about 3 seconds to hack their Kun-style fighter? With this as a springboard, after a little while, SHIELD will store intelligence data. The data center should not be able to be preserved, right? A little while longer. Tony Stark asked and raised his eyebrows. I got it done 3 minutes ago. Actually, I didn't find any information about the Golden Boy. Because Saint showed a distressed expression, turned his head to look at Carlson and said, did you not store my information on an online server? Carlson, who had long been unable to keep up with the rhythm of the conversation between the two, replied subconsciously, secrets above level 8 have a special storage method. You are level 10. Having said that, Carlson suddenly reacted and stepped forward abruptly. Mr. Stark, please stop your illegal intrusion on the internet immediately. Chapter 80 Artificial Intelligence. Jarvis. Hearing this, Tony Stark glanced at Carlson and said blatantly to the personal terminal in his hand, Jarvis, make a copy of all the data and save it in my private data center. Carlson was stunned again, and then immediately shouted to the personal terminal in Tony Stark's hand, Mr. Jarvis, you are illegally acquiring state secrets, stop any of your actions immediately, otherwise, more than 10 years of prison is waiting for you. Because Saint couldn't bear to look directly and covered his face, he secretly said in his heart, Carlson, Carlson. If you can put an artificial intelligence in prison, I will not only write you the name upside down, send you a capitalized service word. Tony Stark's face was even more interesting. He glanced at Carlson in front of him with a sympathetic mental retardation look, and his tone was also full of sympathy. Jarvis is my smart housekeeper, you understand this? He's just a line of data that can think independently. Carlson made a joke and felt embarrassed, but he still performed his duties unswervingly. Mr. Stark, what I said just now has the same effect on you. My team of lawyers is waiting for you. Tony Stark waved his hand indifferently. Since the old man is your founder, then if I want to see what he left behind, no one wants to stop me. Carlson pondered for a while, then turned to look at Melinda May, pointed at Tony Stark and said, May, get ready to take off, let's take him and go to Trident together. Melinda May nodded, then suddenly ran in front of Tony Stark, and in just a blink of an eye, she had already twisted her arm to subdue him, and said in a commanding tone, return the Kun-style fighter. Control. Tony Stark didn't do a needless struggle, but turned his head subconsciously and looked at the person with the highest force value present, only to see Saint turned around and made a look up to the sky. Posture. 10 minutes later, the Kun-style fighter was already in the air, cruising in the stratosphere at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Tony Stark, who became a prisoner of SHIELD, had no choice but to sit in a very uncomfortable position. On the foldable passenger seat against the cabin wall, the seat belt tied to him was really tied, and he couldn't untie it. Tony Stark twisted his body unhappily, looked at Sant who was lying on a large cargo box in a very careless way, and complained, Boy hairspray, why don't you help me, it breaks my heart. Come on, you're Tony Stark, how dare they do anything to you? Because Saint had no awareness of being the culprit at all, he replied as a matter of course, besides, what is your problem with me? You can settle it by yourself, boy. Tony Stark felt that what he said made sense, but he was speechless, and even faintly had a sense of identity in his heart. This kid is very fond of me. At this time, Phil Carlson, the co-pilot of the fighter plane, left the cockpit negligently and walked into the passenger and cargo compartment where the two of them were. As a mascot for display, this guy is so irresponsible. Why are you lying on the cargo box? Listening to Coulson's question, Tony Stark, who was sitting very uncomfortable and unbalanced in his heart, was about to open his mouth to express his agreement, but only to hear Coulson continue, "You can't lie down in the air. Are you on?" Hearing this, Tony Stark instantly forgot Ben's plan. Before Insant spoke, did some popular science to Coulson. "Oh my god. How did you ask such an idiot question? We are now, like this plane, running at close to Mach 2. The speed of the plane rushes forward. If he floats now, he will immediately lose its original inertia, and its relative speed will no longer be synchronized with the aircraft under our feet. Once he breaks the existing balance of relative static, the tail of the aircraft will the bulkhead, with a super high speed in Mach, slammed into him fiercely, and slapped him into a patty. What I said earlier is true." Because Saint affirmed the premise of Tony Stark's tirade, and denied his final conclusion, "If I floated, I would indeed hit the tail of the plane, but, according to my estimation, it should be this plane. Make an extra hole, do you want me to try it?" Nearly 9 hours later, the Kun-style fighter jet, which had been away for nearly 2 days, returned to the continental United States, landed on the apron of the Trident building of the SHIELD, and stopped at its original location again. At the moment when the landing gear of the Kun-style fighter plane touched the ground, in the cabin inside the fighter plane, Yincheng, who had fallen asleep on the cargo box, suddenly woke up, and jumped up in a conditioned reflex. In a fighting stance. UU reading www.uukunshu.com. Wow, wow, wow. Tony Stark, who was sitting not far from the cargo box, let out a few strange noises and said nervously, "Don't be crazy, boy with hairspray, we just landed." Because Saint blinked a few times quickly, and directly activated the full power of 20% Sions. The severe pain caused by the transformation made him wake up in an instant, and he took 2 breaths of coldness in a hissing. After getting angry, he turned his head and looked at Coulson, who came out of the cockpit. "Why did you bring me here too? Take me back first. Who put you to sleep? It's dangerous to wake you up, okay? The possibility of causing the crash of the machine is too high." Coulson thought so in his heart, and said, "This is a fighter jet. You cannot fly into the city unless it is a military emergency." Saint rolled his eyes, obviously not believing this excuse very much, but he didn't hold on to it. "Forget it, I'll fly back by myself, see you another day, Coulson, bye-bye, Bulbman." "Wait." Tony Stark just spit out a syllable starting with W, when he saw that Saint's toes were a little bit, and the whole person was like a dexterous swallow, drawing a graceful arc in the air. After passing through the open rear hatch of the Kun-style fighter, he disappeared into the sky covered by the cabin roof. What Tony Stark will never admit is that when Saint was still present, he never worried about his own safety, and after Saint left. "Mr. Stark." Coulson untied the seat belt that bound Tony Stark and made a please gesture. "Come on, our chief wants to see you. Don't worry, he is actually an old acquaintance of your father."